Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Experience of a Lifetime. Bad Customer Review. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the courtyard of a luxurious Western-style mansion, 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls who appear to be 5 or 6 years old, are running about, playing tag, under the clear purple sky, one of the defining features of the underworld, one of the many realms, centered around the human world or Earth, as it is known to many, that makes up the universe. Pant, let's take a break, I'm really tired. Said one of the girls, a pretty, little girl with fair skin, shoulder-length black hair styled in a bob cut and glasses covering her violet eyes, while taking heavy breaths and bending over and supporting herself with her hands on her knees. Me too. Plus, I'm getting hungry. The second of the 2 girls chimed in. She had long crimson-red hair flowing down to her thighs, loose bangs that covered her forehead, side bangs that reached her collarbones and framed her pretty face, and bright blue eyes. Hungry? Why am I not surprised? Muttered the black-haired girl. Excuse me. Would you mind repeating yourself? Snapped the redhead in obvious irritation. You are always hungry. You eat so much. You're gonna turn into a little fatty. The black-haired girl replied with a teasing tone. With the game of tag on hold due to the girl's usual bickering and the fatigue from playing around non-stop for almost 3 hours. The final member of the group, a handsome boy with caramel-colored skin, deep brown pupils outlined in a dusky pink, and black hair in individual braids that reached the base of his neck, could only smile wryly as he watched his friend's usual antics. I should try to stop them, right? But I really don't want that headache. The boy thought to himself as he made his way to the large tree in the courtyard to take a seat in the shade. Taking a seat with his back resting on the tree, the boy stretched and began to relax. After 10 or so minutes of listening to the girls argue, the boy thought, we've been out here for a while. I guess even I'm starting to get hungry. With that thought, he stood up and started walking toward his friends. All right, Sotan, Retan, let's go, I'm hungry, too, the boy said with a big smile on his face. See? It's not just me. Said the redhead, Retan, with a smug smile on her face. Okay, if you say so, James Cohen. Said the black-haired girl, Sotan, while adjusting her glasses, which caused them to flash momentarily. With that, James, Retan aka Rias Gremory, and Sotan aka Sona Citri began making their way back to the mansion. While walking back to the mansion and making small talk with the 2 girls, James suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes widening to a nearly impossible degree and grabbing his head. He felt a sharp pain in his head. As if something sharp and superheated was being pressed through the spot between his eyebrows. The level of pain unbearable for the average adult, let alone a 6-year-old child. Hearing James screaming behind them, Rias and Sona quickly spun around to see what was wrong. James Cohen, what's wrong? Are you all right? Sona asked frantically as she started moving closer to James. Rias, on the other hand, was frozen in shock. She had never seen James like that. Even when he dislocated his shoulder in the past, he only gritted his teeth. After screaming for about 5 seconds more, James suddenly stopped. His hands falling limply to his sides and his eyes blank. And then he just fell forward. There were no attempts to break his fall. And if not for Sona's quick reflexes, he would have slammed face first into the ground. James Cohen. James Cohen, wake up. Can you hear me? Please, wake up. Sona screamed in panic while trying to keep James from smashing into the ground. On the other hand, Rias was still frozen. She then began to tremble seeing James collapse in front of her. Seeing Rias' current state of confusion and fear, Sona shouted at her. Rias. What are you doing? Hurry up and go get someone to help. With Sona's shout, Rias snapped out of her stupor and sprinted toward the mansion to get help. She knew that both her elder brother's wife and James' mother should be in the house. Not even 5 minutes later, a young woman dressed in a blue French-made apron dress who appears to be in her early 20s showed up in a flash of light. Grafia-san. Sona said with an obvious hint of relief in her voice as she noticed the new arrival. Crouching down to the ground in order to check James' condition, the young woman, or Grafia, asked, Sona-sama, could you please let me know what happened? Ria-sama seems to be in shock and is unable to gather her thoughts for an explanation. We had just finished playing and were on our way back inside. Then, James began to scream. After screaming for a little while, he stopped, everything, screaming, moving, standing. And before he fell, I rushed to catch him, then told Rias to go get help. I see. I'll take James Cohen to the medical wing at the Gremory estate. Please return inside and tell Leona-san where I will be taking James Cohen. And if possible, help settle Ria-sama," said Graphia as she lifted James from the ground. With James in her arms, a magic circle appeared beneath Graphia. The magic circle began ascending from her feet as it reached the top of her head. With a flash of light, Graphia, James, and the magic circle disappeared from in front of Sona. 3 days later. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Medical Center. Over the last 3 days, James was moved from the medical wing at Ria's home to a proper medical facility in the Citri Territory so more extensive testing could be done. The reason being that James' level of brain activity during his unconsciousness was abnormally high and no one knew what to do. After reaching the proper medical facility, which just so happened to be run by Sona's family, the doctor in charge of James was also confused. With James' level of brain activity paired with his rapid eye movements, they would suggest that he was simply dreaming. And that is where the issue began. James has been in this state for the entire 3 days since he fell unconscious. Because of that, none of the doctors who observed James' condition knew how to diagnose him. However, if those doctors, or anyone for that matter, could see inside of James' head right now, they would know that James was in fact really only dreaming. In James' dream, he lived the life of a human. A human who lived a life filled with combat. Having lived his life until the age of 15 in one of the worst neighborhoods in the USA, he spent most of his time outside of school and away from his single mother involved in street fights. Most of these fights stemmed from insults aimed at his situation. With his father having abandoned his mother during pregnancy and his mother's stunning looks, finding ways to anger the young man did not take much effort. However, during the winter after he turned 15, everything began to change. His mother found a man who changed both of their lives. With his mother now married, their living conditions improved, and the boy was introduced to combat sports. Mixed martial arts to be precise. And for the next 7 years, he trained in Muay Thai kickboxing and wrestling. With this training as an outlet for his aggression, his aggressive nature was curbed greatly. But did little to lengthen his short fuse. At the end of those 7 years, the young man made the choice to fight professionally. For 5 years, although his fighting style was polished, the young man seemed more like a beast than a martial artist during his matches. As previously stated, the martial arts training did suppress his aggression. However, none of that aggression was lost when he was fighting. More than likely, it had intensified, which caused him to, more often than not, forget or ignore the discussed strategies. After 5 years of this, his coach had had enough and quit. With his coach quitting, his career was basically on hold until he found a new one. Finding a new coach was a much taller order than he had expected, though. Rumors of his inability to follow a game plan got him labeled as uncoachable. It took a year and a half to find a new coach. The coach he was able to find was not your traditional MMA coach. This coach did not practice any of the more popular martial arts that were commonly used in MMA. He did not practice unarmed martial arts at all. He was a kenjutsu, or Japanese sword technique, practitioner. This Japanese sword fighter, who the young man aptly nicknamed Old Samurai, had realized the young man was an absolute monster in terms of absorbing combat techniques. Not just bare-handed combat techniques, but all combat techniques, which included cold weapons. With this discovery, the Old Samurai insisted on teaching the young man his sword style, Muso Jikiden Aishinryu, which focused on Iato, the art of drawing the sword and attacking in the same motion, and promoting spiritual harmony. For the next year, the young man did not accept any matches, opting to train hard. For that year, the young man spent a quarter of his training time sparring with his usual unarmed combat techniques. For the next quarter of his time, he worked on his physical conditioning. Weight training, cardio, flexibility, anything to improve the quality of his body. As for the rest of his time, it was spent training in Muso Jikiden Aishinryu. This practice ended up doing wonders for his overly aggressive nature, both in and out of the ring. On top of the training regimen, the Old Samurai also ordered him to pick up a hobby that was in no way related to combat. And for some reason, the young man picked up otaku culture. Anime, manga, light novels, and video games. He could never get enough of them. It was to the point that when he returned to the ring, he gained the nickname, Samurai Nerd. After this year of training, at the age of 30, the man resumed his career. And for the next 7 years, he was unstoppable. With his martial arts proficiency, combat instincts, and new spiritual harmony, he went undefeated for that 7-year period. Until his career was stopped once again, in a much more permanent way. He was murdered because he refused to throw a fight for a payout. And with that final memory, James finally exited the 3-day dream. Before opening his eyes, James took some time to review the life of the men he had just experienced. What he realized was this. He could remember every bit of that life down to the smallest detail. Yet, these memories, with a few exceptions, did not leave much of an impression. Friends, family, lovers, fights, matches, none of these things seemed as if they would stick for long. There were only 3 parts of that life that made James think, yup, that's probably here to stay. Training those combat skills again, the instincts toward combat, and enjoying otaku culture. Beep. Interrupting James' thoughts, a brain activity monitor set up to the side of his bed made one of the loudest beeps he had ever heard in his or the life in the memories. Shortly after the beep ended, a man, 3 women, and 2 girls about James' age rushed into the room. The 2 girls, Rias and Sona, were the first to reach the bedside, and quickly asked their many pressing questions. James-kun, are you okay? Asked Rias with worry in her tone. How are you feeling, James-kun? Asked Sona simultaneously. Before he could respond, the girls continued to pepper him with questions and concerns about his health. They're still the same no matter where they are or what's going on. James thought with a smile, watching his friend's usual antics. Before the girls could take it too far, one of the 3 women put a stop to it. Rias-chan, Sona-chan, maybe you should only ask one question at a time. Gently reprimanded a beautiful young woman with flaxen hair flowing down to the middle of her back, facial features that are remarkably similar to Rias, and violet eyes. With the 2 girls stopped by Rias' mother, Vanillana Gremory, another one of the women, a beautiful woman with light brown skin, long black hair pulled back into a ponytail that reaches her hips, a bang that falls in front of her left eye to her chin, A/N, reference Ino Yamanaka for the hairstyle, and deep brown eyes, made her way to the side of James' bed and took a seat, then gently grasped his hand. This woman, Leona Alaverus, is James' mother. James, honey, how do you feel? She asked with equal parts relief and concern. Relief because her baby boy has finally awakened. Concern because there could be side effects from his 3-day nap. In response to his mother's question, James managed to leave everyone in the room speechless with his out-of-character response. I really don't like that alarm clock. Bad customer review. Chapter 2, I was just talking to myself. I think. Several minutes before James awakened from his 3-day dream. The mixed martial artist whose life James had just experienced was also experiencing the young James' 6 years of life, as well. And his viewing had just come to an end. I'm not exactly sure what the hell is going on here, the MMA fighter thought to himself. I do believe in reincarnation due to the old samurai, but this seems more like transmigration, like some isekai shit. Lost in thought, the MMA fighter began reviewing what he could from the memories of the 6-year-old James. It looks like my new life is going to be taking place in a world with magic, monsters, and all that shit. He thought aloud while cross-referencing the 2 sets of memories. Hold the fuck up. Or he was. Until he recognized the names and appearances of the young James' 2 childhood friends and their families. Red-headed Rias and glasses-wearing Sona. If that wasn't a dead giveaway for where I ended up, then I read all those light novels and manga for nothing. The MMA fighter shouted in excitement while pumping his fist into the air. Hold on, what is this? My parents, or rather the Numi's parents, are alive. He thought in confusion, before realizing how screwed up that thought felt. Damn, that was dickish. I mean, I'm not wishing death on anyone. But seriously, what kinda self-respecting isekai story gives the new guy 2 loving, good-looking parents? He said with jealousy. Fuck this guy. This transmigration story just became a reincarnation story. The MMA fighter shivered after hearing what he thought to be an angry roar accompanied by the sound of a wall breaking. Looking around and not catching sight of anyone or anything, he shrugged it off, thinking his mind was playing tricks on him. Hell, the Numis got it better than I did. I only had one loving, good-looking parent. He continued where he left off with noticeably less bite to his criticism. Sorry buddy, the bridge has already been burned. Unsure as to why, the MMA fighter slumped his shoulders in defeat. After a little more grumbling about the unfairness of it all, the MMA fighter shook his head to get rid of all the stupidity running around in his head. Okay dude, focus, he said to himself while smacking his cheeks. What else can I see about myself? I'm a half-devil. Not bad. Not bad. My father is a pureblood devil, so that makes my mother a devil, too. How the fuck does 1 + 1 = half? Was the first thought that ran through his mind after getting that weird bit of information, before he started remembering the settings in this world. Okay, I gotta stop looking at this world with the common sense from my life. The Numi lives on anime logic, the MMA fighter reminded himself. Okay, going by the context clues. I'd guess that dad knocked up mom while she was human. Then mom died during childbirth or sometime after the Numi was born, and then got reincarnated with an evil piece. Or something like that. The evil pieces, a system brought into Devil Society by one of the 4 great Satans, Ajuka Beelzebub, in response to the Devil's low population after the Great Three-Way War and Devil Civil War in the past. Due to the Devil's naturally low birth rates, the creation of the evil pieces, which are based on the human game of chess, allowed devils to convert those of other races, excluding gods and angels, into devils with bonus attributes depending on which piece was used to convert them. Well, I guess that clears up the half-devil question. As the MMA fighter continued skimming through James' memories, he had to stop in surprise yet again. How the hell did a power from Bleach end up in DxD? Yes, the excitable man-child took notice of the inborn devil ability of Cassiel Alaverus, James' father, Senbun Sakura. His ability works in a similar way to Byakuya Kuchiki Shirkai release in the Bleach manga/anime. Using the trigger word, scatter, an item breaks down into cherry blossom petal-shaped blades equal in volume to the item they originated from. There are, of course, differences between the Alaverus bloodline ability and the source ability. For one, the Alaverus inborn ability does not create an item that is linked to the user such as a Zanpakuto. Instead, the user must select an item, then mark it with their spirit and demonic energy for the ability to take effect. Secondly, the aforementioned spiritual mark can be switched from one item to another, with a 24-hour cooldown from removal to reapplication. Also, only one spiritual mark can exist at a time. And lastly, pumping more demonic energy into the spiritual mark can temporarily improve the parameters of the petal blades. i.e., sharpness, durability, and movement speed can all be augmented with additional energy consumption. I guess that's a pretty good power conversion. I've seen better, though. Yup, this is your last chapter, for sure. With his left hand supporting his right elbow, and his right hand stroking his chin, the MMA fighter mused to himself, I guess the only thing I need to worry about now is, now that I'm here, what will happen to me and the boy? It's probably better if I disappear. After some time in silent contemplation, that was the conclusion the MMA fighter came to. But I'm not going out quietly, he said with determination on his face, while pumping his fist into the air. Just after putting his determination in words, there was a flash of light and the figure of a child, James, appeared before him. The MMA fighter and the boy locked eyes. What is this old man doing? James thought to himself in curiosity. Well, this is awkward. The MMA fighter thought to himself in embarrassment. Lowering his raised hand slowly, the MMA fighter was the one who eventually broke the awkward silence. So, you must be James Alaverus. Yes, I am. And you're? James stopped to think, before continuing with a cheeky smile, the samurai nerd. This kid isn't cute at all, the MMA fighter thought to himself with a frown making its way to his face. Seeing the MMA fighter's reaction, James began to laugh. Before seeing your memories, I never wanted to make people upset or uncomfortable. James said, the MMA fighter adopting an expression filled with curiosity at his words. But after seeing the way you trolled people, that's what you called it, right? I thought it looked like fun. Pin drop silence fell between the two. Oh shit, I think some of my personality bled into his when I was awakened, the MMA fighter reasoned, before starting to laugh boisterously. Fuck it, this will make his life more interesting. I really like you, kid. The MMA fighter began. Taking a couple of steps forward, he placed his hand on top of James' head before continuing, because of that, I'm not gonna fight you over control of the body. You can have it. Thanks. The young James wasn't sure what that meant exactly, but it sounded like a good thing, so he thanked the MMA fighter for it. But in return, I'm going to download my knowledge of otaku culture, love of otaku culture, combat instincts, knowledge of fighting skills, and love of trolling, the MMA fighter said all in one breath. James looked at the MMA fighter with his eyes wide. Having just watched his entire life, James was aware of all of the things he just mentioned. Then he stopped as he came to a realization. Wait, does that mean I'll know what's? Slow down, kid, the MMA fighter interrupted. I know what you're thinking. I won't be leaving the information I have about this world's future. Why not? James questioned with a pout. Because knowing the future would take the fun out of life, the MMA fighter answered matter-of-factly. Seeing the boy pouting at his response, the MMA fighter chuckled and began ruffling the young boy's hair. Quit pouting, kid. I'm gonna make sure that you'll remember everything you saw, but you won't have much of an impression of anything other than the things that I'm pushing into your head myself, the MMA fighter explained. After another somewhat heavy silence, the MMA fighter began pushing the information into James' head as he said. Okay, kid, let's get started. As the MMA fighter made the specified information more prominent in James' memories, his figure began to fade. Why are you starting to disappear? Having noticed the MMA fighter's figure beginning to fade, James reacted frantically. Take it easy, kid, the MMA fighter dismissed James' concern very casually as he continued to fade from their shared mindscape. Remember, I told you that I wasn't going to fight you for your body, right? To let you have it, I have to leave, for good. I don't think one body having two consciousnesses is a good look. Hearing that the MMA fighter intended to fade away forever, James' mood fell even lower. He had just experienced the entire 37 years of his life. Developing an attachment was probably inevitable. Don't give me that look, it's just a guess, but I don't think you'll even remember this conversation, the MMA fighter shrugged his shoulders before continuing. And before you ask me how I know. It's just a hunch. As he continued speaking, the MMA fighter's body continued to dissipate. And James began to shed tears. Seeing James about to cry, the MMA fighter felt his annoyance rising. "Would you cut that shit out?" the MMA fighter shouted, surprising James to the point that his tears stopped. "I guess I'll have to imprint this into your memories, too. Whenever you send someone off that you care about, always send them off with a smile. That way they know you'll be alright without them." Hearing the MMA fighter's words, James froze until he could process those words. After understanding the meaning behind them, James wiped his eyes and put on a big smile. "That's much better," the MMA fighter smiled back at James, then muttered to himself. "I really hate seeing kids cry." James was able to hear the mutters but decided not to comment. "Well, looks like my time is just about up," said the MMA fighter, noticing that his body was nearly transparent at this point. "Live a good life, James Alaverus, and try not to do things that you'll regret later. Thanks for the advice. I'll do the best I can with what you gave me. Goodbye, Warren Thomas." Hearing James use his real name in his goodbye, the MMA fighter, Warren Thomas, smiled brightly. Yet, that smile froze solid on his face when he heard the kid's continuation. "The unquakable samurai nerd. You really aren't cute at all, kid," Warren shouted as his figure completely disappeared from the mindscape. And just as Warren's hunch suggested, James lost his memories of that conversation. The specified impressions did stick, though. Along with the bit of advice pertaining to goodbyes. And shortly after that, one of the loudest beeps he had ever heard from either of the two lives woke him up. Chapter 3, Keeping Secrets is a Necessity. Underworld, Citri Territory, Citri Medical Center. I really don't like that alarm clock. Bad customer review. Hearing those out-of-character words, the two girls, Rias and Sona, the three women, Leona, Vanillana, and Ria Citri aka Sona's mother, a pretty, fair-skinned woman with black hair styled in a bun, violet-colored eyes, and facial features that resembled Sona's, and the man, the doctor in charge of James' stay in this medical institution, all adopted a dumbfounded expression as they gazed at the boy. With a chuckle, the doctor was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing as he was unfamiliar with James' usual gentle, soft-spoken personality, he was affected much less than the others. Making his way over to James' bed, the doctor spoke. "All right, young man, seeing as it has been 3 days since you fell asleep, let me check your vitals, then I will have a meal sent to you. How does that sound?" "Sounds good to me, document," James replied in a lively tone. Then he turned to the other 5 people in the room and spoke once more. "Mama, I really want to go home as soon as possible, so I can tell you about my dream." As he spoke, he briefly made eye contact with everyone except the doctor, with that eye contact lingering just a little longer on his mother, Leona. The 3 adults understood what that brief eye contact was intended to convey. The 2 children were another story, though. Although Sona didn't understand the meaning behind James' gaze, she did notice that the adults clearly had no intention of asking about it, yet. On the other hand, Rias clearly did not make that same observation. "Why do we have to wait until we get home? Come on, James Cohen, tell me now." Rias pleaded in a huff while shaking James because her curiosity was unsated. Seeing Vanillana's eyebrow beginning to twitch, Sona decided to save her best friend from Vanillana's wrath. To do so, she decided to avert Rias' attention away from the topic of James' dream. "See, James Cohen, Rias is so pushy. You should join my peerage instead of hers when we get our evil pieces." "What? No, James, you have to join my peerage. Sona would just nag you about following rules." Rias shouted back in defiance. Sona's eyebrow twitched at Rias' claim, but she knew she needed to keep going until one of their mothers told them to be quiet. As the argument between the 2 young girls continued, Vanillana raised her hand to her forehead in exasperation. "My daughter is definitely not dumb, that I know." Vanillana stopped to sigh, then she continued. "But I wish she would stop to think before speaking a little more often. Really, just a little. As a matter of fact, Rias is quite intelligent. She's really talented, too. If not a bit impulsive." Leona chimed in. "You have to remember though, she's only 6 years old. She'll grow out of it, I'm sure. I just hope she grows up to be more diligent and hardworking like James Cohen and Sona-chan," said Vanillana. She continued while shaking her head. "Zeoticus and Surzex are spoiling her rotten. Haha, they really love their little princess, huh?" Leona said with a giggle. "As fun as this is, I think we should stop the girls, the doctor looks like he doesn't know what to do." Ria interrupted. Vanillana sighed then. Clap. "Okay girls, that's enough." At the sound of Vanillana's authoritative tone, both Rias and Sona immediately ceased their bickering and stood still with their backs straight. Even James, who knew he was outside the range of Vanillana's order, sat with his back a little straighter at the sound her clap. Seeing James' reaction, Leona couldn't help but giggle. "I think James is still scared of you, Lady Gremory." Venelana sighed once again, remembering the incident that led to James' fear. Flashback. 3 years ago, in the Gremory estate. James, Rias, and Sona were playing in the living room under the supervision of Venelana Gremory. As energetic young children do, they got a bit noisy. However, Venelana was not having a particularly good day. She had been suffering from a headache for the majority of the afternoon. Because of that, she repeatedly asked the children to keep the noise down. Which eventually led to her patience running out. Clap. Venelana clapped her hands in order to gather the children's attention onto herself. I've been asking you three to quiet down for the better part of the last 2 hours, said Venelana with her uniquely authoritative tone. Seeing as you're unable to follow directions, I think it is time for a little punishment. Hearing the word punishment, Rias shot to her feet. Seeing that, James and Sona thought she was going to apologize and thought to follow her lead. They were a little too slow to follow her lead, though. And that was a good thing, a very good thing. Instead of bowing her head and apologizing, Rias bolted for the exit. As the results would suggest, that was not the correct move, since reaching the exit required Rias passing by Venelana. Needless to say, Rias' escape attempt did not go as well as she expected. Just as she passed Venelana, who was seated on a sofa, Rias was snatched up and hung upside down by her right ankle. Huh. As she hung upside down, Rias looked around in confusion. Eventually, she made eye contact with her less than amused mother. Rias, dear, I cannot praise you for your decision to escape from a punishment that you brought upon yourself, Venelana said calmly in her authoritative tone, while holding Rias by her ankle with only her left hand. I'm sorry, Mommy. Do not use that pitiful expression to try and get out of this punishment, said Venelana sternly. I refuse to spoil you the way your father and brother do. After that declaration, Venelana raised her right hand, now covered in demonic energy. As Venelana repeatedly brought her hand down on Rias' backside, James and Sona could do nothing but stand in place with their visions locked on the floor. With every smack and subsequent scream, both children would twitch while having the same thought. Venelana Obasama is scary when she gets mad. End flashback. During Venelana's reminiscence, the doctor made all his observations. Mrs. Alaverus, James has no issues, physically. However, I would recommend a few more days of observation, as we have yet to find the initial reason behind the coma, the doctor advised. While the doctor was explaining to Leona with his back turned to James, James frantically shook his head, showing just how against staying in the medical facility he was. Noticing James' reaction to the doctor's suggestion, Leona, Venelana, and Ria all briefly made eye contact, transmitting much more information than anyone would think possible in that short period of time, before Venelana spoke. As the Alaverus family doctor is located in Gremory territory, I think we will have James looked over by our own staff. My baby seems uncomfortable being here, Leona continued where Venelana left off. I'd rather he had some time to relax after going through something like this. Although the doctor was curious to study and find the reason behind James' collapse, he knew he couldn't force the issue, especially with Lady Ria Citri, the lord of the territory's wife, standing in front of him. After a little more than an hour, going through discharge procedures, Venelana created a teleportation circle beneath the group. As the circle rose from the ground, more of those within its boundary seemed to vanish from their location. By the time the circle had risen over the head of the tallest person in the group, Leona, who stood at 5 feet 9 inches tall, 175 centimeters, the entire group and even magic circle were gone. Underworld, Gremory territory, Gremory mansion. In the living room of the mansion, a teleportation circle bearing the mark of House Gremory appeared in the middle of the room and began to rise. As it rose, the figures of 6 people, 3 children and 3 women, were revealed. As the magic circle ascended to its apex, it vanished. Stretching after the teleportation, James commented, Ritan's house is much better than a hospital. As he finished his statement, James ran to the nearest sofa and flopped down on his belly. Once again seeing James' out-of-character actions, Leona made eye contact with Venelana and Ria before turning her attention back to James, once again. Honey, I feel like you're a little different. Leona began cautiously, as to not give James the wrong idea, before continuing, you have something you want to tell us, right, sweetheart? In response to Leona's question, James righted himself and sat up on the sofa. As soon as he did, Rias rushed to take the seat to his right. And as not to be left out, Sona moved to sit on his left. Seeing their daughter's actions, Venelana and Ria exchanged glances before turning to Leona with smiles on their faces. Era, it looks like your James is going to be quite the lady killer, Leona. Venelana teased with a chuckle. Well, he did inherit his mother's good looks. Ria chimed in. I just hope he isn't oblivious to the feelings of others like his father is. Oh, please don't get me started, Leona said as she face-palmed and sighed in exasperation. I, literally, Had to beat him about the head and shoulders with a stick that had the words, "I love you," carved into it. Wait, literally? Rhea asked in surprise. I know he told you he was a devil before you got married, but did you already know by that point? Venelana asked in apparent interest. Nope, didn't have a clue. Leona responded with a sigh. She then continued, I was just frustrated. In more ways than one. Venelana and Rhea nodded to Leona's explanation with a knowing smile. Ahem. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Clearing her throat, Leona attempted to steer the conversation back to the main point. Rhys, however, decided she was interested in something else. With sparkling eyes, Rhys gushed over Leona's statement. Leona Abakan is so cool. Even before you became a devil, you could beat up Cassiologison. An awkward silence fell in response to Rhys' exclamation. James was the first one to break the silence. Raising his right hand to pat Rhys on the head, and he said, Ritan, it's a good thing you're cute. Rhys beamed at James' compliment. Hee, James Kuan said I was cute. Noticing that Sona was about to shatter Rhys' misunderstanding, James leaned to his left and whispered in her ear. Sotan, you should just let her have this one, or we'll never be able to get back to the main topic. Sona pouted but nodded in the end. As she was more attentive than Rhys, she knew that the upcoming conversation was important. Seeing Sona pouting, James couldn't help teasing her, too. Sotan, you're so cute when you get all pouty. Sona's face immediately flushed as she looked away and said, Shut up, stupid James Kuan, in a small voice. Watching the interactions between the children, Venelana commented, looks like he inherited your natural charm, as well. At that, Rhea covered her mouth and giggled. Meanwhile, Leona smiled wryly and said, at least Cassiel and I won't have to worry about having grandkids. Noticing that everyone was distracted in one way or another, due to his own actions, James decided to take a page out of Venelana's playbook to gather everyone's attention on him. Clap. Hearing the crisp sound, everyone looked to its source. There, James sat with a serious expression. Inwardly, however, James was smiling. Now I understand why Venelano Basama always does that. It feels awesome seeing everyone pay attention to you after that crisp satisfying clap. James mused to himself gleefully. Before I start, Mama, will Dad be coming here or going straight home? James asked Leona. Leona raised her left hand to her chin while trying to remember Cassiel's schedule. I'm pretty sure he plans to go straight home. Why? Should we gather everyone for this? Leona asked. James shook his head in response. I want to tell them, I really do. But their responsibilities will make them act differently, make decisions that would be for the greater good. The adults frowned at James' explanation before Venelana asked, who are the them you're referring to, James Kuan? James began counting on his fingers, raising one after another as he listed the people he trusted the most in this world, other than those in this room. Let's see. Xiaticus Ogisima. Surzexnezen. Graphianae. After naming Graphia, he stopped to think for a moment, then folded the finger he just raised and continued. No, Graphianae is fine. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Dante Ogisima, and Sarawunchan. That should be all, I think. Leona, Venelana, and Rhea each raised an eyebrow at James' list of individuals. Xiaticus Ogisima aka Xiaticus Gremory. Husband of Venelana, father to Rhys, and the head of House Gremory of the 72 Pillar Houses. Surzexnezen aka Surzex Lucifer. Son of Xiaticus and Venelana Gremory, elder brother to Rhys, and the current Lucifer of the 4 Great Satans. Dante Ogisima aka Dante Citri. Husband of Rhea, father to Sona, and the head of House Citri of the 72 Pillar Houses. Sarawunchan aka Seraphal Leviathan. Daughter to Dante and Rhea Citri, elder sister to Sona, and the current Leviathan of the 4 Great Satans. Those names are 4 of the most influential in the underworld. Leona, Venelana, and Rhea could perfectly understand what James meant by their responsibilities will make them act differently, make decisions that would be for the greater good. Having yet another silent conversation through eye contact. Leona, Venelana, and Rhea decided, then, Venelana stepped forward and announced. I'll contact Graphia and have her meet us at the Alaverus home. We'll continue this conversation once everyone is present. Chapter 4, Finally, I'm back home. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the living room of the luxurious mansion the Alaverus family calls their home, a teleportation magic circle bearing the mark of Lucifer appeared on the floor in the corner of the room. As it rose, the figures of 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, and 4 women gradually appeared. As the teleportation magic circle reached its apex, the 7 figures were revealed. James, the only boy in the group, spoke as soon as the teleportation ended. It feels good to be home, it feels like I've been away for days. This secret James wants to tell us will undoubtedly be outrageous. I mean, look at how much my sweet boy has changed since he woke up. Commented Leona on her son's drastic changes in personality. I like how James Cohen is now, replied Rias, jumping over to James and giving him a hug. Pouting at Rias' display of affection, Sona quietly pulled Rias away from James and pinched the hem of his shirt, then said, I like it, too. Smiling at the girl's actions, Ria covered her mouth with the back of her hand and softly giggled before remarking. James Cohen, aren't you popular? When you are all grown up, you are going to break a lot of hearts. Venelana chimed in, joining Ria in teasing James. Now, this is not the first time James has been teased after Rias and Sona showed their affection in front of their parents. Usually, James would be lightly blushing by the time one or both girls hugged him. And, after their parents started their teasing, he would shyly lower his head or turn it to the side, trying to hide his blushing. This time, however, things were very different. After being pulled away from James, Rias was unhappy with Sona. But, before she could show her displeasure, James had already started patting both girls' heads, causing Rias to narrow her eyes in pleasure, while Sona lowered her head with a flushed face. On top of being more outspoken, he has also grown bolder and more assertive. Or so it would seem. Remarked a beautiful young woman dressed in a blue French-made apron dress with red eyes and long silver hair that reached the small of her back, 2 braids starting behind her ears that hang down to her chest, and bangs that cover her eyebrows. This woman, Graphia Lucifuge, is the wife of Rias' elder brother, Sirzex Lucifer, as well as the queen of his peerage. If that's true, he really is going to be a little lady killer when he grows up. Leona mused. That's better than the stammering mess Cassiel is when speaking to beautiful women. Well, at least you don't have to worry about Cassiel-san starting a harem, replied Ria. True, most high-class male devils have multiple spouses to combat our low birth rates. Venelana agreed, before explaining further. Sometimes I wish he would start one. Leona muttered with a light blush, just loud enough for the other women to hear. I mean, he just keeps going. Like the Energizer Bunny. Beats that drum the right way, too. Hearing Leona's mutters, Venelana, Ria, and Graphia's eyes lit up. The scent of good gossip was in the air. That utterance put an end to their budding girl talk. Though Venelana, Ria, and Graphia each made a mental note to get to the bottom of it later. Yes. What's up, James? Leona asked. What is a harem? James asked with curiosity. Although James had received Warren Thomas's information about otaku culture, he was simply too young to understand all of it. It didn't help him put the pieces together when most harem protagonists are worthlessly dense and unassertive. The 4 women briefly froze before Leona decided to bite the bullet. Even if it has only been 9 years since she found out about the supernatural world, she's had more than enough time to adapt to their common sense. It's when a man or woman has more than one wife or husband. Leona decided not to complicate things and explained in the simplest of terms. Does that mean that me and Sona could marry James Cohen and stay together forever? Rias asked with her hand raised like a student. After Rias asked her question, Sona turned crimson with steam coming out of her ears. James, on the other hand, just continued to smile. Finding Sona's reactions cute, Venelana took it upon herself to answer her daughter's question. Technically that is true. However, due to politics, that is highly unlikely. But why? Rias asked with a huff. Even Sona raised her head, looking uncomfortable. This time, Ria continued the explanation. There are several reasons. First, James Cohen is a half-devil. While the 2 of you are pure-blooded devils. If you 2 married James, the number of pure-blooded devils would not increase. Also, because the 2 of you are the heirs to your houses, your social classes do not match. Leona concluded. That's stupid. Sona said quietly, clearly not happy with the revelation. Gasp does that mean Sona wants to break the rules? Rias questioned in mild surprise. No. Sona answered quickly, but that doesn't change the fact that that rule is stupid. Hearing that, Rias nodded her head furiously in agreement. Rias and Sona's reactions to the topics of harems and marriage caused the 3 mothers to put on teasing smiles. They all had similar thoughts that all boiled down to, they are never going to live this down. Noticing the almost manic smiles on Leona, Venelana, and Ria's faces, James could feel that there was something they were leaving unsaid. So, there is no way for a low-class half-devil to marry a high-class pure-blooded devil? James asked out of simple curiosity. Though, Rias and Sona did not see it that way. James Cohen wants to marry me. Rias thought to herself, eyes lighting up at the thought. Sona, on the other hand, waited for an answer to James' question. But the intensity of her stare showed just how invested she was in the answer. Although Rias and Sona were interested in the answer because of what it meant for the future, James' interest seemed to only be for sating his curiosity. Girls grow up so much faster than boys. Leona thought to herself while she observed the children's reactions. Whatever, that just means he'll be my baby for a little longer. Vanillana eventually took the task of answering James' question. There are 3 things that will have to happen before that option is viable, James Cohen. Vanillana raised 3 fingers on her left hand and began her explanation as she folded her ring finger. First, you, James, will have to raise your personal strength to at least that of a high-rank supernatural being. Folding her middle finger, Vanillana continued. Second, you will have to raise your social class to at least high class. Finally, she folded her index finger. However, her attention shifted from James to Rias and Sona. Lastly, you two will need to. Before Vanillana could finish, she was patted on the shoulder by Ria. When Vanillana looked back to her, Ria only shook her head, that you know you can't say that look on her face. Sorry girls, I'm not allowed to tell you that last condition, for now. Vanillana said exasperatedly, before muttering, fucking political bullshit. Both Rias and Sona pouted at the incomplete information. But they didn't badger Vanillana for answers. After a few seconds of this somber atmosphere, James said, with a casual smile, well, I plan to do that, anyway. This led to the girls misunderstanding his intentions even further. James, of course, was completely unaware. Unfortunately for him, mind reading is not a part of his skill set. Another transportation magic circle bearing the mark of Lucifer appeared in the room shortly after James' declaration. As it rose from the floor, the figure of a man made itself visible. He stood 6 feet 6 inches, 198 centimeters, tall with brown skin, spiky dark red hair with one strand hanging over his forehead, reference high school Gohan for hairstyle, dusk pink eyes and a full goatee the same color as his hair. When James saw the man appear from the teleportation circle, he ran toward him, making sure to take hold of his mother's hand along the way. Once he was close enough, while still holding his mother's hand, he jumped into his father's chest and said, "Welcome home, Papa." After experiencing Warren Thomas' childhood, growing up without a father, James' love and appreciation for his father multiplied. As she was being dragged along by James, Leona also ended up in her husband, Cassiel's embrace. Although he was happy with his son's display of affection, Cassiel was thoroughly confused due to James' completely out-of-character actions. Leona, on the other hand, was thinking, maybe Rias-chan and Sona-chan were right. This isn't so bad. After the mini-family reunion, James' stomach made its presence known by growling loudly. And with that, Leona decided they could have the important conversation after dinner. With the decision made, Leona and Grafia made their way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Ria and Vanillana spent their time talking about their children and other interesting topics, while Cassiel played a board game with James, Rias, and Sona. After about 35 minutes, Leona and Grafia carried dinner out to the dining room. "All right, it's time to eat," announced Leona once all the dishes were set on the dining room table. With the announcement, everyone took a seat around the table and enjoyed a nice, lively meal. Leona even managed to get Grafia to loosen up enough to sit and eat with everyone. After taking approximately 40 minutes to enjoy their meal and another 15 for dessert, the mood began to change into something more solemn as everyone was curious to hear what it was that James wanted to keep secret. Relocating to the living room, everyone found a comfortable place to sit and listen. Leona and Cassiel sat together on one of the 3 sofas in the room, Vanillana and Ria sat together on a sofa positioned opposite to Leona and Cassiel, Grafia stood behind Vanillana, and lastly, Rias and Sona sat on the last sofa. Meanwhile, James stood where all their lines of sight intersected. Once everyone was settled, James began. "Before I get started, Grafia," James looked at Grafia with a serious look in his eyes. "If you listen to what I'm gonna tell everyone, you have to promise you won't tell anyone, not even Sir Zexneeson." Grafia was surprised to be singled out and even more surprised by James' serious expression. However, she had been briefed that her husband was not to be made known of James' secret. "Don't worry James Cohen, I promise." Grafia responded with a smile. "You can't tell Sir Zexama either, Cassiel." Leona made it a point to remind her husband that the rules applied to him as well. This, Bishop, was not allowed to report this to his king. "Don't worry, love, I have no intention of breaking the trust my son has put in me." Cassiel responded to his wife with a smile. Understanding that everyone was ready, James began his story. He explained that during the entire duration of his coma, he was constantly dreaming. Experiencing another person's life. A human's life. The single-parent household, abandoned by his father. Depending on his mother alone. His early childhood to his teenage years, getting into fights around his neighborhood. How his life changed in his early adulthood, when he began training in mixed martial arts. How he became a professional fighter but had to put his career on hold due to his overly aggressive nature that forced his coach to quit. About the 2.5 years he spent looking for a new coach then finding one who forced him to train in kenjutsu. How Kenjutsu training brought his aggressive nature under control. How he fell in love with otaku culture. And finally, how he came back to the ring and was eventually murdered because he refused to accept a payout to throw a fight. He told them everything, in as much detail as he could remember. He mentioned that his personality most likely changed because he watched that men for so long and thought that being more outgoing would make life more interesting. He also mentioned that he had a very deep impression of all the training, whether it be Muay Thai, wrestling, or Muso Jikiden Aishinryu, to the point that all the mental training had already been completed. And he wanted to start physically training in all of them. And he told them about his new love for otaku culture. By the time he was finished, 4 hours had passed. Rias and Sona were dozing off while leaning on each other's shoulder. Cassiel, Leona, Venelana, Ria, and Grafia were all in deep thought. That story left them with a lot to think about. Eventually, James flopped down on the floor, noticeably exhausted. This snapped the adults from their thoughts. Leona then said, "All right everyone, let's call it a night for now. The kids are nodding off and we need time to process." Cassiel nodded to his wife's words and continued where she left off. "Everyone, you're more than welcome to stay here for the night, if you so choose. Either way, let us take a couple of days to consider as well as give James some more time to recuperate." Everyone agreed with Cassiel's suggestion. Also, everyone, aside from Grafia, chose to spend the night in the Alaverus estate. After a very eventful day, James was able to have his first real sleep in days. And he made the most of it. Chapter 5, Decisions. Decisions. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. 3 days have passed since James revealed the secret behind his 3-day coma. On the morning of the 4th day, in James' bedroom, James can be seen sleeping, cradled in his mother's arms. Even though Leona was able to interact with the Gremory and Citri families without letting her anxiety show, she was, in reality, suffering from nightmares ever since James first fell unconscious. During James' coma, her nightmares depicted her trying to live her life while her son was unable to wake up. However, ever since James came out of the coma, her nightmares have shown James going to sleep at night, like normal, then not waking up the next morning. Because of these nightmares, even though she would first fall asleep in her own bedroom with Cassiel, she would wake up shortly after 1 a.m. and make her way to James' room, before wrapping him in her embrace to alleviate her fears. Because of these nightmares, James has been waking up in his mother's arms ever since he came back from the Citri Medical Center. James' eyelashes began to flutter. His eyelids opening shortly after. The first thing he saw, much like he has for the 3 previous mornings, was his mother's bosom. Unlike what he has come to expect for the last 3 days, when he looked up to Leona's face, there were tears flowing from her eyes. Panicking at the sight of his mother's tears, James began to struggle and call out. "Mama, Mama. Are you okay? Why are you crying?" Feeling James struggle and hearing his voice, Leona also began to awaken. Groggily looking down at her son in her arms, she saw the frightened look in James' eyes. Immediately, her sleepiness was blown away. "James, sweetie, what's wrong? Was I holding you too tight?" Leona asked in concern. James shook his head in response, then asked his questions again. "Are you okay? Why are you crying?" Surprised at James' question and the concern she could see in his eyes, Leona raised a hand to her face and felt the tears on her cheek. "Don't worry, baby. I was just having a nightmare," Leona replied with a smile. Hearing that, James hugged Leona tightly and said, "Mama, I'm sorry. I won't sleep like that anymore." With James' declaration, Leona felt a warm fuzzy feeling in her heart. That feeling was coupled with shock. Shock that James could understand the source of her nightmares. Outside James' bedroom door, Cassiel is leaning against the wall, listening to the mother and son comfort each other. James' frantic cries when he saw his mother's tears woke Cassiel from his own slumber. Even though James was not particularly loud, as a devil, not to mention being at the ultimate rank, Cassiel could hear him from down the hall. "Thank goodness you came back to us, James. We would have both broken if you hadn't," Cassiel murmured to himself. 8 hours later. In about an hour, all those who were made privy to the circumstances behind James' coma would be reconvening. While Leona was in the kitchen preparing dinner for the group, James and Cassiel were sitting face to face in Cassiel's office, having an important, father-son conversation. "Papa, I want to start training and taking devil jobs as soon as possible," James said with conviction in his tone and expression. Hearing that, Cassiel thought back to what Leona told him about James' curiosity when it comes to harems. With a teasing smile, Cassiel asked, "Oh, are you planning to make a move on Rias or Sona? Or maybe both?" James blushed at Cassiel's question but ignored his embarrassment, for the most part. Shaking his head in response to the question, James began telling his father his thoughts on the matter. "Ritan and Sotan are my friends. But I. James' speech stalled. He was neither old enough nor experienced enough to put his thoughts into words. Frustration mounting at his inability to express his feelings, James clenched his fists as he began to tear up. Luckily, Cassiel was there to calm him down and help him express himself. "You want to feel like you are equals, right?" Cassiel asked, his previous teasing expression replaced with one of pride. Nodding his head in response, James answered Cassiel's question. "That's right." Looking at James' expression, Cassiel decided to test his son's determination to be on equal footing with Rias and Sona. "So, James, have you decided whose peerage you're going to join when Rias-chan and Sona-chan are old enough to receive their evil pieces?" James shook his head, clearly unsure whom he should choose. "Why do you want to join one of their peerages?" Cassiel asked, gently leading his son to an answer that would truly lead him to be an equal to the girls. "So I can help them." James answered without hesitation. "I see." Cassiel nodded. Then asked his next question. "Why do you have to choose? Do you plan to help only one of them?" James' eyes opened widely. He had no idea how to answer those questions. Cassiel, however, had no intention to stop. "For that matter, why do you have to join either of their peerage? Are you telling me you cannot help someone if you are not in their peerage?" Yet another two questions James did not have any answers to. "You want to be their equal, right?" Cassiel asked. Once again, without hesitation, James nodded his head and answered, "Yes." "Can you really be considered their equal if you become one of their servants?" Cassiel asked with a little more intensity than before. Boom. James' mindscape. A pair of eyes cracked open before shutting shortly after. "Not quite enough," said an ancient, deep voice. "It should not be too long though." Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate, Cassiel's office. After Cassiel's last question, James felt his emotions stir. Can a servant be their master's equal? James asked himself. He came to only one conclusion. No. Hearing James' answer, Cassiel smiled widely. "So then, what should you do?" Cassiel asked yet another question. James' determined expression morphed into one of confusion. While scratching the back of his head, he answered with uncertainty. Make my own peerage." "That's right." Cassiel replied, his smile widening even more. At that moment, Leona's voice could be heard from the dining room's direction. "Cassiel, James, everyone is here, and the food is ready. Come to the table for dinner." "We're coming." Cassiel shouted in response to Leona, then he told James, "We'll continue later, all right?" James nodded in response, then they both stood and started making their way to the dining room. 2 hours later. After dinner, the group has once again gathered in the living room. The seating arrangements are similar to the last time, except James is seated between Rias and Sona this time. Once all the small talk was over, Leona was the one to broach the main topic. "So, what are everyone's thoughts on the revelations from a few days ago?" Venelana, Ria, and Grafia exchanged glances before Ria spoke. "Honestly, that story was a lot to wrap my head around," Ria said with a tone of uncertainty, then continued. "I mean, is this a case of a soul retaining its memories through the cycle of reincarnation? If so, how will that affect James Cohen? Those questions have been occupying my thoughts since I heard James' explanation of what happened." Hearing Ria's questions, Leona, Cassiel, and Grafia, although she didn't show it outwardly, began to panic. Thoughts of the worst possible outcome began flooding their thoughts. Venelana, the eldest and most experienced devil in the room, put an end to those dangerous trains of thought. "Well, to answer your questions, Ria-san. If James' soul did retain memories from his previous incarnation, then this is a good thing for him." Snapping out of her cycle of negative thoughts, Leona jumped to her feet asked, "Venelana-sama, please could you enlighten us?" You are just as stubborn as Grafia and Cassiel. At least Grafia's excuse of, "that would be unbecoming of a maid," actually holds water, but you," said Venelana while giving Cassiel a pointed stare. Cassiel could only avert his gaze and scratch his cheek in embarrassment. Paying Cassiel no more mind, Venelana shifted her attention to Leona and gave her an ultimatum. "Leona, dear, I will only explain if you promise to drop the sama suffix." Leona agreed immediately. Her stubbornness meant nothing compared to James' well-being. "Yes, Venelana-san," Leona replied without shame. Venelana nodded at Leona's change in address. Then continued her explanation. This would not be the first time that something like what Ria-san has hypothesized has happened, though it is rare. After letting that sink in for those who would understand, Venelana continued. If it is truly the case that James retained his memories from his previous incarnation, over time the memories that did not create a strong impression will eventually fade. As they fade, the energy that maintained them will begin strengthening his soul. What does it mean to strengthen one's soul? Grafia asked in curiosity. As one's soul strengthens, their potential increases proportionally. Venelana responded. The adults aside from Venelana let out a collective gasp. Is there a way to check the truth of the situation? Cassiel asked with a bit of anticipation. I'm sure that a Jukakuin could track the strength of a soul, but do you really want to let anyone with that much authority know? Venelana questioned. Hearing that, they all fell silent. Anyway, so what do you all want to do about it? Rhea asked Cassiel and Leona, breaking the tense silence. Cassiel took the opportunity to answer this question, as he and James had just talked about what James wanted. I talked to James about what he wants to do with all that information in his head just before you all arrived. Cassiel said, pausing for a moment before continuing. James wants to use his inherited knowledge of hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship to begin training. He also wants to start doing devil jobs as early as possible. It seems like he's in a hurry. Why does he want to start so soon? Rhea asked in order to sate her curiosity. With a teasing smile, Cassiel gazed at James before answering Rhea's question. Because he wants to stand next to Rhea-chan and Sona-chan as equals. After Cassiel finished, not only James but Rhea and Sona also flushed red. Papa. James shouted in order to hide his embarrassment. The women in the room laughed. They found the whole thing adorable. Of course, because he wants to stand as equals, he also decided that he would not join either peerage. Cassiel continued, that teasing smile growing even larger. Hearing that, Rhea and Sona's embarrassed expressions disappeared instantly. Replacing them were expressions of extreme discontent as their stares bore holes into James. Papa. James whimpered under the stares of the two girls by his sides. Chapter 6, Make One Yourself. After the night where James' desires were made known, plans were made for his training by the adults involved. Before the planning could begin, he had to calm down the two clan heirs sitting on either side of him. Being informed that he was no longer interested in joining a peerage left Rhea and Sona quite upset. Even though they both truly considered James a friend, they could not fight their natures as devils are creatures of sin. The sin of greed enhanced their desire to have James in their peerage. After 2 hours of explaining, apologizing, and head-patting, James was able to appease Rhea and Sona. The three also promised to take the rating games by storm. The rating games, a form of entertainment in Devil Society where those with peerages pit their strength and wit against one another in simulated war games with a variety of rules. The games also serve the purpose of giving devils an outlet to vent their more destructive tendencies, as well as their innate desire for conquest. As for James' training, James would be in charge of his own hand-to-hand combat and kenjutsu training. He had the memories of training them once before, however, Cassiel would be supervising him. Cassiel's only job was to keep James from overworking his still-developing body. He would also serve as a sparring partner until he was no longer qualified to do so. With his bloodline ability and the boost from the bishop piece, Cassiel has developed into a long-range combatant over the centuries. Unfortunately, his close-quarters combat skills fall far behind his skill in ranged combat. Venelana and Rhea took charge of the children's education. They would be taught by some of the best educators the underworld has to offer in classes covering Devil World History, Devil World Geography, Devil World Politics, information about the various clans, information about the various races throughout the realms, information about the various pantheons, Human World History, Human World Geography, Mathematics, Sciences, Etiquette, Ballroom Dancing, Chess Theory, and as many other subjects as they could need or want to learn. As far as magic training goes, Graphia and Seraphal, Sona's elder sister, took charge of that. Although Seraphal was not a part of the meeting, she caught wind of their training plans after Sona let them slip. A mistake she has begun to regret. Seraphal's overbearing love for her sister is too much to handle at times. However, Seraphal, like Graphia, is considered one of the strongest magic users amongst the devils. And when it comes to demonic energy control, James came up with his own training routine, using his extensive knowledge of the otaku culture of another world. While skimming through the training montages of many superpower battle manga, anime, light novels, and even fan fictions, he found a few methods he thought would work. Not to mention, they looked cool. With all the plans made, the children's schedule was finalized shortly afterward. Training and education would take place Monday through Friday, whereas Saturdays and Sundays would be left for the kids to relax and have fun. On a side note, Leona would join the demonic magic class with the children and work with James when he was training demonic energy control. For the next 2 years, James would follow a set schedule. Waking up at 6 a.m., James would practice his demonic energy control for 2 hours. As previously stated, he chose a training method from his memories of a fan FIC. Coating a finger in demonic energy, he and Leona would slowly dip it into a bowl of water with the objective of keeping the finger dry while simultaneously not disrupting the water. Needless to say, a lot of time was spent cleaning up before they became proficient with their energy control. After approximately 22 months, both James and Leona were able to use any part of their body to interact with the water without even causing a ripple. On top of that, they could reach into a bucket of water and take out a water bubble, then use that water bubble to play catch or have a water balloon-like fight. After seeing the progress the mother-son duo made in demonic power control, the Kings, in their circle used James' training method to test and subsequently improve the demonic energy control in their peerages. At 8 a.m., James would stop for breakfast. By 8:30 a.m., James would be at the Alaverus Estate's training grounds to train his body and close-quarter combat skills. For the first hour, James would work on endurance, flexibility, and strength training. For the following 2 hours, James trained his fighting skills. On Mondays and Wednesdays, he would work on his Muay Thai and wrestling skills. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, he would practice Muso Jikiden Ishinryu. And on Fridays, James and Cassiel would spar. The last hour would be reserved for cooling down and getting cleaned up. From 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., James could relax. He would usually spend this break reading manga. 12:30 p.m. was lunchtime. At 1 p.m., James would join Rias and Sona in learning the subjects Venelana and Ria deemed necessary for their education and social status. Sona was the only one who truly enjoyed this block of the day. After 3 hours, at 4 p.m., they would be given a break to have fun and play together. Usually, they would play chess or other board games. At 5 p.m., as long as they were available, everyone would come together for dinner. Even though the families had always been close, after having so much time to bond over a 2-year period, they were more like one family instead of 3. After dinner, at 6 p.m., Grafia and or Serafal would train James, Rias, Sona, and Leona in magic for 3 hours. The fact that demonic energy and imagination were the most essential keys to casting demonic magic was the first thing Grafia and Serafal drilled into their new students. And that lesson completely flipped James' otaku switch. He vowed to recreate the flash step and keto spells from Bleach. Needless to say, no one knew what he was talking about. Rias thought it was cool, though. At 9 p.m., the lessons and training would come to an end. Everyone would make their way back home to unwind and rest, only to repeat the process the next day. On Saturdays and Sundays, James would spend time just relaxing. Whether it be reading manga, watching anime with Rias and sometimes Serafal, playing chess with Sona, or going out to sightsee with his parents. He even taught Rias and Sona his demonic energy control exercise just so they could have water fights. James really loved his leisurely weekends. Or he did. Until he grew fed up with the manga, novels, and anime available in this world. 1.5 months after the training began. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Why do so many of these suck? James suddenly roared, throwing the manga he had just been reading to the floor of his bedroom. James Kuhn, why do you have to make so much noise when you read manga? Asked Rias, a little displeased because of the sudden outburst. Seriously, James Kuhn, this happens every time Rias and I start a game of chess lately. Rebuked Sona as she adjusted her glasses, causing them to shine momentarily. That's so cool. Rias thought as she saw the anime-like moment. I bet she's thinking, that's so cool, James and Sona thought simultaneously, as they stared at Rias with teasing smiles. Seeing their smiles, Rias began to blush. She didn't know exactly what they were thinking, but seeing their smiles made her feel embarrassed for some reason. Coughing to cover her embarrassment, Rias then asked James with some sass, if all you're gonna do is complain, why don't you just make your own manga? Boom. At that moment it was like a bomb went off in James' mind. A bomb that opened up so many possibilities. A bomb that would change the world as we knew it. No, it wasn't that exaggerated. But it did give James an idea. That's it. James exclaimed. In his excitement, James rushed over to Rias, picked her up out of her seat, spun around with her in his arms, and kissed her on her cheek. Rias turned so red you couldn't tell where her face ended, and her hair began. As soon as James began to hug and kiss Rias, Sona started pouting. I was thinking the same thing, why didn't I say it out loud? Sona thought to herself, beating herself up for her tardiness. Before Rias or Sona could react any further, James put Rias down and rushed out of the room. Although her blush had yet to fade, when Rias caught sight of Sona's pouting face, she flashed a smug smile. She's gonna make me punch her in the face. Sona thought to herself as she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the estate, Cassiel and Leona were cuddling together in bed watching a movie. Suddenly, James slammed the door open and shouted. I want to draw my own manga. Seeing the deadpan on his parents' faces, James began to backpedal. He walked backwards through the open door and pulled it closed on his way out. Cassiel and Leona went back to watching their movie as if nothing happened. Knock knock knock. Mom, Pop, can I talk to you about something? James asked politely after knocking on the door. After a moment of silence, he heard his mother's voice giving him permission to enter. Carefully opening the door, trying not to make too much noise, James made his way to his parents' bedside. "So, you better have a good idea for a manga. If this is just one of your usual impulses, I'm turning combat training time into class time for 2 weeks." Leona threatened as she narrowed her eyes. James shivered and felt cold sweat forming on the back of his neck at his mother's completely ruthless threat. A/N at 7.5 years or so old, that threat would have made me want to turn back. Taking a deep breath, James organized his thoughts. "I want to make some of the popular manga that came from my past life," James said, looking at his parents nervously. Cassiel and Leona both raised an eyebrow. Interest apparent in their expressions. Noticing this apparent interest, James decides to strike the iron while it's hot. "In the one I want to make first, one of the characters has a superpower that's a lot like our bloodline ability." Seeing his father's reaction to that statement, James knew Cassiel was okay with his idea. But to be honest, Cassiel's opinion made little difference in the scheme of things. Why? Because Cassiel is what you would call a henpecked husband. As long as there is no one other than the members of the Alaverus family, Leona has the final say on most matters. Eyes narrowed, Leona opened her mouth. "James, sweetie, I'll agree if you can promise me 2 things. James stood up straight, waiting for Leona's conditions. "First, if you start you cannot quit part way through. I will not tolerate my son being a quitter." Leona spoke with ferocity in her tone. Nothing like her usual sweet and doting demeanor. "Understood." James agreed with determination. "Secondly, you better make this the best damn manga you can. If I feel like you're half-assing it, you will not like the consequences." "Yes ma'am, understood." Hearing James agree to her 2 conditions, Leona's demeanor switched back to her normal doting personality. "Then we better get you an art teacher and drawing supplies," Leona declared cheerfully. "This will take up one of the days of your weekend. You'll just have to deal with it though." Starting the following weekend, for the next 6 months James spent his Sundays improving his art skill. By the end of the 2-year period, he was ready to start producing his manga. Chapter 7, 2 Big Reveals. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. The 2 years of training at home have come to an end and James is now 8 years old. For the past 12 days, James has been working with Cassiel to create his own spiritual mark that will interact with his bloodline ability. As a half-devil, James should have needed more time to gather enough spiritual energy to create his mark. Luckily, Ria's theory about James awakening his past life's memories was true. Over the past 2 years, James has slowly forgotten the details about Warren Thomas aka the samurai nerd's life. As those memories faded, his soul strengthened, just as Venelana told them it would. James' spiritual energy rising was a pleasant surprise, although in hindsight, it should have been expected. Either way, Cassiel's plans to teach James about the spiritual mark were moved up accordingly. Once Cassiel found out James had enough spiritual energy to create the spiritual mark, he cancelled the martial arts training, with the exception of their sparring sessions once a week. The other 4 days of training were dedicated specifically to creating the mark. Flashback 12 days ago. Cassiel explained, in order to make a functional spiritual mark, you must come up with an image that acts as a trigger. Something that you think of instinctively when using the ability and saying the trigger word. And once you've come up with that image, you must be able to draw it with your spiritual energy in your spiritual domain, or as you like to call it, your mindscape. Listening to Cassiel's explanation, James took a moment to digest its meaning. After internalizing the information, James closed his eyes and quickly came up with an image. A katana with half its blade missing and scattering petals in its place. "Okay, Pop, I think I have my image," James said after opening his eyes. "Oh, that was quick," Cassiel said, raising an eyebrow in surprise, before continuing, "I guess that really shouldn't be a surprise with all those art lessons, they must have really paid off." Hearing Cassiel's compliment, James smiled smugly. "But you're getting ahead of yourself." Cassiel quickly poured a bucket of freezing water on James' arrogance. "You have to be able to access your mindscape first." With that, James deflated instantly. Flashback end. After that day, James spent 8 days gaining access to his mindscape. Once he did, however, he ran into another obstacle. He was unable to use his spiritual energy to draw such a complicated design. As it turns out, it takes quite a bit of effort to control spiritual energy. James spent the next 3 days trying everything he could to draw his spiritual mark. He tried drawing slowly and carefully, only for the beginning parts of the drawing to dissipate. The same thing happened when he tried to draw it in sessions. He couldn't draw it too quickly, because moving spiritual energy was too taxing. He even tried to use his mental imagery to make a stamp with his spiritual energy. And failed miserably. And today is the 12th day since he started trying to awaken his bloodline ability. After their usual sparring session, James was seated cross-legged on the training ground pulling at his hair in frustration. "Why is this so hard?" James asked rhetorically. Cassiel, sitting opposite James, chuckled upon hearing his son's laments. "Did you think it would be easy, son?" Cassiel asked with a smile. "It wouldn't have taken me 3 months if it were." James grunted at Cassiel's statement. Seeing James' frustrations, Cassiel changed his tone to something more consoling, then said, "Spiritual energy is basically part of your soul, and manipulating souls is never going to be simple." Although James heard his father's consolation, only one word registered for him. Simple. 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 James began muttering the same word over and over again. Seeing James' current state, Cassiel remained silent. "It seems he's having an epiphany." Cassiel thought to himself. As a matter of fact, James had figured it out. Or so he hoped. Even though he was currently muttering to himself, things were a bit more active in his mindscape. He was currently drawing a new spiritual mark. He had discarded the idea of the katana and petal combo. Instead, he drew the kanji for the number 6, surrounded by the corners of a diamond. The symbol for the 6th squad of the Gotei 13. Once James drew the last stroke, the mark lit up brightly. Once it dimmed down, it rose high up then made itself comfortable. Once James completed the drawing and the image solidified in his mindscape, he stopped his muttering and grabbed his practice sword, before standing up. Closing his eyes for a moment, James placed the spiritual mark into the core of the wooden sword, then opened his eyes and spoke the trigger words. "Scatter, Senbon Sakura." With the trigger words spoken, James' practice sword started breaking down from its tip. As the pieces flaked away from the blade, in the shape of cherry blossom petals, they took on a pink hue outlined by a darker shade. James watched this phenomenon in jubilation. With his face lit up from the glow of the petals, his usually bright smile had another level of radiance to it. Cassiel, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. He had just finished saying how it wasn't easy and how he took 3 months. He felt his face heat up just thinking about it. "Are you fucking kidding me? 12 fucking days. Really?" Cassiel's mind was in a mess as he asked himself the same question over and over. Lucky for him, James was too preoccupied with the swirling cloud of cherry blossom petals to notice Cassiel's existential crisis at the moment. Once James' elation at his successful bloodline awakening had waned slightly, he pointed the hilt of his practice sword at one of the training dummies in the yard. With his intention, the cloud of glowing petals rushed off in the direction his sword hilt was pointed and completely obliterated the training dummy. And as the petals neared the wall of the training ground, they split into 2 streams and began moving parallel to the wall before turning back towards James and blending back into a single cloud. Once the cloud neared the outstretched sword hilt, they gently began piecing themselves back together to reconstruct the blade of the practice sword. When the reconstruction process was finished, James looked over his sword. Seeing no structural damage to the blade, James lowered it. "Well, it's a good thing it's Friday," Cassiel said, breaking the silence. "We'll have to have a party tonight. And since there's no training tomorrow, we can party all night long." Hearing that, James smiled just as wide as he had when he first activated Senbon Sakura. "Yeah," James exclaimed with joy. Seeing James' happy smile, Cassiel couldn't help but smile, too. But before getting carried away in the happy feeling, Cassiel had some instructions for James. "Okay, we have some tests to run before we can call it a day," Cassiel said, getting James' attention before continuing. "I need you to check your destructive power with Senbon Sakura, a sword, and barehanded. Also, I need you to check your maximum range and effective range with Senbon Sakura. Because Cassiel is a member of Surzek's peerage, he has a set of state-of-the-art training equipment. All the equipment necessary to do anything from building strength to testing it." "Got it, Pop," James answered in excitement. "Good." Cassiel nodded his head in satisfaction, turning to leave. As he walked away, he said, "I'll tell your mom about your accomplishment in the party. Don't forget to write down the results of the tests. We'll have some bragging to do later on tonight." As Cassiel exited the training ground, James started his testing and recorded the results. == 5 p.m. dinner time == Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. With the break time before dinner coming to an end, James, Rias and Sona are making their way to the dining room. "Hey, do either of you know what happened?" Rias asked curiously. "This is the first time Graphia's magic lessons have ever been cancelled, right?" Hearing Rias' question, James only smiled. Sona, noticing James' smile, fell into deep thought. Something good must have happened. Sona guessed, after considering for a while. And by the way this guy is smiling like an idiot, it must have something to do with him. Rias turned to look at James after hearing Sona's analysis. Seeing that great big smile, she pouted. "James, if you know something hurry up and tell me," Rias pleaded while grabbing James' arm. Seeing Rias' bold actions, Sona thought to herself. She knows that won't work, she's just making an excuse to hold on to him. TCH. Having heard Sona click her tongue in annoyance, both James and Rias turned their attention to her. James with a look of confusion, while Rias was sporting a smug smile. Seeing Rias smile, Sona audibly gritted her teeth. Seeing the signs of an argument, James pulled his arm away from Rias and began patting both of their heads. I know arguing is how you two show you like each other, but if we don't hurry, we're gonna be late for dinner. Like usual, Rias narrowed her eyes in pleasure, while Sona lowered her head in embarrassment when James' head patting began. After a brief moment, James stopped his patting and began walking again. Once Rias and Sona snapped out of their dazes, they glared at each other for a moment, then turned away and snorted simultaneously, before hurrying to catch up with James. Before long, the trio made it to the dining room. As they entered, they noticed there were more faces than usual. Usually, the ones present for dinner were Leona, Vanillana, Ria, James, Rias, Sona, and Grafia and or Serafal, depending on who was teaching the magic class for the evening. Today, however, all the previously mentioned individuals were present. Also, Zeoticus Gremory, Dante Citri, and Sirzex Lucifer were seated at the table, too. Father, big brother, there must be something big happening if you're both here. Ria said as she made her way over to her family. **** Rias, not even a greeting to start. Zeoticus asked with a sigh of exasperation. It has been 2 years, your etiquette is still a mess. Haha, father, we're among family. Is all that etiquette necessary right now? Sirzex interjected, then turned to Rias to continue. It's been a while, Rias, I'm glad you seem to be doing well. Before Rias could respond, Zeoticus continued his nagging. Rias needs to work harder to carry herself the way a clan head should. Hearing her father, Rias could only grit her teeth and clench her fists. That's enough, dear, tonight is a night for celebration. Having seen enough, Vanillana also interjected. Meanwhile, Sona also greeted her parents and sister. However, instead of a scolding from her parents, Sona was hugged in an exaggerated show of affection by Serafal. James' greeting with his parents was the only normal one. After a bit more small talk, Zeoticus, as the head of the house, softly tapped his fork against his glass. He then stood and began speaking. Before we start eating, there are 2 pieces of good news to be announced. Sirzex, if you please. Once Zeoticus signaled him, Sirzex stood and moved to his wife, Grafia's side, and softly grasped her hand. I'm happy to announce to all of you, Grafia and I are going to be parents. Sirzex said with a smile. Grafia also smiled in joy with her free hand stroking her abdomen. After a moment, the room broke into cheers of congratulations. The loudest of which belonged to Rias. That means I'm going to be an auntie, right? She screamed in excitement. That's right, so you'd better fix your behavior to set a good example for the new child. Vanillana said sternly. Her tone unable to hide the joy in her gaze as she looked at her son and daughter-in-law. Leviathan is gonna be an auntie, too. Serafal screamed just as loud, if not louder than Rias. Now I'll have Sotan and the new baby to love. Most in attendance ignored Serafal's antics. Sona, however, was bright red in embarrassment. After a few more minutes, Zeoticus stood once again, tapping his glass to gather everyone's attention, once more. We have one more announcement this evening. Cassiel, if you would. Everyone's attention shifted to Cassiel. Under everyone's gaze, Cassiel took a deep breath and shared the good news. This morning, James awakened Senbin Sakura. After Cassiel's announcement, there was no loud cheering. Instead, everyone stared at James in shocked silence. James, unsure what to do with all this silent attention, scratched his head in confusion. He then asked, is that bad? With James' question, the first to snap out of their daze was Serafal. Using her absurd strength and demonic energy control, she seemingly vanished from her spot, only to reappear with her arms wrapped around James, with his head buried in her sizable cleavage. Jaquin, you're such a genius. Serafal exclaimed excitedly. I remember your daddy was 30 before he even felt his bloodline reacting. Then he took 3 months to fully awaken it. Cassiel began fidgeting uncomfortably as Serafal mentioned his time spent awakening his bloodline ability. Not paying attention to Cassiel's second existential crisis of the day, Serafal laughed loudly while spinning around with James in her arms. James, on the other hand, was flailing his arms trying to free himself before losing consciousness, due to oxygen deprivation. James was finally saved by Rias and Sona, more out of jealousy than concern for his well-being, though. After the excitement died down, Cassiel also revealed James' most recent strength test results. Once everyone had a copy of the results, everyone exclaimed internally. This kid really is a genius. According to the test results, James now had the demonic power reserves of a low-level, middle-ranked devil. His unarmed striking power was also at low-level, middle rank. Armed striking power reached middle level, middle rank. Senbin Sakura, at maximum output, just barely breaks the low-level, high-rank threshold, with an effective attack range of 25 feet, approximate 7.6 m, and a maximum range of 33 feet. Approximate 10 m. After the final reveal, the celebration dinner finally began, the celebration not ending until shortly before dawn. Chapter 8, Promotion leads to a traumatic experience. Nearly 3 years have passed since James awakened his Senbin Sakura ability. In these 3 years, James and the girls have made great progress in their education and training. They all know the Devil's history and geography like the back of their hand. Human world history and geography have also been drilled into them. James and Rias have learned all necessary subjects to be at the top of their class in any elite high school in the human world. Sona, on the other hand, has taken her educational standard halfway through an undergraduate's degree. As for high society classes, they all show impeccable etiquette in public settings. But in private, when they think no one is watching, they act just like the children they are. With James and Rias having just turned 11, and Sona's birthday only a couple of months away, they cannot be considered anything other than children. Unexpectedly, James took a liking to ballroom dancing. Dancing in general really, but his talent in ballroom dancing is phenomenal. Consequently, Rias and Sona also took an interest in ballroom dancing, with less pure motives, of course. Both girls only genuinely enjoy dancing when they are dancing with James. Magic training has been hit or miss. Sona's control of water magic is flawless. However, unlike her sister, Sona's grasp of ice magic is only above average. Much like her other elemental affinities. Meanwhile, Rias has put next to no effort into elemental magic. With the power of destruction, to her other forms of offensive magic seem like a waste of time. Power of destruction is the bloodline ability of the Bale clan, Venelana's clan of origin. James, on the other hand, has no talent for normal applications of elemental demonic magic. Because of that, he has taken it upon himself to recreate the Kido spells from the Bleach manga, which he declared to be his goal when he started learning demonic magic. To his credit, he has made satisfactory progress in the past 5 years of learning. He can now perform all Kido spells up to Heido number 37 and Bakudo number 30. Also, his recreation of the flash step has been a success. The only issue is that distance correlates directly to physical strength with speed unaffected. On a side note, James tried teaching the flash step to all those he considered close. However, only Rias, Sona, Leona, and Seraphal were able to learn it. Cassiel hypothesized that everyone else was too set in their ways. 500 plus years is a long time. The exception to that hypothesis is of course, Seraphal. It seems Seraphal's imagination is not as rigid as the rest of the older devils. Since James awakened Senbin Sakura, its power, speed and range have all increased by 40%. The striking power is now firmly in the low level of the high rank. And the effective and maximum ranges have increased to 40 feet, approximate 12 m, and 46 feet, approximate 14 m, respectively. James is the only one that trains in close quarters combat. Recently, ever since he created the flash step, James has been wearing weights both in and out of training. Weighted training is inaccurate, though. James has been wearing magic circles that increase the effect of gravity on his body. For the past 2 years, James spends 3 weeks under increased gravity. Then he regulates his strength and demonic power for the following week. Every time he deactivated the gravity spells, his physical and demonic power would increase by a noticeable amount. With his martial arts training and energy control exercises, he was able to keep unintentional destruction down to a minimum. By the end, James had raised his demonic energy reserves to the high level, middle rank. Unarmed striking power has also made it to high level, middle rank. Sword strikes have reached low level, high rank. And Senbin Sakura's power reached the peak of the low level, high rank. Another matter of which to take note, James has been taking jobs to exterminate stray devils and fulfill the wish of humans that summon him 4 days a week for the past 2 years. Amazingly enough, in only 2 years and at the age of 11, he is qualified to take the promotion exam. The plan is to take the exam during the next exam period. The low to middle class promotion exam is held twice a year, while the middle to high class promotion exam is held every 2 years. The next low to middle class exam will take place in a little over a month. When James passes and becomes a middle class devil, James and Rias have plans to go on a vacation to the human world. Rias is particularly excited about this trip as she has become enamored by Japanese culture. At least that is what she tells James. The truth is her excitement stems from the fact that she will be going on this vacation with James alone. More specifically without Sona. Somehow, Rias found Sona's schedule without Sona's knowledge, then suggested the trip on a date she had a prior engagement. When Sona found out that Rias had planned the vacation in such a way, needless to say, Sona was not happy. She did not have to wait long to get her revenge, however. Originally, both Rias and Sona were supposed to accompany James and his parents to the capital of the devil world, Lilith. Sona, however, hinted to Venelana that Rias wanted to see a particular movie that came out on the day of departure. With Venelana's wisdom, there was no way she could not see through Sona's little scheme. However, there were two reasons Venelana went along with it. First, she did not approve of how Rias went behind her best friend's back like that. And secondly, Venelana thought it was funny to prank her daughter. Over the years, everyone picked up a little of James' love for trolling. For the next month, James reviewed the topics that would appear on the test. The promotion exam is a two-part exam consisting of a written test and a practical combat exam. In other words, a one-on-one duel between participants. In the remaining days, James studied the material relevant to the exam with Sona and sparred with Cassiel. Eventually, the day of departure was upon them, and James, Sona, Leona, and Cassiel made their way to Lilith. Day before the promotion exam, noon. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Near the middle of the city, there is a large plaza. This plaza is one of the areas in Lilith with the highest through traffic. On each corner of this plaza, you can find 4 of the most luxurious hotels in all the underworld. Traveling east for 6 miles will lead you to the 4 Great Satan's residential area. Traveling 2 miles south will lead to the underworld's largest shopping mall. 3 miles to the west you will find the underworld's largest casino strip. And last but certainly not least, to the north after traveling 5 miles, you will find the Lilith Convention Center. Not only does the convention center serve as the venue for both the middle-class and high-class promotion exams, but it also hosts many other events, as well. From concerts to plays to sporting events to, well, conventions, this building has played host to them all. Wow, are those the 4 hotels you and Rias told me about, Sona? James asked with wonder in his eyes. That's right, they are supposed to be the most luxurious hotels in the underworld. Sona responded with a smile. Okay, kiddo, take it easy. Leona said as she hugged James. Before you start running wild, let's check in at our hotel and put our luggage down. Let's listen to your mother. Cassiel advised and quickly continued. We have 2 full days here. Excluding the time for the test, we got a lot of time to sightsee and shop. James, Sona, and Leona's eyes lit up at Cassiel's words, for totally different reasons, though. James was excited at the prospect of exploring somewhere he had never been before. Sona and Leona, on the other hand, only had the thought of shopping in the underworld's biggest mall. Cassiel, seeing the lights in the lady's eyes, had every intention to sacrifice James to the shopping demons. After a few minutes, the group was standing at the reception desk in one of the 4 hotels surrounding the plaza. This hotel is owned by the Gremory House and sponsored by Lucifer. Because Cassiel is a member of Surzek's peerage, all fees are waived. The group received one of the nicer suites on the 3rd highest floor from the top. A large suite with 5 bedrooms, each with its own full bath. A large common area with a living room, a kitchen, a half bath, a pool table, and a dartboard. Upon entering the room, James immediately began running around the room in excitement. This room is so big, are all hotels like this? As this was James' first time staying in a hotel, it is little wonder he would ask a question like that, he has no point of reference. Adjusting her glasses, Sona responded to James' question. No, most rooms are much smaller than this suite. Normal hotel rooms are about the size of the bedrooms, I think. That's about right, Sona. Leona responded. Most hotels aren't even half the size of this one. Human world hotels are considered huge if they are even a quarter the size of this one. Hearing his mother's explanation, James was gobsmacked. After a bit more small talk, Cassiel suggested. Well, before it gets too late, Leona, why don't you take Sona and James out shopping? I have some business to attend to while we're in Lilith. Okay. Sounds good to me. Leona responded with enthusiasm. What do the 2 of you think? Sona was also excited, though her expression was still subdued. I'm okay with it. She replied. James, happily unaware of the hell he was just sacrificed into, agreed cheerfully. I want to see what kind of stuff they sell in the capital, too. Ignorance is bliss. I'll take care of everything today. Cassiel stated as he made his way to the suite's exit. After James' test tomorrow, we can go sightseeing and whatever else the 3 of you want. Okay, Pop, see you later. James exclaimed, still excited about exploring this new city. After that. There was no after that. The trio of Leona, James, and Sona arrived at the mall at 1:15 p.m. and shopped for the next 10 hours. The ladies even forgot to eat. By the time they got back to the room, James was so exhausted, he fell asleep as soon as he reached his room. He woke up so late that he had no time to eat breakfast, he made it to the exam site just in time. He had only 3 minutes before they closed the door and failed him by default. The test was a simple affair. James had basically been studying for the written test for the past 5 years and polished everything he learned over the last month. If he were unable to ace it, there would be reason to question his intelligence. The combat practical was even simpler than the written test. As this is a promotion test from low class to middle class, most of the participants have barely made it into the middle rank of power. James put his opponent down with a single Muay Thai clinch and knee to the sternum. After Flash stepping into range, of course. After that, James made his way out of the convention center and met up with Sona and his parents. "So, how did it go?" Cassiel asked, not at all concerned about the outcome. "It was a breeze." James replied just as nonchalantly. With that perfunctory conversation out of the way, the group went to a nearby restaurant to have a late lunch. After eating, they returned to the hotel to change clothes and go to see the sights. However, James managed to fall asleep in the middle of changing his outfit. And he slept until after dinner. Because of that, he had trouble falling back to sleep, not that he needed much sleep being half-devil. He did, however, manage to fall asleep just before dawn. Of course, he slept until just before it was time to return the next day. Sona and Leona were amazed at how poorly James' sleep schedule was timed. Cassiel, on the other hand, shed one manly tear, while thinking to himself, "You did good, son." And finally, James had only one thought. There's no way in the underworld that I'm going anywhere near the possibility of shopping with those demons again. Chapter 9, Scatter, Senbin Sakura. == 11 a.m. == Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. In the living room, a magic circle appeared silently on the floor. After a moment it began to rise, revealing the figures of James, Sona, Leona, and Cassiel. That trip sure was refreshing," James said with a smile, while stretching his arms over his head. In response to James' laid-back comment, Sona glared in displeasure. "Because of all your sleeping, we missed any chance to go sightseeing or do any more shopping," Sona growled. With an expression screaming, "I am innocent," James apologized. "I'm really sorry, I didn't think that 10 hours of shopping would take so much out of me." As he finished, James bowed his head in apology, then asked, "But why didn't you ask Mom or Pop to go out with you? I don't think they would have minded. For such an intelligent guy, why does he have to be so dumb when it comes to things like this?" Sona thought to herself as she adjusted her glasses in frustration, causing them to gleam for a moment. Seeing Sona's expression, while leaving his own unchanged, James sighed inwardly. "I really don't know what to do about this." James began monologuing to himself. "I know how Rias and Sona feel, hell, anyone with half a brain could tell. But I have no thoughts of romance, right now. Especially with the two of them. I don't even have the social standing to pursue them, even if I did." Shaking his head, James pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. Turning his head to Leona, he asked, "Mom, the trip with Riri is 3 days and 2 nights, too, right?" "Oh, my little heartbreaker." Leona thought to herself as she could tell James knew what Sona meant. "That's right, you'll have to show up at the Gremory estate by 11:30 a.m. tomorrow morning," replied Leona to James' question. "I packed a bag for you in advance. You should go play with Sona until Ria shows up to get her." "Okay, Mom, got it," James said as he turned to Sona and asked, "So, what do you want to do? A game of chess, maybe?" Sona nodded in agreement, as she and James made their way out of the living room. Though it was clear to see that she was still frustrated with James' denseness. "Hey, before you go," Cassiel said, rifling through his luggage. Finding what he was looking for, a long, slender box, Cassiel beckoned James over. In curiosity, both James and Sona made their way over. "This is a gift from your mother and I," Cassiel said while handing James the box. "Congratulations for becoming a middle-class devil." "Congratulations, sweetie," Leona chimed in with a smile, while giving James a hug. Holding the box, James asked excitedly, "Can I open it?" Instead of answering, Cassiel simply gestured for James to go ahead. Gently, James lowered the box to the floor. Raising the lid, James saw a sheathed katana. James was unable to look away. The sheath was a shiny black with the image of fluttering cherry blossoms around the mouth, the handguard was in the shape of a cross with a crescent moon cut out of each side, and the hilt was wrapped with a white cloth with a cherry blossom-shaped tassel hanging from its end. Even sheathed, James thought it was beautiful. Lifting the sheathed sword from the box with his left hand, James wrapped his right hand around the hilt and drew it slowly. Shing! Drawing the blade revealed a gorgeously crafted katana blade. Polished to the point that James could see his own reflection in the blade. "So pretty," murmured Sona absent-mindedly. Before anyone could react any further, James sheathed the sword in one fluid motion, created a sword belt, and placed the sheathed sword in the belt, then ran out of the room. Snapping out of her stupor, Leona roared, "James, where are you going?" James shouted back in reply, I need to remove the spiritual mark from my practice sword. It's 11:15 now. And I want to mark my Okairu Sakura before I leave tomorrow. Okairu Sakura. Falling cherry blossoms. Cassiel rolled the name in his mind for a moment. Not bad. 10 hours later. Human world, Japan, unnamed town. On the outskirts of a rural town near Tokyo, a man was saved from an evil spirit by a young girl dressed as a shrine maiden and carrying a large bag. Out of gratitude, the man offered to let the girl use his home to clean up and rest for a few days, if she wished to do so. Exhausted from her journey, the girl accepted his kind offer. On their way to the man's home, he came to a sudden realization and began speaking. I must have really been scared, said the man in embarrassment, so scared that I forgot my manners. Stopping in place and bowing his head to the girl beside him, he said, once again, allow me to thank you for saving my life. My name is Senju Kinji. It is a pleasure to meet you. Surprised by the sudden show of politeness, the girl was flustered. However, due to her upbringing, she also introduced herself. Please think nothing of it. My name is Hajime Akino. And I assure you, the pleasure is mine. Hajime Akino, a beautiful, young girl, appearing to be 10 or 11 years old, with her long black hair tied up with a yellow ribbon, into a ponytail that reaches her thighs. There are 2 strands of hair that stick up and curve toward the back, bangs that cover her forehead, eyebrows, and the bridge of her nose, and side bangs framing her face. Adding her large violet eyes, she is the perfect image of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Would you mind if I called you Akino-chan? Asked Kinji. Finding Kinji's friendliness a bit unsettling, Akino agreed to his form of address, for the time being. Following Kinji back to his home, Akino could not help but think back on how she got to this point. Looking back at her time traveling around Japan. The last 8 or 9 months have been anything but easy for her. Shortly after her 10th birthday, she witnessed her mother being murdered. At the hands of her own clansmen, no less. And the reason her own clansmen killed her mother? Because they found out about her and her father's true identities. Akino's father, Barakiel, is a fallen angel and one of the leaders of the fallen angel organization, Grigori. This of course makes Akino a half-fallen angel. When the Hajime clan, who are famed for their blessings from the Shinto gods and their exorcisms of evil beings, found out about Barakiel and Akino, they sent a force to eliminate them. The day they arrived at Akino's home, Barakiel was away on business and Akino's mother, Shuri, was unable to fend off the clan's attack. To let Akino escape, Shuri sacrificed herself. From that day, for the next 9 months, Akino traveled the country, purifying evil spirits and trying to stay off the Hajime clan's radar. Since that day, Akino's trust in people has not been very forthcoming. Never knowing who was an informant for the Hajime clan, it made trusting and accepting the goodwill of others very difficult. Akino-chan, we've arrived, said Kinji, bringing Akino out of her recollections. Looking up, Akino saw an average 2-story house with a small front yard. Entering the house, Kinji led Akino to a bedroom on the 2nd floor. This room used to belong to my younger brother, before he left for university, said Kinji, introducing Akino to her temporary living space. Please, make yourself at home. You're welcome to stay for as long as you like, and if you need anything, just let me know. Akino nodded at Kinji's generosity, then entered the room and thanked Kinji before he left to go about his business. Placing her bag on the bed, she inspected the room for anything supernatural. After a couple of minutes, Akino relaxed slightly. She was unable to find any spying spells in the room. Having deemed the room safe enough, she closed the door and sat down on the bed. I still don't know if he is working for the Hajime clan, thought Akino aloud, but at least I know he is not watching me in this room. With some time to relax, Akino opened her bag, taking out a bottle of water and a washcloth. Placing them on the bed, Akino began to undress. Now, wearing only a simple set of white bra and panties, Akino stopped and looked over her body. They're getting bigger again, murmured Akino with a frown. Mother said hers didn't start growing like this until she was older. It must be this damned fallen angel blood. Shaking her head to drive away the negative thoughts, Akino uncapped the bottle of water and used it to dampen the cloth. Using the now damp cloth, Akino wiped her body clean of sweat. Senju-san may be showing me kindness, but there's no way I would take a bath in a stranger's house, Akino thought to herself. 5 or 6 minutes later, Akino finished cleaning herself. Hanging the cloth to dry on the closet's doorknob, she drank the remaining water in the bottle. She then took a white yukata used for sleeping out of her bag and wore it. After dressing for bed, she climbed into bed and fell into a light sleep. 2 hours later. Akino awoke abruptly. Feeling an evil aura, Akino quietly climbed out of bed and readied herself to leave at a moment's notice. She then silently moved from the bedroom, down the hallway and stairs, to the living room entrance. Peeking into the living room, she saw Kinji summoning an evil creature. A devil to be exact. I knew I couldn't trust him. Aquino thought, he's probably trying to offer me to that evil creature. Kinji, I've only answered your summons to let you know that Ojo-sama will arrive tomorrow afternoon. The devil said in a deep voice. Make sure all the arrangements are made before she arrives. Of course, said Kinji, that's part of our deal. Listening up to this point, Aquino snuck back to her room. Making the decision to escape when the sky is darkest, just before dawn. Aquino readied her belongings. 5 hours later. Aquino jumped from the second-story window. As soon as she hit the ground, she disappeared into the night, slowly making her way out of the town. Unfortunately, she walked past an unseen Shikigami, one controlled by a Heimjima clansman, not even 5 streets away from Kinji's home. 6 hours later. Human world, Japan, unnamed town, outskirts. A magic circle appeared on the ground just outside the town. After a flash of light, the magic circle disappeared. In its place stood 3 people. The first, a handsome boy, about 11 years old, with caramel-colored skin, long black hair in individual braids tied into a ponytail, and deep brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris. His outfit consists of a white button-down t-shirt, blue denim jeans, and white sneakers. The second is a beautiful girl, also about 11 years old, with fair skin, a voluptuous figure for her age, crimson red hair flowing down to her thighs, bangs that cover her forehead, side bangs that frame her face, a strand of hair that sticks up from the top of her head, and bright blue eyes. Wearing a white blouse, a blue denim skirt, and white sneakers, her outfit is conspicuously similar to the boy standing next to her. The last of the 3 is a nondescript middle-aged man, who has been tasked with guarding the 2 children. These 3 are James Alaverus, Rius Gremory, and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, the bishop of Zeoticus Gremory's peerage. Finally, we are here, said Rius with her arms spread, as if she wanted to hug the scenery. I have arrived in the land of anime. Hearing Rius' declaration, James deadpanned. Are you serious, Riri? So, when you said you love Japanese culture, you really meant Japan's otaku culture, right? Raising an eyebrow, Rius looked at James as though she did not understand the issue and asked, is there a problem? Nope. Replied James, the deadpan still present on his face. As long as the lady is happy, what problem could there be? Rius smiled brightly at James' insincere reply and said, as long as you understand. Make sure to keep that in the forefront of your mind. James could only shake his head at Rius' enthusiasm. All right, we've stood around long enough, said Rius with excitement. Then in a tone filled with grandeur she exclaimed. Let us begin our exploration of the town. Ojo-sama, I believe we should check in at our hotel before we do anything else. Heinrich advised. Ugh. Fine, replied Rius, clearly having the winds taken out of her sails. Hurry on to the hotel. Hearing Rius' reply, Heinrich nodded at how sensible his king's daughter has grown to be. Why does he look so satisfied that she took his advice? James thought to himself. What kind of hell-raiser is she when I'm not around? Noticing that Rius and Heinrich had already started walking, James shrugged and followed. However, after walking for only a few minutes, James came to a stop and his head snapped toward a certain direction. As he concentrated, a battle-hungry smile began to surface. Noticing that James was no longer beside her, Rius also stopped. Looking back, she noticed James smile. Although she was unsure of what he detected, she knew that it would at least be something interesting. James, what is it? Rius asked full of curiosity. Over the last 3 years, James and Sona succeeded in getting Rius to drop the honorific suffixes, stating that it brought a sense of distance. And with Rius letting up, she stopped nagging everyone else about it as well. There are some fairly powerful humans surrounding a half-human. James replied, curious about the other half of that aura. Oh, let's go and take a look. Rius ordered with obvious excitement. James was also excited to witness this fight. Although he has spent a lot of time fighting with stray devils, he has never seen how other races fight. His horizons were quite narrow. As they approached the battle, the clash of magic became more audible. Moving into visual range, they noticed that a group of adult Shinto priests and shrine maidens were surrounding a girl, who couldn't be any older than James and Rius. Seeing the state of the battlefield, it is clear the young girl is quite skilled and strong. Many of the priests and shrine maidens were lying around the battlefield, either unconscious or groaning in pain. However, it is also obvious she was standing on her last leg. Seeing the girl in this situation, Rius' eyes lit up with possessiveness. Grabbing James by the shoulder, she shouted, James, don't let her die. I want her. I want her in my peerage. James looked over the girl and spoke. I wouldn't mind having her as a queen or bishop myself. At that moment, Rius remembered. James plans to start his own peerage. Grabbing James' arm and with a coquettish tone, Rias begged. Come on, James. Let me have her, please. I promise I'll make it up to you. James never intended to fight with Rias over the girl, but he was definitely going to get some benefits for his arduous work. Fine, but it better be worth it. James said with a snort. Getting the answer she wanted, Rias pointed her finger in the direction of the ongoing battle and exclaimed. Go. Save the damsel in distress. Hearing Rias' enthusiastic outcry, a battle-hungry smile blossomed on James' face once again. Nodding at Rias in acknowledgement, James took a step forward, materializing his Okairu Sakura on his left hip. Taking another step, he vanished, reappearing in the distance, speaking his trigger phrase. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Chapter 10, Saving the Damsel. 25 minutes ago. Akino had just left the town. Thinking she was in the clear, she stopped and looked back at the town. I really wanted to find someone to trust. Akino thought aloud. Oh well, I guess it wasn't meant to be. Turning back to the front, Akino began to walk away. But not even a few steps later, she heard a familiar voice. It's a good thing you found a reason to leave, otherwise it would have taken us much longer to find you, daughter of my dear niece. Snapping her head to the direction from which the voice came, Akino saw 30 or so people dressed in traditional Shinto attire walking out from a wooded area 160 feet, approximate 49 m, to her left. After noticing them, Akino scanned her surroundings and could not help but curse. Damn, an anti-recognition barrier, I walked into a trap. Precisely. To think we would stumble across the shame of the Haimjima clan like this, said the leader of the priests and shrine maidens in excitement. Spreading our net of Shikigami wide enough led us right to you. Haimjima Suu. Akino roared in anger. Why did you kill my mother? What have either of us done to deserve this? Haimjima Suu, the elderly man leading the group of Shinto priests and shrine maidens, and the current head of the Haimjima clan. Vile hellspawn, what other reason do we need to purify one such as you? Replied Suu. As for your mother, she harbored feelings for an evil being, which could have led to the entire Haimjima clan losing their blessings from the gods. Hearing Suu's reasons for the clan's actions, Akino's eyes opened in shock. For something like that, you would willingly kill the members of your own family. Ignorant child, do not speak of matters you know nothing about. Replied Suu while raising his right hand, giving his entourage the order to ready their attacks. As the priests and shrine maidens of the Haimjima clan began chanting their spells, Akino began her own incantation in preparation for the upcoming battle. God of the North Seas, God of the South Seas, God of the East Seas, God of the West Seas, and Goddess of the Central Lands, I beseech thee, grant unto your servant the breath of thunder. With your wishes as my will, I shall become all that is good in the world. With my blade as thy mercy, I shall slay all that is evil in the world. Thunder blade of judgment. Order. With her chant completed, a magic circle manifested under Akino's feet. Tendrils of thunder wrapped her arms. In this state, Akino can release thunder from her fingertips and call bolts of thunder down from the sky. Looking at the group of Haimjima clansmen, Akino could tell they were ready for battle as well. Taking her stance, she looked for the weak point in their formation, as escape was her priority. At that moment, a wave of attacks made their way toward Akino. Raising her left hand, Akino pointed her index finger at an incoming fire bolt and released thunder to offset the spell. As the two spells dissipated, Akino called down a thunderbolt on a shrine maiden to her right, simultaneously making a half-turn to the left, dodging an incoming wind blade in the process. Akino continued her spell casting and footwork, dodging spells with dance-like footsteps, counterattacking with thunder called from the heavens, and dissipating those spells she was unable to avoid with the thunder wrapping her arms. For the first 20 minutes, Akino was completely unharmed, and she managed to down nearly 2/3 of her attackers. Unfortunately, the Thunderblade of Judgment spell expends substantial amounts of willpower and magic energy. As the battle raged on, Akino was no longer able to completely avoid incoming spells, only avoiding damage to vital areas. By the 25th minute of the battle, Akino's clothes were ragged, trickles of her own blood covered her body, her breaths were haggard, and her vision was blurring from blood loss. Seeing Akino's state, Suu raised his hand, signaling the priests and shrine maidens to halt their attacks. For what it is worth, child, I would rather that things did not have to come to this, said Suu without changing his expression. But the clan must always come first. You and your mother bring instability to the clan. Akino felt there was no reason to respond and Suu was not expecting her to. Waving his hand forward, he gave the order to kill. The remaining able-bodied Haimjima clansmen let loose their spells. Akino, too exhausted to raise any defenses, closed her eyes. Believing this to be her end, she waited for death. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Where did that kid come from? What the hell are these? Cherry blossoms. Did those flower petals just defend against all our spells? With the pain she expected to feel never coming in the panicked voices of the Heimjima clansmen, Akino slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the back of a boy who was not much taller than herself. And in front of the boy was a cloud of wafting cherry blossom petals. Judging from the shouts of the priests and shrine maidens, those are what stopped the spells from killing her. Who are you? Asked Akino in a wary tone. And why did you save me? In response to her questions, the boy looked at her over his shoulder. When he did, the boy, James, replied with a big smile, well, how about we have that conversation once you're out of danger, okay? James' smile sent Akino into a daze momentarily. Before she was brought back to herself by his next question. So, can you tell me who these guys are? James asked, pausing momentarily before continuing, I need to know how far I'm allowed to go. Akino stared at James in dumbfounded silence. Thinking that the boy in front of her must have watched too much anime. Getting no response, James scratched his head and said, I know I'm pretty hot, but could you not stare at me like that? You're gonna make me blush. Finally noticing how rude her actions were, Akino answered James' original question. They are members of the Heimjima clan, the elderly man in the front is the clan head, Heimjima Suu. Nodding his head at the answer, James lowered his head in silence, recalling the information he had on the Heimjima clan. The Heimjima clan, one of the 5 principal clans, blessed by the Shinto pantheon. Contracted to the Suzaku. James recalled the information quickly. I probably shouldn't kill anyone. This is Shinto territory, after all. Looked off into the distance, James shouted, hey Riri, they're from the Heimjima clan. I'll have to leave them alive. Oh, the clan head is here, too. Got it, I'll handle the aftermath. Replied a young female voice from the distance. Hearing the answer from the distance, James sprouted a battle-hungry smile and began walking toward the wall of cherry blossom petals. Well, this isn't going to be very fun for you guys. James said in the direction of the Heimjima clansmen. He then addressed Akino, stay here, beautiful, I'm gonna go play with them for a bit. Taking another step forward, the wall of cherry blossom petals split. Once James stepped through the split closed again to protect Akino. When the petals moved, the Heimjima clan was finally able to see the one who hindered their efforts to purge the taint from their bloodline. Seeing James, Suu nearly exploded with anger, as he exclaimed, another child with tainted blood, let us give him salvation and purify his soul. Wow, what a rude old man, said James in response. I was born from a loving union, to call my blood tainted is a bit much, isn't it? Hearing James' flippant tone, Suu gave up on dialogue and gave the signal to attack. James, seeing the Heimjima clansmen preparing to attack, Flash stepped into the crowd, opting for close-quarters combat. Appearing before his first opponent, James threw a jab, striking the priest on his chin. With his head rocked back, the priest missed James sidestepping around to his right, avoiding a fire spell in the process. James then threw a right hook to the priest's diaphragm, which knocked the air out of him. Noticing a thunder spell coming from behind, James grabbed the priest, swinging him into the spell's path. Gah! Taking the full brunt of the thunder spell, the priest fell unconscious. With his meat shield down, James lowered his center of gravity and moved toward his next victim. Rushing to the right of the nearest shrine maiden, James stomped her foot, causing her to reflexively lean forward. Just as he passed, he came to an abrupt stop and threw an elbow strike to the back. With proper control, his elbow strike landed on her lower back. The precise elbow strike only incapacitated the shrine maiden without leaving any lasting damage. James then appeared between 3 Heimjima clansmen and immediately threw a jump roundhouse kick, aimed at the temple of the 3. The first priest was able to dodge, but the other priest and the shrine maiden reacted too slowly. However, before the remaining priest was able to counterattack, James landed then moved in close. He jumped and wrapped his hands behind the priest's head, then simultaneously pulled his hands down and raised his knee to the priest's face. Resulting in another unconscious Heimjima clansman, this one with a broken nose. After seeing half of his remaining forces incapacitated in under a minute, Suu once again ordered his side to cease their attacks. Who are you, boy, and why do you interfere in Heimjima clan affairs? Asked Suu. Anger evident in his gaze. Take it easy, old man. Replied James casually. Tilting his head in confusion, he then continued, I'm just doing someone a favor. I didn't even kill anyone. So, why do you look so pissed off? And for whom is this favor being done? Asked Suu sternly. Hey Riri, James shouted off into the distance again, this old guy wants to talk to you, I think. That ending is kind of disappointing, the same young female voice from earlier replied. Just negotiate to get the girl out of here so we can go have fun. If I have to negotiate too, I'm taking her for myself. James replied nonchalantly. You wouldn't dare. The voice replied angrily, as a girl with long crimson hair and a nondescript middle-aged man entered the anti-recognition barrier. Why wouldn't I? Asked James in annoyance. Our deal was for me to make sure she stayed alive, the rest is up to you. That includes convincing her to join your peerage. Okay, I get it, just leave me alone. Rias responded in a huff. Riri, you really need to do something about that spoiled attitude of yours. James tried to advise. I said leave me alone. Rias growled in reply. James just shrugged his shoulders. Seeing the two argue, the Heimjima clansmen were dumbfounded. That damn brat would have decimated us. Just as a favor to this spoiled princess. There's no justice in this world. Thought all the conscious Heimjima clansmen. Heimjima Suu, however, noticed a much more important fact. Even while engaged in an argument with the redhead, the barrier of cherry blossom petals never wavered. With that realization, Suu felt a shiver down his spine. Are those flower petals only defensive in nature? Heinrich gathered the attention on himself. Ojo-sama, perhaps we should move on to negotiating the girl's release. Hearing Heinrich's suggestion, Rias threw a fierce glare at James, then asked, Heimjima clan head, if he lowers his barrier, are you willing to halt your attacks until our negotiations have concluded? I can agree to that. Replied Suu. Very good, James, do it. Ordered Rias. Riri, am I your friend or subordinate? Seems like you're forgetting the answer to that question, recently. James said as he pulled a bladeless katana hilt from the sheath on his left hip. Once this hilt was unsheathed, the floating cherry blossom petals flew toward it and began forming the missing blade. Once the katana was whole again, James sheathed it with a flourish. Seeing this, Suu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Those petals were made from a sword blade, there's no way they're defensive in nature. Suu thought to himself, as he wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. As the barrier was removed, Akino could be seen, eyes and mouth wide open, sitting on her butt. Her legs had given out due to fatigue and blood loss. Ignoring the shock of the onlookers, James made his way to Akino's side. Hey, beautiful, you're safe now. Said James with a big smile on his face. Hearing James' term of address, combined with his smile, Akino flushed. At the same time, the sound of teeth grinding was very noticeable. Reaching out his hand, James asked Akino, can you stand? Hesitating for a while, Akino finally reached out for James' hand and pulled herself to her feet. As she stood, her weakened legs found now a suitable time to not cooperate, and she fell into James' arms. Holding the young girl in his arms, James patted her head, and in a soothing voice he told her, you don't have to rush it, no one will be able to hurt you with us here. Hearing those words, Akino relaxed, and said, thank you, very softly. With her tension released, the fatigue caught up to her and she fell unconscious. Oh, damn. This girl is in worse shape than we first thought. Heinrich Dano, can you send us back to the mansion? I'll get her medical attention. Said James with some urgency in his tone. Hearing this, Heinrich looked at the steaming Rias for confirmation. Getting a nod, Heinrich created a magic circle below James and Akino. With a flash of light and the disappearance of the magic circle, James and Akino were teleported to the underworld. With their disappearance, the only thoughts on Suu's mind were, I'm glad that little monster is gone. I won't have to kill Shuri's daughter, either. Contrary to Suu's apparent relief, Rias was a bit unhappy with the current situation. Stupid James. You better not do anything with that girl. You're mine. Rias muttered to herself with a dark aura around her. This was supposed to be a trip for just the two of us. James, you stupid head. Hearing Rias' murmurs, Heinrich was at a loss. I have been with you the entire time, right? Seeing the leaders of the two sides deep in their own thoughts, Heinrich thought it was time to put an end to this little episode. If you do not mind, shall we begin the negotiations for that girl's safety? As these words left his mouth, Heinrich and Rias both had the same thought, not that there is any chance you will ever get her back. Chapter 11, Trouble with Women. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Mansion. 6 hours have passed since James and Akino were teleported to the underworld. Akino has remained unconscious the entire time. Whether during the medical treatment, performed by a member of the Citri House, or the time she was left to rest after the 2-hour-long treatment. James spent the first part of that time reading up on the Heimjima clan from the Gremory Manor's archives. The rest of the time was spent on the training ground, performing practice swings. When he came back into the house, he was surprised that Rias and Heinrich had yet to return. Since he had nothing better to do, James decided to take a bath. After a 45-minute-long bath, James found a butler waiting outside the bathroom. Yo, Jeffrey, need me for something? James asked in curiosity. James had befriended the Gremory Mansion servant staff long ago. Young Master James, the madam has ordered that I inform you, the young lady you arrived with has awakened. Replied Jeffrey in a very professional tone. James shook his head at the term of address. Not just Jeffrey, but all the servants in the manor insist on calling him young master, regardless of his requests to stop. Trying to get used to it, James replied. Okay, I got it. After his reply, James made his way through the manor to the guest room where the girl was resting. Reaching the outside of the girl's room, James pulled a mirror out of his pocket and gave himself a once-over to make sure he was presentable. In the mirror he saw a handsome boy with caramel-colored skin, long black hair in individual braids hanging down to his shoulders, and deep brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris. Tilting the mirror down, he checked to make sure there were no wrinkles in his sleeveless black shirt and black swish nylon pants. Seeing that there were no flaws, James tapped the toe of his black slippers against the floor, then raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock asterisk knock asterisk knock. With the sound of the knocks, James could hear a gasp on the other side of the door. After a few moments, he heard the occupant's voice. Please come in. A female voice said softly. With that, James turned the doorknob and opened the door. Upon entering, James looked toward the bed. Sitting there was a beautiful girl with long black hair that flowed down her back and cascaded across the bed. On the top of her head were two strands that pointed up and curved toward the back. Her bangs covered her forehead, eyebrows, the bridge of her nose, and framed her face, making her large violet eyes even more eye-catching. You're awake, how are you feeling? Asked James in a gentle tone, afraid to make the girl uncomfortable. Looking down, the girl replied softly. Why yes, I feel much better. Thank you very much for saving me. Don't worry about it. Replied James, waving his hand dismissively. Helping pretty girls is kinda my raison d'etre. At James' compliment, the girl flushed. Though James did not notice with her hair hanging over her face. Not noticing her embarrassment, James suddenly smacked his own forehead and exclaimed. How rude am I? It's been so long since we met, and I haven't introduced myself, yet. Hearing the loud smack, the girl raised her head and made eye contact with the grinning James and thought, this boy is so exaggerated in all his actions, but I don't dislike it. It's nice to meet you. Said James with his signature smile. My name is James Alaverus. Caught off guard by James' enthusiasm, she stuttered, once again, in her reply. Pleased to meet you as well, and my name is Jima Aquino. Jima, huh? James paused to think for a moment, then continued in surprise. Wait, isn't that the same name as the ones who were trying to kill you? What kind of family does that to one of its own? You are correct. Aquino replied, gritting her teeth with undisguised anger. Looking at the girl, Jima Aquino, James could sense much more than just anger. There was a bone-deep hatred buried in that tiny body. Noticing her emotional state, James' tone changed, and he began speaking in a soothing tone. I don't mean to be rude, nor do I wish to pry into your secrets, James began, but I need to know your circumstances. That way you can get the best accommodations. Aquino hesitated for a short while, then asked a question of her own. Who is it that will be arranging my accommodations? James nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the caution shown, then answered. I saved you as requested by the heir of the Gremory House of the 72 pillar families of the underworld. James replied. She saw your talent and wished to invite you to her peerage. The caution in Aquino's eyes only increased with James' answer and subsequent explanation. Seeing Aquino's vigilance, James let out a sigh. Then he explained. I know what you're worried about. Honestly, your reaction is the correct one in this situation. Said James with a small smile. But I can assure you, no matter what you reveal or decide to do, no harm will come to you. Maintaining eye contact with James, Aquino could feel the sincerity in his gaze. After a long silence, Aquino ended her hesitation and said, I have been hoping to find someone in whom I could place my trust, for a long time. I pray you do not betray that trust. Taking a deep breath, before James could reassure her once more, Aquino began telling her story. The story about her, her mother, her father, and the reason the Jima clan was hunting for her. By the end of the story, Aquino's face was a mess, full of tears and frustration. Because of me, because of this cursed blood I inherited from my father. My mother was killed. Aquino said while sobbing. Hearing her story, James could only sigh. Half-fallen angel, huh? Said James to no one in particular. So, that's what that unfamiliar feeling was in your aura. Hearing James sigh, Aquino looked up and felt some fear. What am I thinking? He's a devil, enemy of the fallen angels. Why in the world did I tell him everything? With this realization, Aquino started mobilizing her magical energy. Just in case it was necessary to escape. Asterisk sigh asterisk you and I are more alike than I initially thought. Huh. Seeing the confusion and wariness in Aquino's gaze, James continued. Because of my half-devil heritage, my mother also died. The circumstances were quite different, though. What do you mean? Aquino asked, her curiosity piqued. Then she realized it was rude to try and dig into his past and continued in a fluster. I mean. Forget I asked, it's not my place. Chuckling at Aquino's cute response, James told her about his mother's death shortly after giving birth to him, and how she had to be resurrected using one of his father's evil pieces, which changed her race into a devil. He also explained that Aquino would become a devil as well if she accepted Rias' invitation to join her peerage. Like you, my non-human side was the direct. Or maybe indirect. Whatever. It was the cause of my mother's death, too. Concluded James. Then he continued. I have never looked down on my devil blood, though. Do you have any idea why? In confusion, Aquino shook her head then replied unsurely, because she's still alive. Ugh. This line of reasoning sounded much better in my head. James said with frustration as he scratched the side of his head. Aquino giggled, thinking the expression James made when he was stumped was cute. Anyway, back to the point. Because I know my mother loves me, just the way I am. James said with a gentle smile. Isn't that reason enough? Aquino was spellbound by that gentle smile. When she realized she was staring, her face turned as red as Ria's hair, then she looked away. But her head snapped back in James' direction when she heard his following words. So, Himejima-san, how would your mother feel if you were to lose your life because of your self-loathing? Asked James with a serious tone. Aquino couldn't respond. She only lowered her head and clenched her fists. I'm not saying you need to start loving your fallen angel lineage. Coaxed James. But dying before you use everything you have is stupid. And that's what would have happened if we didn't show up when we did. Aquino kept her head lowered, and tears began to flow from her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand on her head, patting it gently. Besides, this is perhaps the most important reason to accept your fallen angel side. Continued James, causing Aquino to raise her head and look at the boy in front of her. Your mother loved you, all of you. Both the human and fallen angel parts. Don't spit on her unconditional love for you by hating part of yourself. Hearing James' last statement, it was like a bomb went off inside Aquino's head. She kept hearing the phrase, don't spit on your mother's unconditional love for you, playing on repeat. With that, the walls she had built around her heart shattered. The fractured dam holding back Aquino's tears also broke and she began to wail out her grievances, hugging James' waist tightly. As Aquino cried, James continued stroking Aquino's head and long hair. It's okay, cry it out, James encouraged, I'm sure you've needed this for a long time. Just let it out, and once it's gone, you'll be ready to start anew. About 10 minutes later, Aquino cried herself to sleep in James' arms. As he was about to tuck her back into the bedding, the door flung open. Rias running in excitedly. James, the negotiations were Rias came to an abrupt halt when she saw Aquino with her head buried in James' chest. And James hugging her so gently. Sigh. Seeing Rias' expression and body language, James knew a headache he didn't want to deal with was coming. And I just solved her potential, biggest trauma that would impede her growth. James thought to himself. I'm not even asking for payment for the after-service. Jealousy and possessiveness exploding, Rias shouted. James, what in the underworld are you doing? James felt that headache coming as he tried to explain the situation, while Rias was hearing none of it. Meanwhile, Aquino was sleeping soundly with a peaceful smile on her face. Standing outside the open door, Venelana and Grafia watched the children argue. Having heard the entire conversation between James and Aquino, they were both pleased with the way he handled the girl's trauma. With a gentle smile on her beautiful face, Venelana said, that boy, James, he really is something. Indeed. Grafia nodded in agreement. However, with all he just did for Rias, he really doesn't deserve this. Venelana frowned in response. Xioticus and Cerzex are to blame for this. Even though Xioticus complains about her temperament from time to time, neither of them has ever denied her anything, no matter how ridiculous the request. This is going to come back and bite her, hard, when she least expects it. Said Grafia, who could only sigh. Changing her expression, she continued. Anyway, I can see trouble with women in James' future. Venelana chuckled in response. You are more than likely right. Venelana and Grafia giggled together, imagining what the future had in store for those children. But this needs to stop. Venelana said, making her tone sterner as she walked into the bedroom. Have you two not had enough? Or are you trying to wake Himejima-san? Terrified by the new voice, James and Rias stopped their argument and began to shiver instinctively. Chapter 12, I got a Yukiana. After Venelana put an end to Rias' jealousy-fueled tirade, Rias finally got around to reporting the outcome of the negotiations with the Himejima clan. As a result, the Himejima clan would cease all pursuits of Aquino, on the condition that Aquino would have to stay near the heir of the Gremory house aka Rias at all times. Also, Aquino was not allowed to enter Himejima territory. Shortly after she woke up, the situation was explained to Aquino. Happy that her life was no longer constantly in danger, she agreed to repay Rias by joining her peerage. Only after she tried joining James' peerage first. As James' social class was too low to have his own peerage, Aquino eventually gave up on that idea, for now. 2 days later, Aquino began the same education and training James, Rias, and Sona went through. Sona also decided to continue her education, this time focusing on territory management. It is no secret that Sona is next in line as the head of the Citri house. Rias, on the other hand, stopped her education and training, pursuing her interests and spending as much time as she could bonding with Aquino instead. James also stopped attending academic classes. Instead, he decided to dedicate himself fully to his training. With his desire to be Rias and Sona's equal burning brighter than ever because of Rias' recent attitude, James has gone out to travel the human world with his father's knight, Oren. Oren was a member of one of the church's elite monster hunting units when he was still human. A devout and stalwart believer in God's teachings, he was unfortunate enough to find out a truth that he was not meant to know. And for knowing too much, he was branded a heretic and sentenced to execution. During the days leading to his execution, Cassiel, who was on a mission to assassinate the angel relaying orders to Oren's unit, managed to sneak into the prison and have a conversation with Oren. The result? Oren agreed to be reincarnated as a devil after his execution, claiming, "I've spent my entire life in service to the Lord, and so shall it end." Cassiel agreed with Oren's decision, mainly because breaking him out of prison would have been more trouble than it was worth. So, he spent the remaining time before the execution casing his target and the surrounding terrain. Once the execution was complete, Cassiel stole Oren's corpse before it could be cremated and casually beheaded the target angel on his way out of the base. He then used a night piece to reincarnate him. 300 years have passed since then, and Oren's strength has grown. As there is no official ranking, Oren is unofficially considered one of the top 10 strongest knights. His skill with the sword, the Odachi in particular, is the reason he was selected to travel with James. At this point, Cassiel's melee ability is not enough to compete with James anymore. James and Oren started their journey in Canada. The goals, to train in adverse terrain and find strays for combat. And, although he never mentioned it to anyone, James took this trip so he could find potential peerage members. Although he was not jealous that Rias was able to get Aquino, he just does not want to fall too far behind. Starting in the city of Toronto, James and Oren zigzagged their way to the west. In 3 months of travel, James accustomed himself to fighting in the extreme cold and completed many devil jobs by eliminating stray devils and fulfilling the wishes of humans. Human world, Alaskan/Canadian border. In a valley near the border between Alaska and Canada, a young girl, who appears to be 9 or 10 years old with light purple shoulder-length hair, bangs swept to the left side of her forehead, and light blue irises and dark purple pupils wearing a white yukata made of light material, was running away from a group of humans, all dressed in white anti-cold gear, with inverted crosses stitched on each shoulder and their chest. Standing at the top of the valley, James and Oren are watching the chase. "Mr. Oren, do you know who those people are?" James asked as the people in white began closing the distance to the fleeing young girl. The ones in white are either from the church or stray exorcists. Oren replied calmly. "Stray exorcists?" James asked in confusion. "Former church exorcists who have been excommunicated for whatever reason." Oren replied. "And who do you think that girl is?" James asked, then continued. "She feels like a yokai, but I can't figure out why she's so far away from Japan." "Your senses are pretty good, kid," Oren said with a chuckle. "If I'm not mistaken, she's a Yukiana." "A Yukiana, huh? I've never seen one before," James said while watching the girl with curiosity. During their conversation, the humans in anti-cold gear have caught up to and surrounded the Yukiana. As the humans tightened the encirclement, the Yukiana began to resist fiercely. Her hair lengthens and ice covered her hands, creating a pair of ice claws. "Yup, she's definitely a Yukiana," Oren said nonchalantly. "Thank you for your incredible powers of deduction, Sir Oren," James said with sarcasm. Putting down several of her attackers, the Yukiana attempted to escape. However, before she could get too far, a silhouette descended in front of her. Once the figure came to a stop, a tall woman with 3 pairs of black feathered wings, blonde hair, and red eyes was revealed. "Well, now we have to move in on principle," Oren said, before continuing. "With a fallen angel present, we now know those are stray exorcists." "Okay, so, what's the plan?" asked James as he placed his right hand on Okairu Sakura's hilt. "You flash step into the group of stray exorcists and take them out with Senbin Sakura," Oren replied. "And while I'm doing that, you'll take on the crow, right?" asked James as he got more excited about the upcoming battle. "Nah," Oren refuted. "You'll be taking on the crow, too." So, you better take out the strays fast. What will you be doing? Asked James with irritation. Watching and enjoying the show. Oren replied nonchalantly. James glared at Oren in annoyance. If you plan on saving the Yukiana, you should get moving, kid. Oren said, unbothered by James' stare. I really hate you, old man. James said as he vanished from the spot. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. James' trigger word could be heard as he appeared in the middle of the group of stray exorcists. Shortly after, James' drawn Okairu Sakura broke down and swarms the stray exorcists. Depending on how many petals flashed through the strays, they were either left as mangled corpses or piles of mush. Blurg. Seeing the level of gore, the Yukiana could not handle it. Vomiting the contents of her stomach at the sight of humans turned into sloppy joes. Oh, where did this little bat come from? The fallen angel asked. Oh, you know. James responded flippantly. Screwing up fallen angel plans is a matter of principle. Basically, you came here to make a bad joke before getting yourself killed. The fallen angel asked, clearly unamused by James' answer. Ha, a little mutated crow thinks she can kill me. James asked condescendingly. You damn brat, I'm going to rip you apart. The fallen angel said with growing anger. As the fallen angel began creating a light spear, James had his Okairu Sakura reconstructed by the cherry blossom petals floating around the battlefield. Once his katana was complete, James vanished from his spot with a flash step. At the same time, the fallen angel launched the light spear at James' former location. Once the light spear contacted the ground, James appeared behind the fallen angel, with her right arm and the 3 wings on her right side flying into the air. What? How? The fallen angel questioned in terror. What? I cut off your arm and wings on your right side. How? By swinging my sword. James answered with nonchalance while dropping into an Iato stance. And now, it's time to end this. Vanishing from his spot once more, James once again appeared behind the fallen angel, this time with her head shooting up into the air and a geyser of blood shooting from her neck. With a flourish, James removed the blood from the blade and sheathed Okairu Sakura in one motion. Then he turned to see Oren standing next to the Yukiana, who was still in shock. Trying not to laugh at the Yukiana's expression of shock with her eyes and mouth wide open, James took a deep breath then began speaking. Hi, are you okay? James asked. Those injuries don't look too bad, but you can never be too sure. Ah, yeah. I mean yes. I'm okay. The Yukiana replied. That's good. James said, patting his chest in relief. Well, allow me to introduce myself, I'm James Alaverus. And this grumpy old man who thinks it's cool to wear shades at night is Oren. Ignoring James' jab, Oren simply answered. Pleasure. Relaxing slightly after the polite greeting, the Yukiana also introduced herself. It's nice to meet you. My name is Shirayuki Mizore. She bowed her head as she introduced herself, then continued. That you, for saving me. I don't mean to pry, but why was that fallen angel and those strays chasing you? James asked with concern. Gritting her teeth, Mizore responded with hatred in her voice. I ran away. They used me, and everyone else. In my village, as experimental subjects. Those damned crows. James shouted, losing control of his energy, unintentionally putting pressure on his surroundings. Mizore felt a weight on her chest from the pressure James was emitting, finding herself short of breath. Noticing Mizore's state, Oren sternly reprimanded James. Knock it off, kid. Are you trying to kill the girl yourself? Hearing Oren's exclamation, James snapped out of his sudden rage. When he looked at Mizore, she was breathing heavily, and her face was quite pale. I'm sorry. James lowered his head as he apologized. I don't know what came over me. I've never experienced it before, but just hearing about someone using other people as test subjects. I'm really sorry. It's okay. I'm fine. Mizore responded. Well. What are you going to do now? James asked and continued. Do you have anywhere to go? In response, Mizore only shook her head. I'd like to say I could give you a place to stay, James began. Shaking his head, he continued, but you have no reason to trust me that much. Mizore actually wanted to ask if she could follow him, though not just because she had nowhere else to go. She felt his power, saw his fighting ability, and thought, he might be able to get revenge for me. With that thought planted firmly in her head, Mizore replied, I would not mind. Say what? James asked in confusion. Why would she agree to follow 2 people she never met? Especially when one looks like me might be one of those weird uncles in. Smack. Boom. Before James could finish his thought, Oren appeared next to him, and smacked him so hard that he face-planted into the ground beneath the 7 inches of snow that covered it. "Hey brat, I feel like you were thinking something rude about me," Oren said with an unhappy tone. "Don't give me one of those women's intuition lines you see in all sorts of comedy novels, damn it," shouted James as he pulled himself out of the snow. Seeing James' current state, for the first time since her village was destroyed, Mizor smiled. Also, due to Oren breaking his train of thought, James started thinking calmly. "She probably agreed to come with us because she wants me to get revenge for her," James thought to himself as he gazed at Mizor. "Well, if I want her to be a useful member of my peerage, that won't do." "Are you serious about coming with me?" James asked the young Yukiana. Mizor nodded. "And I'm guessing you want me to get revenge for you, right?" James asked another question. Surprised James was able to see through her motives, Mizor widened her eyes and began to shake her head. Then she stopped and began to think. "If he could see through my motive so easily, he'll probably be able to tell if I lie, too. I should just be honest." Eventually, Mizor nodded and responded to James' question. "Yes." Nodding his head in approval, James began to speak again. "Well, I have no plans to get revenge for you," James said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Mizor hung her head in disappointment. "But." With that but, Mizor quickly raised her head again. "If you follow me and join my peerage, I promise to make you strong enough to take revenge yourself," he said with conviction in his tone. James then explained the evil peace system and what a peerage is to Mizor. Taking a few minutes to digest the new information and its possible consequences, Mizor eventually nodded her head and said, "I agree." James nodded his head in approval once again. But internally, he was jumping for joy with his hands raised in the air. "Hell yeah, I got a Yukiana." Chapter 13, You Can't Run From This. After Mizor agreed to join James' peerage in the future, James decided now would be a suitable time to return to the underworld. Although he did not explore all of Canada, he did travel from one side of the country to the other. With that decision made, the trio, James, Mizor, and Oren, made their way to the nearest city, so they could get Mizor a good meal, before Oren teleported them back to the underworld. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Seated in the living room of the estate there are 7 people divided into 2 groups. The first of which consisted of 3 women gossiping and chatting about interesting news floating around the underworld. The second group consisted of 4 girls. 2 of which were seated in front of a bowl of water, working on their energy control exercise. The other 2 were seated off to the side playing a game of chess, while occasionally giving the first 2 some advice. Noticing she was about to lose the game of chess, one of the girls, a beautiful young girl with a voluptuous figure for her age, long crimson red hair that flowed down to her thighs, bangs that covered her forehead, side bangs that reach her collarbones framing her face, a strand that sticks straight up on the top of her head, and blue eyes, Rias Gremory, turned her attention to the trio of gossiping women and asked, "Auntie Leona, how long until James comes back?" "Checkmate," said her opponent, a pretty, bespectacled girl with a slender figure, shoulder-length black hair styled into a bob cut with purple eyes, Sona Citri, said as she adjusted her glasses. Her attention also shifting away from the finished game as she was also interested in the answer to Ria's question. Hearing Sona's declaration of the game's end, Rias flinched. However, her attention never left the tall, light brown-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed woman with long hair pulled into a ponytail that reached her hips and had a lock of hair that fell over the left side of her face that reached down to her chin, Leona Alaverus, mother of the James she just asked about. In response to Ria's question, Leona answered with a chuckle. "Oh no, it looks like little Riri Mrs. James." She then shifted her attention to Sona. Seeing how intently she was listening to the conversation, Leona continued. "It looks like Sona misses my baby, too. Even if she's trying to hide it." At Leona's teasing, the girls began to blush. With Rias fidgeting nervously, while Sona lowered her head to hide her red face. Seeing their daughter's reactions, the other 2 women, Vanilana Gremory, a beautiful, violet-eyed, extremely voluptuous, young woman with shoulder-length flaxen hair and bangs that cover her forehead and eyebrows, and side bangs that fall to her collarbones and framed her face that looks nearly identical to her daughter Rias, and Ria Citri, a beautiful, purple-eyed, fair-skinned, young woman with her black hair done up in a bun, couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, to be young," Vanilana teased in a wistful tone. "Puppy love is so cute," said Ria with a sweet smile. With their mothers joining in on the teasing, Rias and Sona's blushes deepened. Seeing Sona's reaction, one of the girls engaged in energy control training, a beautiful, bespectacled, well-endowed girl for her age with long, straight, black hair tied into a ponytail that reaches her knees, split bangs, and heterochromatic eyes with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye, could not help but wonder about this James she has heard so much about. Until she was broken from her thoughts. The last of the 4 girls, Haimjima Aquino, a fair-skinned, violet-eyed, beautiful girl who is also quite curvy for her age with long black hair tied into a ponytail that reaches her thighs, with a yellow ribbon, bangs that cover her forehead, eyebrows, and the bridge of her nose, and side bangs that frame her face, was also training her energy control. However, she quickly lost control when James was mentioned. That loss of control caused the water in her bowl to splatter in all directions, drenching her and the girl training next to her. Kaya. Akino's loss of control caused a bit of a chain reaction. Screaming in surprise as she was suddenly splashed, the bespectacled girl also lost control. The water in her bowl also splattering in all directions, leaving both herself and Akino dazed and dripping wet. Seeing the mess the two training girls caused, everyone else began laughing uproariously, as they all thought back to the day they learned this training method from James. Hearing everyone's laughter, the bespectacled girl turned red in embarrassment and began to reprimand Akino. Akino-san, you have to be more careful. Your mistake made me mess up, too. And now, look at this mess we have to clean up because of your mistake. Although she took some pleasure in the bespectacled girl's misery, Akino knew now was not the time to indulge in it. I'm sorry, Tsubaki-san. Akino apologized. Shinra Tsubaki, like Akino, was also a member of one of Japan's 5 principal clans. However, due to the ability to summon abnormal spirits through mirrors. Due to these powers, Tsubaki was isolated by the rest of the Shinra clan. Meeting Sona is what allowed her to escape her isolation. While Sona and her father, Dante Citri, were visiting the Shinra clan for business, Sona ran into Tsubaki and took a liking to her. Because of that, Dante offered to take Tsubaki out of their hair and Tsubaki agreed to join Sona's peerage when Sona was of age. Then Akino continued. But I'm also curious to know when James. Before Akino could finish, a magic circle appeared on the floor in the corner of the room. As it rose, 3 people, a handsome, caramel-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed boy with dusk pink outlining each iris, and braided black hair pulled into a ponytail that reached his shoulders, James Alaverus, a beautiful, light blue-eyed girl with dark purple pupils and shoulder-length light purple hair, and bangs that are swept to the left covering her left eyebrow, Shirayuki Mizore, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, Oren, were revealed. Looking around the room, James took note of the situation in the room. His mother and 2 aunties sitting together in laughter. Rias and Sona sitting on opposite sides of a chessboard, also in laughter. Akino and an unfamiliar girl, both drenched and seated in front of 2 empty bowls with their heads lowered and blushes on their faces. Not to mention the water that had been splashed all around that corner of the room. With all that information gathered, James knew exactly what to say. Where's the gender equality? James shouted in indignation. With an expression filled with mock fury, he continued. If girls make a mess like this, you all just laugh. But when I did it back in the past, I got yelled at and made to clean up immediately. This world truly is unfair. The room fell into pin-drop silence at James' over-the-top declaration. Confusion was evident on Akino, Tsubaki, and Mizore's faces. Oren's expression showed that there was no way possible that he could care any less. Venelana, Ria, Rias, and Sona were all trying to stifle another bout of laughter. Leona, however, was not amused. The truth of the matter is, James almost never trained his energy control in the house. Most of, if not all, his training sessions were done out on the training ground. All the messes caused by energy control training were his mother's fault alone. And because of embarrassment, Leona would yell at James, threatening him with punishment if he ever made a mess in the house. Noticing his mother's right eyebrow starting to twitch, James decided to drop the melodrama. Hey, Mom, I'm back. James said with a big smile, as if he was not just making fun of his mother. Leona let out an exasperated sigh. Then she stood from the sofa and made her way over to the trio. As soon as she got close, she nodded to Oren and said, Cassiel is upstairs in his office. He asked for you to see him when you returned. Oren simply nodded in acknowledgement, then bowed before making his way upstairs. Once Oren left, Leona smiled and pulled James into a hug. I missed you, sweetie. Leona said as she hugged James tightly. Returning the hug, James replied. I missed you, too, Mom. Standing behind James, Mizore was unsure what she should do. Should I speak up and introduce myself? Or should I wait until James-san introduces me? James-san, hurry up. I don't know what to do. Ria was the first to take note of the pretty, little girl behind James. Era. She said, hiding her smile behind her left hand. Although everyone agreed to drop the Japanese verbal patterns after Rias gave up on forcing everyone to adopt it, Ria decided to keep the era, as she found it fun, for reasons known only to herself. With her attention never leaving Mizore once she locked on, Ria continued. James, it's good to see you home, safe and sound. But are you going to introduce us to your girlfriend? Shit. James howled internally. I didn't forget about Mizore, but I wanted to introduce her on my own terms. And just as James expected, he could feel more than one gloomy aura rising in the room. Just as I thought, 3 pissed off. What? Why are there 3? James thought as he looked around frantically. Looking around the room, James noticed both Rias and Sona looking at him with wrath in their gazes. I expected those 2 to be pissed off, but where is the other one coming from? James wondered as he tried to find the last source of negative aura. This last one doesn't feel like anger. It feels more sadistic. As he completed that thought, James and Aquino made eye contact. Are you serious? She's a sadist. James exclaimed internally. Realizing now wasn't the time to be analyzing the situation, James finally started to explain himself. Wait. I don't know why you all seem so angry. James said as he was about to begin his explanation. As he began, James could feel his mother's hug tightening. When he looked at her expression, he saw her smirking. Leona then lowered her head to his ear and whispered. You can't keep running from this. You have to tell them the truth. Knowing his mother was right, James hung his head for a moment to get his thoughts in order. Okay, I know why you all are so angry, said James, correcting his earlier statement. But can we talk about that later? At least can you wait until I finish the introductions? Although the girls were unhappy and became more unhappy when Mizore hid behind James once their glares landed on her, they allowed James to make introductions. Sighing once again, James introduced Mizore. Everyone, this is Shirayuki Mizore, a Yukiana. James introduced Mizore with a smile. Then continued. This stunningly gorgeous woman hugging me is Leona Alaverus. Hearing James introducing her, Leona smiled brightly. James then pointed to Venelana, the flaxen hair one with the enchanting violet eyes is Aunt Venelana Gremory. Venelana also smiled, clearly happy with James' compliment. James then moved on to Ria. And next to her, the beautiful woman with the silky smooth hair is Aunt Ria Citri. Ria also seemed to enjoy his flattery. Sighing inwardly, James thought to himself. Now we move from normal to hell mode, huh? Turning his attention to the chessboard, James finally started introducing the girls. Next, the cutie in glasses is one of my childhood friends. We're still children though. James stopped to think, clearly getting distracted. Noticing James slipping off into his own world, everyone, excluding Mizore and Tsubaki, sighed. Thinking, at least the 3 months away didn't change him too much. James broke out of his thoughts when Leona patted him on the back and urged him to continue. Oops, I did it again, huh? James said in embarrassment, before he shook his head and continued. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. The cutie in glasses is Sona Citri, Auntie Ria's daughter. Although James' compliment made her happy, Sona tried her best to not show it. She continued glaring at him, suppressing a smile in the process. Moving on, James began introducing Rias. This pretty redhead with the beautiful blue eyes is Rias Gremory, Auntie Venelana's daughter. Rias did not try to hide her smile at James' compliment, but her glare at Mizore intensified. This caused Mizore to move closer to James, which made Rias glare even harder, which made Mizore grab onto the hem of James' shirt in fear. And the downward spiral continued. Sighing in exasperation, James thought to himself, I just want this to be over. In order to finish this farce quickly, James moved on to the 2 soaking wet girls. Stifling a laugh, James pointed out Aquino next. This raven-haired, violet-eyed beauty is Haimjima Aquino. She will be a member of Ria's peerage in the future. At James' compliment, Aquino's smile turned from a sadistic one promising pain into a sweet one that could give honey a run for its money. Without even thinking about it, James moved on to introduce the final person present. And last but certainly not least, this bespectacled beauty with the long, luscious hair is. James stopped to think, then took a good look at Tsubaki and finally realized. Now that I stopped to think about it, I don't think we've been introduced. An awkward silence fell over the room. After a moment, everyone, excluding James and Tsubaki, broke into uproarious laughter. After the laughter died down, Sona eventually introduced Tsubaki as a future member of her peerage. It's nice to meet you, Shinra-san. James said politely. Tsubaki only nodded and returned a nice to meet you, as well. She was finding it hard to get a read on James' personality. After the introductions were finished, Rias pointed a finger at Mizore and questioned James harshly. Where did she come from? And why did you bring her here? Rias questioned in a tone that demanded answers. A little more than a little too much malice present in her tone. James frowned, getting fed up with Rias' princess syndrome. Venelana, noticing James' growing displeasure with Rias' attitude, attempted to change James' focus. James, I'm also curious, how did you meet her? Taking a deep breath to push down his annoyance, James put a smile on his face again and answered Venelana's question. Well, while Sir Oren and I were traveling near the Alaskan/Canadian border, James began his explanation. I saved her from a six-winged fallen angel and a group of stray exorcists who were trying to capture her. To thank me and as a means to get revenge. Oh, I won't go into the details about that, that's Mazor's business to talk about or not. Anyway, like I was saying. To repay me, Mazor promised to join my peerage. And I'll train her, so she can get that revenge she wants so much. Wait. After her exclamation, everyone turned their attention in Venelana's direction, who looked like she didn't know how to process this information. What's wrong, Mom? Rias asked in confusion, not understanding why her mother seemed so flustered. Taking a deep breath, Venelana asked James, was it you or Orin who fought the fallen angel? It was me. James answered, unsure what the big deal was. I was the only one who fought, that old man just watched. Hearing James' answer, even Ria was now sporting a shocked expression. Originally, she had just assumed that Orin fought the fallen angel. But Mazor's agreement put the final nail in the coffin. He made it look easy. Anyway, James said, trying to move the topic onto what he thought was important, now we all have our first member of our future peerages, that's what's really important. Chapter 14, What to Do with James. After Mazor was introduced to James' friends and family, Venelana and Ria decided it was time to go home. Needless to say, Rias, Sona, and Aquino were not quite ready to leave. Seeing the severity in both Venelana and Ria's eyes, James did the only thing he could. He promised that he would not leave to continue his training until he talked with the three girls. Although they were not satisfied with having to wait, the girls agreed to wait since it seemed that there was something important that needed discussion. Sure enough, the next day, Zeoticus, Venelana, Cerzex, Graphia, Dante, Ria, Seraphal, and Cassiel all came together for a discussion. Next day, afternoon. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. In a small conference room in the Gremory Mansion, Zeoticus and Venelana were seated. While waiting for the other attendees, Zeoticus had to ask, what could be so important, requiring 2 of the 4 great Satans, 2 of the 72 pillar family heads, and 4 devils with ultimate rank or above power? Zeoticus, dear, you're so impatient. Venelana said with a chuckle. I promise, Ria, Cassiel, and I will explain everything once everyone arrives. Zeoticus could only snort, a way to show his displeasure for having to wait. Then he said, this better be worth it. Venelana giggled at her husband's childish behavior. However, after a moment, a frown made its way onto her face. Seeing this, Zeoticus asked, what's wrong, Lana? Have you heard about the way Rias has been treating James lately? Venelana asked with a deep sigh. At Venelana's question, Zeoticus also frowned. According to Heinrich, she talks to him like he's one of her subordinates. No, like he's one of her possessions. Zeoticus replied, recalling the report his bishop made when Rias recruited Aquino. James is starting to react negatively, Venelana responded softly. Zeoticus frowned. While James was out for training, he found his first prospective peerage member and brought her home. Venelana began to explain the sequence of events. Once James finished with the introductions, practically frothing at the mouth, Rias questioned James with one of the most demanding tones I've ever heard. Noticing the confusion in Zeoticus' expression, Venelana asked, you don't see an issue with that, do you? Before I answer that, responded Zeoticus, he then asked his own question. What did Rias ask? In a tone demanding an answer, she asked, and I quote, where did she come from? And why did you bring her here? End quote. Venelana noticed that Zeoticus still did not notice the issue. Zeoticus, let me ask you. Venelana said, trying to help her husband understand. First of all, this happened in James' home. Why does he have to explain to Rias why he brought someone there? Zeoticus finally showed a glimpse of understanding. Venelana, however, was not finished. Second, does James owe Rias an explanation? Venelana asked rhetorically, then continued. The fact of the matter is, he does not. But he would have told everyone the answer to those questions anyway, because he treats us as family and friends. Zeoticus was starting to understand the issue more as Venelana explained. But what really made me start to take this seriously? Venelana trailed off. What is it? Zeoticus asked. Other than when concentrating on something, have you ever seen James completely drop his smile while talking to others? Venelana asked, placing her right palm on her forehead. In response, Zeoticus shook his head. When Rias questioned him in that demanding tone, his expression morphed from a bright smile to a deep frown instantly. Venelana explained. Feeling exasperation just thinking about it. Zeoticus only sat in silence. Not to mention, Venelana began listing all the things James had done for Rias. James is the reason Rias' control of her demonic energy and power of destruction are so precise. He saved Aquino's life, at Rias' request, and instead of thanking him, she barked orders at him like he was one of her underlings. Then, instead of getting angry about it, he took care of Aquino's mental health. And once again, instead of thanking him for it, she let her jealousy take over and began berating him. For the love of Satan, I doubt she even knows about that last one. Zeoticus began dripping cold sweat. How did things get this bad? Zeoticus asked, tone full of concern. Hearing her husband's question, Venelana deadpanned. Please, oh Zeoticus, please tell me you're just playing dumb. Venelana asked, hoping that was the truth. Zeoticus' cold sweat output rose exponentially when he heard Venelana's question. Venelana finally exploded. This is all your fault. You and Cerzex turned our daughter into this. But all we've ever done is try to give her a good life. Said Zeoticus in his and Cerzex's defense. A good life, huh? Venelana said in a low and menacing tone. Then she exploded once again. For Satan's sake, she's the heir of one of the 72 pillar houses, how bad could her life be? Realizing Venelana was not expecting an answer, Zeoticus wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. On top of that, you're defending yourself, but do you even know what you've done to contribute to this? Venelana asked as she tried to get her ragged breathing in order. Zeoticus lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with his wife. Other than nitpicking her etiquette, you have never reprimanded, disciplined, or denied a request, no matter how ridiculous it is. Venelana growled with her finger pointed between Zeoticus' eyebrows. And don't get me started on Cerzex. On top of all the things I just mentioned, he doesn't say anything when she shows poor etiquette, and he even rewards her disproportionately. Knock knock knock. If not for those knocks on the door, Venelana would have, undoubtedly, kept going. Venting all her dissatisfactions with Ria's upbringing. Master, Madam, Lord Lucifer and Lady Graphia have arrived. Said a member of the servant staff from the other side of the closed door. Taking a moment to calm down, Venelana threw a fierce glare at Zeoticus and said, Me, you, and Cerzex need to have a nice long talk after this meeting is over. Zeoticus shuddered at the intensity of her glare. Once Venelana got her emotions in check, Venelana answered the member of the servant staff, allowing Cerzex and Graphia's entry. When the two entered the room, Cerzex, a tall, young man with shoulder-length crimson-red hair, blue eyes, and devilishly handsome facial features, and Graphia, a beautiful, red-eyed, young woman with long silver hair that flows down her back with bangs that cover her forehead and side bangs that end in braids with small blue ribbons that end at her chest, noticed the tense atmosphere. Also, Cerzex was confused when he saw the pitying look his father was giving him. Shortly after Cerzex and Graphia arrived, the rest of the attendees began filing in. With Seraphal, a short, blue-eyed, beautiful girl with black hair tied into twin tails and a slender body with disproportionately large breasts, showing up last as she had other duties to attend to in the morning. With everyone seated and the pleasantries out of the way, Venelana stood and addressed the group. I'm certain not all of you are aware of why Ria and I called everyone here. Venelana said, pausing for a moment before continuing. We called this meeting because of what we heard from James when he returned from his training after being away for 3 months. Everyone perked up slightly at Venelana's explanation. What amazing thing did Jaquin do this time? Seraphal asked with her ever-present abundance of positive energy. Well, as Ria and I only got the abridged version of events from James while he was explaining another matter, why don't we hear the full story from Cassiel? As she passed the baton to Cassiel, Venelana took her seat once again. Rising from his own seat, Cassiel briefly made eye contact with everyone in attendance, then began. Well, as you all know, James left home for 3 months with my knight, Orin. They spent that time traveling Canada in the human world. At the end, Cassiel went on to give a detailed account of the battle between the stray exorcists and the six-winged fallen angel. Also, how he saved a Yukiana and added her as a prospective member of his peerage. When Cassiel was finished with his report, the room fell into silence. No one was ready to hear that an 11-year-old boy could easily dispatch a six-winged fallen angel and her accompanying group of stray exorcists alone. Like always, Seraphal was the one to break the silence. I knew Jaquin would do amazing things. Seraphal exclaimed in glee as she clapped her hands loudly. Dante and Ria could only smile wryly at their eldest daughter's enthusiasm. Although I agree with Seraphal, I'm assuming that's not the main point, right? Asked Cerzex. That's right. Ria replied. She then continued and asked Cassiel, Orin must have given a comprehensive evaluation of James' combat prowess, correct? That's correct. Cassiel replied while nodding his head. Orin evaluated James' combat ability at the very peak of middle level of the high rank. Everyone in the room drew in a sharp breath. This time the first to speak was Cerzex. We have to make sure he's not exposed to the angels or the fallen. Shaking her head at her son's naivety, Venelana interjected. There is a group of people who we need to pay even more attention to than just the angels and fallen angels. Said Venelana with her tone heavy. Not waiting for Venelana to finish, Serafal finished Venelana's thought. You mean the Great King faction, right? Exactly. Venelana said, nodding in agreement. And how do you propose we keep him under their radar? Graphia asked calmly. With that question, the room fell silent again. Some of the people had notions of simply hiding James away. They then squashed that thought, as it would stunt his growth severely. With no one producing any promising ideas, Cassiel eventually spoke up. Well, we don't have to rush a solution. Cassiel said, drawing everyone's attention. James won't be going back out for at least another month. That way, we can think the issue over, and we can make the best possible decision. With no better option at the moment, everyone agreed to Cassiel's suggestion. Well, I guess that's it for now, said Zeoticus. Let's try to meet up a few more times in the coming month. Surzex suggested. To Surzek's suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. With nothing left to discuss, everyone stood and prepared to leave. As Surzex was making his way to the door, he was stopped by Cassiel. What's up, Cassiel? Surzex asked, curiosity in his tone. With a stern tone, Cassiel replied. Leona is quite unhappy right now. I think you should stay back and talk to your mother. She will fill you in on the details. Hearing what Cassiel had to say, Surzex turned to look in Venelana's direction. What he saw made him wish to run away. Shit, mother is pissed off. And judging from that look in her eyes, I'm at least partially responsible. As he turned his head back, Cassiel was already gone. Surzex then remembered the pitying look his father gave him when he entered the room. Ugh, today is going to be a long day. Chapter 15, I've had enough. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Another day has passed. On the training ground, James is currently deep in thought. With his eyes closed and 3 fingers on each hand in contact with the ground, James is holding his body upright. While doing a set of 1,000 handstand push-ups, he came to a sudden realization. It has been nagging me for a while. James thought to himself. Shirayuki Mizore, a Yukiana, light purple hair. That's definitely a familiar name and description. But, from where? Having just passed 750 push-ups, James had a sinking feeling that he had seen Mizore before. Why can't I remember? Thought James, beginning to feel frustration. Continuing his set, James constantly searched his memories. Just as he finished his set, he finally remembered where he had seen Mizore. Rosario plus vampire. James exclaimed internally. Shirayuki Mizore was one of the female leads in that manga. And she fell in love with Ono Tsukun. One of those personality-free harem protagonists. James then pushed himself off the ground and performed a somersault landing stably on his feet, as he just finished the 1,000th push-up. He then continued his musings. Although it's good that I finally got that mystery solved, that's not really the important thing to take from this discovery. He thought as he raised his right hand to his chin and supported his elbow with his left hand, he continued his analysis. Although I'm not completely sure, I think this world was also a fictional work from my past life's memories. I can't really remember the details, but I do vaguely remember reading something with a similar world setting. Continuing to mull over his thoughts for the next few minutes, James came to a conclusion. This is probably a parallel or alternate universe to that work that I can't really remember. James mused. A smile creeping onto his face at the outrageous thought that was forming. If Mizore, who is clearly from another work, showed up in this world. I wonder what other crossovers I'll find. James' elation was becoming increasingly apparent. Best of all, I should be the only one who knows their significance. With this thought, James broke into a bout of hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to James, his sparring partner was watching him from the training grounds entrance. Oren, having arrived when James had reached around 940 push-ups, calmly watched James finish his workout. As he was about to enter and greet the boy, he saw James slip into deep thought. Observing the changes in James' expression until he eventually broke out into a raucous laughter, Oren finally concluded that the boy had snapped due to training and trouble with girls. I guess I should step in before he's too far gone to bring back. Oren thought to himself as he took a step into the training ground. As soon as Oren's foot landed past the training ground's threshold, a series of actions were taken in short succession. First, James snapped out of his elated state. Second, Oren vanished from his spot with a burst of speed. Third, James materialized Okairu Sakura and his sword belt and dropped into an Iato stance simultaneously. Last, James drew his blade and met the overhead swing of Oren's Odachi. Shing, whoosh, clang. When the two blades met, the sound was loud enough to be heard throughout the entire estate. Using the recoil from the collision, James somersaulted away to gain some distance. Once his feet contacted the ground, he pushed off. In a blur of speed, James closed in on Oren's position and thrusted his blade toward Oren's left shoulder. Using the length and weight of his odachi, Oren casually parried the thrust to his left. Taking advantage of the momentum, James allowed his body to pivot on his left foot and dropped down to perform a leg sweep in the same motion. Oren simply stepped back, leaving the range of the sweep. James then planted his sweeping leg and performed an upward slash without breaking his momentum. Oren once again parried the blow casually, which gave James the opening to land a low kick on the inner side of Oren's calf. After taking that kick, Oren leapt away. Once he landed, he shook his leg, alleviating the slight numbness. "Not bad, kid," Oren genuinely praised. "You've made progress blending your hand-to-hand combat and kenjutsu. I can't wait to see how far you can take it." Although James was happy to receive praise, he was not foolish enough to drop his guard. And that would turn out to be the right decision. As Oren's words fell, he finally took a proper fighting stance. Then bolted in James' direction, which led to an exchange of fast and precise blows, all of which aimed to incapacitate. After 45 minutes of high-intensity, live weapon, free sparring, James was sweating profusely with haggard breathing. Oren, on the other hand, looked as relaxed as when he first stepped onto the training ground. ****, why were you going so much harder than usual?" James asked while trying to catch his breath. "I had to. Today's session has to be shorter than usual," Oren replied calmly. "Did you forget? The girls are coming today." "Ugh." James groaned. "I'd rather fight groups of strays and crows than step onto that battlefield." "Well, I definitely don't envy you," Oren said in agreement. "Now, get cleaned up. Your mother will have both our heads if you're late." Slumping his shoulders, James replied with a listless "okay." Then made his way back into the house. 40 minutes later Leona, James, and Mizor were seated in the living room waiting for the Gremory and Citri groups to arrive. Leona was giving James some advice. "Now remember, sweetie, all you have to do is be honest with them," Leona advised gently. "Yeah, I know," said James. "I'd rather be anywhere but here," written all over his expression. Seeing James' expression, Leona smiled gently and said, "I can't say you brought this on yourself, but if you want to be seen as an equal, this is something you need to address." "Well, at least you need to address it with Rias and Sona. With Aquino, it would just be the right thing to do." Nodding his head in agreement, James exhaled another sigh. "Girls are just so hard to understand," James muttered to himself, which caused Leona to break into laughter. A few minutes later, Ria, Sona, and Tsubaki arrived via transportation magic circle. Dispensing with the pleasantries, they immediately delved into small talk. Smiles, giggles, and full-blown laughter could be heard from everyone. Even Mizor had opened up quite a bit. After another 15 minutes, Vanillana, Rias, and Aquino arrived. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room changed. As Rias arrived, she took stock of the situation in the room and immediately began to scowl. "You! Get away from James!" barked Rias with her finger pointed directly at Mizor. Shocked, Mizor shrunk back and grabbed onto James' arm instinctively. This fueled Rias' anger even more. "Didn't you hear me? I said get away from James," Rias roared. Her jealousy fueling her rage even further. Hearing Rias' roars of rage, everyone was shocked. They all knew Rias was fiercely protective of what she has perceived to be hers, but this was a bit too much. James, with his usual smile now replaced by a deep frown, interrupted Rias' irrational tirade. "That's enough. I didn't really want to be here, and you've given me a perfect reason to end this quickly," James said in a low and clearly unhappy tone. Hearing James' voice, everyone was stunned into silence. The boy with the ever-present smile was emitting so much, you could not call it anger, but the sense that he was fed up was clear for all to see. Taking a deep breath to calm down a bit, James organized his thoughts. "First off, Rias, Sona, I have to apologize to the both of you." James began as calmly as he could. At the same time, the adults shared the same thought. "This may be worse than I thought." He even dropped his nickname for Rias. He also had a nickname for Sona. He was the one that coined the nickname Sotan, during the time Rias was hell-bent on everyone using a Japanese speech pattern. He stopped using it however, when Serafal also started using it. With Serafal's overbearing affection, the nickname eventually made Sona uncomfortable. And James has yet to find a suitable new one. "For the last year or so, I've known how you feel about me. About your romantic feelings," James said solemnly. Having their feelings pointed out so bluntly by the boy they like, the girls could not help but blush. "Unfortunately, I can't respond to those feelings, at least not for now," continued James in the same tone. "Do you remember what I said to the two of you when I decided I would create my own peerage?" With James' momentary pause, Rias and Sona thought back to that day 5 years ago. James then continued. My wishes haven't changed. I want to be able to stand at the same height as the two of you. I want us to stand as equals, and for that I have to work hard. No one responded to James' declaration. Looking around at everyone in attendance, James made his final statement on the matter. Until I've reached high class, I won't be considering matters of romance, said James, putting the final punctuation on the topic. He then continued. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to finally start production on my manga. Let's go, Mizore, you can be my assistant. Taking Mizore by the hand, James led her up the stairs and to the spare bedroom that had been converted into James' art studio. Still in confusion from what just happened, Mizore allowed herself to be led by the hand. Although she was confused, she could still feel a warm and fuzzy feeling from when James got angry on her behalf. Meanwhile, everyone else could only watch James and Mizore leave. When the two were no longer visible, Sona turned a sour gaze in Rias' direction and said, "You need to work on your attitude." Then refused to speak to Rias any further. Rias, on the other hand, just stood in place with tears pooling in her eyes. Then Ilana exhaled a heavy sigh. Then apologized to Leona, Ria, Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino. After asking Leona to apologize to James and Mizore on her behalf, she took Rias and Akino back home. The Citri family stayed for a little while longer to have some tea with Leona. After James calmed down, Sona and Tsubaki were even invited to watch the manga creation process for a while. On a side note, apart from James' daily spars with Orin and Mizore's energy control training, the children spent all their waking hours working on the manga for the next week. In a 7-day period, with their inhuman levels of stamina and dexterity, they managed to pump out 105 chapters. After that, Leona, acting as James' manager, got his first creation, Bleach, published in as many publications as she could around both the devil and human worlds. Chapter 16, Traveling in the UK. 20 days have passed since the week James and Mizore finished drawing manga. In those 20 days, nothing of note took place. Other than training, James only took time out of his schedule to spend time with his parents, Mizore, Akino, or Sona and Tsubaki. He also tried to find Rias to talk things out, but she avoided him completely. Honestly, he felt guilty about snapping that day. However, he did not feel that his actions were wrong. He did feel that he could have tried harder to keep his cool, though. On another note, Mizore joined Akino and Tsubaki for her education and magic training. Also, she began learning tiger-style kung fu, to take better advantage of the ice claws she generates when she takes on her full Yukiana form. On the adult side, they had 3 more meetings like the first one they had. They spent time brainstorming the best way to not expose James' progress, with nothing to show for it. During the final meeting before James would resume his training journey, Dante Citri, Sona's father, suggested having an ultimate rank devil accompany him on his travels. Everyone agreed to his suggestion, feeling like they wasted a month of their lives to come up with such a simple solution. Eventually they chose to send Surzex, Knight, Okita Tsuji. The decision was not made lightly, though. Okita was strong enough to keep James safe in most situations, and he was skilled in diplomacy. Meaning unless the two went around committing crimes, they would not have many issues just going around to hunt strays and fulfill devil contracts. By the time the day of departure came around, James was a little disappointed he was unable to make up with Rias, but he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. He had a promise to keep to himself, as well as Rias and Sona. Upon departing the underworld, James and Okita teleported to the United Kingdom. For no other reason than James heard that the British Isles produced some of the worst food in the world, and he wanted to see if the rumor was true. Jumping straight to the conclusion, the rumor was false. Most of the foods, however, were an acquired taste. Food aside, James' 3 months in the UK were productive. He fulfilled 60 wishes for humans and was assigned 38 stray devil extermination missions, all of which were at the middle rank in power or lower. Although he had eliminated 4 high-rank devils, those missions were all assigned to Okita. As for James' own extermination missions over the 3 months, James has successfully eliminated 37, currently pursuing the 38th. Human World, United Kingdom, Sky Isle, Foot of Blabane. Damn, this guy sure can run. James exclaimed as he chased down his latest target for elimination. It doesn't help that he devolved into a 4-legged creature after going stray. James has been chasing this stray devil for more than 8 kilometers so far. He has been slowly closing the distance using just his normal running speed. Many times, he has considered using his flash step, but he was unsure where the boundary to that legendary realm of Celtic mythology was located on this island. Running normally would at least leave some time to react should he pass any boundaries that he would do well to avoid. Finally closing the distance enough to cleave one of the stray's hind legs, James readied his posture for a decisive Iato strike. Before he could draw his blade, however, a shout, the voice of a male, could be heard from the distance. "Halt your advance," ordered the voice. "Proceed any further and consider your life forfeit." Hearing this declaration, James slowed his steps. The stray devil, however, paid no heed to the warning. James was about to ask that the stray be left alive so he could complete his mission. But before he could open his mouth, he saw a spear pierce the fleeing stray's heart. "Goddamn, kill-stealing bastard!" James roared in anger. "That's my first failed extermination mission." Just as James' roar ended, a young man, a year or two older than James, made his way next to the stray devil's corpse. Pulling his spear from the dead devil, he glanced at James for a moment then paid him no further mind. "So, you were the one who threw the spear," James said as he gave the young man a once-over. "That was pretty impressive." The young man only nodded to acknowledge James' word then began to walk away. Before he could take 2 steps, though, James continued. "But you stole my kill, dude," James said with a bit of annoyance in his tone. "Plus, you caused me to fail my mission." The young man stopped, then turned his head making eye contact with James then asked, "And? To make it up to me, how about you have a spar with me?" James asked with a battle-hungry smile on his face. "It would help me work off some of this excess energy, too." Not answering James directly, the young man looked back toward the mountain. "I shall allow it," came a majestic female voice from the mountain's direction. Receiving permission, the young man readied his battle stance, a battle-hungry smile also appearing on his face. "James Alaverus." James introduced himself, as is customary before a duel. "Setanta." The young man responded in kind. "Ha! You are exactly who I thought you were," James exclaimed in excitement. "Are you a reincarnation or a spiritual inheritor? Does that matter?" asked Setanta. Shaking his head, James replied. "Not really, I was just curious. If you survive, I'll tell you," Setanta said with a smile. "Deal," James shouted as he and Setanta rushed toward each other simultaneously. Meanwhile, off in the distance, Okita Tsuji was watching over James. This should be a good challenge for him, Okita thought as he watched the battle start in anticipation. Back to the battle, as the spear has an advantage in range over the katana, Setanta was the first to attack. Setanta thrusted toward the right side of James' chest. To counter, James performed an Iaido causing the spear to miss wide to the right. Without missing a beat, Setanta transitioned, seamlessly, from a thrust to a sweep aimed at James' right shoulder. In return, James kept the momentum from his Iaido slash and ducked under the sweeping spear while performing a foot sweep of his own, knocking Setanta off his feet. As Setanta fell to the ground, James stood and swung his blade toward Setanta's left shoulder. Using his spearhead to parry James' slash, Setanta swept the butt of his spear at James' ankles. Avoiding the blunt end of the spear, James somersaulted backward. With the newly acquired space, Setanta extended his spear over his head then used it to vault to his feet, bringing the spear down on James. Sidestepping to the right, James used his Okairu Sakura to push the spear to his left then added downward force causing the spearhead to embed itself into the ground. As to not allow Setanta the chance to pull it from the ground, James put a foot on the spear, then began running along its shaft toward Setanta. Instead of trying to brute force the spear out of the ground, Setanta simply let go, then kicked the blunt end of the spear upward, destabilizing James' balance. James was forced to jump back. As James was forced to take distance again, Setanta reached his spear and pulled it from the ground. Advancing in James' direction, he launched a barrage of thrusts at different angles with different speeds. Dodging what he could and parrying what he could not, James was slowly pushed back. Knowing that he would lose if he did nothing to change the situation, James intentionally showed an opening and Setanta zeroed in on it. At the same time, James swiftly sheathed his blade and drew it, aiming to slash Setanta across the chest in a non-lethal way. Unfortunately, Setanta had pushed forward faster than James had expected. This miscalculation would end with James nearly cutting Setanta in half while having his own heart pierced. "Shit!" James exclaimed inwardly. "This time I really fucked up." Setanta was having similar thoughts. Clang, clang. Before the two fatal blows could land, Okita appeared between the two young men. With one slash, he disarmed both combatants. James and Setanta, relieved at keeping their lives and not taking a life unintentionally, both fell to the ground in exhaustion. "You are both quite skilled for your ages," Okita commented, impressed by the skill both young men displayed. "Thank you, Sir Okita," James responded, gratefully accepting the praise. Setanta only grunted in acknowledgement. "Well, it's about time we return to the underworld, young James," Okita said as he beckoned James to his side. "Yeah, I guess it's about that time, isn't it?" James asked rhetorically. As Okita was about to activate his teleportation magic, the same majestic voice from earlier could be heard again. "Setanta, invite our guests inside." Setanta's eyes opened wide in surprise. He then turned toward James and Okita. Bowing slightly, Setanta made a gesture ushering the two in the mountain's direction and spoke. "If you could spare some time, my master would like to extend an invitation," Setanta said as he briefly paused. He then continued. If you should choose to accept, then let me be the first to welcome you to the Land of Shadows. Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith, Reception Room. After making their way through the barrier surrounding the Land of Shadows, Satanta led James and Okita halfway up the mountain to an ancient castle. This castle, Dun Skaith, is home to the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the Warrior Queen and Mentor of Heroes, Scathatch. After making their way to the castle, they walked its halls before reaching a reception room. Seated in the sparsely decorated reception room was an extremely beautiful woman with long purple hair and red eyes wearing a black bodysuit with metal shoulder pauldrons. Leaning on the side of her throne was a crimson-red spear emitting an ominous aura. As they entered the room, the beautiful woman gestured for them to sit. Accepting the offer, James and Okita sat across from the woman, while Satanta stood behind the woman to her right. Many years have passed since the last time I received guests. The woman began the conversation. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Scathatch, Queen of the Land of Shadows. With Scathatch's introduction, excitement flashed through James' eyes. This woman is a living legend. She's trained some of history's greatest heroes. James thought to himself, remembering the legends about Scathatch. Even if I can't become her disciple, a few pointers would help me improve by leaps and bounds. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Okita replied to Scathatch's introduction. I am Okita Suji, Knight, of Satan Surzex Lucifer's peerage. And this is James Alaverus, son of Cassiel Alaverus, Bishop, of Surzex Lucifer. With Okita's introduction, James bowed politely. I guess all those etiquette classes really did come in handy. James mused. I am sure you are curious as to why I invited you into my castle. Scathatch spoke, breaking James' musings. Indeed, responded Okita. As I am sure you are aware, I witnessed the battle between my idiot disciple's reincarnation and the young man seated beside you. Scathatch began to explain. I was impressed by his situational awareness and skill with a sword. I would assume you are his sword master. In response, Okita shook his head, then answered Scathatch's question. I wish I could take the credit for such a feat, however, I cannot. Young James here is self-taught. While Satanta's eyes opened wide in surprise, Scathatch narrowed hers in interest. That I was not expecting. Scathatch murmured to herself. Raising her voice to a normal volume, she continued. I would relish the chance to finally polish this young gem's abilities. As much as I would like to agree on his behalf, I would have to contact his parents in the underworld to gain their permission. Okita explained. Not to mention, he has some obligations to the underworld as he is striving to raise his social class among devils. Contact his parents, then. This Scathatch would not stoop so low as to force the boy against his parents' will. Replied Scathatch. She then snorted and continued in a much sharper tone. As for your devil world's politics, seeing as the boy is a half-breed, I would imagine he is being heavily suppressed. Humph. Would negotiating a quota for young devils to receive training from this Scathatch not be enough to have him promoted? In response, Okita stood to his feet, quickly excusing himself to make contact with the underworld. After receiving Okita's explanation, James easily received permission to train under Scathatch. Lasting until his 14th birthday. He would be allowed to return home for a week, once a year. Chapter 17, Training with Scathatch. Today, James turned 14. In a few minutes he would be saying goodbye to his master, Scathatch. Over the last 2.5 years, other than on his 12th and 13th birthday when he was allowed to spend a week with his family, all his time was dedicated to training and sparring. For the first half year, Scathatch put him through physical conditioning that made his 2 years of weighted training from the past look like he was on a play date. After his body was, literally and figuratively, broken and rebuilt repeatedly, he was now strong enough to lift a large SUV without the use of his demonic power. After his physical reconstruction, he had his first break. He was sent home to celebrate his 12th birthday. Spending time with his friends and family. He checked in on Mizor's progress, which was looking rather good. He hung out with Sona, Tsubaki, Mizor, and Akino. He and Mizor were able to draw another 120 chapters of Bleach, as well. However, Rias was still avoiding him. She did send him birthday wishes, though, so that's progress, right? After returning, James began technique training. First Scathatch had him demonstrate all his fighting skills and techniques that did not rely on demonic power to use. Once she had a grasp of his skill level, she started his training in earnest. In all spars, whether with Scathatch or Satanta, James was required to go all out, treating each one like a life-or-death battle. And Scathatch has constantly reminded him of that by using killing blows in nearly all of her attacks. On top of that, he would be thrown into battles with unspecified numbers of the immortal spirits imprisoned in the Land of Shadows, with his demonic energy sealed. James trained like that until he turned 13. Then he got his second break, which proceeded much like the first one. The exception being Rias finally stopped avoiding him. She stopped antagonizing Mazor as well. Although James was sure there was a story behind that. One that no one was willing to tell him about. James also apologized for losing his cool that day. However, Rias did not apologize for her actions, which led James to believe that something like that would happen again. The last year of James' training was focused on increasing his overall combat ability. Once again, Scathatch had James show off everything he was capable of. This time his demonic energy abilities were included. She then analyzed all the abilities he had shown. After that, James was made to spar more with Scathatch and Satanta. He also fought even stronger imprisoned immortal spirits. On top of that, there was even classroom time where James and Scathatch worked together to improve the efficiency and destructive power of all his techniques. During one of their spars, James was even able to awaken a sacred gear. Flashback, 3 months ago Land of Shadows, Dunscaith, Training Ground. During one of their more brutal sparring sessions, Scathatch was standing over a bloodied and beaten James with a boot on his chest and her spear resting on his throat. With a condescending smile on her face, Scathatch taunted James while he was at his weakest. "Is that the best you can do, little James?" Scathatch taunted. Even though he was feeling indignant, James was currently unable to respond. His jaw was broken, his throat was full of blood, and one of his lungs had been punctured. Although this was not the first time he had been in such a bad state, James had never felt so weak before. One of the reasons Scathatch made James show his level of skill at the beginning of training was so she could always keep him near his limit during their spars. As James improved, Scathatch would also increase her level. The amount of pressure James would feel while sparring was always constant. And if it ever fluctuated, the pressure would only increase, never decrease. Today, however, Scathatch ramped the pressure up to another level. She beat him like she was trying to break him in body and spirit. "What's wrong, little James?" Scathatch's smile grew more radiant as she saw the indignation in James' eyes slowly morphing into anger. James, not breaking eye contact with his master, raised his broken left hand, trying to grab the spear at his neck. But before he could wrap his fingers around the shaft, Scathatch spun the spear, slamming its butt into James' outstretched arm. Although there were no new broken bones from the strike, the pain James felt while his broken bones rattled around from the impact was maddening. "If this is the best you can do, I might as well send you back home, boy," Scathatch said in a scathing tone. "I do not have the time to train someone so weak." "No." James roared inwardly. He tried to create the same roar with his body. Due to his physical state, though, he was only able to produce garbled mumbles. "Did you want to say something, little James?" Scathatch asked as she lowered herself, as if she was trying to hear what James had to say. "I am not weak." James attempted to roar once more. "I will be the strongest." With that, it felt like something inside him snapped. James' mindscape. At the moment James declared to himself that he would be the strongest, a large pair of green eyes with reptilian slitted pupils snapped open. "Finally," said an ancient voice with a tone of satisfaction. "That's right, we will be the strongest." Land of Shadows, Dunscaith, Training Ground. James' mind was shaken by a loud roar. A roar comparable to that of a dragon. At that moment, James was covered by a bright red light. The sudden pressure his body emitted even forcing Scathatch away. Once the light cleared, James' broken left arm was covered by a teku with red armor plating, accented with gold, and a green jewel embedded in the center of the armor covering his hand. Once the pressure vanished, James fell unconscious and Scathatch made her way to his side. Looking at the teku on his left arm, Scathatch realized something. So, it was the boosted gear. I guess its form changed to match his fighting style. Well, I guess his will is strong enough to force that change, Scathatch said with a smile. He may even surpass the original Satanta. What James had awakened in his rage was his sacred gear. The sacred gears were created by the biblical God as a means for humans to protect themselves against the supernatural. A sacred gear is attracted to a compatible soul and bonds to it at birth. Most sacred gears have multiple copies of each floating around among humans and human hybrids. The boosted gear, however, is not like most sacred gears. The boosted gear is one of the 13 Longinus, named after the spear that slew Christ. These Longinus are said to give their wielders the potential to kill gods. For example, the boosted gear can theoretically double its wielder's power every 10 seconds without limit. The caveat is that the wielder's body can handle the strain from the increased power. Noticing James beginning to awaken, Scathatch gently cradled his battered body to her bosom, then spoke just as gently. "You did well, James. I am proud of you." Still unable to speak due to his injuries, James smiled the best he could before losing consciousness, again, as Scathatch began healing his injuries. Flashback end. After that day, on top of all his regular training, Scathatch also made sure to push James and the boosted gear to their limits. She pushed them so hard that even Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor of Domination sealed in the boosted gear, asked for mercy. Scathatch, of course, was hearing none of it. Although she was unable to push James and Drake to the sacred gears next level, known as the balance breaker, Scathatch was able to push them to unlock almost all of its abilities. Boost, the base ability of the boosted gear, allows the wielder to double their power until they reach their limit. Transfer allows the wielder to transfer the increased power to others. And lastly, Penetrate allows the user to penetrate anything when making contact, from all defenses to other attacks. Striking to an opponent's core is even a possibility. The only ability she was unable to push them to unlock was Drake's ultimate ability, which Drake did not even bother to mention, as James would have to let the dragon aura he now shares with Drake accumulate to a certain level before he could even attempt it. Also, she found that there is a storage space contained in the gauntlet. Although James has yet to decide what he would use it for. Maybe storing manga so Drake would have something to keep himself occupied. However, the most important things Scathatch taught James were definitely the ways to utilize his immense spiritual power. Scathatch imparted 2 ways to mobilize his spiritual power. The first is an intimidation technique. Using spiritual power to put pressure on an opponent's soul. If the difference in power is great enough, taking an enemy's life without moving is possible. The second technique would be considered an auxiliary technique. When focusing spiritual power into the eyes, soul sight is made possible, with limits of course. With this, James would be able to differentiate sacred gear holders from normal humans. He would be unable to identify the sacred gear, however. This ability was how and why Scathatch pushed James so hard leading up to the boosted gears awakening. Land of Shadows, Dun Scaith. In the same reception room where they first met, Scathatch is seated on her throne with her spear leaning against its side. Exactly the same as that day. Setanta was also standing in the same position, behind and to the right of his master. The only one who is positioned differently is James. James stood before Scathatch respectfully with his hands folded behind his back. Over the last 2.5 years, James and Setanta have both grown. Setanta, back when he and James had their first spar, was about 5 feet 1 inch, approximate 1.55 m, tall. Now, at the age of 15, he has grown to 5 feet 11 inches, approximate 1.8 m, tall. With red eyes and blue hair pulled into a rat tail, he has developed a wild kind of charm. James has grown as well, though not as much as Setanta. 2.5 years ago, at the age of 11, James was 4 feet 11 inches, approximate 1.5 m, tall. But now, at 14 years old, James has grown to 5 feet 4 inches, approximate 1.63 m, tall. On top of his growth in height, James was without his long braided hair. He found out early that keeping long hair when training with Scathatch is dangerous and something she will take advantage of. Instead, he is currently sporting a buzz cut. The day we separate has finally come. Said Scathatch in an awe-inspiring, majestic tone. I thank you for everything you've done for me, master. Replied James as he lowered into a respectful bow. Think nothing of it. Scathatch said, waving her hand dismissively. There is nothing the Scathatch enjoys more than unearthing a talented student's potential. James could only smile wryly while thinking, that spear of hers drilled enough holes in me, I'm glad she dug up something to show for it. Before you leave, I have a graduation gift, of sorts, for you. Said Scathatch, producing a red armored Teku with gold accents, nearly identical in appearance to James' boosted gear. The only difference is her gift has no green jewel embedded above the hand. I crafted this for you using the same materials mine and Setanta's new spear are made of. She said as she handed the Teku to James. With only one gauntlet, your defense will be unbalanced. Thank you, master. James said, accepting the gift gratefully while thinking. She probably wanted to give me a katana but gave up on it because of Senbon Sakura. Alright, now that is taken care of, the two of you can go. Scathatch said while shooing away the 2 boys. Bowing once more, James said, yes master. I'll see you Aga. Interrupted by his own shock, James then asked. Wait. You too. Seeing James' reaction, Scathatch raised an eyebrow then turned to Setanta and asked. Oh, you did not inform him. No, master. Setanta replied with a smirk. I thought it would be funnier this way. Scathatch could only shake her head at her mischievous disciple's antics. To make a long story short, Setanta began his explanation. About a month ago, I asked Master if I could join your peerage, and she agreed. But why? James asked in confusion. You are this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. That means you'll be in the middle of some really fun fights. I want in, too. Setanta said with a smile. Now, time's a-wastin'. Let's go. Oh, Master also gave me permission to use my original incarnation's alias, so, you should call me CU Chillin from now on. Chapter 18, Rias wants to talk on James' birthday. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Today, to celebrate James' 14th birthday and the completion of his training under Scathatch, all his friends and family have gathered in the living room of the Alaverus Estate. Seated around the table Sona and Rias usually used to play chess, are Sona, Tsubaki, Akino, and Mizor, Sona telling stories about James when they were younger. For example, that James is the creator of the energy control training method they all use. While Tsubaki, Akino, and Mizor were all shocked by Sona's story, Mizor's shock stemmed from the fact that she never believed James when he told her the same thing. Especially since he was only 6 when he created it. Leona, Vanillana, Ria, and Grafia are also seated together, chatting and gossiping. Quiet giggles can be heard from their direction, from time to time. Every so often, Leona and Grafia will make their way to the kitchen, making sure the feast planned for James' return is perfect. The thing that Vanillana and Ria find miraculous, however, is the way Leona is always able to get Grafia to let her hair down, so to speak. Grafia's professionalism while on duty is a trait known to most of the underworld's upper echelons. But when she visits Leona, that demeanor melts away and she just enjoys the girl talk with the rest of them. At another table, the 3 families' men, Zeoticus, Surzex, Dante, and Cassiel, are playing cards. Hearty laughter, loud complaints, and other sounds associated with merry-making can be heard. Not to mention, all the bragging about their children, or younger sister in Surzek's case. Serafal, Milicas, the son of Surzex and Grafia, and a pretty, petite, young girl with white hair styled in a bob cut with loose bangs covering her forehead, long side bangs that reach past her shoulders, golden eyes with cat-like pupils, and a taciturn expression, are sitting together on a sofa watching the anime adaptation of James' manga, Bleach, on TV. By the way, Serafal is the one who spearheaded the project to have Bleach adapted into an anime. Milicas is a cute 7-year-old with short crimson red hair and red eyes, traits he inherited from his father and mother, respectively. Although he has not spent much time with James, Milicas has come to absolutely adore him. Especially since he has been hearing stories about him for as long as he can remember. On the other hand, the white-haired girl sitting next to Serafal and Milicas is Ria's newest potential peerage member, Kaneko Tuju. This is not her original name, but as she was in a catatonic state when she was brought to Rias and would not respond to her original name, Rias renamed her, Kaneko. Had James been around at the time, he would have had a field day. What was Rias thinking renaming what appears to be a Nikomata Kaneko or little cat? There is one person missing from this lively atmosphere, though. Although Rias is in the house, right now she does not have the heart to enjoy the current joyous mood. Having just returned from checking the preparations for the feast, Leona and Grafia took their seats next to Vanillana and Ria. Noticing Vanillana staring absent-mindedly toward the top of the staircase that leads to the second floor, Leona asked, "Lana, is something wrong?" Hearing Leona's question, Vanillana snapped out of her daze. And with a wry smile, she replied, "I have the feeling my daughter is going to do something to ruin the mood." She then sighed upon completing her statement. Not knowing how to refute, the 3 other women remained silent. The one to break the silence was, surprisingly, Grafia. More than likely, Rias will storm off in a rage shortly after James returns. She said, pausing briefly before continuing. What he says to her will most definitely not be pleasant to hear, but it will be what she needs to hear. Sigh my baby. Leona sighed wistfully, before glaring at Zeoticus and Surzex. Why does my baby have to clean up the mess a couple of grown men made? Meanwhile, at the card table, Zeoticus and Surzex felt a chill. However, they wisely chose not to look for the source of discomfort, as they would have seen one of history's scariest glares had they found it. Well, I'm sure everything will. Ria began consoling Leona, before she was interrupted by the appearance of a teleportation magic circle bearing James' spiritual mark. As the magic circle rose then faded away, in its place stood 2 young men, one tall and one short. The taller of the 2 young men is James' newest potential member of his peerage, Cu Chillin, formerly known as Satanta, the reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light. And the shorter of the 2 young men is none other than the birthday boy himself, James Alaverus. Seeing her baby boy had returned, Leona was the first to move. Madly dashing in the new arrival's direction, Leona embraced James in a tight hug. "Happy birthday, James," Leona said excitedly. "Happy birthday, James." A beat later, everyone else chimed in. Standing next to James and Leona, Cu Chillin remarked, "Man, these people sure are lively." Finally noticing that James was not alone, Leona asked James, "Oh, you brought someone with you. Would you mind making introductions?" Freeing himself from Leona's embrace, James began his introduction in a theatrical manner. "Allow me to introduce to you, he is the newest potential member of my peerage, my senior apprentice brother, also trained by Master Scathatch, a great spearman, and the man whose bad luck has no equal. Now, why don't you give it up for See You Chillin'? Reincarnation of Ireland's Son of Light. By the end, James was roaring like the announcer at a professional wrestling match. Dragged into James' pace, everyone in the room began to applaud. "Hey, James!" See You Chillin' shouted. "What the hell do you mean, a man whose bad luck knows no equal? Do you really want me to explain?" James asked with a deadpan. Seeing James' expression and hearing his tone when he asked the question, See You Chillin' wisely dropped the subject. After that, James began introducing everyone to the newcomer. Much like he did when he brought Mizor home, James got carried away and had not realized he had never met Kaneko until it was too late. This of course led to everyone laughing uproariously at James' expense, with See You Chillin' laughing the hardest. Even the taciturn Kaneko cracked a small smile. After everyone was able to calm down, Akino took on the role of introducing Kaneko. Looking at Kaneko, James thought to himself, her aura is that of a yokai. A Nikomata, I think. No, it's slightly different. Could she be one of the legendary Nico show? But I thought they were extinct. James did not slip into thought for too long. Scathatch made sure to cure him of that idiosyncrasy, in a very Scathatch way. Making his way in front of her, Kaneko looked up at James with curiosity. To her surprise, James then began patting her head, which made her flinch. The comfortable feeling that came afterward, however, left her with no desire to extricate herself. "It's nice to meet you, Kitty. I'm James Alaverus," James said in a gentle tone. "I hope we can get along in the future." Kaneko only nodded in response, with a slight blush on her cheeks. TCH. James heard the sound of several clicked tongues, but wisely chose to avoid opening that can of worms. "So, James, how are the results of your training?" asked Surzex. "Well." James stopped to think, then answered with a bit of uncertainty in his tone. "I could probably give a low-level, ultimate rank being a good fight. I would still lose though. I think." At James' response, the room fell silent. Everyone, except See You Chillin', was dumbfounded. "That's fucking nuts," someone whispered from the card table. Clap. James clapped and everyone was pulled from their thoughts. All their attention was once again gathered on himself. Haha. Now I see why Auntie Vanillana does that so often, James exclaimed excitedly. Grabbing everyone's attention with a clap feels great. At that, everyone familiar with Vanillana giggled and gazed at her with a teasing smile. "This kid." Vanillana muttered to herself, then asked Ria in a whisper, "Do I really do that so often?" This led to another round of laughter. "Anyway," James said, gathering the attention on himself once again. "When I came back, I had two pieces of good news to share with everyone. The first has already been introduced." Pointing his finger at See You Chillin' as he finished his statement, See You Chillin' put on a proud smile. "Though I don't know how long that will be the case, once his bad luck kicks me in the ass, that is," James said, causing See You Chillin' to deflate immediately. Smack. "Watch your language, young man," Leona growled after swatting James in the back of the head. Without even wincing, James replied, "Yes ma'am, understood," while saluting. Sighing in irritation, Leona asked, "And what's the other piece of good news?" "Well, that would be this," James replied while raising his left hand to eye level. Then, a red glow covered his arm, only to be replaced by a red armored tekka with gold accents and a green jewel embedded in the center of the armor plate covering his hand. "I awakened my sacred gear, the boosted gear, to be exact." Once again, the room fell silent. And once again, a whisper was heard from the card table. "This kid is rebelling against fate, isn't he?" Before things could get rooty again, James finally noticed someone was missing. Before we continue," James said apprehensively. "Is Riri avoiding me again?" Hearing James' abrupt question, everyone except See You Chillin' began to giggle. Some laughing wryly, which James did not notice. Eventually, Vanillana pointed up the stairs and answered James' question. "She said she had something important she wanted to talk about with you, alone." Cutting off the rest of the conversation, James said, "All right, let me go see what she wants to tell me." He then made his way upstairs. Once James was out of sight, Vanillana whispered, to no one in particular, "I get the feeling this isn't going to end well." Reaching the top of the stairs, James saw Ria sitting in front of his bedroom door with her head buried in her knees, quietly sobbing. "Riri. What's wrong?" asked James while walking in Ria's direction, surprised to see her like this. Hearing James' voice, Rias raised her head and vigorously wiped her eyes. However, with her puffy red eyes and dried tear stains, it was still obvious that she had been crying. Seeing Rias like this, James let out a sigh and said, "If you want to talk, I am willing to listen. Let's go inside first, though." Rias nodded at his suggestion, visibly calming down. Fine, let's go inside. James opened the door and ushered Rias inside. Rias entered, then unceremoniously flopped down on James' bed, causing his eyebrow to twitch and awkwardly look away. The reason? When Rias flopped down, her dress fluttered high enough to make her panties visible. Seeing James' reaction, Rias grinned and said, "Oh, James. Is something the matter? Why does your face look like that?" "Damn precocious little devil girl," muttered James under his breath, before changing the subject. "Anyway, what has you so upset?" "TCH. Rias clicked her tongue hard at James' change of subject, before putting on a solemn expression and answering James' question. "James, I need help thinking of a way to get out of this. My parents arranged a marriage for me, and they will not listen to my objections." "Damn, that sucks," replied James. "Arranged marriages are, like, so last century." Rias giggled at James' little joke, before quickly remembering why she was here. "Is that all you have to say?" she asked with a frown. "And what do you want me to say?" answered James with a question of his own. "I want you to think of a way out of this," replied Rias as if the answer had been obvious. Frowning slightly because of Rias' attitude, James continued, "Well, first, you should give me all the details, shouldn't you?" James asked while rolling his eyes. "Details? Like what?" asked Rias with some confusion. James could only shake his head at the girl. "Why are you shaking your head?" asked Rias with a pout. James sighed while massaging his temples. "All right, let me ask you some questions about the situation," he said in exasperation. "If I know what's going on, I can come up with a way to help, if that's even possible." Rias nodded in excitement and replied, "Ask away." "All right," began James as he pulled out the chair from his desk and placed it in front of Rias before sitting down. "First question, who have you been betrothed to?" "The third son of the Phoenix family, one of the 72 pillar houses, Riser Phoenix," said Rias with a frown. "Second question, when is the marriage supposed to take place?" asked James once again. "I am not going to marry him," shouted Rias indignantly. James sighed once again and coaxed Rias, "Just humor me, we need a time frame to make plans, right?" "Yes, you are correct," replied Rias before taking a deep breath to calm down. "They decided it would happen after I've reached maturity." James stroked his chin and thought, so that would be some time shortly after your 18th birthday, right?" "By your 20th, at the latest." "James, please stop doing that," said Rias, referring to the way James stroked his chin. "It makes you look like an old man." James ignored Rias' jab and moved on to his next question. "Third question, why are the elders so dead set on this marriage? Did they give you a reason?" asked James. Rias nodded her head. "They said it was to keep the pure-blooded devils from dying out," said Rias, while tapping her chin with her right index finger. "Oh, and Lord Phoenix said something about keeping the reincarnated devils in their place. Bigoted high-born fossil," muttered James under his breath. "Huh, what did you say?" asked Rias in response to James' muttering. Waving his hand dismissively, James said, "Don't worry about it, let's keep going." Rias pouted at James again, for not answering her question. "Fine. Asterisk chuckle asterisk you know, your pouting face is cute," teased James. Rias flushed red and turned her head away. "Just ask your next question." All right, don't get angry," said James, raising his hands disarmingly. "Was young Master Riser?" "Do not refer to him so respectfully, not while we are alone," interrupted Rias. Fine, was Riser there for this meeting? If so, what did he think of this arranged marriage?" Hearing James' latest question, Rias jumped up like a cat who had its tail stepped on and shouted. "Yes, he was there. And he said he would be overjoyed to go through with the marriage to the heiress of the Gremery family." Rias audibly gritted her teeth after finishing. James sighed yet again, before asking, "This will probably answer my next question as well, but why does that make you so angry?" "Because," Rias shouted, working herself up even more. "He only sees me as the heiress to the Gremery family. He does not see Rias at all. And that look in his eyes, I can tell he thinks I would make a great trophy wife." "Yup." James nodded his head at Rias' response. "That explains why you're so against this marriage." "Exactly. Now help." "Hold your horses," interrupted James. "Let me ask my final question." "Ask," ordered Rias in annoyance. Hearing her tone, James could feel his irritation rising. Taking a deep breath to calm down, he prepared himself for the outrage his next question will undoubtedly usher in. "Why should he know you as anything other than the heiress of the Gremery family?" Hearing James' question, Rias' eyes widened in shock. James could see the anger filling her eyes in real time. "What do you mean by that?" questioned Rias in an overbearing tone. Hearing Rias' tone, James' own irritation from being talked down to repeatedly began to boil over. I meant exactly what I said, Rias. James replied calmly, yet with an angry undertone. Think about it, what have you done to distinguish yourself from your family name? Have you made any achievements of your own? Have you contributed to Devil Society? You haven't, have you? I am a high-class devil of one of the 72 pillar houses, is that not enough? Asked Rias in rage. And what did you do to earn that title, princess? Asked James condescendingly, as he is starting to lose control of his irritation, due to Rias' unfounded pride. Let me answer that for you. You have done nothing to earn that title. Nothing other than being born to a good family. Rias began shaking in rage, tears pooling in her eyes, but James continued. All you do is enjoy the blessings you've been given, at your leisure. You don't use those blessings to better yourself, in any way. Hell, you wouldn't train at all if I didn't disguise it as a game. Yet, you still have the nerve to complain when your family. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. In the middle of James' rant, Rias stood abruptly and slapped him, silencing him immediately. After a moment of silence, James spoke, in an eerily calm tone. That's it, I'm done. James' expressionless face shocked Rias to her core. And she finally felt some remorse from her actions. However, before Rias could react, James stood from his seat and walked to the door. Without even looking back, he opened the door and left, walking past all the eavesdropping adults gathered outside the door. Without saying a word to any of them, he walked into his art studio, closed the door, then locked it. The silence in the hallway was deafening. Until it was broken by Rias' angry bellow. James, I hate you. Her regret had turned into anger when James did not return. Meanwhile, Venelana was the first of the adults to regain their senses. I had a feeling this wasn't going to end well. Chapter 19, Wake-Up Call. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Standing outside of James' bedroom are Leona, Cassiel, Venelana, Zeoticus, Cerzex, Rhea, Dante, and Seraphal. Among them are some of the most influential devils in the underworld. And at the moment, they are all speechless. Why? Because not even 10 minutes ago, they witnessed one of the most cheerful children they had ever known walk away from an argument with no emotion on his face. Having heard Rias shouting, the members of the younger generation, led by Sona, made their way upstairs to see what was wrong. Making their way to the group of adults, Sona took stock of the situation. First, she took a look through James' open bedroom door. And what she saw was Rias curled up on James' bed, sobbing in frustration. In front of the bed was the chair that is usually tucked under James' desk. And finally, James was nowhere to be seen. Before making any conclusions, Sona decided to ask two simple questions that would fill in most of the blanks. Mother, where is James? He's locked himself in his studio. Replied Rhea. Sona nodded, expecting as much. At the same time, Mizor made her way to the studio, then placed her ear on the door. It sounds like he's drawing, I can hear the sound of pen scratching against paper. Mizor reported. Drawing? See-you Chillin asked. Although they had become close during their training, Scathatch did not leave them enough energy to chat. In her opinion, if they had the energy to chat, they could use that energy to train a little longer. Adjusting her glasses, Tsubaki answered See-you Chillin's query. He's a mangaka famous throughout the realms. Tsubaki said calmly. Then she asked, have you ever heard of bleach? You mean the stuff you wash clothes with? See-you Chillin asked in genuine confusion. Without changing her expression, Tsubaki replied. No, the manga. Sona interrupted the conversation before it could continue. You two can talk about that later. Sona said sternly. She then turned her attention back to the adults and asked her second question. Rias did something stupid again, didn't she? This time it was Venelana who responded with a simple, yes. Sona sighed in response, then muttered to herself. At this rate, he's never going to want to deal with romantic matters. Although she was trying to keep her voice down, everyone present was able to hear her muttering. So, when she raised her head, she saw Venelana, Leona, and her own mother, Rhea, smiling at her teasingly. Damn it, I was too loud, she thought to herself as she flushed all the way to the tips of her ears. The hallway fell silent again. The one to break the silence this time was Venelana. But only after she stopped herself from clapping, remembering James' comment from earlier. Ahem, we need to do something about this. Venelana said, addressing everyone present. Any suggestions? Another short silence ensued. Eventually, Leona spoke up. Well, I think. She began. Once she had everyone's attention, she looked at Mizor then continued. Mizor, if James is drawing, you should see if he'll let you assist him. I'd rather he not be all alone right now. Just as Leona's words ended. Click. The door was unlocked, surprising everyone. Mizor, snapping out of her shock, looked back at everyone and nodded. She then opened the door and went inside. Before the door closed, though, see you chillin', asked James. Hey James, do you mind if I watch? I've never seen a manga being made. Sure, as long as you don't get in the way, replied James. With a smile on his face, see you chillin' made his way to the open art studio door. Before entering, he turned back and winked at everyone while mouthing, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him." After that, he went inside as well, then closed the door. The next to speak was Vanillana. "I think I'll take Rias home." Not waiting for anyone to respond, she stepped into James' bedroom and asked Rias if she wanted to go home, and Rias agreed. Shortly afterward, a teleportation magic circle surrounded Vanillana and Rias, and then they were gone. As Vanillana and Rias were teleporting away, Xioticus and Cerzex, doing their best to erase their presences, tried to leave as quietly as possible. Before they could get too far, however, each of them felt a vice-like grip on their shoulder. "And just where do you think you're going?" Grafia whispered into Cerzex's ear. "Haha, I was just going to get a drink from downstairs." Cerzex replied with a hollow laugh. On the other side, Leona and Rhea caught Xioticus. "Lord Gremory," Rhea began in a sugary sweet tone, "I think we should take the opportunity to have a discussion about parenting." Before he could reply, Leona chimed in as well. "That's right, with your many years of experience as a parent, I believe this would be a fruitful conversation," said Leona in the same sugary sweet tone. Hearing the two women's tone, Xioticus felt a chill. And his instincts were telling him it would be extremely unwise to refuse. "Cassiel, honey, you don't mind if the five of us use your office for a while, do you?" Leona asked with that same sugary sweet tone. Already knowing what that tone means, Cassiel shook his head and replied, "Not at all, take all the time you need." "But what about the food?" In response, Leona said offhandedly, "It was done before James and CU arrived. You all can help yourselves." "Before we begin our conversation," Grafia said as she led Cerzex into Cassiel's office, "I'll bring up portions for us and the three in the studio." And that statement sealed all Cerzex and Xioticus' escape routes. Cassiel and Dante, after giving Xioticus and Cerzex sympathetic looks, ushered the children back downstairs, along with Seraphol. "Well, let's go back and have some fun," said Cassiel as he and the group moved downstairs. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. As soon as the teleportation circle faded, Rias ran straight for her bedroom. The whole way there, the same four thoughts repeated on loop. Why did this happen? I thought we were friends. Didn't we make up already? Why was he so mean? And once she made it to her bedroom, she flung the door open. And without closing it, she dove into her bed and covered herself, completely. On the other hand, Vanillana waited a little while before trying to talk to Rias about her behavior. 20 minutes later, Vanillana was standing outside of Rias' open door. Looking inside, she could see Rias rolled up in her bedding like a Cuban cigar. Knock knock. Vanillana knocked on the door frame. Not waiting for a response, she entered the room, then sat on the side of the bed. "Rias, I am very disappointed in you," Vanillana said softly. Seeing the rolled-up bedding twitch, she knew Rias was listening. Although Rias was listening, she had no intention to respond. "You don't think this was your fault, do you?" Vanillana asked, again with a soft tone. With that question, Rias finally popped her head out to look at her mother. She then answered, "No, I don't." Really? And I'm guessing you have no idea why this happened either, do you? This time, instead of replying, Rias only shook her head. In that same soft tone, Vanillana asked another question. "Before today, did you consider James your friend?" Hanging her head, Rias answered, "Yes." "And do you still want to be friends?" Vanillana asked, once again with that same soft tone. Hesitating for a few moments, Rias eventually nodded her head. Then, Vanillana began, her tone changing to something more stern along the way, "Would you like me to tell you why things turned out this way?" Hearing her mother's question, Rias' eyes widened and she nodded her head vigorously. "It's actually quite simple," Vanillana said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "You haven't been treating him like a friend." "What are you talking about?" shouted Rias as she sat up straight. "Don't forget who you're talking to, young lady," Vanillana reprimanded. Hearing her mother's warning in her tone, Rias deflated immediately. "And that is part of the problem, you forget who you're talking to," Vanillana said. "I don't understand," Rias said with her head lowered. "Riri, am I your friend or subordinate? Seems like you're forgetting the answer to that question recently." Vanillana recited one of the lines from Heinrich's report involving the incident with Aquino. "Do you remember when James said that to you?" Rias racked her brain, trying to recall a time when James said something like that to her. Eventually she shook her head, signaling that she didn't remember. That was right after James saved Aquino, something you asked him to do. Venelana explained. Rias began trying to recall the memory again, still with no success. Venelana then took it upon herself to fill in the blanks for her daughter. You do remember asking James to save Aquino, right? Yes. Rias replied. And once he did, do you remember what you did? Venelana asked. Me and Sir Heinrich negotiated for her release. Rias answered, after thinking for a while. Although that was the end result, the first thing you did was order James to take care of the negotiations. Venelana then went on to remind Rias about the sequence of events. On top of that, James even helped Aquino get over her aversion to her fallen angel powers. Venelana said as she was finishing up with this event. And that undoubtedly strengthened your peerage. Rias dropped her jaw in surprise. She truly doesn't remember things playing out the way Venelana had just explained. However, she knows that her mother would not lie to her about something so important. To drive the nail in the coffin, Venelana made one more statement on this particular matter. On top of that, you never even thanked him for helping you. Hearing that, Rias hung her head in shame. Even though Venelana was done explaining Rias' faults in that incident, she had more to say. She brought up when James brought home Mazor, and the tantrum Rias threw because of it. Then she asked the same questions she discussed with Theodicus. You were in his home, did you have the right to question who he allowed in? And did he owe you an explanation? And she answered them for her. The answer is no, you had no say in the matter. And no, he didn't owe you an explanation for who he invited into his peerage. She then explained. What makes it worse, James would have answered any question you asked if you had just asked nicely. Because you two are friends. Instead, you threw a tantrum because you are too used to everything being the way you want it to be. Venelana continued for the next half an hour, explaining in every way she had witnessed Rias wronging James to the present. She ended her lecture with. And even though it wasn't something you wanted to hear, James was right about you, Rias. Venelana explained. You don't work to improve yourself, at all. You don't train and you don't try to further your studies, you really are only a high-class devil because of your lineage. You've had everything handed to you, yet you still have the audacity to complain when the family asks something of you. Venelana shook her head in disappointment for the nth time this evening. On top of that, if you would have kept a calm head, I'm sure James would have helped you come up with a solution. Venelana said, as she finally stood from the side of Rias' bed. But that doesn't look very likely to happen now. Venelana, then, started walking to the door. As she reached the door, she stopped and without turning around, she said. You really need to take a good long look at yourself and all your actions. If you keep on this way. Venelana then walked through the door and began closing it. Before it closed completely, though, she finished her sentence. You'll end up with no one you can truly call a friend. The door then closed, and Rias lay down, burying her face in her pillow. Chapter 20, We're going to Romania. 2 months have passed since James turned 14. In the first month, James and Cu Chillin chose not to do much. Other than basic training, they wanted to relax after finally being free of Skathaka's Hell Mode training course. Instead of their own training, they focused on Mazor's training. Unfortunately, the disparity between their fighting strengths was wider than James would like. In that month, James and Mazor also finished drawing bleach. That took about 3 weeks. Although James wanted to draw another, he was unable to decide which to draw, so he put it on the back burner. At least until he was promoted to high class. He had decided, however, that he would not be drawing another battle manga for his second work. Cu Chillin joined some of the educational classes during this month as well. Focusing primarily on the Devil World's geography and political climate, he also took some refreshers on mathematics and sciences. He completely neglected the study of languages, however, believing them unnecessary. Especially after being informed that devils have the innate ability to understand all languages. In the second month, James and Cu Chillin raised the level of their training. Although it still was nowhere near the intensity of Skathaka's training, they were still able to see improvements. And with their training intensity going up, so too did Mazor's. Sona and Tsubaki also joined in. And although James had heard that Aquino and even Kaneko also wanted to join, but they were unable to. Due to the fact that James and Rias were still not on speaking terms. The fact that James and Rias still were not speaking was actually not due to Rias' pride and avoidance. This time James was the one unwilling to see Rias. Although he is not conceited enough to claim that Rias would have been unable to recruit Aquino without his help, it cannot be denied that James played a role in her survival and subsequent recruitment. On top of that, Rias had treated him and the people around him poorly on more than one occasion. And the slap was the last straw. In short, he was just unable to forgive her yet. On the bright side, James had not once spoken ill of Rias because of what she had done. In fact, he often inquired about her well-being through Sona. Learning of this, Leona, Venelana, and Ria deduced James is using this period of avoiding Rias as a punishment, showing her that her actions have consequences. Then again, James was only 14. So, they also considered that they may be thinking too much into the situation. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. Currently, James, Mizor, and Cu Chulin are seated in James' studio. The three have been trying to decide where to go for their field training. As James and Cu Chulin were nearly unbeatable against beings below ultimate rank and Mizor could defeat most mid-level, middle-rank beings without issue, they decided that they would train in the field. Right now, the issue they are facing is a simple disagreement. What's so great about the USA? Mizor asked with her face flushed from arguing for the last 25 minutes. Most of the country is full of modern cities that you could find anywhere. At least if we went to Romania, we could see some old castles. Ha! Cu Chulin scoffed in reply. Why would I want to look at some old castles? I bet they could never compare to Dunskaith, anyway. Caught off guard, Mizor had nothing to retort with. She realized that was probably the worst argument she could have made in her favor. Of course, those castles would never be able to compare to Dunskaith. I need to think of something or I'm going to lose this argument. Come on Mizor, think. Meanwhile, while Mizor and Cu Chulin were having their argument, James was drawing characters from random works in his memories. Without caring about the disputing duo in the room, James was muttering to himself, thinking about which manga should be his next work. I know I said I would wait until I was promoted to think about this problem, but I really want to make a new one. James said to himself as he finished a drawing of Nagi Sanzanin from High 8 the Combat Butler. Back to the argument, Mizor looked around the room while she came up with her next reason to travel to Romania. She then looked over the two young men in the room and remembered how much they both liked a good fight. That's it. Mizor thought to herself in a moment of epiphany. But if we go to Romania, there's a chance we could run into a vampire. With that statement, James' pen stopped moving and Cu Chulin's eyes opened wide. Cu, we're going to Romania. James said with a note of finality in his tone. Sounds good too. Wait. Cu Chulin stopped in the middle of his sentence and questioned James. What the hell did you just call me? Cu. Cu Chulin is too long. James said nonchalantly. Yeah, but Cu makes it sound like you're talking to a kid or a small animal. Cu Chulin refuted. Hearing Cu Chulin's rebuttal, Mizor could not help but imagine a corgi with facial features similar to his. Asterisk giggle asterisk I think it sounds cute. Said Mizor, unable to hold back a giggle. You're imagining something weird, and I don't like it. Cu Chulin growled. Well, what should I call you then? Satanta. James asked, as he put the finishing touches on his drawing. Satanta. Mizor questioned in confusion. How did you come up with that? It sounds a little feminine, doesn't it? Hearing Mizor's innocent question, Cu Chulin's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Well, Satanta is his given name. James explained to the ignorant Yukiana. Cu Chulin is an alias. Oh, well I guess I can understand why he took an alias. Mizor said, mischief swirling in the depth of her eyes. Enough. Cu Chulin shouted. From now on just call me Lancer. James rolled his eyes at Cu Chulin's choice and thought, that was predictable. Fine, whatever. James said, waving his hand dismissively as he was growing weary of the topic. Lancer it is. Cu Chulin nodded in satisfaction. Putting down his pen and drawing pad, James stood to his feet. Looking at the two future members of his peerage, he began to speak. The destination is Romania. Said James as he made eye contact with Mizor and Cu Chulin. I assume we are in agreement. Yes. Replied Mizor. Hell yeah. Replied Cu Chulin. In that case, make your preparations. James ordered. We depart in 2 days. Mizor started to giggle. Then she said, James, the commander-in-chief role really doesn't suit you. Blushing slightly, James barked back, oh shut up. Go, get ready to go. James' studio was filled with the trio's laughter until they separated to make their travel preparations. 6 days later. Human world, Romania, outskirts of Bucharest. Hey Lancer. Said James as he looks in Cu Chulin's direction. Yeah, what's up? Cu Chulin replied casually. Remember that time you questioned the title I gave you? James asked just as casually. Which title? Cu Chulin asked with uncertainty. The man whose bad luck has no equal. James replied. Oh. Yeah, I remember that one. Cu Chulin said as he nodded his head. How do you feel about it now? James asked. My luck sucks. Cu Chulin said nonchalantly. Why are you two so nonchalant about this situation? Mizor asked in exasperation. Currently, James, Mizor, and Cu Chillin have been surrounded by a group of 12 vampires, as they protected a vampire girl who was around their age. While Mizor was exasperated by their nonchalance, she knew them well enough to know they were focused and ready for anything. On the other hand, the young red-eyed, silver-haired vampire girl was confused. Maybe I made a mistake asking them for help. The vampire girl thought to herself. Flashback, 6 minutes ago, Just outside of Bucharest, Mizor had just finished a battle with a low-level, middle-rank stray devil, with James and Cu Chillin observing her progress. Good job, Mizor. James complimented. I might have underevaluated your combat prowess a little. Pant, what do you mean? Mizor asked while trying to catch her breath. Instead of James, Cu Chillin was the one that answered. With your focus heightened in real combat, your prowess is a notch higher than what you show in training. Cu Chillin explained. Okay, let's head back to the city. James said as he started walking toward Bucharest. We need to send in the report on the extermination. Unfortunately, until you're reincarnated into a devil, these kills won't go toward promoting you. And with that, the trio began making their way back to the city. Before they could get very far, however, they saw a group of men chasing a lone girl in their direction. Well, looks like we got trouble incoming. James said with a sigh. As long as we don't get involved, we should be fine, right? Mizor asked. Uncertainly. We'll just give them space to do their own thing. Cu Chillin said, resting his spear on his shoulder. What's the worst that could happen? Psi and I can see the flag waving high in the sky. James said despondently. What? Cu Chillin asked in confusion. What do you mean? Psi he's saying you raised a flag. Mizor replied, also unable to resist sighing. At that moment, the girl noticed the trio and shouted. Please help me. I'm a vampire who escaped from the Teeps faction. They want to sacrifice me to bring the vampire progenitor back to life. Damn it. Now we can't ignore this even if we wanted to. James said dejectedly. Yeah, they'll never let us live now that we've heard that kind of information. Cu Chillin replied. James deadpanned, then looked at Cu Chillin and said, I blame you. This is your fault. Flashback end . And where is Sir Okita? Isn't he supposed to be protecting us and handling diplomatic issues? Sir Okita won't show up unless we're about to die. James answered casually. Anyway, there are 12 of them. Let me see. 2 high rank, 1 high level and 1 mid level, 4 middle rank, 1 high level, 2 mid level and 1 low level, and 6 low rank, 2 mid level, and 4 low level. So, how are we gonna split 'em up? Cu Chillin asked, while licking his lips with a battle-hungry smile on his face. Hearing that question, James began dividing roles quickly. I'll take the high/high rank, 1 of the mid/middle ranks, and 2 of the low/low ranks. Lancer, you take the mid/high rank, the high/middle rank, the other mid/middle rank, and a low/low rank. Mizor, everyone else is yours. Got it. Replied Cu Chillin, flourishing his spear. Understood. Replied Mizor as ice covered her hands, taking the form of claws. James then spoke to the group of vampires in a mocking tone, I really appreciate the fact that you let us strategize. Now that we're ready, we're gonna put you all down, now. Okay. Hearing James taunt, the vampires were naturally angered. As they were about to start firing back insults and scathing remarks, James acted. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. James drew Okairu Sakura just as he spoke the trigger words. Once the blade was broken down fully, he sent the petal-shaped blades all around, separating the 12 vampires into their assigned groups of 4. Killing the 2 low-ranked vampires he was in charge of taking down in the process. Once the vampires were split into groups of 4, Cu Chillin immediately dashed toward the 4 assigned to him. Rushing into their midst, he performed a sweep with all of them in his trajectory. From this, the low-level, low rank and the mid-level, middle rank lost their heads with no resistance. The high-level, middle rank was flung back about 13 feet, approximate 4 when he tried to block with his own spear. The bones in his arms breaking in the process. However, the high-level, mid-rank vampire was able to stop the strike, with his greatsword, with little issue. Thinking the result satisfactory, Cu Chillin withdrew his spear, then rushed toward the downed middle-rank vampire and thrust the spear through his heart, before returning his attention to the remaining high-rank vampire. Well, that was a disappointing warm-up. Cu Chillin remarked, as he retook his stance. I hope you'll be able to entertain me a little more. You damn brat. The vampire said as he dashed forward. With no feints, the vampire aimed to cut Cu Chillin from head to crotch in a single strike. You're really looking down on me, huh? See-you Chillin muttered to himself, as he parried the downward slash, knocking the vampire off balance. Then, before he could regain his balance, See-you Chillin thrust his spear forward, piercing his foe's heart. He then quickly retracted the spear and swung it horizontally to decapitate the still-breathing vampire. Master would have had a field day if she had seen their poor weapon skills. See-you Chillin said to himself as he flourished his spear before resting it on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Mizore made quick work of her opponents, as well. Once the enemies were separated, she used her racial ability to manipulate and create ice, to sprout ice spikes from below the group of vampires, killing the 3 low ranks instantly, with the middle rank jumping away from the surprise attack. But as soon as he landed, Mizore, using her ice to propel herself forward at high speed, appeared before him with her ice claw stretched forward. In the next moment, half of Mizore's arm was protruding from the vampire's back. Pulling her arm out of the vampire's corpse, Mizore complained. How am I supposed to improve if they give me such weak opponents? It looks like James is rubbing off on you, Mizore. See-you Chillin said with a laugh as he made his way toward Mizore after finishing his own fight. I'd rather he just be rubbing on me, Mizore said to herself. What did you say? Asked See-you Chillin as he was unable to hear her mutterings. It's none of your business, squeaked Mizore with a blush on her face. Well, I guess we're all done. When Mizore and See-you Chillin turned their heads in the voice's direction, James was walking toward them, sheathing his Okairu Sakura. Once the click from the handguard meeting the mouth of the sheath was heard, 2 heads simultaneously fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Looking closely, you would notice they belonged to the high-level, high-rank and mid-level, middle-rank vampires he was fighting. Well, now that has been taken care of, James said as he turned his attention to the vampire girl who brought this altercation with her. Want to tell us what's going on, miss? Staring at the trio with her eyes wide open, the vampire girl only had one thought on her mind. Who in the world are these 3? Chapter 21, She's a Shinso Vampire. Human World, Romania, Bucharest. In a suite, in the city's most luxurious hotel, an adult and 4 teenagers were seated on the 2 sofas present in the suite's living room. Well, like I said before, James began the conversation. Now that that's taken care of, want to tell us what's going on, miss? Still in shock that 3 teenagers around her age were able to dispose of an experienced group of vampires specialized in hunting escapees, the beautiful, red-eyed, vampire girl with long, straight silver hair and a voluptuous figure began to introduce herself. First of all, I'd like to thank you for saving me, the vampire girl said while bowing her head in gratitude. My name is Mocha aka Haya, and like I said before, I'm an escapee from the Teeps faction of vampires. The vampires have been warring internally for centuries, thus the need for factions. The 2 factions, the Teeps and the Carmilla, are descendants of Vladimir Teeps and Carmilla, respectively. The Teeps vampires are patriarchal, and believe in complete male supremacy, while the Carmilla are the exact opposite. With their viewpoints on extreme opposite sides of the spectrum, civil war among the vampires was inevitable. Must have been rough living with such extreme male chauvinists, James said sympathetically, with Mizore nodding in agreement. Miss AKA's Haya, what is this you mentioned about reviving the vampire progenitor? Okita Tsuji asked with a solemn expression. Yes, I'll explain, Mocha said as she gathered her thoughts. I don't know all the details, but what I do know is Alucard, the progenitor of all vampires, has been revived, even if in an extremely weakened state. Wait. See-you Chillin cut in. When you approached us, didn't you say they wanted to sacrifice you to revive the progenitor? Smack. Out of nowhere, James swatted See-you Chillin in the back of the head. Damn it, James. See-you Chillin roared in protest. What the hell did you hit me for? I was thinking, since your brain isn't working, it might start if I hit it a few times, James said nonchalantly, with Mizore nodding in agreement. My brain is not an old TV set, See-you Chillin said in annoyance. Seeing the trio's antics, Okita could only shake his head with a smile. Mocha, on the other hand, looked at them with envy in her gaze. Having friends like that must be nice, she thought to herself. Anyway, casually dismissing See-you Chillin's complaints, James continued, if this Alucard, or whatever his name is, has already been revived, then that means they want to sacrifice Miss Akashiya here to restore his strength. Or something like that. Mocha's eyes opened in amazement. She was truly impressed at how quickly James was able to deduce the truth. Your analytical ability and deductive reasoning are truly impressive, Mocha said with genuine praise in her tone. If you read enough manga, you could see the pattern from a mile away, James replied while waving dismissively. Hearing James' response, Mocha's eyebrow twitched, while Okita facepalmed. We're getting off topic, Mizore reminded everyone gently. Nodding his head in agreement, James spoke, once again. I have a question that I hope you can answer, James said, making eye contact with Mocha. For this Alucard to regain his strength, do a bunch of vampires need to be sacrificed, like, to fill the numbers? Or does the sacrifice have to be you, specifically? Biting her lower lip, Mocha was clearly hesitating to answer. Eventually, she replied. They need me specifically, she said as she lowered her head. As I expected, James said while nodding his head. The next question, what will you do now? That was a question Mocha dreaded. She knew going back to vampire territory was impossible. Even if she tried to defect to the Carmilla faction, she would more than likely be treated as a slave or servant, at best. Seeing the struggle in the girl's expression, Mazor tugged on James' sleeve and asked in a cutesy tone. Can't she come with us? Hearing Mazor's question, Mocha opened her eyes wide. In response to Mazor's question, James smiled and patted her head. Mazor's eyes narrowed in pleasure as James replied. As much as I'd like to take her with us, there are two conditions that would have to be fulfilled. Mocha's eyes opened even wider, her mouth, now, hanging open as well. First, she'd have to be willing to join my peerage. James began to explain, then continued. And second, I'd have to know what kind of trouble I was picking up. If it's too heavy, I can't be expected to carry it, can I? Mazor took a moment to consider James' response, then nodded her head in understanding, which earned her more head pats. Meanwhile, Okita Tsuji nodded his head as well, impressed by James' breadth of mind. If those conditions sound good to you, I'm willing to at least discuss, said James as he shifted his attention to Mocha. Once again, Mocha was hesitant. She understood where James was coming from. However, she was afraid that he would hear her circumstances then give up on her. At worst, he could sell her out to the vampires. Seemingly seeing through Mocha's thoughts, James made a suggestion. Since it seems you're having trouble trusting me. Which is completely understandable, James said, pausing briefly before continuing. We can sign a devil contract that states, you tell me your situation and in return, I keep it secret as long as I don't accept you into my peerage. Devil contract? Mocha asked in confusion. Well, I'm a half-devil, James replied. By the way, our guard, Sir Okita, is a devil, Mazor is a Yukiana, and Lancer is an idiot. Damn it, James. Siyu Chulin shouted indignantly. Yeah, I know, James said dismissively. We'll fight when we get back home. Huffing in annoyance, Siyu Chulin clarified. I'm a human. James then chimed in. He didn't deny being an idiot, though. Gah. As Siyu Chulin roared in frustration, Mazor and Mocha could not help but giggle. Once the excitement died down, Mocha spoke. I'll agree to the contract, she said with a bit less apprehension in her expression. Great, James responded with a smile. Then, if you would follow me. James then stood and relocated to one of the suite's bedrooms. Mocha followed without hesitation. And the rest of James' group waited in the living room. Once they were alone, James and Mocha signed a devil contract with the conditions James mentioned earlier. Once the contract was in place, James set up a silencing barrier around the room. James then explained the evil peace system and what it means to be in a peerage. He also explained the advantages and disadvantages of accepting the offer. He also explained that the only things he really expected from his peerage were striving for self-improvement and unity. He does not even expect his peerage to all like each other, but they must be able to put their differences aside when necessary. After James' explanation, Mocha agreed, without hesitation. Then realized it was her turn to spill the beans, if you will. Taking a deep breath, Mocha organized her thoughts. Then began to explain. Have you ever heard the term Shinso vampire? Mocha asked. James simply shook his head in response. Well, there are only two real differences between a Shinso vampire and a regular vampire, Mocha said, beginning her explanation. The first is the limit to growth. Alucard in his prime was at main tier god rank. Whereas regular vampires seem to cap at low tier god rank, Vladimir Teeps and Carmilla were no exception. Expecting something similar, James nodded his head, signaling Mocha to continue. The second major difference is that a Shinso vampire isn't affected by sunlight at all. James finally showed a shocked expression. And when he did, Mocha continued. And though I'm not sure about my strength limit, but I'm sure that I have no issue walking under the sun. Hearing that, James' mouth and eyes opened to a comical degree. Seeing James' facial expression, Mocha wanted to laugh, but held back. The effort caused her to tremble violently. Noticing Mocha's expression and body language, James snapped out of his stupor. He then stopped to think, weighing his options. Finally, he made his decision. Starting at the conclusion, I'm willing to accept you into my peerage, James began to explain. But before Mocha could get too excited, he continued. We'll have to get you trained up, though. I'm sure the Teeps faction won't give up on you that easy. We'll need to get you strong enough to protect yourself, at least long enough for help to arrive. Since there will be times when you are alone, even if they're not very often. Taking a bit of time to process what James just said, Mocha found it reasonable. It is true that she would find herself alone from time to time. Like if she went out to a convenience store, or something. After wrapping her mind around everything, she rose to her feet and clasped her hands in front of her chest. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mocha exclaimed in jubilation with a beautiful smile on her face. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't willing to take me in. Don't worry about it. James said with a chuckle, noting mentally that her genuine, happy smile was breathtaking. Although it's not official yet, we'll all be family from now on. After taking some time to calm down, Mocha's expression returned to normal, which is an expression of pride. Once the negotiations were done with, James removed the silencing barrier. Then both he and Mocha made their way back into the living room. Hearing the sound of the door James and Mocha were using for their discussion opening, Okita, Mizore, and Siyu Chillin turned their attention in that direction. The first to speak was naturally Siyu Chillin. So, what's the word? Siyu Chillin asked as if he was unconcerned. Rolling his eyes at Siyu Chillin's act because he could see the curiosity in his eyes, James spoke straight to the point. Well, it looks like our growing family just got a new member. James said as he stepped aside and pointed at Mocha. Standing up excitedly, Mizore cheered. Yay. Now I will not be outnumbered by the boys. That was probably her real reason for asking me/James to take her/me in, huh? The rest of the room's occupants thought at the same time. Well, because we got ourselves a new companion, it looks like our trip will be cut short. James said, but before he could continue, he was interrupted. Huh, wait. Why? Mizore asked in a fluster. Because that's how it's always been. James said with a tilt of his head. Unsure what the issue was. Hearing James' answer, Mizore squatted down and began drawing circles with her finger on the floor, while muttering some pretty ominous words. Deciding the can of worms was not worth opening, James turned his attention to Okita. Sir Okita, I'll have to trouble you to set up a trip to the underworld through the official channels. James asked with the tone of making a formal request. Although this is the first time it is being mentioned, those visiting the underworld for the first time must enter through a certain route. Otherwise, they will be treated as intruders and hunted down like fugitives. It's no trouble at all, Okita said casually. The preparations should be complete in 3 days. Hearing Okita's time frame, James made an executive decision. Well, if that's the case, we'll end the training here and spend the next 3 days sightseeing like regular tourists. James said with a smile. And Mocha, the Teeps shouldn't be back before then, right? I don't think so. Mocha said, uncertainty clear in her tone. Hearing that, James just shrugged. Whatever, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the meantime, let's go out and have some fun. Mizore, Siyu Chillin, and Mocha cheered in excitement. At the same time, Okita thought to himself, kids will be kids, after all. Chapter 22, another one sacrificed to the shopping demons. A/N, taking a suggestion from some of the readers, I'll be making a change. Low, mid, high level will be changed to beginner, intermediate, advanced level. Low, middle, high rank will remain unchanged. I hope that will fix some of the confusion. For months have passed since James recruited Mocha aka Haya for his future peerage. In those 4 months, James and his friends did not venture out on any more field training trips. Instead, James and Siyu Chillin focused on getting Mizore and Mocha up to an acceptable level in terms of combat prowess. Sona and Tsubaki joined their training as often as they could as well. And last but not least, Kaneko also joined. James and Siyu Chillin, being the strongest of the 7 teenagers who often trained at the Alaverus estate, often took part in high-intensity spars against not only each other, but if their schedules would allow it, Okita, Suji, Oren, and even Cassiel would show up. Although they have not raised their strength to that of ultimate rank yet, James and Siyu Chillin have refined their fighting techniques and power usage to a frightening degree, for their ages. Mizore, having taken educational classes for the last 3 or so years, has pushed her level of education to the point that she would have no trouble keeping up in any high school in the world. Under Graphia and Seraphal, more so Seraphal, she has pushed her ice manipulation further than before. Creating colder, more solid ice and manipulating it more freely. With her efforts, she was finally able to break the threshold and became an advanced level, middle rank being. Mocha also joined the classes with Mizore. As a female growing up in the Teeps faction of vampires, she had few opportunities to better herself or broaden her horizons. Receiving the opportunity, she dove into it like a fish returning to the sea. Though 4 months was considered a short time in terms of gaining knowledge, due to her passion for learning, her progress has been nothing short of spectacular. As far as training goes, after testing her affinity for all sorts of weaponry, Mocha decided she preferred to fight barehandedly. With that discovery, James took charge of her training. He taught her everything he knew about Muay Thai and wrestling. By the end of this 4-month stretch, if her supernatural powers were taken out of the equation, Mocha would be a match for the best amateur MMA fighters in the human world. As far as Sona and Tsubaki's training went, they were split between James and Siyu Chilin, respectively. When training with Sona, James focused on control and variation. In terms of control, James and Sona spent little time on it. Sona's control of her demonic energy was far more advanced than James had expected. That only left adding variety to Sona's magical repertoire. To do so, James drew diagrams of all the water-release jutsu he could think of from Naruto, minus the hand signs. From that point on, Sona went through a sort of transformation. With a new set of offensive, defensive, and auxiliary techniques, her threat level in battle increased substantially. Tsubaki's training was handled exclusively by Siyu Chilin. As Tsubaki's weapon of choice is the naginata, it only made sense. Seeing as the naginata is a long-handled weapon with a curved blade, it is basically a spear. Siyu Chilin's training was much more straightforward than James. Just a healthy dose of sparring followed by pointers and reflection. Then, rinse and repeat. After 4 months of training like that with Siyu Chilin, Tsubaki's handling of her weapon improved dramatically. Finally, the most surprising addition to the training group, Kaneko. James had found out about Kaneko's talent for bare-handed fighting through Sona. As he often asked about Rias and her peerage progress and well-being. Once he heard about her talents, James wrote Rias a letter. One formally requesting permission to train Kaneko. And to everyone's surprise, Rias agreed. So, Kaneko arrived the following day with a letter penned by Rias asking James to take good care of Kaneko and expressing her apologies for all the things she had done to wrong both James and Mizor. From that day on, Kaneko would join Mocha in being trained in Muay Thai by James. And Kaneko's rate of improvement was on par with Mocha. The above routines went on for 4 months. However, after the 3rd month, James added another routine to his schedule. Every evening, after dinner, James would review for the high-class promotion exam with Sona. Although James never slacked in learning and keeping up with the changes going on in the underworld, he was nowhere as invested as Sona had been. Which made sense. Sona was being raised as the heir to one of the underworld's most influential houses. And although James still was not ready to admit it, with all the one-on-one time they spent together over the last few months, Sona was making progress in leaving a mark that is more than just platonic in James' heart. Day before the high-class promotion exam Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. In the same crowded plaza, a teleportation magic circle bearing the mark of Alaverus appears in one of its corners. Once it had risen to its apex and vanished, 6 figures appeared in its place. 2 adults, a man and a woman, and 4 teenagers, 2 young men and 2 young women. While taking a quick look around his surroundings, the first to speak, James Alaverus, a handsome young man standing 6 foot, approximate 1.83 m, tall with caramel-colored skin, cornrowed black hair with long braids hanging from their ends, and chestnut brown eyes with dusk pink outlining each iris, dressed casually in a black short-sleeved polo t-shirt, dark blue denim jeans, and black Air Force Ones. I can't believe it, it's already been 3 years since I was here. Well, you did spend most of your time here in bed last time, replied Leona Alaverus, a beautiful, light brown-skinned, chestnut brown-eyed, young woman who stood at 5 feet 9 inches, approximate 1.75 m, tall with long black hair pulled into a ponytail reaching her hips and a bang that falls over her forehead and left eye, reaching her chin, dressed in a white t-shirt tucked into a pair of blue stretch denim jeans, and black sandals. Holding onto James' left arm as she looked around excitedly at the new sights, Shirayuki Mizor, a pretty, fair-skinned girl standing 4 feet 11 inches, approximate 150 centimeters, tall with shoulder-length light purple hair, messy bangs swept to the left, and light blue eyes with dark purple pupils, wearing a strapless, knee-length white dress and heeled sandals the same color as her hair, asked for the details in curiosity. Slept the whole time, what happened? Hearing Mizor's question, Mocha aka Haya, an exceptionally beautiful, pale-skinned, red-eyed, girl standing 5 feet 2 inches, approximate 1.57 m, tall with long silver hair that reaches her lower back with messy bangs covering her forehead and dressed in a teal-green blouse and a mid-thigh length white pleated skirt, and white Air Force Ones for girls, perked up as well. Cassiel Alaverus, a brown-skinned, dusk-pink-eyed, man with spiky dark red hair standing vertically with one spiky strand hanging over his forehead, dressed in a white tracksuit and white sneakers, replied with a laugh. Well, after being dragged around for 10 hours to shop with 2 beautiful women, then having to take the middle-class promotion test. He was just exhausted. As Cassiel explained, Leona blushed in embarrassment, remembering the shopping trip in question. Sona and I got so into our shopping, we even forgot to eat. Which means, James didn't eat either. Yeah. James said with a lifeless look in his eyes as he remembered the shopping trip from hell. Shortly after, his eyes sharpened as he glared at his father, Cassiel. And coincidentally, Pop had business to take care of. Right until we got back to the hotel. Cassiel looked away with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, unable to make eye contact with James, due to a guilty conscience. On the other hand, C.U. Chillin aka Lancer, a red-eyed, young man standing 6 foot, approximate 1.83 m, tall with dark blue hair pulled into a rat tail that reached his shoulders, wearing silver earrings, a black t-shirt with an Ichigo Kurosaki decal, blue denim shorts and black boots, laughed uproariously, before saying, "James, oh James. Your father sacrificed you to the shopping demons." While James hung his head and slumped his shoulders after having his suspicions pointed out. Cassiel, thinking that turning just his head wasn't enough, turned his whole body away from his son. However, Leona, Mizore, and Mocha had fire in their eyes as they glared at the laughing C.U. Chillin. Noticing the situation, a moment later, James put on a mischievous smile, then suggested, "Well, I need to get another sword, as I had an idea I wanted Master Scathatch to help me with." James then paused for a moment. Once he made sure he had everyone's attention, he continued. "So, how about we do things like this? Pop, can you take me to the swordsmith who made Okairu Sakura? Meanwhile Mom, you take the girls to buy whatever they want, my treat. That treat includes you too, Mom." Mizore and Mocha's eyes lit up at the offer, while Leona gave James a hug and a kiss on the cheek in thanks. C.U. Chillin, however, raised his hand in confusion and asked a question. One he would regret. "So, I guess I'm going with you and Uncle Cassiel, then." "Oh, sorry Lancer, I forgot," James said with mock guilt in his expression. Pretending to think for a few moments, he spoke once again when he felt it was enough. "How about going with Mom and the girls to protect them and carry their bags?" With that, the flames of rage were visible in C.U. Chillin's eyes due to James' betrayal. The ladies, on the other hand, were ecstatic at the thought of having a pack mule. After discussing the finer details, such as what time they would reconvene for dinner and where they would meet, they started to make their way to their own temporary destinations. However, as they were separating, as James stepped past C.U. Chillin, he whispered, "Being sacrificed to the shopping demons isn't so funny now, is it?" Then continued forward without looking back. James could feel C.U. Chillin's glare trying to burn a hole in his back and paid it no mind. Once the two groups separated, James and Cassiel first checked in at the same hotel as they had 3 years ago. After that, they headed to the swordsmith who created Okairu Sakura's shop. After walking for 35 minutes, the father-son duo stood before a shop with a large sign above the door that read, Muramesa's. Looking up at the shop sign, James asked his father, "This the place?" "Yup." Cassiel replied casually. "All right, then let's go," James said, as he walked forward then pushed the door open. Ring. A bell rang as the door opened. Shortly afterward, they were greeted by a middle-aged man. "Welcome to Muramesa's." The middle-aged man began before pausing, as he had recognized one of his guests. "Oh Cassiel, it's you. How's that last piece working out for your son? And what did he end up calling it?" Before Cassiel could open his mouth, James answered the middle-aged man's questions. "Mr. Muramasa, I assume. It's nice to meet you, and the blade you crafted is exquisite. Its name is Okairu Sakura, by the way." "Oh, so you're the kid Cassiel spoke about so proudly, huh?" Muramasa said while looking James up and down. He then continued. "Okairu Sakura, huh? Japanese for falling cherry blossoms, not bad. Looks like it landed in good hands." Hearing Muramesa's approval, James stepped forward, materializing the sheathed Okairu Sakura in his hand, and made his request. "Sir, I need a second blade," said James, who then explained what he needed exactly. "I need a blade with identical specs. Weight, shape, blade length, blade width, hilt length, etc. Everything needs to be identical. Aside from the color scheme. I need that to be the opposite. The cherry blossom pattern can be the same, though." Once James finished, he took a deep breath and looked Muramasa in the eye. "Before I agree, what do you need a second blade for?" Muramasa asked with a serious expression on his face. "Well." James explained the reason he needed the second sword. Which Muramasa agreed to quickly. "Come back in 4 days," Muramasa said after recording Okairu Sakura's specifications. James and Cassiel then left the shop and returned to the hotel to rest before they met up with Leona's group for dinner. It will remain a secret that James found the lifeless look in C.U. Chillin's eyes immensely satisfying when they met up. Chapter 23, on to the next one. High-class promotion exam day Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Having just finished showering, brushing his teeth, and getting dressed, James opened the door and stepped out of the room he shared with C.U. Chillin, who happened to still be asleep. In the hotel suite's living room, Mizore and Mocha were seated on the sofa watching TV in their pajamas. Mizore's being white with navy blue accents and Mocha's were teal green with white accents. James was a bit surprised to see the girls up so early, but then remembered a theory he came up with a few years ago. Women must come standard with two engines. One for daily life. But when shopping, the power supply switches to the second one. Thinking his hypothesis was flawless, James nodded his head in satisfaction. Once he was done patting himself on the back, he greeted the girls. "Good morning, Mizor, Mocha, did you sleep well?" James asked with a smile. Finally pulling their attention from the TV at the sound of James' voice, the girls smiled back and said, "Good morning, James." Patting the space between them, Mizor invited James to sit and watch TV with her and Mocha. An action Mocha did not seem to mind. Accepting the invitation, James took a seat between the girls, which led to Mizor resting her head on his right shoulder. Although not as bold or clingy as Mizor, even Mocha moved a bit closer. Close enough for her shoulder to be in contact with James' upper arm. Although it has yet to be stated outright, Mizor has been working with Sona to weaken the defenses around James' heart. Although she was originally against the thought of sharing James, after realizing that many high-class devils have harems, even if they only have one official wife. Another reason she agreed to Sona's proposal was that she had seen most of the hoops James was made to jump through after becoming middle class, just so he would be qualified to take the high-class promotion exam. With her future status as a low-class, reincarnated devil, she imagined the hurdles would be even higher. Mocha, on the other hand, having spent her early childhood in the Teeps faction, grew up thinking it natural for a strong male to have multiple women by his side. What made the thought of being part of James' harem even easier is that James had no interest in forcing the issue. In fact, James had made it clear on multiple occasions that he was not ready for a romantic relationship. At least until he had achieved his goal. Which would happen in 3 days if everything went as planned. Everything going as planned simply means James passing the promotion exam in a few hours. Once the exam is over, the results will be made public 2 days later. And then, a day after that, those that passed will be promoted in front of the Devil World's upper echelon in a grand ceremony. After watching the TV with the girls for a while, Cassiel and Leona came out of their bedroom. Looking over James and the girls, Leona smiled brightly. Cassiel, on the other hand, was staring at his son with a bit of jealousy. "Why is my son so much more comfortable around women than I am?" Cassiel thought to himself as he lamented his ineptitude. Feeling his father's bitter glare, James tilted his head in confusion. He then greeted his parents with a smile. "Mom, Pop, good morning. I hope you slept well." With a smile, Leona replied. "I did, how about you?" While Cassiel nodded his head in agreement. "I slept great." James replied with a smile as well. "Where's Lancer?" Cassiel asked with a smirk. With an eerily similar smirk to his father, James answered. "He's still asleep." The Alaverus men then chuckled. While Leona and the girls shook their heads at the pair's antics. Leona, after checking the time, asked. "Have you kids eaten breakfast yet?" "Nope," said Mizor with a shake of her head. "Me neither." Mocha chimed in. "Same here," said James. "*I**, you kids should take better care of yourselves," Leona said and then paused. Continuing shortly afterward. "Especially you, James, if you plan on eating before the exam, then you have to do it now." Checking the time for himself, James shot up from the couch and shouted. "It's already this late. I don't want to almost be late like last time." He then rushed out of the suite and entered the elevator so he could have breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Seeing James rushing to get breakfast, Mizor and Mocha looked at each other, briefly making eye contact, before they rushed into their shared bedroom. After a few minutes, they re-emerged, fully dressed. They then rushed out of the suite, just like James did a few minutes beforehand. "Oh, to be young," Leona said with a smile. Cassiel shook his head in amusement. "They really didn't have to rush out like that though," Cassiel remarked. Leona just smiled in response. She then linked arms with her husband and led him out of the room and to the hotel restaurant. After eating their fill, Leona, Mizor, and Mocha returned to their room with some food for whenever Siyu Chilin woke up. They would need their pack mule, Protector, well fed so he could do his job properly. On the other hand, Cassiel and James made their way to the convention center. With plenty of time to spare, James was able to find his assigned exam room relaxedly. After another 15 minutes, the exam began. Although the questions were a little more abstract, the topics were a little more varied, and the dual opponent was a little stronger than those in the middle-class promotion exam, James still managed to breeze through it. A few hours later, Cassiel and James were seated in a restaurant waiting for the rest of their group to arrive. "Once you pass the test and are promoted to a high-class devil, what's your next goal?" Cassiel asked while stirring cream and sugar into his coffee. Taking a sip of his grapefruit juice, James replied while smiling wryly. "What you really want to ask is, what are you gonna use to avoid those girls' feelings next?" "Right," Adopting a similar wry smile, Cassiel decided to drop the subject. James, however, decided to give him an answer to his original question. Well, the first thing I want to do is make up with Riri, said James as he gazed out of the window. Surprised by James' answer, Cassiel raised an eyebrow expecting James to continue. And James met his expectations splendidly. It's time I started confronting all the girls who I know have feelings for me. Even if I don't know exactly how I feel about all of them. Damn it. Why is my son so much better than me at this? Feeling his father's glare, James tilted his head in confusion. Unable to figure out what the problem was, James shrugged and pushed it to the back of his mind. After another 10 minutes, Leona, Mizor, Mocha, and Siyu Chilin arrived, then sat down around the table. Mizor and Mocha taking the seats to James' left and right respectively. Have any problems protecting the ladies? James asked Siyu Chilin with a smirk. Not even having the energy to banter, Siyu Chilin responded simply. I hate you. He then fell silent. Which led to Leona, Mizor, and Mocha laughing at his misfortune. That will teach him to call us shopping demons. The ladies all thought to themselves. After some small talk and a lovely meal, the group returned to the hotel to relax. The next day passed in the same relaxed fashion. The difference being that this time Cassiel was drafted into the position of the ladies' protector. The next day, at around noon, the group made their way to the convention center. Even if they expected James to pass, they still had to see it for themselves. Arriving in front of the board with the new high-class Devil's exam numbers, Mocha asked. James, what is your exam number? Waving dismissively, James said, there's no need to look. He then turned and walked away. Everyone else was confused. Eventually Mizor asked. Auntie Leona, what is James' exam number? Fishing James' exam registration out of her purse, Leona answered Mizor's inquiry. 973-4118-21, Leona read the registration information. Siyu Chilin then turned and walked away as well. Lancer, where are you going? Mocha asked in confusion. James was right, there's no need to look. Siyu Chilin responded as he walked away. Stupid Siyu, what did he mean by that? Mizor asked in frustration. Cassiel then pointed up at the top of the board. The three ladies followed the direction and saw the top few spots for the promotion exam. 1. 973-4118-21. 2. 454-7318-99. 3. 882-1115-29. OMG. James got first place. Mocha exclaimed excitedly. That silly Siyu just wanted to look cool. Mizor shouted in annoyance. Though that didn't stop a smile from creeping onto her face. As she had been shouting, Siyu Chilin almost tripped over himself when he heard Mizor calling him Siyu in public. Instead of turning back and drawing attention to it, though, Siyu Chilin chose to catch up with James, who was waiting for the rest of the group outside of the crowd. So how does it feel? Siyu Chilin asked. How does what feel? James asked in return. Achieving your goal. Siyu Chilin clarified. Nothing special. James said nonchalantly. This is a goal I had no doubt I would reach. Nodding his head in understanding, Siyu Chilin then asked, so, what's next? James did not answer immediately. Stroking his chin while he considered his reply. I have 2 goals that I'd like to complete sometime in the near future. James said, finally replying to Siyu Chilin's last question. The first is to complete my peerage. Making it as strong as it can be. And the second? Well, that's a secret. But I don't think I can complete the first without the second. TCH. Siyu Chilin clicked his tongue at James' half-answer. You're just trying to be mysterious. In response, James smiled brightly. He genuinely enjoyed it whenever Siyu Chilin was annoyed. At that moment, the rest of the group came out of the crowd. Noticing Siyu Chilin's frown, Mizor decided to rub salt in the wound. Even if she had no idea what it was that was annoying Siyu Chilin. What's the matter, Siyu? Mizor said in a very sing-song tone. You need to turn that frown upside down, mister. Would you shut up? Siyu Chilin growled in response. Mocha then decided to join in as well. Mizor, you really should stop calling him that. Mocha said in a mock reprimanding tone. It's not very nice. Can't you see Satanta doesn't like it? She then raised her finger and pointed at Siyu Chilin's frowning face. After hearing Mocha's cheap shot, Siyu Chilin deadpanned and said, I hate all 3 of you. I just want you all to know that. At that, Mizor and Mocha broke into a fit of giggles. James then threw his arm around Siyu Chilin's neck and laughed heartily. Eventually, even Siyu Chilin dropped the frown and laughed along with the other 3. Seeing the kids having fun, Cassiel and Leona smiled happily. Our son sure can pick M. Cassiel said with a big smile on his face. Of course, he can. Leona said smugly. He's my son after all. Well, he's my son too, dear. Cassiel said with a tone like he was trying to remind her. Scoffing at her husband's reminder, Leona replied in mock anger. If he took after you, he would still be all alone. At that, Cassiel could only smile wryly, while Leona had a triumphant smile on her face. She then turned her attention back to the kids. So, what do you guys want to do now? Before anyone else could respond, James made his request. Can we grab a bite? Being in large crowds makes me uncomfortable. And when I get uncomfortable, I get hungry, said James while he rubbed his stomach. Then, continuing to laugh and chat, everyone made their way to a nearby restaurant. Chapter 24, Falling Cherry Blossoms Under the Full Moon. The rest of the events for the promotion were quite uneventful. Although the kids were looking forward to the promotion ceremony, Leona and Cassiel knew what to expect. As a matter of fact, the ceremony turned out exactly as they expected. A bunch of the devil world's higher-ups gave grandiose speeches about the supremacy of devils, how those born of low birth should be grateful for the opportunity to advance, and blah blah blah. And to add insult to injury, so to speak, there were a total of 8 speakers who managed to speak for more than 4 hours. By the end of the first hour, James had pulled out a sketchbook and began to draw. Where that sketchbook came from is anyone's guess, though. Mizor and Mocha each had their head resting on James' shoulder, trying their best not to fall asleep. Siyu Chilin was sitting with his arms crossed and an expression that stated, killing all the politicians seems like a great idea right now. While Cassiel kept his attention on him, to make sure he never tried to make that idea a reality. Leona, on the other hand, was sleeping peacefully, drawing dirty looks from the pure-blooded devils who looked down on reincarnated devils. There were only 2 speeches the group found worthy of their attention. The first came from Sirzex Lucifer. Though his speech was not what one would call riveting, it did cover what would be expected of each devil, according to their new social classes. A point that the other highborn devils had somehow forgotten. The other speaker that drew their attention was Seraphal. Not to say that her speech was particularly interesting or insightful, either. But watching Seraphal be Seraphal is always entertaining. Seeing her strut around energetically in her frilly, pink magical girl uniform is always entertaining. Even more so when the TPO really does not call for it. After all the speeches were over, each of the newly promoted devils, new high-class and ultimate-class devils alike, were called onto the stage and given a certificate that proves their new status, as well as to take a photo with the upper echelons. After that song and dance ended, the newly promoted devils were invited to a banquet. One not open to those below high class. Needless to say, the Alaverus group chose not to attend. James and Cassiel felt that leaving their friends and family behind to spend time with those bigoted highborn fossils, as James had decided was the most appropriate title for their type, was foolish. Underworld, Satan territory, capital city Lilith. Instead of attending the banquet, they chose to return to the hotel and rest. Although they did nothing strenuous, it felt like those speeches were laced with low-level sleep magic. Once they were back in the suite, James and Siyu Chilin were the first to relax. With James flopping down on the sofa and Siyu Chilin rushing into their shared bedroom and diving into his bed. Following the two, Mizor and Mocha took their places on either side of James on the sofa. Lastly, Cassiel sat in the room's recliner, with Leona making herself comfortable on his lap. With her gaze swapping between Leona and James' lap, Mizor asked the question that had been on her mind since they decided to return to the hotel. So, why did we come back here instead of going home? Seeing through Mizor's thoughts, James began patting her head as he replied. I have to pick up my new sword. Muramasa said it would be ready tomorrow. Neither am I ready to have Mizor sitting in my lap nor am I willing to deal with Mom's teasing if it happened. James thought to himself, thinking he had dodged a bullet. As if to let him know that some things are inevitable, Mocha, utterly fatigued, lay her head on James' lap while rubbing her eyes and making herself comfortable. James froze. Mizor looked on in envy. Cassiel was shocked. And Leona smirked, mischief swirling in the depth of her eyes. Seeing his mother's expression, James' body reacted before his mind could process the situation. Picking Mocha up in a princess carry, James began moving toward the room she shared with Mizor as he said, well, it looks like Mocha reached her limit. I'll put her to bed then head to bed myself. Leona's smirk froze on her face. The envy in Mizor's gaze intensified. Cassiel was impressed by his son's fight or flight instinct. In the brief time it took James to get from the sofa to her bed, Mocha, somehow, fell asleep in James' arms. After tucking Mocha into bed, James, without looking in Leona, Cassiel, and Mizor's direction, rushed into the room he shared with Siyu Chilin and closed the door. Not coming out again until morning. Because of James' quick escape, an awkward silence fell over the room. Cassiel was the one to break that silence. In a way, Cassiel said with confusion in his tone, that was kind of impressive. Leona giggled, while thinking, my baby is so cute. But if he thinks that's the end of this, he's got another thing coming. Hearing the mischief in Leona's giggle, Cassiel wanted to step back instinctively. However, sitting in the recliner with Leona seated in his lap made that impossible. Meanwhile, Mizor had her sight locked on the door James just went through as she muttered to herself. Mocha is so lucky. Eventually, the three of them decided to get up and return to their own rooms for the night. The next morning, after bathing, brushing their teeth, and getting dressed, James, Mizor, Siyu Chilin, and Mocha were having their last breakfast on this trip in the hotel. During the entirety of the meal, Mizor kept sneaking envious glances at Mocha. Mizor, why do you keep looking at me like that? Mocha asked in confusion, as she had noticed Mizor's not-so-discreet glances. You're so lucky, Mocha, was all Mizor said in reply. With that, Mocha's confusion only grew. But before she could ask anything else, Cassiel and Leona made their way to the table. Good morning. Cassiel said with a nod. Are you all ready to go? Continuing to eat, they all nodded in response. Cassiel also nodded in response. Leona, however, had that same mischief swirling in the depth of her eyes. James, you and Mocha looked so cute last night. Leona said in a teasing tone. Noticing Leona's tone, Siyu Chilin was the first to react. He thought it would be an opportunity for some payback. Auntie Leona, what did I miss last night? Siyu Chilin asked excitedly. Deciding that letting his mother have the initiative in the storytelling was a horrible idea, James cut in before his mother could answer. After you went to bed, James began to explain. After taking a sip of his orange juice, he continued. While Mizor, Mocha, and I were sitting on the sofa, Mocha fell asleep, and her head fell on my lap. So, I picked her up and Princess carried her to her room. Having had time to prepare himself for his mother's onslaught, James was able to tell the whole story as if it were no big deal. Mocha's confusion morphed into embarrassment after James' retelling of the event. While Mizor's envy reached a new height. At the same time, Leona clicked her tongue. My James isn't cute anymore. Leona said with mock sadness on her face. Feigning confusion, James looked to Mizor and Mocha and asked, Am I not cute anymore? In response. Of course, you are. Mizor said with enthusiasm. Mocha wasted no time agreeing with Mizor. The other four stared at the two girls in shock. Even James, who asked the question, did not expect the fervor with which they answered. When they realized how eager they were to respond to James' question, they both flushed to the tips of their ears in embarrassment. After a lively breakfast, the group broke into two once again. This time, James and Siyu Chilin were going to travel to Muramasa's shop to pick up James' new sword. While Cassiel, Leona, Mizor, and Mocha would head home first. Before the quartet triggered the teleportation circle, James spoke to his parents. Like I said before, I have something that I want to train with Master Scathatch. James said, reminding his parents that he would be away from home for a while. At the most, I'll be gone for 3 months. I promise to be back at least a month before my birthday. So, we should expect you by the 1st of February, at the latest. Leona said. Okay, I hope your training bears fruit. Thanks, Mom. James said with a smile. I'll see you all later. As he waved his hand, he turned around and led Siyu Chilin toward Muramasa's shop. As the teleportation magic circle appeared beneath the quartet, Mizor muttered. I should have given him a goodbye hug. Although she did not speak her thoughts aloud, it was obvious that Mocha was thinking something similar. As the magic circle reached its apex and vanished, the sound of Leona's giggles vanished along with it. Meanwhile, James and Siyu Chilin chatted while walking. I'm gonna need you to take care of Mizor and Mocha's training while I'm gone, Lancer. Said James as he patted Siyu Chilin on his shoulder. Yeah, I got it. Siyu Chilin replied dismissively. You know I would have taken care of it, even if you didn't say anything. I know. James said with a nod, then continued. But talking to you about it is how I show my respect. Siyu Chilin just grunted in response. Continuing their trip, they chatted and laughed until they reached the shop. Ring. With the sound of a bell, James and Siyu Chilin stepped inside the shop. Mr. Muramasa, James Alaverus has come to pick up his new sword. James shouted, as Muramasa was not currently at the counter. From the back room, James and Siyu Chilin could hear Muramasa's response. Your time is impeccable. Muramasa shouted back. I just finished it. If you want to test it, come on back. I got a training dummy back here. Following Muramasa's instructions, James and Siyu Chilin made their way into the shop's interior. When they found Muramasa, he was standing next to a workbench. On the bench, lay a sheathed katana that was nearly identical to James' beloved blade, Okairu Sakura. As James made his way to the bench, he asked Muramasa, "May I?" Muramasa nodded in response and James picked up the sword and unsheathed it. Looking it over with a discerning eye, James commented, "Other than the inverted color scheme, I can neither feel nor see any differences with Okairu Sakura. Naturally, that's the job you commissioned from me," Muramasa said with pride. Pointing at a training dummy off to the side, he continued, "Why not give it a try?" Nodding his head, James made his way to the training dummy. Once at his desired distance, he came to a stop and dropped into an Iato stance. Then drew the blade. Shing. Click. In one swift motion, James unsheathed the blade, cut through the dummy horizontally without causing it to move, and sheathed the blade again. He then turned to Muramasa and said, "It's perfect." "Glad to hear it," Muramasa replied simply. After that, they made their way back to the storefront. After James paid Muramasa for his work, the swordsmith asked a question. "Got a name for this one already?" James nodded then answered, "Mangetsu no Shitada." Muramasa rolled the name around in his head for a moment, then said, "I like it. Combining the two swords you get falling cherry blossoms under the full moon, poetic." After a bit more small talk, James and Siyu Chulin said their goodbyes and left the shop. Not long after that, the boys chatted a bit longer as well. Then, James teleported Siyu Chulin back to the Alaverus estate. "Well, time to take a trip to see Master," James said as he created a teleportation circle. Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith. Walking through the halls of Dun Skaith, James made his way to Skathaka's throne room with his soul sight active. As there are many kinds of imprisoned spirits in the Land of Shadows, Skathatch said it would serve as training for distinguishing souls from one another. As he made his way through the castle, James could feel his excitement rising. Once he mastered the skill he thought of, he would truly be able to fight above his current rank. While imagining what could be, James arrived outside of the throne room. Reigning in his excitement, James knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Master, it's me, James," said James as he announced himself, then he explained the reason for his visit. "I come seeking your guidance and assistance." After a moment Skathaka's majestic voice was heard. "Enter." Receiving his master's permission, James pushed the door open and made his way into the throne room. However, after a few steps past the threshold, he came to a sudden stop. "The hell?" James questioned in bewilderment. With his soul sight active, what James saw was that Skathaka's soul is bound to the Land of Shadows. Knowing exactly what it is that James is seeing, Skathatch sighed. "You have grown much faster than I expected, my student. So, when you said you couldn't leave the Land of Shadows until you were defeated, it was a geas that bound you to the Land of Shadows itself, huh?" James said as his mood dropped. "I wanted to grow enough to defeat you so I could take you away from here to see how civilization has advanced in the last 1,500 years. But the meaning of defeat is a little more permanent than I was thinking." "Yes, but with those evil pieces of yours, the chance still remains," Skathatch replied with no fluctuations in her emotions. James had also considered that possibility. The thought of killing his master did not sit well with him, though. "That's enough of that," said Skathatch, breaking James out of his thoughts. "You are far from the level to consider defeating me, let alone killing me, as a realistic option. Now tell me, why have you come to find me?" Chapter 25, Birth of a King. January 30th. Land of Shadows, Dun Skaith, Training Ground. "Hey, Drake." James spoke out to the other resident in his body. "What is it, partner?" Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, replied nonchalantly. "I came here to train, right?" James asked in confusion. "Yup. To improve your spatial awareness and control over your Senbon Sakura ability if I'm not mistaken." Drake, once again, replied nonchalantly. Nodding his head, agreeing with what Drake said, James then asked, "So, why the hell does it feel like the only thing I've done since I got here is get my ass kicked?" "Don't ask stupid questions," Drake said with a bit of disdain in his tone. "You knew you would spend more time getting your ass kicked than you would improving your skills when you decided to come here." James could only sigh, knowing that what Drake said was correct. On the bright side, after Skathatch beat him until he could not stand any longer, the process of which ended less than 3 minutes ago, she declared James competent enough to use his new skill in battle. For the last 3 months, James has been training with Skathatch so he could fight in close quarters while using Senbon Sakura at the same time. After more near-death experiences than he would like to count or admit to, James finally got Skathaka's stamp of approval. To be honest, if James' master had been anyone else, he would have been approved about a month and a half ago. Skathatch, however, has much higher standards than others. Standards that she holds herself and her charges to. Once you can move again, you can leave. Scathatch said, breaking James from his thoughts. Thank you, Master. James said in genuine gratitude. Nodding her head in response, Scathatch then turned and made her way back to the castle. While James lay on the training ground, unable to move, for the next half an hour. Meanwhile, back in the underworld, nothing of note took place. Siyu Chulin took charge of all those who came to the Alaverus estate to train. And in the same style as his master, training consisted solely of sparring. After which, Siyu Chulin would point out any flaws and ways to improve he could notice. And during this time, the one who has made the most progress is Tsubaki, which should come as no surprise. On the other hand, Sona has made the least progress. Training with Siyu Chulin does little to help an analytical combatant like her. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Alaverus Estate. On the estate's training ground, Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Tsubaki were spectating a spar between Mizore and Kaneko. The spar ended with Mizore as the victor. It's sad to say, but Mizore would lose to Kaneko more often than not if Kaneko was willing to use Jujitsu. Mocha said after analyzing the spar. That may be true. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. But with that kind of trauma, would you be able to do it? I don't know. Mocha answered uncertainly. That's not something you should worry about. Siyu Chulin interjected. If she doesn't want to overcome her trauma, then she never will. Yeah, but... Mocha said, clenching her fists. As a friend I want to see her improve. Well, James could probably do it. Siyu Chulin began to say something before being interrupted by a familiar voice from behind. I could probably do what? James asked as he entered the training ground. Upon hearing James' voice, Mizore's fatigue from the spar vanished instantly. Using her ice manipulation, she propelled herself at high speed in James' direction. She then launched herself over Siyu Chulin, Mocha, and Tsubaki with her arms wide open. Instead of catching her, though, James Flash stepped away from her landing point. In panic, Mizore created a ramp at her landing spot and slid to a safe stop. As she stood up, angered by the fact James dodged her hug, James appeared and hugged her from behind before saying, Hey Mizore, I'm home. James said in a gentle tone. Not used to James taking the initiative and being intimate, Mizore's face and neck turned red. And even though her anger had dissipated, she lowered her head so that James would not be able to see her growing smile, then asked. Why did you dodge my hug? Mizore asked in feigned anger. James chuckled before answering. I wasn't prepared to catch a missile, you know. Hearing James' reason, Mizore lowered her head even further. If you want to welcome me home with a hug, do so in a normal way, okay? James said as he released the hug and patted Mizore's head. Pouting because he stopped hugging her, Mizore followed James over to the others. Yo, how's everyone been? James asked casually. After a few head pats, hugs, and handshakes, everyone began telling James about their training and daily lives. The next day, James rejoined the training. And for the next month, things went a lot like the months leading up to the high-class promotion exam. The biggest difference, James would disappear into his studio for a couple of hours a day to draw a new manga. Determined not to draw another battle manga, James decided to reproduce School Rumble this time. After 3 weeks of drawing, at a pace of 115 chapters a week, James left the issue of publishing to his mother. Like that, 30 days passed. Though uneventful, the gains were fruitful. March 1st, James' birthday Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. On the road leading to the Satan's residential area, James, his parents, and his soon-to-be peerage walked and talked. It was easy to tell how excited they were. Mizore and Mocha were pulling James by the arms to make him walk faster. James, smiling wryly, regulated his speed to keep pace with his parents and Siyu Chulin. Following behind the three of them, Siyu Chulin was laughing at the situation James was in. At the back of the group, Leona and Cassiel's pride in their son could be seen clearly in their smiles. Lancer, you really find this funny, don't you? James asked as he narrowed his eyes. Yes. Yes, I do. Siyu Chulin said in glee. Sometimes I wonder what's actually inside of your head. James said with a sigh. What do you mean? Siyu Chulin asked with apprehension. Siyu, come on, help us. The faster we get James there, the faster we can join his peerage. Mizore said while still trying to drag James along. Siyu Chulin's smile froze on his face at Mizore's new term of address. Without missing a beat, Mizore chimed in to rub salt in the wound. Mizore, we've had this discussion before, Satanta doesn't like that nickname. You should use his real name instead. And with Mocha's combo attack, Siyu Chulin's smile disappeared completely. I hate you too, I really do. Siyu Chulin said with a deadpan. Mizore and Mocha laughed, hard. After half a year of the same joke, it's really not that funny anymore. James and See You Chillin' thought simultaneously. Anyway, there really is no reason to rush, James said, trying to coax the girls into calming down. It's not like the monument or the evil pieces are going anywhere. Let's just enjoy the trip, okay? Taking a moment to think, both Mazor and Mocha decided that enjoying a walk with their arms linked with James was a wonderful idea. So, they stopped pulling and kept pace with everyone else. After another hour of walking leisurely, the group arrived at the monument every new king must visit. As each set of evil pieces only comes with 15 pieces, a queen, 2 bishops, 2 knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns, the monument acts as the king piece for each prospective new king. So, with evil pieces in hand, the new king must touch the monument, which in turn links the set of evil pieces to the king and registers the devil as the king of a new peerage. Arriving at the monument, James' group were able to see many familiar faces who wanted to witness the birth of James' peerage. The Gremory family, with Aquino and Kaneko, the Citri family, with Tsubaki, and 3 of the 4 great Satans. All but one of the people waiting for them were familiar to James. The beautiful young man with slicked-back green hair and light blue eyes was the exception. Damn, that's a pretty dude. James muttered to himself, which elicited giggles from Mazor and Mocha. Lucky for James, Cassiel was there to explain who he was looking at. Be polite, Cassiel reprimanded, the green-haired man over there is Lord Ajuka. Beelzebub. James nodded at his father's explanation. He then said, and I bet he tells you to drop the Lord, too, doesn't he? While James was teasing his father over how socially awkward he is, Rias, Aquino, and Sona were gritting their teeth at the sight of Mazor and Mocha walking with their arms linked with James. Receiving a smug smile from Mazor in return. See You Chillin', on the other hand, smiled and waved at Tsubaki. Tsubaki, however, only returned a polite nod. Once James' group had arrived, the first to speak was Ajuka. You must be Cassiel's son, James. Ajuka said with a devilish smile. It's nice to finally meet you. It's nice to meet you, as well. And I assure you, the pleasure is all mine. James said, while bowing with perfect noble etiquette. Before he reverted to his normal behavior and continued. So, should I call you Uncle Ajuka because you're Pop's friend, or Big Bro because you're Big Bro Surzex and Saratan's friend? Hee hee. James still calls me Saratan. Serafal said in jubilation. Everyone ignored Serafal's usual antics. Ajuka, however, was caught off guard. He actually had no idea how to answer James' question. He really is Leona's son. Venelana said in amazement. I've known Ajuka for almost 600 years, and this is the first time I've seen him completely at a loss. Is that some kind of bloodline ability? Ria chimed in as well, causing those with long-established characters to break them. What do you think, Graphia? Though Graphia blushed slightly at Ria's teasing, her facial expression did not change at all. By now, Ajuka had managed to reboot. Just as James decided to speak again. Seriously, the order of seniority is really messed up here. James said with an exasperated sigh. Then he turned toward his father. This is your fault, Pop. Based on who your friends are, you should be in the same generation as I am. You are really screwing this up for everyone. James' words sent everyone into a fit of laughter. Except for Cassiel, of course. James then made his way over to Surzex and Graphia, throwing his arms over their shoulders, then whispering loud enough for everyone to hear. We'll keep it a secret that the two of you committed the same crime when you had mil ICAs, okay? Surzex and Graphia both stopped laughing immediately and began to blush. And while they were feeling embarrassed, James returned to his side of his group. Ahem. Ajuka cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. He got the main topic on track. James, now that you are 15 years old and a high-class devil, you are qualified to build your own peerage. With Ajuka's declaration, the tension in the air rose quickly. Ajuka then produced a small box, then beckoned James forward. And once you make these evil pieces your own, you will be the devil world's new king. James stepped forward and accepted the box from Ajuka solemnly. Once the box was in James' hands, Ajuka turned his attention to the large stone erected behind him. Now, place your hand upon the monument. Once you are recognized as a king, your evil pieces will then synchronize with you. Following Ajuka's instructions, James approached the monument. While holding the case of evil pieces in his left hand, he placed his right hand onto the monument. Once his palm came in contact with the monument, a dark gray light enveloped James starting from his right hand. After enveloping his entire body, the light engulfed the case, which flung open. As the light came in contact with the pure white, evil pieces in the case, both the light enveloping James and the color of the pieces changed to dusk pink. Shortly after, the light receded into the monument, marking the birth of a new king. In unison, everyone congratulated James on the accomplishment. And James accepted graciously. After that, all those present were invited to the Alaverus estate to celebrate James' birthday. Chapter 26, New Beginnings. James' birthday party was an enjoyable event for all involved. The adults had their fill of food and alcohol. The kids got to eat as much as they wanted as well. Most importantly, Rias kept control of herself. More accurately, she showed no negative emotions at all. It seemed like she really wanted to talk to James about something, but the atmosphere told her and everyone else that today was meant for having a fun time and nothing else. After a night of eating, drinking, and making merry, the next day James decided to finally use his evil pieces. Since all those who were present at the party were still at the Alaverus estate, they decided to witness the event. And why was everyone still at the Alaverus estate? The answer to that question is quite simple, actually. The adults drank themselves into a stupor and the kids played around until they just passed out. Underworld, Gremory territory, Alaverus estate. Seated on the sofas, recliners and even the floor of the living room, Cassiel, Leona, the Gremory family, Zeoticus, Vanellana, Rias, Graphia, Aquino, and Kaniko, the Citri family, Dante, Rhea, Sona, and Tsubaki, and the Satans, Surzex, Seraphal, and Ajuka, were waiting in anticipation for the creation of James' peerage. Meanwhile, James, Mizor, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha were standing in the center of the room with James facing the other three. In his hand, James was holding the case containing his evil pieces. Now, I hope you three are ready. James said, the flames of ambition burning deep within his eyes. This will be our first step in becoming the strongest team this world has ever seen. The boy really aims big, doesn't he? Zeoticus said, glancing in Surzek's direction. It is a widely accepted fact that Surzek's peerage, even though they are not ranked in the rating games rankings, are known as the strongest peerage in the underworld. Young people should aim high. Surzek said calmly as if looking at the dreams of a child. You shouldn't be complacent, my old friend. Ajuka said with some warning in his tone. Although you were born with immense power, James was born with potential not inferior to your own. Not to mention, he works much harder than you did when you were at his age. In response, Surzex only shrugged his shoulders. The pride he has in his own strength, visible for everyone to see. Seeing his friend's dismissal of his advice, Ajuka shook his head and thought, pride comes before a fall, my friend. While that conversation was going on, James finished his motivational speech to his friends. All right, let's get it started. James said as he opened the case and was thoroughly confused by what he saw inside. Huh. Noticing James' confusion, everyone was curious if there was a problem with his set of evil pieces. Ajuka then approached James. Looking over his shoulder into the open case, Ajuka knew immediately what caused James' confusion. Inside the case, as expected, there were 15 evil pieces, 14 of which had the appearance of standard chess pieces. However, one of the knight pieces' design was different from the rest. The horse was crafted with more exquisite detail and the color was more vibrant. So, that's what it was. Ajuka said in realization. Huh. That's what was. James asked, confusion still evident in his tone and expression. Patting James on his shoulder, Ajuka then said, congratulations, James. One of your knights is a mutated piece. James' eyes widened in surprise. Then his expression morphed into one filled with joy. It is said that only 1 in 10 devils have a mutated, evil piece. The significance of a mutated piece lies in the fact that because of an individual's power or potential, it may take more than one piece to reincarnate them. A mutated piece, however, largely reduces the need for extra pieces. The mutated pieces also make it possible to bypass the rule that the king must exceed the individual they wish to reincarnate in power, within reason. Ajuka then returned to his seat and James reigned in his excitement. Now, where were we? James asked rhetorically, then gestured to Mizor. Mizor, as the first who chose to follow me. That's only because she met you first. Mocha grumbled, then looked away when James glared at her for interrupting his dramatic moment. The audience giggled at their interactions. Would you just get on with it? Siyu Chilin complained impatiently. Okay, little Siyu, take it easy. James said patronizingly. Grr. The audience's giggles turned into full-blown laughter. Ahem, like I was saying. James cleared his throat, trying to get back on track. Mizor, as the first who chose to follow me. You shall be the first to join my peerage. With that, Mizor approached James. Meanwhile, James raised his hand in her direction. Above James' raised hand, 4 pieces, a bishop, and 3 pawns, floated out of the case and hovered above his, now, outstretched palm. Taking a moment to consider, James realized the pieces themselves were telling James which pieces would be suitable for Mazor's reincarnation. Although James had an idea which he would choose, he decided to ask his closest ally for his opinion. "Yo, Drake. What do you think?" James asked Drake through their mental connection. "Based on what I know about the evil piece system, I'd pick the bishop. James nodded his head, as that aligned with his own thoughts. What needs to be understood, each piece has its own characteristics and attribute boosting capabilities. The rook boosts physical attack power and defense. The knight boosts movement and reaction speed. The bishop boosts magical attack power and demonic energy capacity. The queen has the combined effects of the three previously mentioned pieces. And last, but certainly not least, is the pawn. Although it lacks the immediate boost in power the other pieces offer, it has the promotion ability. Meaning, whenever a pawn makes it into enemy territory, it can gain the abilities of another piece through promotion. Having made his decision, James placed his hand on the bishop, then the pawns returned to their places in the case. James then took a step forward and Mazor closed her eyes. James then pressed the bishop into the middle of Mazor's chest. Once it made contact, the piece sank into Mazor's chest. After a moment, her physiology began to change. While keeping all her natural abilities as a yokai, she took on the physical characteristics of a devil. And once the process ended, a pair of black bat-like wings spread from her lower back. Opening her eyes, Mazor looked down at her hands and flexed her fingers, then her arms. Eventually checking the state of her body before she finally noticed the new wings sprouting from her back. And at that moment, she knew she had a connection with James that would last a lifetime. Lost in her excitement, Mazor proceeded to jump forward and hug James. Before he could react to the hug, Mazor pressed her lips against his, stealing his first kiss. A short kiss filled with Mazor's affection. At that moment, the atmosphere froze and James thought. A headache I know I need to deal with is coming. But I really want to run away right now. 27 minutes later. After a healthy dose of teasing from Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea, some jealous glares from his father, and promises of discussion to all the girls who seemed to be interested in him romantically, James was able to get back to creating his peerage. Following the same steps with Siyu Chulin and Mocha, James gained a knight and rook, respectively. Mocha did pout at the fact she was last, but with a few head pats and an explanation that he was just going in chronological order, Mocha was pacified. After the reincarnation of the new devils, everyone had another meal together. After the meal, James scheduled conversations with Rias, Sona, Aquino, Mazor, and Mocha, set to take place over the next month or so. He planned to finish by Rias' birthday, April 9th. Over the next few weeks, Mazor, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha explored the changes in power and capability the reincarnation and evil pieces brought. Also, they started adding team exercises into their training routine. As they planned to participate in the rating games in the future, they all knew it was necessary to gain experience working as a team. Another matter to take note of was that James had the discussions about romantic feelings with the girls. For the most part, all the conversations went about the same. James explained that he was unsure about how he felt, and he was not willing to jump right into anything. He wanted to take time, spending some time alone with each girl to determine if he had romantic feelings or not. Considering how James usually avoided the topic altogether, the girls were willing to take the time to try and foster feelings, for now. The only conversation that went differently was James' conversation with Rias. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. Saving his conversation with Rias for the end, James was now visiting the Gremory home for the second time this month. Emerging from the teleportation circle, James was greeted by a smiling Aquino. Before he could greet her, Aquino approached and gave James a hug, and said, "Welcome James-kun. It's good to see you again, A/N, remember, Aquino hasn't been reincarnated yet." So, she's still speaking Japanese. Still not used to the intimacy, James smiled awkwardly, choosing not to return the hug. Seeing James' expression, Aquino thought to herself, I guess he wasn't just playing hard to get. As Aquino stepped away, James asked, "Is Rias around?" "Yes, she's been anticipating your visit." Aquino replied. "She's in her room right now, I'm sure you don't need me to show you the way." "No, I'm good." James replied with a smile. "I'll see you later." Waving at Aquino as he walked away, James made his way to Rias' bedroom after 5 or 6 minutes. Knock, knock, knock. "Hey Rias, it's James." James called out as he knocked on the door. "Are you in there?" After a moment, Rias opened the door with a pout on her face. Seeing her expression, James tilted his head in confusion. "What's wrong, Rias?" James asked curiously. *I*, come in, then we can talk." Rhea said as she made space for James to enter. Once James stepped inside her bedroom, Rhea closed the door and walked over to her bedside. Sitting down, Rhea pointed to the chair at her desk and offered James a seat. "Please, take a seat." Nodding his head, James pulled the seat from the desk and positioned it in front of Rhea, then sat down. "I really missed you over the last year," Rhea said bluntly as she began the conversation. "I know I was wrong, and I know apologies won't make the way I acted go away, but I really did miss you." After a minute, Rhea still had yet to hear James' reply. She then decided to continue. "I won't ask for forgiveness," Rhea said, tears beginning to form in her eyes. "Just, please tell me how I can make it up to you. How can I make things like they used to be?" After she finished, she lowered her head, cupping her face in her hands. Sigh Rhea's. James said as he reached out and cupped Rhea's chin. He then raised her face so he could make eye contact. "Truthfully, I stopped being mad at you a long time ago." James then reached out and wiped her tears with his fingers. "But I have to ask," James said in a gentle tone. But the look in his eyes told Rhea that this question was serious. "Do you even know what you did wrong?" When Rhea heard that question, her breath hitched. She then thought about all the conversations she had had with her mother about what she had done wrong and what she could do to fix those things about herself. Just thinking about how she acted made tears come to her eyes again. "Yes, I do," Rhea forced out through sobs. Then she told James about all the conversations she had with her mother, and how she came to realize how terrible she had been. She even asked James to set up a time so she could apologize to Mazor. After Rhea's, face now a mess from her tears, finished, James pulled her into a hug. "I can't say things will go back to how they used to be," James said gently while patting Rhea's head and combing his fingers through her hair. "But I'm willing to be friends again. As for how things will end up, only time can tell." Hearing that James was willing to try, Rhea cried. Tears of joy rolled down her face, wetting James' shirt. "Thank you. Thank you so much," Rhea said through her tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything." James silently continued to pat her head. Outside the door, Vanillana, Grafia, Aquino, and Kaneko were eavesdropping. Sigh James is more than that girl deserves," Vanillana said. The smile on her face a stark contrast to the harsh words she spoke. Chapter 27, I've got a deal for you. 2.5 months have passed since James and Rhea made up. In that time, Rhea and Sona both had their 15th birthdays. At the beginning of April, Rhea also received her evil pieces, and she added Aquino and Kaneko to her peerage as her queen and a rook, respectively. Also, one of Rhea's pieces, a bishop, was mutated. About 2 months after Rhea, on June 7th, Sona also received her evil pieces and made Tsubaki her queen. Between those two events, the two heiresses were given a piece of possibly good news. At the beginning of next year, they would jointly become the overseers of a town in the human world as a way of gaining experience in territory management. The town in question, Kuo, was originally overseen by a member of the Belial house, Cleria Belial. According to the reports, Cleria was killed because she was in a forbidden relationship with an exorcist from the church. After reading the report, James mentioned that it sounded fishy. Also, the higher-ups ordered James to accompany Rhea and Sona during their stay in the human world, as their guard. Although James was unbothered by the assignment, Cassiel, Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea were greatly angered by the implications. Knowing the upper echelons as they do, they could read between the lines and see that the higher-ups were placing James in a position subservient to Rhea and Sona. The discrimination those high-born nobles have against half and reincarnated devils could not be more on display. Deciding to make the best out of the situation, James, Rhea, Sona, and their peerage members decided to take a look at the town in question. Kuo was a quiet town. The most interesting thing they found in the town was an academy for well-off families, Kuo Academy. The academy, formerly an all-girls school, went co-ed 2 years ago. With that information, James, Rhea, and Sona decided on their cover for their stay in the human world. On a side note, Cu Chulin decided against becoming a high school student, stating it would be a waste of time. Knowing that their movements would be restricted after the new year, James and Rhea decided to journey through the human world for as long as they could. Sona, on the other hand, had to deal with the arranged marriage she was forced into by the higher-ups' machinations. Like Rhea, Sona was less than pleased with the arrangement. So, she challenged her betrothed to a game of chess, claiming she would not marry anyone who could not best her in a game of chess. Due to devil traditions, her fiancé could not decline the challenge. However, if Sona lost, the marriage would take place immediately, giving her no more chances to cancel it. Lucky for her, Sona won the match. However, due to her declaration that she would only marry someone who could win against her in chess, she brought 2 pieces of unwelcome news upon herself. First, there would be suitors coming out of the woodwork to gain her hand in marriage by defeating her in a game of chess. Second, and the more upsetting of the two, James has never beaten her in chess. Rias decided to journey around Europe in the time before the new year. In that period of less than half a year, she managed to pick up 2 new members for her peerage. The first, a human boy named Isaiah, who had been discarded by the church after a failed experiment to create artificial holy sword wielders. Once she reincarnated him, Rias gave him a new name, Kiba Yudo, to signify that he has a new life. The irony in it all is that Yudo had a sacred gear. His sacred gear, sword birth, allows its wielder to create demonic swords of any attribute, at will. The second, a damper named Gaspar Vladi, was killed by a vampire hunter after being banished by the Teeps faction of vampires. Like devils, but to a stronger degree, vampires also discriminate against half-breeds. Gaspar also had a sacred gear, Forbidden Baylor View, that gave the wielder the ability to freeze time temporarily. Because of this sacred gear, Rias was required to use her mutated bishop. Unfortunately, Gaspar was unable to control it. The only bit of bad luck Rias came across during the 2 recruitments is that she came across the 2 boys shortly after they had lost their lives. Lucky for everyone involved, the reincarnation of the evil pieces was able to resurrect the recently deceased James, who had also decided to travel the human world, and he spent his time traveling around the USA with Mizor, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha. Although Mocha was requested to return to the underworld once Rias recruited Gaspar, in order to assist in his training. Before heading to the States, a lot of diplomatic talks took place. As the USA is a region directly under Heaven's jurisdiction, devils showing up without permission would be considered an invasion. The result of the negotiations was that James and his peerage were allowed to hunt stray devils and arrest or eliminate devils causing harm to normal humans. They were also given permission to recruit any supernatural beings who had not been designated as criminals by Heaven. After the negotiations, James and company were left with 5 months to explore the land of the free. Nothing to take note of happened for the first 4 months. However, shortly after Mocha's presence was requested by Rias, the trio of James, Mizor, and Siyu Chulin came across something they could not ignore. Human world, United States of America, Colorado, outskirts of Colorado Springs. James, Mizor, and Siyu Chulin were currently observing a white-haired young man, approximately 18 years old, chase a stray devil out of the nearby city. As the two ran further from the city, James' group decided to follow. The young man was able to corner the stray about 3.5 miles, approximate 5.6 kilometers, away from the city in a wooded area. And after a short fight, he slew the stray using a pair of pistols and an oversized sword that he carried on his back without a sheath. "There's no strap or sheath, right?" Mizor asked as she looked at the white-haired young man's sword. "How does it not fall?" "If I knew I'd tell you." Siyu Chulin replied. "But that guy's pretty strong." "Yeah, his power is impressive." James said while thinking, "Is that who I think it is?" "You want to recruit him?" Siyu Chulin asked. "I'd love to. But before that, we'll have to make sure he survives." As James finished, a group of 15 church exorcists surrounded the white-haired young man. Seeing this, James and company moved closer to the altercation. Once they were in earshot, they were able to hear the conversation between the young man and the exorcists. "Come on, are you guys serious?" the young man asked. "You hire me to kill a devil you couldn't handle, then think of killing me 'cause your pride couldn't handle that." Slightly flushing at the young man's accurate assessment of the situation, the leader of the exorcists starts to open his mouth before being interrupted by the young man. "Let me guess, you're doing this to get rid of another devil menace, right? The people from the church are despicable," Mizor said with disgust. "This is why the yokai never signed a peace agreement with the church. I think only half of this is because of how despicable the church is." Siyu Chulin analyzed. Confused, Mizor asked, "Then what's the other half?" "That guy is as good at getting under people's skin as James is," Siyu Chulin said, raising his hand to point at James, who had his smartphone raised. "James, what are you doing?" Mizor asked in curiosity. "Oh, I'm getting video evidence of police. I mean exorcist brutality," James said loud enough for the young man and the exorcists to hear. Mizor and Siyu Chulin looked at James in blank amazement. "Hey, you over there," the leader of the exorcists shouted. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "Oh, little old us," James said nonchalantly. "We're the travelers from the underworld that your higher-ups probably told you about." While the leader stopped to think about what James said, the other 14 exorcists felt they were being mocked and rushed at James' group with their weapons drawn. Once a shot was fired from one of their standard-issue exorcism pistols, James gave an order. "Hostile intentions confirmed," James said in a serious tone while recording the whole situation. "You two, put them down. No deaths, though. We're only defending ourselves, after all." "Understood." Mizor and Cu Chillin answered in unison. The white-haired young man was thoroughly confused. It feels like the kid with the phone is trying to help me. But at the same time, it feels like he's just fucking with the exorcists. The young man thought to himself. At the same time, the exorcist's leader snapped out of his thoughts once James gave the order to put his men down. You idiots, get back over here, the leader shouted. He reacted too late, though. By the time his words fell, Mizor and Cu Chillin had incapacitated all 14 of his men. James sucked in a breath of cold air then said, "You missed it by about that much." As he raised his hand with his thumb and index finger nearly touching to show the distance. Because of James' taunting, the exorcist's leader's entire face turned red in fury and his body began to tremble. I like this kid, the white-haired young man thought. Well, now that this whole incident is over, I'd better send this video to His Eminence Vasco Strata. James said with a shit-eating grin on his face. Wouldn't want to be falsely accused, now, would I? James, are you the devil? Cu Chillin asked in shock. Nah, James said dismissively. He died millennia ago. Besides, I'm only half devil. While responding to Cu Chillin's clearly rhetorical question, James finished sending the video. Not even 2 minutes later, James' smartphone rang with a catchy jingle. Good evening, Your Eminent Strata. I assume you received the video. Ah, yes, he's still here. Sure, give me a second, I'll pass him the phone. After that, James walked over to the exorcist's leader. Holding his smartphone in his outstretched hand he said, "It's for you," while handing it to the leader. Accepting the smartphone, the exorcist's leader raised it to his ear. Your Eminence. Yes, it was all the truth. Yes. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. Yes. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, James made his way over to the young man who had been watching from the side since James and his group showed up. Hey, kid, pretty impressive, the young man said. Not that I needed it. True. James said in response. But I really like screwing with those kinds of people the most. Haha. I approve, the young man said with laughter. Anyway, once this moron is done kissing ass, I'd like to discuss a deal with you, if you're interested. James said with a smile. Raising an eyebrow, the young man replied. You say that like you know who I am, kid. Most people in the supernatural world know the stray devil-hunting mercenary, Tony Redgrave. James said with the same smile on his face. Or should I call you, Dante, one of the twin sons of Sparta? Once James' words ended, the young man or rather, Dante drew his large sword, aiming for James' neck. And as Dante's hand reached his hilt, James materialized his sword belt, now with 2 swords hanging on his left hip, he drew Mangetsu no Shitada and blocked Dante's strike. Who the hell are you? Dante questioned aggressively. Now, even though I don't mind speaking with our blades, James said as he pushed Dante's sword away, then sheathed his own, to show he had no hostile intentions. Seeing that, Dante lowered his blade. Though he didn't lower his guard completely. What do you want? Dante asked. Like I said, I would like to discuss a deal. James said, he then looked over to see the exorcist still in the process of groveling. Once that moron is done kissing ass, that is. Chapter 28, Setting up a Base in the Human World. Human World, United States of America, Colorado Springs. In the room of a middle-class hotel, James, Mizor, and Cu Chillin are seated across from Dante, a handsome, half-devil, young man who stands at 6 feet 3 inches, approximate 1.9 m, with messy, shoulder-length, silvery white hair and piercing icy blue eyes. Carrying a double-edged, great sword on his back and a pair of large-caliber pistols on his waist, matched with the red trench coat he wears over a black shirt, black pants, and black boots, he is certainly quite well equipped for his work as a devil-hunting mercenary. After introductions and dispensing with the pleasantries, Dante was ready to get straight to business. How do you know my real identity? Dante asked the question he was most curious about. Instead of answering the question directly, James began an explanation. Sparta, also known as the Black Knight and the underworld's greatest swordsman ever, was the original Lucifer's #1 general. Before the Great War, Sparta had come to see the act of treating humans, which most devils looked down on, as livestock to be an action lacking in honor. And due to this difference in ideology, Sparta betrayed the devils and dedicated his sword to the protection of humans. And during his defection, he engaged Lucifer in combat. Although a victor was not determined in that battle, both Sparta and Lucifer left with severe injuries. These injuries led to the death of Lucifer, and subsequently the other 3 original Satans at the end of the Great War. James said, explaining what he knew about Sparta according to the historical records. That's common knowledge that anyone who cared enough to know could find with little effort. Dante said as his patience began to wear thin. Anyway, I asked how you knew I was Sparta's son, and not for a damn history lesson. Raising his hands disarmingly, James replied. Whoa. Take it easy, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Grunting in annoyance, Dante gestured for James to continue. Now where was I? James asked himself before continuing. Oh yeah, that's right. Now, I'm sure you could figure out that the devils weren't happy about Sparta's betrayal. For centuries, assassins were sent after Sparta, with no results to show, other than the loss of many powerful devils. This pursuit lasted until the Devil Civil War began. After centuries of peace in the underworld and the birth of many new policies, Sparta eventually settled down with a human woman. The couple gave birth to a pair of identical twin boys. You and your twin brother Virgil. After the birth of his sons, Sparta decided he no longer needed his power. Thus, he commissioned 2 swords, then sacrificed his powers and imbued them into the swords. Leaving one to each of his children, then he passed away several years afterward. Which was inevitable, without his immense demonic energy helping to sustain his life. Before James could go any further, Dante raised his right hand to signal that he had something to say. Yes, Dante-kun. James said, imitating the tone of a Japanese school teacher. While Mazor giggled at James' little joke, Siyu Chulin and Dante had the same thought. This guy is a real pain in the ass. Seriously, how did you get all this information? Dante asked, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Well, I can't tell you how I got this info, unless you accept the deal I plan to offer you. James said, answering Dante's question. He then continued. But I can tell you that this information was originally collected by the descendants of the original Satans. Upon hearing James' response, pressure began leaking from Dante due to his surge in emotion. He then spoke with killing intent saturating his tone. The old Satan faction. Those bastards will pay for killing my mother. I guess he knows the end of the story already. James muttered to himself in a voice loud enough that only he and his companions could hear. Damn spoilers. Mizor and Siyu Chulin deadpanned at James' distasteful joke. Don't look at me like that, I know that was too much. James said in response to their stares. Eventually, Dante calmed down. So, what is this deal you say you have for me? Dante asked. Well, I was going to offer you the chance to open your own devil hunting firm. James said nonchalantly. And the catch? I want you to join my peerage. Wait. Put your sword back down. James said, waving his hands frantically. Why the hell would I join your peerage? Dante asked with disdain. Well, I would pay you for all the work you do for me. That includes investigation work, devil hunting, assassinations, and participation in the raiding games. On top of that, you will receive a salary. James explained, then continued with a smirk. I know how poor your money management skills are. Hearing James' conditions, Dante's eyes lit up. But when he heard the last sentence, he turned away. With his head still turned away, he asked. What about the site for the firm? Thinking, I got him, now. James responded. I'll buy a plot of land and take care of the construction cost and business registration with both the human and the supernatural sides. Deal. Dante exclaimed with his right hand outstretched. Taking Dante's hand, James shook it then said, Pleasure doing business with you. Once Dante agreed to join James' peerage, 8 pieces appeared between the 2 half-devils. The mutated knight standing out among the 7 pawns. Damn, your potential is kinda impressive. James said with some praise. Shouldn't you be praising my power? Dante asked with a bit of confusion in his tone. Nah, if we fought a deathmatch, you'd lose. James said casually. If you've awakened your bloodline ability, Devil Trigger, it would be a toss-up, though. James was not actually sure he could defeat Dante if his Devil Trigger was awakened. But a little confident boasting can go a long way sometimes. James then grabbed the mutated knight and pushed it into Dante's chest, as the other pieces returned from whence they came. So, it looks like since the evil pieces are linked to me, they'll show up when I need or can use them. James thought to himself as he watched the pawn pieces vanish. Good to know. After that, James and Dante hashed out the details of their arrangement. Then, 2 days later, James, Mizor, Siyu Chulin, and Dante made their way back to the Alaverus estate through the official entry point to the underworld. With the end of November drawing near, the 3 newly established peerages had a little over a month to get their affairs in order, before their extended stay in the human world. Not to say they would be confined to the human world for the duration. But it must be known that much of their time will be spent in there. Over that month, the group made a few decisions. First, Rias, the otaku, decided she and her peerage would be living in the Ko Academy dorms. Having seen dorm life in anime, she simply thought it would be fun. Kiba and Gasper, however, would remain in the underworld for a little longer. Kiba, so he could continue his sword training under Surzek's knight, Okita Tsuji. while Gasper would continue to work on his energy control. With better control of his energy, the chance of Gasper losing control of Forbidden Baylor View would decrease, or so Ajuka Beelzebub hypothesized. Sona decided to buy an estate for herself. One large enough to house a 16-member peerage. Sona and Tsubaki would then commute to school from there. James, like Sona, also decided to buy an estate for himself and his peerage. Leona also bought a plot of land on the outskirts of Kuo and had construction on Dante's Devil Hunter shop started. However, the arrangements for James' peerage were a bit different than Rias and Sona's. For one, Siyu Chilin and Dante would not be attending the academy. Siyu Chilin claimed it would be a waste of time, while Dante was a bit too old to be a high school student, plus he had a business to run. Also, Dante would be living in his shop rather than the estate. In his place, Leona would be living in the estate, claiming she would continue to work as James' manager for his mangaka work. Her real reason: she just was not ready to let her baby grow up without her there to see it. Shortly after the calendar turned over and the new year arrived, Leona, James, Rias, Sona, and the members of the three peerages made their way to the human world. Until the school year starts, Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko would be living with Sona and Tsubaki. Also, half a month later James, Rias, Aquino, Sona, and Tsubaki would have to take the high school entrance exam. Based on the educational standards they had reached in the underworld, there would be no problem gaining entry to the academy. But on the off chance they were unable to make it, a little devil mind control would take care of it. January 3 RD ===. The group entered one of the more upscale neighborhoods in Kuo. It turns out James and Sona's homes were in the same neighborhood. Though James called it a coincidence, the crafty glints in both Leona and Sona's eyes tell a different story. However, when James saw that their houses were across the street from one another, he was no longer able to lie to himself about it. Sona and his mother were working together, and their objective was obvious, making him unable to run away from confronting his feelings. Seeing how close Sona was living to James, Rias began to think she made the wrong decision choosing to live in the dorms. However, her otaku spirit convinced her that even if just for a year, she had to experience living in the dorms. Aquino and Kaneko, on the other hand, had bitterness in their eyes while they looked at Rias. Why would anyone want to live in a student dormitory when they could live in the lap of luxury? Whistle. Hearing that whistle, everyone turned their attention to its source. There, they saw Dante looking at James' house in admiration. "So, James, you said that this house was bought with your own money?" Dante asked excitedly. "Like, your folks didn't chip in anything, at all." The one to answer Dante's question was not James, but Mocha instead. "You look like a bumpkin right now, Dante," Mocha said, disdain lacing her tone. Then, in a proud tone, she said, "If you knew how many copies James 2 manga have sold throughout the realms, this mansion would seem like nothing to you." "Holy shit," Dante said with a bit of envy in his tone. "So, that's why he could afford to give me such benefits for joining his peerage." Although he was not paying attention to the conversation between Mocha and Dante, James could feel the opportunity to stunt was upon him. So, he turned to his mother and asked, "Mom, I know I left the choice up to you, but which car did you decide to get in the end?" "Well, I actually couldn't decide which one was better," Leona said, unaware of her son's machinations. She then continued, "So, I bought them both. They should be in the garage, right now." Overhearing the conversation, Siyu Chilin asked, "So you got 2 cars? Because you couldn't decide which one you liked better?" Yeah. Leona replied in confusion before continuing. "They didn't put any burden on James' finances, so I just went ahead and got both." Before Siyu Chilin could say anything else, Tsubaki asked with sparkling eyes, "What kind of cars did you buy?" Auntie Leona. Though it was far from the level of an obsession, Tsubaki had developed a casual interest in cars and automotives after learning how engines worked in one of her science classes in the underworld. Leona answered Tsubaki's question casually. "Oh, a Rolls-Royce and a Bentley. I don't remember which models, but they were pretty." Everyone, aside from James and Leona, had their jaws hit the ground. Although none of them were car enthusiasts, they could all recognize the most luxurious car manufacturers in the world. Clap. "Okay, let's go inside and put our luggage down," James said after gathering everyone's attention on himself with a loud clap. He then continued, "Once everyone's stuff is in their room, let's celebrate the move. We can order some sushi and just hang out for the rest of the day." While James was directing everyone out of their stupor, internally he was overjoyed as he thought, "And that's how you stunt." Chapter 29, Another Stolen Kiss. A month has passed since the devils of the Alaverus, Gremory, and Citri groups settled down in the human world. The high school entrance exams have passed, and as planned, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki have taken them. Based on the expressions they all had when they came out of the exam venue, there should be no problem with any of them gaining entry to Kuo Academy. On a side note, Sona used an alias while living in the human world. Instead of Sona Citri, she will be known as Shitori Sona. With her black hair, dark-colored eyes, delicate facial features, and slim figure, passing as Japanese does not pose much issue. In another half-month, the results from the entrance exams will be made public. So, in the meantime, as the overseers of Kuo, Rias and Sona have made their rounds, meeting all the registered supernatural beings in the town. And as their assigned guard, James went along with them, while his peerage was on surveillance duty. With Dante's shop on the southern outskirts of the city, he oversaw the illegal entry of any supernatural beings from the south. Mizore was tasked with observing the north. With a thin sheet of her ice spread under the ground, she would be alerted to any intruders through her connection with her ice. Siyu Chilin had the hardest time with his assigned area. Although he could extend his sense to cover more area, he could not cover the entirety of the western perimeter of the town. Mocha had a comparatively easier time than Siyu Chilin. As a vampire, she could communicate with and command nearby bats to scout the area, then report back to her about any intruders. Today, like many others since moving to Kuo, James found himself with free time. And today he was out with Mocha. One of the things he made sure to check when the group decided they would be attending Kuo Academy was to see if the school had an MMA club. The fact of the matter is, they do not. Which means James would have to create one himself. Lucky for James, he's filthy rich. He had already donated the money to create an MMA training hall on school grounds. And with a little of that good old devil magic, it would be operational by the beginning of the new school year. Because of that, James and Mocha are out shopping for the necessary furnishings for the training hall. Human World, Japan, Kuo. In the town's largest sports goods store, James and Mocha are browsing the available combat sports training equipment. So, what all do you think we'd need? James asked with his hand on his chin. Mocha mused, then she asked a question in return. What will the construction company be installing as part of the building? The fenced-in octagon, the padded flooring for takedown, ground game, and submission training, all the locker room stuff, I can't remember everything. Well, just based on that. Mocha responded after a moment. We'll need a few heavy bags. A few speed bags. Some spare pairs of gloves, some weight training equipment. I'm not sure about that last one, though. No, that's a great idea. James said, agreeing with Mocha's assessment. Even though we won't need much in terms of weights, it's good to have some on hand. Strengthening the body will make most techniques more effective. After finishing, James smiled and patted Mocha's head. Mocha smiled brightly in return. Seeing Mocha's smile, James reminisced. I remember the first time I patted your head, you smacked my hand away so hard that my whole wrist swelled. Do you have to bring that up? Mocha asked with a blush. I was just saying, a lot has changed in the last year and a half. James said with a chuckle. I've grown. I'm 6 feet 2 inches, approximate 188 tall now. I'm even taller than Lancer, now. Yeah, it feels like he stopped growing already. Mocha said with a giggle. You've grown, too. James said, measuring Mocha's height with his hand. You're what? 5 feet 5 inches, 1.65 meters, now, right? Aha. Mocha nodded in reply. I'm just glad I'm not a munchkin like Mizore. Haha, well, yeah, she's a bit vertically challenged. While chatting and enjoying each other's company, they had unknowingly made their way from all the goods that would be useful in the training hall. As James was ready to leave, he began making his way to the store's entrance. There was no reason to buy the equipment this early. But before he could take more than a couple steps outside of the section, his hand was grabbed by one much smaller than his own. He then looked at the owner of that hand. What's up, Mocha? James asked with a slight blush from the unexpected hand-holding. Since we're here, you should get some equipment for yourself. Mocha said with a smile. We never used protective gloves and safety gear when we were in the underworld. But it would be weird if we didn't use it here. Stopping to think over Mocha's words, James agreed. You're right, I should get some equipment for myself. James said with a nod, completely unaware of what he had done to himself. Great. Mocha exclaimed excitedly, surprising James with her fervor. I'll help you pick out the perfect set of gear, and a couple of spares. At that moment, James realized what he had done. I revived one of the shopping demons. Damn it. But when James saw the smile on her face, he thought to himself. If she's gonna be smiling like that, shopping with her every once in a while may not be so bad. 2 hours later . With 2 shopping bags in his right hand, James was now questioning that train of thought. The apparel and gear sections weren't even that big. How the hell did we spend an hour and a half picking out stuff for me, alone? Just as he had that thought, James and Mocha arrived at their house. And James just had a realization. I'm carrying 2 bags. Why am I carrying both in my right hand? He then looked down at his left hand. It was wrapped firmly around Mocha's much smaller right hand. How long have I been holding her hand? James thought to himself. Not that I'm complaining, I like the feeling of holding it. As James was thinking to himself, he and Mocha made it just outside the front door. As they arrived, Mocha used her left hand to unlock the door. She then turned to James. I had a lot of fun today. Mocha said with a radiant smile. That's good, I had fun, too. James replied with an equally radiant smile. Then, before he could react, Mocha stood on the tips of her toes and stole James' second kiss. At that moment, James' mind crashed. While it was rebooting, Mocha smiled and removed her hand from James' grasp, then opened the front door. After stepping past the threshold, she turned to James. We should go on another date sometime soon. Mocha said with a smile before turning on her heels and running off into the house. In a daze, James raised his fingers to his lips and felt the lingering warmth from Mocha's lips. That felt different from the one Mazur stole. James thought to himself. It makes sense that the 2 kisses would feel different. Aside from the fact that they came from 2 different girls, Mazur's kiss was done completely instinctively after her emotions spiked. Mocha was in complete control of her emotions from the start, and she had the intention of sharing her feelings with James through that kiss. James then felt a chill down his spine. When he turned around, from the front windows of the Shatori mansion, he could see 2 pairs of violet eyes and a pair of blue eyes staring at him with jealousy. Turning back to the front as he was about to step through the door, he saw his mother's grinning face. Shit! James exclaimed internally. I can deal with Rias, Sona, and Aquino as long as I give them some alone time, they'll calm down eventually. But Mom is gonna hound me about this for a long time. I gotta try to redirect her attention, somehow. Hey Mom, I'm back, James said with a smile while raising the bags in his right hand. Mocha helped me pick out some MMA gear for when I start the MMA club at school. Oh, why don't you come in and show it to me? Leona said with apparent interest. Yes. Mission accomplished. James cheered in his mind. While you show off your new gear, you can tell me how Mocha's kiss made you feel. Leona said with a wide, face-splitting smile. Damn it. I guess I celebrated too early. James said as his shoulders slumped. I know you didn't think that would work, right? Leona asked as she noticed James' body language. Regaining his vigor, James shrugged his shoulders and replied. Nope. But I had to try. Well, I guess I can't blame you for trying. Leona said with a giggle. Now come in, we have to talk. I need to know what you were thinking at that moment. Meanwhile, a madly blushing Mocha was walking quickly through the house. She just wanted to get to her bedroom and scream into a pillow. I did it. I really did it. Mocha thought to herself. On top of that, I know someone was watching from across the street. I just don't know who. I'm glad Mazur was refreshing her ice on the outskirts of the town, otherwise I would never hear the end of this. Mazur, who was on her way back to the house after refreshing the ice she used to sense those who enter and exit the town from the north, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, Mazur asked to nobody in particular. I wonder who's thinking about me. At the same time at Dante's shop, which has yet to open officially, Dante was putting the finishing touches on the interior decoration. Once everything was set up the way he wanted it, Dante took a seat and picked up a slice of the pizza he had ordered not long ago. Not long after, a middle-aged man entered the shop. After a short conversation, the man goaded Dante into an obvious trap. Claiming his brother, Virgil was the one who sent him. Even so, Dante was ready to turn down the man's invitation. Until a horde of low-level undead burst through the walls and windows of the shop. After taking care of the nuisances, Dante decided to find out what the middle-aged man, or rather his brother, was planning, when he found a map that pointed to Virgil's location. Before he left, however. I better let James know about this. Dante said to himself while looking over the wreckage of his shop. Or he may make me pay for the repairs myself. Chapter 30, Temen Nigru. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Shortly after Dante suffered the attack in his shop, he made his way to the Alaverus estate. Upon knocking on the door, he was greeted by James. What's that look he's giving me for? Dante thought to himself. Why does he look so happy to see me? Anyway, if he's in such a good mood, he might pay for the repairs to my shop. When James opened the door and saw Dante, he knew the hell he had been subjected to had finally come to an end. Although more than an hour had passed since he had returned home from shopping with Mocha, Leona had been interrogating him about how Mocha's kiss made him feel for the entire time. With Dante's arrival, there was now a reason for Leona to let it go. Dante, what's wrong? James asked with a grateful smile. For you to show up this late, something must have happened. Ah, well. I was attacked not too long ago. Dante replied and began to explain. It seems my brother is planning something stupid and dangerous. I need to go see what it is and then stop him. Dante's about 19 now, so I guess it's about that time. But I wonder how the difference in world setting and my interference will change things. James thought to himself. I know the Temenin exists in this world. If I recall correctly, Sparta sealed it to stop the original Lucifer's plan to use it to connect the human world and the land of the dead. Meaning, it will be crawling with undead and the pissed-off Path Guardians that Sparta sealed when he ruined Lucifer's plan. So, you want to face your brother, and stop him if he's going to do something that will endanger the human world, right? James asked, confirming Dante's intentions. That's right. Dante replied with a nod. Last time I saw him, he was spouting something about how the only thing he cared about in this world was gaining power, so, I know he's willing to do anything to get it. So, the last time you met, did the two of you fight? James asked. Dante turned his head away awkwardly in response. Nodding his head in understanding, James continued. So, you did. And I guess you got your ass kicked. Without replying, Dante simply grunted in frustration. All right. James said with a nod. Give me a second to tell Mom, I'll come with you. The hell you are. Dante refused strongly. Before continuing. My brother is making this mess, I'll be the one to take care of it. Take it easy, bro. James said nonchalantly, having expected Dante to react like that. There are a couple of reasons I said I'd be coming with you, and neither of them are because I want to interfere in your fight with Virgil. First of all, I'll be coming as a bit of insurance. James said, then continued. If shit goes sideways, and more enemies than you can handle alone start popping up, I'll handle them and only them. Nodding in understanding, Dante asked. And what's the second reason? Regardless of if he's your brother or not, Virgil is a half-devil. James said, beginning his explanation. I'll have to report to the 4 great Satans. They will have to be informed about devils causing trouble in the human world. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Dante finally relented. There's another good reason to let me tag along. James said in an enticing tone. If I have the coordinates, I can teleport over. I know you can't do that. Imagine the money you would have to spend on travel if it's somewhere far away. Dante shuddered at the thought. Fine, let's get moving. Dante said with a lot less reluctance. Sure, give me a second to tell Mom, then we'll go right away. James said with a radiant smile. I can finally get away from Mom's angelic interrogation techniques. James thought to himself with glee. After that, James ran back inside and informed Leona about his little impromptu field trip with Dante. After a few more moments, James returned. All right, let's get going. James said excitedly. Scratching his head awkwardly, Dante struggled to tell James one more thing. Having not heard the acknowledgement he was expecting, James turned to see the awkward expression on Dante's face. Is something the matter? James asked in confusion. Well. You see. Dante said stammeringly. Taking a deep breath, he eventually spit it all out in one go. During the attack while I was at the shop, it was damaged pretty badly, and well. Oh, is that all? Interrupted James. Then in a sing-song tone he continued. When we're back, just talk to Mom about it. We'll have it fixed up in no time. Dante sighed in relief. But before he could get too excited, James continued. I'm sure the payment plan will be reasonable. James said in that same sing-song tone of his. Now, let's get a move on. After that, clearly distraught at the thought of having a new debt, Dante relayed the coordinates provided on the map to James. A moment later, a teleportation magic circle appeared around them and began to rise. When it eventually vanished, James and Dante were nowhere to be seen. Human world, an uninhabited island in the South Seas. In the center of the island stands a tall, ancient tower with clear underworld origins. At the top of the tower stands a pair of men overlooking the tower's surroundings. The first was the middle-aged man who appeared in Dante's shop a few hours ago. The second is Virgil, a tall young man with swept-back silvery white hair, blue eyes, and facial features identical to his younger twin brother, Dante, wearing a blue trench coat over a black shirt, black pants, and black boots with a katana strapped to his waist. Arkham, did you deliver the message? Virgil asked coldly while looking over the island's landscape. Indeed, the middle-aged man, Arkham, replied. Will he come? Virgil asked again, this time turning his attention to Arkham. I believe so. Arkham said, then he began to explain. When I first arrived, he seemed uninterested. But after I unleashed a couple dozen hellspawn on him, I am certain he will feel provoked enough to come here. Nodding his head, Virgil turned his attention back to the tower's surroundings. A few moments later, Virgil saw the light of a magic circle appear in the distance. Is that a teleportation circle? Virgil asked Arkham while pointing out the illumination in the distance. Looking in the direction Virgil indicated, Arkham squinted his eyes to get a better look and replied. Yes, it is. When did Dante learn a trick like that? Virgil thought aloud. Once the teleportation magic circle vanished, James and Dante appeared in its place. Taking a look around to survey the surroundings, they both caught sight of the gigantic tower in the distance. Whistle. That's a big-ass tower. Dante said, accompanied by a whistle. James, on the other hand, was not so flippant, outwardly. Feigning surprise, he narrated everything he knew about the Temenigru to Dante. This is bad. James said with severity in his tone. You have to stop your brother, or the human world will be overrun by those undead whose souls were too tainted for the cycle of reincarnation. Dante nodded his head with the same severe expression. And if you screw this up? James said with a smirk, replacing his severe expression. Don't worry. Not only will I save your sorry ass, but I'll clean up the mess for you too. Get lost. Dante replied with a shooing gesture. All right. James nodded in response. Just remember, I'll be watching. So, make it stylish. And before Dante could respond, James Flash stepped away. Damn. He really is fast. Dante said with the same level of amazement he had when he first saw James use the Flash step. Once James left, Dante began making his way to the tower. From the top of the tower, his two observers were confused. Who was the other guy? Virgil asked, confusion lacing his tone. And why did he leave? Taking a few moments to consider, Arkham replied with the most reasonable answer he could come up with. Perhaps, Dante hired him strictly for transportation. Arkham said with a bit of uncertainty. It would have taken him days to get here otherwise. Considering Arkham's hypothesis for a moment, Virgil agreed. Are all the preparations complete? Virgil asked. Yes, everything is ready. Arkham replied with a nod. Very well, then let's begin. Virgil said as he turned and began walking away. I shall take Father's power as my own. At the same time, standing about 325 feet, approximate 100 m, below Virgil and Arkham, James watched Dante make his way to the tower's entrance. But before he could enter, Dante was stopped by a 20-foot, approximate 6 m, tall ice blue three-headed dog. After a bit of conversation and an angry roar, the three-headed dog released an ice breath at Dante. Since this Cerberus isn't one of the demons representing the 7 deadly sins, I wonder what the story behind it is. James thought aloud to himself. Since it's guarding this path to the land of the dead, maybe it's one of Hades' creations. A failed creation. At that thought, James clenched his fists and started leaking pressure to his surroundings. As it turns out, the Alaverus bloodline is a failed experiment of Hades during the days leading up to the Devil Civil War. As a failed product, Cassiel was slated for disposal. He, however, managed to escape. An extermination squad was sent after him to destroy the evidence of Hades' experiments. Lucky for him, though, Cassiel was saved by Cerzex and Ajuka. Unfortunately, they still are not sure what Hades was hoping to gain through his experiments, nor do they know how he was creating devils, seemingly out of nothing. Partner, calm down. If you keep letting your demonic energy leak like that, someone will notice you. Drake warned James when he noticed his partner's surge in emotion. Taking a deep breath to regain his calm, James thanked Drake, then continued to observe Dante's progress. While James was lost in his thoughts, Dante, after half an hour of swift and heavy sword strikes, gunshots, and icy breaths, finally defeated the Cerberus. After some more conversation, the Cerberus' large body shrunk down into a basketball-sized ball of light. Dante then reached out to it. Once it was in his hands, the light dispersed. In its place was a three-handled set of nunchucks. After an over-the-top display of skill with the new weapon, Dante put the nunchucks away. Finding the sight of a large three-headed dog transforming into a set of nunchucks interesting, James Flash stepped next to Dante. What the hell was that? James asked, wanting to know how devil arms worked in this alternate universe. It's a technique passed down in my mother's lineage. Dante explained. When defeating a strong enough supernatural being, I can seal its soul and turn it into a weapon that has the same characteristics from when it was alive. We call the weapons created from it devil arms. Well, that was less interesting than I thought. James thought to himself. Okay, got it. James said, patting Dante on the shoulder. Now, go forth, young man. At that moment, they could hear the sound of an engine approaching from the distance. Once it was close enough, they identified the vehicle as a motorcycle. And its rider. A pretty, young woman with a scar across her nose, chin-length black hair with bangs that reach her eyebrows, and heterochromatic eyes, the left being red and the right a bluish-green, equipped with a large multipurpose weapon slung across her back and a pistol on her hip. With no intention to avoid them, the young woman sped in James and Dante's direction. "I'll be leaving the rest to you," James said as he flash-stepped away. Dante, on the other hand, sidestepped the speeding motorcycle, then asked, "What's the hurry? Didn't get an invitation to the party?" Having stopped the bike before Dante started speaking, the young woman pulled the large weapon off her back, took aim, then fired a missile at Dante, without saying a word. Dante, with his over-the-top style, avoided the missile and somehow boarded it like a surfboard. After riding it around in the sky for a while, he directed it into the side of the tower before jumping off. As he landed safely on the ground, the missile exploded against the tower. Once again, without speaking, the young woman rode past Dante and entered the tower ahead of him. Dante then looked in the direction the young woman left with interest. "This just keeps getting better and better," said Dante with a smile. Chapter 31, Dante's Awakening. On one of the higher floors of the Temenin-IGRU, Virgil is questioning Arkham about their other new arrival. "Who is that woman?" Virgil asked, clearly unhappy with the unknown variable. "I'm sure she's nothing to worry about," Arkham said while thinking. "She's nothing for you to worry about, but she's the last piece of my plan. I want you to get rid of her," Virgil ordered. "I think it would be best to let her be, Virgil," Arkham said in an advisory tone. "We wouldn't want to expose ourselves to Dante too early, would we?" "Fine," Virgil said. "But if she becomes a nuisance, I'll get rid of her myself." "Understood," replied Arkham. Meanwhile, Dante had just entered the tower. Looking around, he concluded that it was a maze-like structure filled with puzzles to open many of the doors. Continuing through the halls of the Temenin-IGRU, Dante had to fight off hordes of the undead from the land of the dead, solving puzzles along the way. Watching from a safe distance was James. One of the many things he learned while training under Scathatch was presence concealment. Although as a warrior, Scathatch did not favor sneak attacks over frontal battle, she did know the importance of remaining unseen in enemy territory. Combined with Scathatch's teachings, James' flash step made him difficult to keep track of if he did not wish to be. "Dante must be more intelligent than I gave him credit for," James muttered to himself as he shadowed Dante through the Temenin-IGRU. "I mean, in the games he always seemed like a cocky meathead. A very cool one, mind you. But a cocky meathead nonetheless. I mean, I thought he only solved those puzzles because the player was controlling his actions. But these puzzles are definitely more difficult than anything in those games from my memories." Continuing to shadow Dante through the halls, Dante's impression continuously grew in James' eyes. Eventually, they came across a massive hall containing a centipede that was at least 1,000 feet, approximate 305 m, long and sparking with electricity. Detecting the intruders, the gigantic centipede attacked the visible one, Dante. At the same time, James quickly made his way to a corner with an unobstructed view of the entire hall. He then jumped up near the ceiling and plunged Okairu Sakura into a wall. Hanging from the sword's hilt, he made himself comfortable, and watched Dante tango with the big centipede. "Man, seeing this in real life, Dante can get really acrobatic when he wants to, huh?" James said, continuously remarking on Dante's movements. Master Scathatch would beat that fighting style right out of him, though. At that moment, Dante shuddered, causing him to miss a foothold on the centipede's back. As a result, Dante fell to the floor. "Damn it!" Dante exclaimed in annoyance. "What the hell was that cold feeling just now? I spent all that effort getting on that thing's back. Now I have to start from scratch. Huh, I guess anyone with strong enough intuition would know that Master Scathatch's training is no joke. Even if they just find themselves in someone's thoughts." James mused with a smirk, after seeing Dante lose concentration. After another 20 minutes of acrobatic aerial combat that involved Dante launching himself into the air from atop the centipede's back, to keeping himself afloat with the recoil from his pistols alone, Dante finally defeated the centipede. Then he made his way to the next room. Before entering, though, James appeared next to him and asked a question that was on his mind. "Yo," James said as he appeared next to Dante from out of nowhere. "*I**, we really need to put a bell on you," Dante said in exasperation. "Nah, I'm good," James said dismissively before asking the question he came for. "Why didn't you turn that thing into a devil arm?" Pointing to the defeated centipede, James could see it dissolving into a green acidic soup. "Because centipedes are gross," Dante replied nonchalantly, then kept moving forward. Left alone in the enormous hall that served as a battlefield, James thought to himself, but it would have made a cool insect staff or something, with a built-in stun baton, before concealing his presence once again and following Dante. After fighting through a few more corridors and large halls filled with the undead, Dante made his way to another sealed door with 2 skull motifs carved into the walls beside it. This one, however, could speak. Or rather, the seal itself could speak. "Good evening." 2 voices greeted Dante as he approached the sealed door. Looking around in confusion, Dante replied, "Who and where are you?" "Oh my, it seems we have forgotten our manners," one of the two previous voices said in response. "Allow me to do the introductions. I am Agni, and this is my younger brother, Rudra." "The hell?" Dante said, still confused about whom he was talking to. "Brother, would it not have been more prudent to show our bodies before introducing ourselves?" Rudra asked. Perhaps you may be correct, my younger brother." Agni hummed in agreement. After a few more minutes of the brothers' back and forth, which was beginning to give Dante a migraine, the brothers asked in unison, "Would you mind if we began our introduction once again?" Having finally reached his breaking point, Dante responded in irritation. "You're damn right I mind," Dante said aggressively. "Look, I'm going through that door, and you're gonna let me pass one way or another." For a moment, the room fell silent. "This guest really is quite rude, younger brother," Agni said calmly, yet just as politely as he had always spoken. "Indeed," Rudra replied. "Then, I do believe it should fall to us to teach him proper decorum." As their voices fell, the skulls carved next to the door began to glow. Once the glow diminished, two ogre-like monsters stepped out of the wall where the motifs once were. Taking a battle stance, Dante observed his new opponents. The one on the left, Agni, emitted high-temperature embers from time to time, while Dante could feel the wind stirring around the one on the right, Rudra. "This is gonna be a pain in the ass," Dante said to no one in particular. Rudra, however, answered Dante's annoyed mutterings. "It seems we'll have to do something about that foul language while we are at it." And with that, the battle began. Switching between weapons, Dante used his trusty greatsword, Rebellion, when engaging with Rudra, and would switch seamlessly to the icy nunchucks, Cerberus, to deal with Agni. And with a healthy dose of gunfire split between the two, Dante defeated the two guardians simultaneously after 27 minutes of intense battle. Once the two guardians fell, they turned into a pair of short swords impaled in the ground. "So, they were just a pair of sentient swords, huh?" Dante said with a bit of intrigue as he walked past the swords and made it to the formerly sealed door. Before reaching the door, Dante heard Agni's voice once again. "Wait, please take us with you." "Yes," Rudra said in agreement with his brother. "We would aid you greatly in your ascent of the Temen-Nigru." And for the next 6 minutes, Agni and Rudra tried to appeal just how useful they would be to Dante. Eventually, Dante made his way over to the swords in annoyance and spoke. "Fine, I'll take you with me," Dante said while pulling the swords from the ground. "With the condition that neither of you can talk." In unison, Agni and Rudra began to thank Dante profusely. In annoyance, Dante knocked the two swords' hilts together and said, "No talking," in a very annoyed tone. Then Dante made his way through the formerly sealed door, coming face to face with yet another blocked pathway. After thoroughly searching the room, Dante found a device that would obviously open the road ahead. Unfortunately, he could not figure out the device's mechanisms, and was thus unable to open the next door. While examining the device, Dante thought to himself, "So far, James would pop out after I defeat one of those damn guardians. I wonder what he's doing." Just as the thought finished, a strange man in a clown mask who introduced himself as a jester appeared in the room. Noticing the new arrival, Dante turned to him with his guns drawn. After some back and forth with a lot of gunfire and Jester's teasing, Dante was eventually angered into swinging Rebellion. Missing his target, Jester, Dante struck the device that would open the door. Thinking he had damaged his only way forward, Dante was surprised when the sealed door opened instead. With that, Dante ignored Jester's cliché villain lines and proceeded through the door. While Dante made his way up the tower with James shadowing him, the young woman they met earlier was also making her way through the tower, dispatching any undead creatures she came across in the process. Eventually she made it to the top of the tower, where she encountered Arkham. Flying into a rage immediately after meeting him, she drew her pistol. "I finally found you," the young woman said with hatred saturating her tone. "You would aim your weapon at me," Arkham said, mock sadness in his tone. "To see you pointing that thing at me, your only remaining family. Oh, how it hurts me." "You bastard," roared the young woman in response. "The only family I had left was my mother. And you killed her." With that, the young woman let loose a barrage of gunfire. Dodging the onslaught effortlessly, Arkham spoke once again. "To think you would speak to me, your dear papa, like that," Arkham said, once again feigning sadness. This only served to anger the young woman even further. However, not losing herself completely to her anger, she decided to retreat for now, seeing that her attacks were ineffective. And with that resolution, she ran toward the edge of the tower. And jumped. Seeing this, Arkham narrowed his eyes, then returned to the tower's interior. Meanwhile, Dante was still making his way to the top of the tower. While walking along a path that wound around the outside of the tower, he noticed something falling from above. Swiftly reaching out, Dante caught the falling object, which turned out to be the young woman who had just jumped from the top of the tower. "It's raining hot chicks," Dante said with a smile. "I like this kinda rain. Is that why the sky looks so weird?" Instead of responding to Dante's buffoonery, the young woman drew her pistol and shot him in the forehead, without hesitation. This caused Dante's head to snap back, but his grip did not loosen in the slightest. Using the immense demonic energy he inherited from his father, Dante instinctively used it to protect himself and regenerate the injury caused by the bullet. "A damn devil," the young woman thought to herself, before shouting. "Let me go. But I'd rather not see you turned into just a pretty stain." In response, the young woman pulled the trigger again, snapping Dante's head back once again. This time, however, Dante released his grip. He was not a fan of being shot in the head, after all. Without Dante holding her in place, the young woman began free-falling once again. Pulling the multipurpose weapon off her back, she used the blade on its end to impale the wall, which slowed her to an eventual stop. Looking over the edge to see how the young woman wound up, Dante clicked his tongue and looked away when he made eye contact with the glaring woman. At that moment, James appeared next to Dante. "You sure have a way with women," James said in a mocking tone. "Would you shut up?" Dante responded in irritation. "Jokes aside, you'd better get your head back in the game," James said, dropping his smile. "Virgil is waiting for you up ahead." Hearing that, Dante's annoyance disappeared from his expression. He then rushed toward the top of the tower to meet his brother. "Well damn, not even a thank you," James said with a smirk, then Flash stepped after Dante to witness the brothers' encounter. Dante, once making his way to the top of the tower, immediately noticed his brother, Virgil, and began to speak. "You really suck at throwing a party, you know," Dante said nonchalantly. "There are no drinks, no food, and the only chick just left." "My apologies," Virgil said, playing along with his brother's sarcasm. "I was just so excited to see you again, I neglected the preparations for the bash." After a bit more back and forth, the brothers drew their weapons and began their battle. After 3 or 4 minutes of a very impressive display of sword skills, the two separated. Dante then drew one of his pistols and fired several bullets. Virgil, displaying his swordsmanship to an even higher level, spun the blade and somehow managed to catch all the bullets with the katana's blade. Once Dante stopped firing, Virgil returned the bullets from whence they came by swinging his sword. Dante countered the bullets with his own sword swing, and then the brothers charged and clashed swords once again. This time resulting in a sword-locking contest. "Why do you oppose me, little brother? His sons, why shouldn't Sparta's power be ours?" Virgil asked while trying to gain control of their contest of swords. "You're insane," Dante replied. "Oh, my foolish little brother," Virgil said in a lecturing tone. "You don't understand the necessity of power. Power is the only thing that matters in this world. And without power, you can't protect anything." With that, Virgil adjusted the angle of his sword. And with a precise application of strength, Dante was disarmed and then stabbed through the abdomen. And with Virgil's demonic energy coursing through the blade, Dante's regeneration was stalled. As Virgil pulled his sword from Dante's abdomen and was about to deliver the killing blow, he pulled an amulet from underneath Dante's shirt and took it away from him. With his sword raised to decapitate his younger brother, Virgil was stopped by Arkham. Looking around cautiously, Arkham urged, "That is enough, Virgil, we have everything we need. Let's go." Agreeing with Arkham's words, Virgil felt it was unnecessary to finish off Dante. He then turned and walked to the edge of the tower. As he was walking away, Dante began to stand, slowly. Virgil, however, never looked back. If he had, he would have noticed that Dante's usually icy blue eyes were now glowing red. Once Virgil and Arkham had departed from the top of the tower, Dante's demonic power exploded, with glowing red eyes and cracks forming on his arms and legs. After a moment, Dante's wound was healed, then his spike in power ended. Although, his base power had received a boost. After everything was back to normal, Dante face-planted, unconscious. James decided to show up at that moment. In fact, as Virgil was about to kill Dante, James began to release his bloodlust unconsciously. Arkham, sensing the danger, then stopped Virgil from delivering the killing blow. Looking down at Dante, James spoke to no one in particular. So, the near-death experience pushed him to awaken his devil trigger, huh? Chapter 32, Before the Final Confrontation. Several hours later, Dante woke up. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed James seated not far from his location. "Looks like Sleeping Beauty is awake," James said with a teasing smile. "Shut up," Dante said groggily. "Looks like you got your ass kicked again," James also said with a smile. "Seriously, shut up," Dante said with more force. Okay, James said with a shrug of his shoulders. I guess your attitude means that it's not my turn yet, huh? You're damn right. Dante said with anger. Virgil stole the only thing I had left from my mother, and I'm gonna get it back. As his words fell, Dante punched one of the pillars erected on the top of the tower. After a moment, the spot where Dante's fist impacted the pillar exploded, leaving a large crater in its place. Shrugging his shoulders once again, James informed Dante. I can feel Virgil's presence underneath the tower, so we should. Before James could finish, Dante rushed for the side of the tower and jumped. On his way down, Dante dispatched a multitude of flying undead with his unique aerial combat style. Eventually, his descent was cut short when a large serpentine undead creature swallowed him. From the top of the Temenigru, James watched Dante's thrilling aerial battle. When Dante was swallowed, James sighed. Sigh seriously. If you had only listened. Well, what would I expect from a meathead? With that, James created a teleportation circle, then teleported to the ground. Meanwhile, Dante found himself inside the beast that swallowed him, surrounded by hordes of low-level undead. While fighting his way through the horde, Dante was thinking. James was standing right there. Why the hell did I jump? I could have asked him to teleport me to the ground, then found an entrance and continued chasing Virgil. Understanding that it was too late to cry over spilled milk, Dante made his way through the serpent, destroying the undead along the way. Eventually he entered a chamber with a suspended mass of flesh that resembled a liver. At that moment, Dante concluded that the fastest way out of the serpent was to kill it. And the most efficient way to do that would be to destroy its internal organs. With a new mission, Dante made his way through the serpent's body, destroying undead and internal organs alike. After destroying what he identified as its heart, a feeling of weightlessness took over. Boom. Outside the tower, the sun had risen. And the young woman from before was searching for a new entrance. And just as she found one, a massive creature fell from the sky not too far from her current location. When it contacted the ground, the entire island shook briefly. Inside the tower, Virgil stopped his steps and turned his head in the direction of the impact. At the same time, Arkham twitched an eyebrow, then continued with what he was working on. Once the dust settled from the impact, the young woman was able to identify the fallen creature as a large serpent. Slowly she approached the creature to assess its threat level. When she was close enough, she stopped and observed its state. After a moment, she noticed its eye twitch, which made her draw her pistol and a submachine gun from the holsters on her hip and lower back. Prepared to fire at a moment's notice, she watched as the eye was burst from the inside. And out came Dante, the devil she had run into twice the night before. Coming face to face once again, Dante was the first to speak. Are you stalking me? Dante said, covered in blood as he was, he still tried to put on what he thought was a charming smile. If you're here to ask for a date, I decline. Girls who shoot me in the head are not really my type. Me? The young woman asked, clearly not amused. Date a devil, not in this life. Hearing that, Dante drew one of his pistols and pointed it in the young woman's direction. Shifting it slightly to the side, Dante pulled the trigger. Behind the young woman, an undead's head exploded into chunks. Dante then drew his other pistol and the two stood back to back, firing on the horde of undead that had surrounded them. So, why is a lady like you all the way out here in a place like this? Dante asked, deciding to make a bit of small talk. It's none of your business, the young woman replied. Well. What's your name? Dante asked, trying his best to keep the conversation going. I don't have one. The young woman replied curtly. Then what should I call you? Dante asked, yet again. Call me whatever you want. The young woman shouted in annoyance. Whatever, lady. Dante responded, also in annoyance, before jumping away to the nearby entrance to the Temenigru. I'll leave that to you, I got places to go. People to see, and all that shit. Dante then left Lady, a name that would stick with her for the foreseeable future, behind to deal with the undead horde on her own. After a few minutes, just as she was getting overwhelmed by the numbers, Lady heard a calm voice. Scatter, Senbin Sakura. After that, a cloud of floating cherry blossom petals made its way through the horde. Wherever it passed, there was nothing but piles of mushy undead in its wake. Seeing that the undead had been taken care of, Lady also made her way into the Temenigru. Meanwhile, Dante had made his way into what appears to be an auditorium. As he approached the stage, he was greeted by a beautiful woman who was naked from the waist up. Dante, prepared for another battle, drew rebellion from his back. But instead of taking a battle stance, the half-naked woman strode toward Dante, swaying her hips in a seductive manner. When she drew near, she reached out with her left hand and began stroking Dante's cheek. My, oh my, the woman said in a seductive tone. Sparta was quite the handsome devil. But you, his son, are quite the looker yourself. Dante, however, did not respond. At the same time, electricity began dancing on the woman's lowered right hand. Before she could raise it to strike, Dante plunged rebellion through her chest, nailing her to the floor. How? The woman asked as blood seeped from her mouth and chest. It's really quite simple, Dante began to explain. Everything in this tower wants me dead. I didn't think you'd be any different. And when you mentioned my father, any doubt that might have been there would have vanished completely. Damn you, the woman shrieked as she mustered the remainder of her strength to strike at Dante. Before she could do so, however, she found one of Dante's pistols pointed at the spot between her eyebrows. Maybe next time, beautiful. Bang. After that, the half-naked woman lay lifelessly on the floor. Dante then raised a hand in her direction and a glowing sphere exited her body. When Dante took hold of it, it transformed into a literal electric guitar. With the guitar in his hands, Dante felt it necessary to test its quality, which led to an impromptu heavy metal performance. One completely with electric laser light shows and pyrotechnics. Clap, clap, clap. Once the performance was over, the sound of a one-man applause came from the audience seating in the auditorium. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, Dante found James giving a standing ovation. Although heavy metal isn't really my cup of tea, the performance was pretty good. 8 out of 10, at least. James said, giving his evaluation. The only thing I couldn't figure out is where the fireworks came from. I can understand the laser light show, but the fireworks have me completely stumped. Ignoring James' nonsense, Dante instead asked a question. So, did you help the girl? Dante asked nonchalantly. Oh, you noticed I was there, huh? James asked in amusement. You think I would have left while there were so many of them if I didn't? Dante asked in annoyance. You're quite the tsundere, aren't you, Dante? James asked with a chuckle. Dante just left, knowing that nothing good would come from engaging in a war of words with the younger boy. Watching Dante walk away, James muttered to himself, you're no fun. Then Flash stepped away to continue shadowing Dante. After another short while traversing the Temenigru, Dante came across another guardian. This one, a large bipedal canine with wings of light, a scorpion-like tail, and a scar over one of its eyes, flew into a rage upon catching sight of Dante. You have that traitor scent, the guardian howled in fury. You must be the traitorous Sparta's seed. Wow, with a nose like yours, it's no wonder you look like a dog. Dante said mockingly. How dare you, the guardian howled in anger once again. I'll rip you to shreds. Ah. Does the puppy want to play? Dante said, continuing his mockery. Come on Fido, let's play. Enraged, the guardian charged at Dante. Narrowly avoiding the charge, Dante drew rebellion and slashed. Shifting its body at the last possible moment, the guardian avoided a fatal wound and wisely decided to retreat. You may have bested me for now, but I shall return to destroy you, the guardian howled as it flew away on its wings of light. I will hunt you to the ends of hell, if need be. Man, what's up with all the cliché villain lines I've heard since I got here? Dante said while scratching his head. It's because there are a bunch of cliché villains here. James said matter-of-factly as he appeared next to Dante. I mean, everyone here wants to take over the world, worked for someone who wants to take over the world, or wants to gain all the power in the world. If not cliché villains, then what do you call them? I guess you're right. Dante said, nodding in agreement. Well, I'll get going again. Then Dante started moving again. James, of course, continued to shadow him. Meanwhile, Virgil was confronting Arkham. Would you care to explain why you didn't kill the girl when you two met on the top of the tower? Virgil asked with displeasure in his tone. I left her alive because I did not think it necessary to kill her. Arkham replied calmly. Looking over Arkham skeptically, Virgil approached the middle-aged man. I don't know what you're planning. Virgil said with his hand on his sword's hilt. Shing. But it ends here. He said as he swiftly drew the blade and ran it through Arkham's chest. As Virgil withdrew the blade from Arkham's body, he turned away. Without the support of Virgil and his blade, Arkham collapsed. Virgil on the other hand never looked back and continued to the ritual room where he would have his final confrontation with Dante. A while later, after Dante broke through the corridors and puzzles blocking his way, he came across Arkham. Noticing this was the same man who provoked him into coming here, Dante figured that he and Virgil must have had a falling out. As Dante was checking Arkham's injuries, Lady also found her way into the chamber, only to find Dante standing over a dying man. At the same time, thinking he had found Dante again, the guardian who had escaped from Dante earlier on ran into Virgil. Now that I've found you again, I will kill you and erase Sparta's bloodline from this world, the angry guardian growled. In response, Virgil placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and said, Is that so? Chapter 33, Devil May Cry. Did you kill him? Lady asked with a pointed stare at Dante. So what if I did? Dante asked in return. In response, Lady drew her pistol and aimed it at Dante. With the flames of anger burning in her eyes, she began to speak. That man stole everything that I held dear. Lady shouted in agitation. That man, my father, not only killed his wife, but he's also taken the lives of so many innocent people. So, it's a family issue. Dante thought aloud. Overhearing Dante's murmurs, Lady began shooting. Dante dodged her gunfire effortlessly, increasing her anger with every missed shot. What would a devil like you know about family? Lady shouted in anger as she stopped firing. Instead of antagonizing her further, Dante decided to keep quiet. Seeing the pain of loss in her eyes, Dante could relate. While remembering the day he lost his mother, he continued to watch her in silence. Eventually, Lady turned away. Just go. Lady said dejectedly. With that, Dante made his way in the same direction as Virgil. At the same time in the ritual room, Virgil was confronting the Guardian with the wings of light. As the Guardian kicked off the ground and charged forward, Virgil drew his sword. With one slash, the Guardian was slashed from head to crotch. That sword. You're not the same one, the Guardian said. Damn it. Sparta has 2 sons. As his words finished, the Guardian began to split in half. As the 2 pieces of the corpse fell to the floor, Virgil raised his hand, causing a glowing sphere to rise from the slain Guardian's body. Once Virgil took it in hand, it transformed into a set of gauntlets and greaves emitting light. Testing their power, Virgil struck the wall, causing sizable cracks in the structure. Satisfied with their strength, Virgil released the devil arm and waited for Dante's arrival. To open the seal, the blood of Sparta or his kin is necessary. Virgil said as he gazed at the entrance. Well, using Dante's blood should be enough. Back in the chamber, Arkham, lying on the ground, opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Once he caught sight of Lady, he spoke with labored breaths. Mary? Is that you? Arkham asked with uncertainty. Where is your mother? Once again Lady drew her pistol, this time aiming it at Arkham. How dare you? Lady roared in anger. You killed her, and now you ask where she is. I killed her. Arkham said with confusion, then as if remembering his actions in the past he continued. That's right, I killed her with my own hands. I was not strong enough to resist his influence. With her eyes opened wide, Lady responded to her father's murmurs. Influence? Are you saying you were possessed? Yes, I fell under that devil's influence. He wants to release hell upon this world. Arkham said weakly. That devil, Virgil. Shortly after his last words, Arkham fell unconscious again, breathing shallowly. Holstering her pistol, Lady clenched her fists in rage. Virgil, I'll kill you for destroying my family. Meanwhile, Dante was passing through the final corridor leading to the ritual room. Once he entered, he spotted Virgil immediately and began to speak. Brother, I believe you have something that belongs to me. Dante said calmly. I think it's time you gave it back. Oh, you mean this? Virgil said as he pulled Dante's amulet from the inside pocket of his trench coat. You know Mother gave each of us 1/2 of the whole amulet, right? Do you even know the true use for this amulet? That doesn't matter. Dante said with a bit of irritation after seeing his half of the amulet. That's all I have left of Mother, and I won't allow anyone to take it from me, especially not you. My foolish little brother. Virgil said as he placed the amulet back in the inner pocket of his trench coat. Come and take it back. If you can, that is. As Virgil's words ended, he manifested his new, devil arm. With the gauntlets and greaves covering his arms and legs, Virgil took a fighting stance. We'll see about that. Dante said in response as he drew Agni and Rudra in a reverse grip. Taking his own fighting stance, Dante eventually rushed towards Virgil. As Dante kicked off, Virgil followed shortly after. Closing the distance quickly, Virgil launched a right straight, which Dante deflected with Rudra in his left hand. He then returned an upward slash with Agni, which Virgil parried with his left arm, then launched a kick to Dante's jaw. With the kick landing, Dante was staggered, and a bit of blood trickled out of his mouth. With Dante staggered, Virgil took advantage and threw several punches into Dante's torso, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Following the punches, Virgil landed a kick to Dante's abdomen, which sent him flying. When Dante landed on the floor after taking that kick, he stood up quickly. Rushing back into close quarters with Virgil, he thrust Agni at Virgil's chest. Sidestepping the thrust, Virgil threw a right hook, which Dante avoided by ducking under it. Crossing Agni and Rudra, Dante left a cross-shaped slash on Virgil's chest. Following up with a kick, Virgil, like Dante before, was sent flying. Standing slowly after slamming into the ground as a result of Dante's kick, Virgil released his devil arm, then drew his katana. Seeing this, Dante also swapped weapons from Agni and Rudra to Rebellion. Once the two were holding their weapons of choice, they dashed at each other again. Dante began his offensive with a downward slash, which Virgil parried with the side of his blade. Once Dante's blade was cleared, Virgil slid his own down Rebellion's blade, attempting to cut one of Dante's wrists. Dante reacted by releasing the hilt and drawing one of his pistols with the hand Virgil was targeting. He then fired several shots, causing Virgil to give up on his attack and deflect the bullets with his blade. "It would seem you've improved since the last time we fought," Virgil said, once there was some distance between them. "Does that mean you've finally awakened it?" With that, Virgil began emitting stronger pressure as his eyes began glowing red and cracks appeared on his arms and legs. Dante, seeing Virgil's state, activated his own devil trigger. Then in a blur, the two dashed at each other and began to exchange sword strikes at a much higher speed than before, each taking damage and spilling blood. As they both reached the limits their body could handle due to the high-intensity combat and damage taken, their devil trigger states began to fade. As they both returned to normal, Lady entered the room. Seeing the unfamiliar men with the familiar face, she pointed her guns, a pistol and a submachine gun in Virgil's direction. "For manipulating my father and destroying my family, I'll kill you," Lady shouted as she opened fire. "What do you think you're doing?" Dante shouted as Lady opened fire on Virgil. Dodging the incoming hail of bullets, Virgil closed in on Lady and swung his blade. With Virgil so close, Lady halted her gunfire and crossed the two guns in her hands in front of her to block Virgil's slash. "Your father? Arkham?" Virgil asked in amusement. "Did he tell you I manipulated him?" Without waiting for a response, Virgil kicked Lady away. Once she regained her footing, the battle quickly devolved into a three-way free-for-all. With sword slashes and flying bullets, small cuts and trickles of blood began to appear on the bodies of the three combatants. Eventually they all took their distance to regain some of their stamina. At that moment, a man in a clown mask, Jester, entered the ritual site. Mockingly applauding the three, Jester made his way to the center of the confrontation. "That was spectacular," Jester said, still clapping his hands. "So very impressive." "It's you again," Dante said in annoyance. "Who the hell are you?" Lady asked in confusion. "So, you're still alive," Virgil said with disdain. "I'll have to fix that." Virgil then dashed at Jester while slashing his sword. Jester, however, had his attention on Lady and without looking in Virgil's direction, he clapped the blade between his palms, stopping it in place. "Oh, Mary, you have forgotten your dear papa so soon. That truly pains me," Jester said in mock sadness. He then turned his attention to Virgil and said, "That battle must have taken a lot out of you. You should be able to split me in half with no problem." Jester's mask then began to fade. In its place, Arkham's face could be seen. "I do need to thank you, though," Arkham said with a smile. "Thank you for gathering everything I need to complete my plan." "Your plan?" Lady asked harshly. "So, you were lying to me about being possessed." With that, Lady charged toward Arkham and Dante followed soon after. "Ah ha ha ha." Jester began laughing uproariously when Dante and Lady approached. "Now everything is perfect." At that moment, a blast of demonic energy sent Dante, Virgil, and Lady flying. That demonic energy was surprisingly produced by Arkham, a human. Using forbidden rituals, Arkham managed to assimilate a large amount of demonic energy into his system with the sacrifice of many innocent humans. With the demonic energy shocking their systems, neither Dante nor Virgil could regenerate their injuries quickly. Using this opportunity, Arkham made his way over to Virgil. Then reaching into his trench coat's inner pocket, he retrieved the two halves of the amulet Dante and Virgil kept with them. "Now, everything is gathered. I will make Sparta's power mine," Arkham said in glee. "You did a great job gathering most of the materials needed to open the seal between the human world and the land of the dead, Virgil." With the severity of his injuries, Virgil could only glare at Arkham in fury. "I told you about the blood of the sons of Sparta and the two halves of the amulet. But there was one thing I neglected to tell you," Arkham said as he made his way to Lady's side. He then pulled the large multipurpose weapon off her back and pointed the bladed end down at her now exposed back. "The last thing necessary to open the seal is the blood of a descendant of the priestess who sacrificed her life to help Sparta seal the pathway." Once his words ended, Arkham plunged the blade through Lady's back, nailing her to the floor and spilling her blood in copious amounts. In too much pain to even scream, Lady could feel her consciousness fading. "Now, everything is prepared," Arkham said as he raised the two halves of the amulet and prepared to combine them. "Now, with Sparta's power, I will become a god." "Sorry, we can't have that," said a voice from behind Arkham. As that voice was heard, a thin red line appeared on Arkham's neck. As he tried to turn his head to see who was interrupting him, Arkham's head slipped off his neck and fell to the floor. I still had to clean up the mess in the end," James said as he stepped towards Arkham's headless corpse and retrieved the two amulets. He then held them up in Dante's direction, an action asking which belonged to him. Weakly, Dante pointed to the one in James' left hand. James then tossed it to Dante, who somehow managed to catch it. He then tossed the other one to Virgil and then started speaking. "That's something your mother gave you. Cherish it," James said solemnly. "Oh, and you can go. I know that sword, Yamato, can cut through dimensions. Use it, and wherever you end up, that's not my problem." Surprised that James knew about the secret of his sword, Virgil mustered his remaining strength to stand. When he was on his feet, he swung Yamato, tearing a hole in space in the process. Before jumping through, he spoke to Dante. "This isn't over, Father's power will be mine." Instead of Dante, James was the one who answered. "Well, you'd better think of another way," James said nonchalantly. "I'll be reporting this whole incident to the 4 great Satans, so access to the Temenigru will be heavily restricted." Grunting in annoyance, Virgil jumped into the tear in space. Once he was gone, the tear slowly closed on its own. "Now, I need to do something about her, I guess," James said as he turned his attention to Lady, who was dangerously close to bleeding out. Walking to her side, James removed the blade from Lady's body, then tossed the multipurpose weapon aside. Crouching down next to her, James began to speak. "If you don't want to die, I can keep you alive," James said, beginning an explanation. "The catch is you'll cease to be human." James then proceeded to explain the evil peace system and the pros and cons of becoming a part of his peerage. He then offered her the same terms as he did to Dante, minus her own shop. She would be working out of Dante's soon-to-be open shop. With her hazy consciousness, Lady listened to James' explanation and agreed. Although James was unsure if she was conscious of her decision. Either way, as she agreed, James extended his right hand toward her, and 2 pawn pieces appeared floating above it. "Your power and potential are impressive for a normal human," James said as he pressed the 2 pawns into her body. With that, Lady's injuries began to heal rapidly. Dante also recovered enough to stand and made his way over to James and Lady. "I would have been able to handle that guy if you gave me a little more time," Dante complained. "I don't doubt that," James said to Dante's surprise. But the pathway to the land of the dead would have opened completely. Even if only for a short while, the chaos that would have caused in the human world would have been disgusting. Dante nodded in agreement, still sour about the way everything ended. "Don't worry about it, I'm sure we'll see Virgil again. You can settle the score with him then," James said, patting Dante on his shoulder. "Now let's get out of here. I want to take a shower." And with that, James created a teleportation circle and brought himself, Dante, and Lady back to the Alaverus estate. 3 weeks later. Human world, Japan, Koho. In these 3 weeks, the new addition to James' peerage, Lady, assimilated into the group and would be patrolling with Cu Chillin as the 2 of them had the shortest detection ranges amongst James' peerage. Also, everyone passed the entrance exams, with Sona, James, and Tsubaki ranking 1st, 2nd and 3rd respectively among the incoming student group. Rias and Aquino ranked 5th and 6th place, respectively. Overall, the group made a very good showing. Today is the grand opening for Dante's Devil Hunter/Private Investigator shop. Over the 3 weeks since it was damaged, the shop has been repaired as good as new. At that moment, James, Dante, and Lady were seated in the shop. "So, have you guys come up with a name for this place?" James asked. "Well, he did," Lady replied, clearly unhappy with Dante's naming sense. "Oh, so what is it?" James asked. "Devil May Cry," Dante answered with pride. "The neon sign should be installed later today." "Yup, I saw that coming," James thought to himself. Chapter 34, The First Day of School. First day of school. Human world, Japan, Koho. A little more than a month has passed since Dante's shop, Devil May Cry, opened. In that time, not much has happened. James made sure that the proper equipment for the MMA club he planned to start was installed in the training hall he funded. The group of 5 also picked up their Koho Academy school uniforms. The thing about that to take note of was, James was roped into taking 4 of the 5 girls who are romantically interested in him on dates while getting their uniforms. This of course made Sona, Aquino, Mizore, and Mocha very happy. Rias on the other hand was burning with jealousy and unhappiness. Even though she understood the reason James refused to take her out on a date, knowing the reason did not make it any easier for her to accept. Even until now, the beginning of their high school lives, Rias has yet to let the matter rest. Early in the morning on the first day of school, James, Sona, and Tsubaki are making their way from the upscale residential area in which they live to the school on foot. As they have explored the town on more than one occasion in the 3 months they have lived here, they do not have to worry about getting lost on their way. Thus, the trio made their commute in good spirits. After walking for 20 or so minutes, the trio reached the academy gates. As they arrived, they found Rias and Aquino waiting for them just outside the gates. "Good morning, Rias and Aquino," James said with a smile. "Are you excited about starting at a new school?" "Good morning, James, Miss Sona, and Tsubaki," Aquino said in response. "Good morning, Rias and Aquino," Sona said, also offering her greetings to her best friend and her queen. "Good morning, Miss Rias and Aquino." Tsubaki also offered her greetings just like her king. The only one present who has yet to speak is Rias. Instead of greeting the group, she has been staring at James and Sona with squinted eyes. James, judging by the look in Rias' eyes, knew what was coming. So, he decided to be proactive in shutting this topic down before it could get started. Rias, I know what you're thinking just by looking at you," James said exasperatedly. "Until you get your engagement with Riser cancelled, the two of us won't be going on any dates." Pouting at James' words, Rias responded in a huff. "It's not fair. I want to spend time with you, too." "Rias, you've gone to James' house every day since we arrived in this town," Sona said, adopting the same exasperated tone as James. "You spend time with him every day." "You know what I mean, Sona," Rias whined. "I want to spend time alone with him. Plus, I don't like the fact that my queen has a head start on me." In response to Rias' words and stare, Aquino used a hand to cover her mouth and laughed softly, before speaking. "Fufufu. Rias, how can you say it's unfair?" Aquino asked with a slightly sadistic smile. "I'll take my time to make sure that James is suitable for you once your engagement has been cancelled." As Aquino got to the word suitable in her last sentence, she made a show of licking her index finger before continuing. Understanding Aquino's intentions, Rias pouted even harder. James on the other hand was dumbfounded by Aquino's actions, while Sona was trying hard to hold back a giggle when she saw Rias' expression. Meanwhile, Tsubaki looked down at her watch to check the time. Noticing the current time, she spoke to the group. "I think we should get going, everyone. We need to check our class assignments and get to the auditorium before the opening ceremony starts," Tsubaki said calmly, ending the unproductive conversation. "I guess it is about that time," James said, looking down at his own watch after Tsubaki's reminder. "Sona, you're lucky to have someone like Tsubaki as your queen. It's no wonder Lancer is so taken with her." Hearing James' comment, Tsubaki turned bright red. Although their relationship has yet to progress beyond a certain point, it is obvious to anyone with eyes that see Chulin and Tsubaki are interested in each other. Adjusting her glasses, Sona also remarked. "Another reason for us to move on would be that we seem to be drawing a lot of attention," Sona said while subtly gesturing to their surroundings. Seeing all eyes on them, the group decided to move away from the school gate and check their classroom assignments immediately. The girls began walking ahead, with James following them at a close distance. As he looked over them, he realized how much everyone had grown since they were kids. The tallest of the female quartet was Rias, standing at 5 feet 8 inches, approximate 1.73 m. Sona on the other hand was the shortest at 5 feet 5 inches, 1.65 meters. Then Aquino at 5 feet 6 inches, approximate 1.68 m, and Tsubaki at 5 feet 7 inches, 1.7 meters. As he looked over them, James was thinking. Not just in height, the girls have really grown in general. I mean, they make those uniforms look pretty damn good. All 4 girls were clad in the Ko Academy uniform for girls, a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, a black shoulder cape and matching button-down corset, and a magenta skirt with white accents. Matched with their beauty, it was easy to see why they drew the gazes of both the boys and the girls near the entrance. "James, why are you walking so slow?" Rias turned back and asked, hurrying James to catch up with them. As James rejoined the group, all eyes fell on him this time. It helped that he was easy on the eyes as well. His handsome face, long braided hair, and slim yet muscular physique made the male uniform, a black blazer with white accents over a white, long-sleeved, button-down shirt with vertical linings, a black ribbon on the collar, matching black pants, and brown dress shoes, look better than it had any right to. James looked around as he noticed the looks he was getting. "Is it just me, or are there a lot of glares coming from the boys?" James asked the group of girls he was walking with. And a lot of them seemed to be promising death, or large amounts of pain at the very least. Hearing James' question, the girls looked around and noticed the same. Then, they all began to giggle in unison. "James, you're so cute," Aquino said as she shifted her position to James' side, simultaneously shifting Rias away. She then linked her arms with James and continued speaking. "They're just jealous." As everyone was watching the surrounding crowd, they noticed the boys' darkening expressions the moment Aquino latched onto James. Everyone except Rias, that is. Right now, she was glaring at Aquino with the same level of intensity that the boys are using to glare at James. Seeing the situation, Sona and Tsubaki could not help but start to giggle, while James could only smile wryly. Aquino, at least keep your sadistic tendencies hidden at school, James said in a faint voice. I know you like teasing Rias, but you need to pay attention to the TPO. Hearing James' slight reprimand, Aquino smiled sweetly, then moved to her previous position with Rias between her and James. And with that, Rias' pout softened, though she was not over it completely, as she was not allowed to be that intimate with James due to her current engaged status. While walking through the school grounds and chatting animatedly, the group made it to the board that displayed the classroom assignments. Next to that was the student rankings according to the scores on the entrance exams. Deciding to look at that later and to save time, they each looked at a different class roster. Eventually, they found that they were all in the same class. I found it, Tsubaki said calmly. We're all in class 1A. Hearing Tsubaki's report, Rias, Sona, and Aquino smiled happily. James, on the other hand, stared at Rias and Sona skeptically. With James' blatant stare, the girls reacted in opposite ways. Sona, knowing why James was staring like that, blushed and lowered her head. Rias, however, puffed her impressive chest with pride and responded as shamelessly as James would. I know I'm hot, but if you stare like that I'll blush, Rias said with a big smile on her face. Aquino responded to Rias' shameless reply by covering her mouth with a hand and laughing. Fufufu. That brings back memories, Aquino said with a nostalgic smile. Noticing that Sona and Tsubaki seemed out of the loop, she explained. When James saved me from the pursuit of the Hanjima clan, he used Senbon Sakura to stop a bunch of spells aimed at me. When I stared at him in disbelief, he said what Rias just said to me. After hearing the explanation, Sona and Tsubaki giggled. James, having stopped paying attention to the girls, noticed that the one who placed fourth on the entrance exams was in their class. If it wasn't for us, the one who placed fourth, Kasaka Rhea, would have been the top scorer on the entrance exams, James said while stroking his chin. She must be pretty impressive. Sona's eyes lit up after hearing James' statement. She then grabbed James' sleeve, and in a quiet voice she implored. You and Rias already have so many members in your peerage. If she's suitable, don't fight over her with me, okay? Sona asked with upturned eyes. Smiling in response, James patted Sona on the head and answered her request. Don't worry, Sona, I'll keep my hands off her. You'll have to convince Rias yourself, though. Sona thanked James, then the group made their way to the auditorium. Along the way, the boys' jealous glares continuously stabbed into James. This being the first time he had attracted this many negative emotions, he started to get uncomfortable. Outwardly though, his bright smile never left his face, which drew the gazes of many of the surrounding girls. As the boys noticed this, their glares intensified. After making it to the auditorium, it did not take long for the seats to be filled. Meanwhile, Sona made her way onto the stage, as she would be giving a speech as the representative of the incoming class of students. James, Rias, Aquino, and Tsubaki took seats near the center of the stage in the center rows. A good place to make funny faces when Sona was giving her speech. At least that's why James said he chose those particular seats. Shortly after the students and teachers filled the seats in the auditorium, the opening ceremony began. And like most ceremonies, the higher-ups who spoke must have had sleep magic enchanting their words, as many students were fighting sleep by the end of the principal and vice-principal speeches. On the upside, Sona's speech was interesting, it gained her a standing ovation among the students. By the way, James did make those funny faces he talked about. Luckily Sona paid him little attention. It looks like she's gonna get along just fine with the other students, James said quietly. Rias, Aquino, and Tsubaki nodded in agreement. After the end of the opening ceremony, the students made their way to their assigned classes. When James and the girls made it to their classroom, Class 1A, the first thing they noticed was the seating arrangement. Rias, Sona, and Aquino found themselves disappointed with the seating arrangements as none of them were seated near James. Tsubaki on the other hand was not particularly interested in where she would be seated. Whereas James liked his seat, second row from the back next to the window. The so-called protagonist seat. Shortly after James and the girls arrived in the class and found their seats, their homeroom teacher entered the room. All right everyone, please take your seats. I will be your homeroom teacher, Nikonomiya Shizuka, the bespectacled blonde woman said in a bubbly tone as she addressed the classroom full of students. We're in Japan, Shinto territory, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see a yokai working as a teacher, James thought to himself, as he detected his teacher's aura. She's a Nikomata if I'm sensing correctly. Wait, she's another crossover character. After explaining what the students should expect in the upcoming year, Shizuka asked the students to do introductions. As the introductions were ordered by student number, which followed the entrance exam rankings, James was looking forward to the fourth introduction. When it was Kusaka Rhea's turn, James turned his attention to her. What he saw was a pretty, brown-eyed girl with a slim figure, long brown hair that ended in 2 short braids, and bangs that covered her eyebrows. A blue hairband completed her look. After the introductions were over, homeroom continued until the bell rang. As today was the first day of classes for the year, the students were allowed to go home. The normal school schedule would start tomorrow. With the day ending, James and the girls walked together to the school gates, then separated into 2 groups and headed home. Chapter 35, Girls' Night in Gremory Territory. Underworld, Gremory Territory, Gremory Estate. A week has passed since school started at Kuo Academy. Which means almost 4 months have passed since the group of young devils set up shop in the human world. Tonight, the family members of those young devils have decided to get together to have a good time. Although, they are split by gender. With Venelana, Rhea, Graphia, and Seraphal having a girls' night. At the same time, Zeoticus, Dante, Surzex, and Cassiel would be playing a few rounds of cards to pass the evening. "Sigh, I miss Sotan," Seraphal said in a depressed tone. "I miss her too, Sarah," Rhea said while patting Seraphal on her shoulder. "It's hard to believe almost 4 months have already passed since they left." Graphia chimed into the conversation. "And they haven't come to visit once," Venelana said as she took a sip of the tea Graphia had served when the get-together began. Everyone's mood dropped just a little bit more when remembering that what Venelana said was the truth. "Well, that's not 100% true," Graphia said with a shrug of her shoulders. "What do you mean?" Seraphal asked. "James and Leona have made several trips back to the underworld in the last few months." Graphia answered Seraphal's doubts. "How is that possible?" Rhea asked in surprise. "Haven't James and his peerage been the ones monitoring those who enter and exit Kuo? According to Leona, James has put together quite the team," Graphia said as she recalled Leona's description of how James' peerage watched over the entire perimeter of Kuo. "Dante, the son of the great trader Sparta, watches over the south side. Mizor's ice transmits the info in the north back to her. Mocha covers the east, or maybe the west. Anyway, with the bats she communicates with, she covers one side, and Siyu Chillin and his newest addition, a devil hunter girl they refer to as Lady, watch the side Mocha doesn't." Psi that's impressive," Venelana said, then she realized. "Graphia, you never mentioned what James does." "Oh, usually he stays near Sona and Rias," Graphia said and then continued. "But if anyone from his peerage reports an intruder, James rushes there to handle any possible issue. Apparently, just before the school year started, James broke into the ultimate rank." "Is that verified?" Venelana asked in shock. "Unfortunately, it's not," Graphia said while shaking her head. "Although I heard this from Leona, she says she's not even sure herself. She says his aura feels like he's made the jump, but when she asks James, he just smiles and stays quiet. He's turned into quite the rascal," Rhea said with a chuckle. "When he was little, he didn't keep secrets at all." Hearing that, Venelana and Graphia smiled. Noticing this, Seraphal spoke. "It feels like there's something I don't know," said Seraphal as she looked over Venelana, Rhea, and Graphia with narrowed eyes. "You're keeping secrets from me." With Seraphal's exclamation, the 3 were brought back to the present. In response, Rhea smiled mischievously. "Yup, we sure are," Rhea said in a mysterious tone. "James asked us to keep it secret almost 10 years ago." 10 years ago? Seraphal shouted in surprise. "That's so not fair. James is so, not cute. I can't believe he didn't tell his Saratan." "Not cute you say?" Rhea asked, still in that mysterious tone. "According to the gossip I've heard from Tsubaki, Sona wouldn't agree with you about that." Hearing that, Venelana and Graphia's eyes lit up. Seraphal on the other hand was sitting in shock with her mouth wide open. She eventually snapped back to her senses and asked, "What do you mean?" "Well, from what Tsubaki has told me, James has taken Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Akino on dates since they arrived in the human world." "Wait." Venelana and Seraphal shouted at the same time. "Why wasn't Ria's name on that list? Sotan already had her first date." Venelana and Seraphal asked their questions simultaneously. Rhea and Graphia just looked at them blankly. Amazingly, they were both at a total loss for words. Unable to decide which question to answer first. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, Seraphal didn't leave the awkward silence in place for long. "This is unacceptable," Seraphal shouted indignantly. "If he can't defeat Surzex-chan, even James will not be good enough for Sotan." The 3 then shifted blank stares in Seraphal's direction as she monologued to herself about what would qualify someone to be with Sona. If Sona could hear this, she would run away with a flush down to her armpits. Well, let's leave the crazy Siscon to her own thoughts. Rhea said, totally dismissing Serafal's nonsense as if she did not know her in the slightest. The real question is, Lana, why are you surprised that James hasn't taken Rhea out on a date? Huh. Venelana was confused why Rhea would ask her that, but she answered anyway. I know Rhea has done James wrong in the past, but even now, how is it that he has not forgiven her yet? Rhea and Graphia regained their blank stares after hearing Venelana's question. Eventually Graphia broke the silence. Mother-in-law, you do remember that Rhea is currently engaged, right? Graphia asked with a somewhat lost expression. Hearing Graphia's question, Venelana froze. Seeing this reaction, Rhea narrowed her eyes. You really did forget, didn't you? Rhea asked sternly. Tee-hee. Venelana giggled in the cutest manner she could with the most innocent smile she could produce. That, of course, left Rhea and Graphia dumbfounded. It even stopped Serafal from monologuing. The confused expression on her face made it clear that she did not even recognize who her Auntie Venelana was anymore. When Rhea finally came back to her senses, she used the energy control exercise to grab a hold of the lukewarm tea in her cup, then threw it at Venelana, splattering it all over her face and clothes. With that, Venelana's smile faded. Looking at Rhea, she opened her mouth with an ominous tone. You've done it now. Venelana said, then pulled the tea from both Serafal and Graphia's cups, then threw it all at Rhea. Expecting Venelana's retaliation, Rhea dodged swiftly. Unfortunately, during Serafal's rampage and monologue, she had moved around the room and ended up directly behind Rhea. Not ready to become part of the conflict, Serafal was late to react, resulting in her being splattered with the 2 balls of tea Venelana had just thrown. The room froze. No one could see Serafal's expression. With the combination of her short stature, lowered head, and her bangs falling in front of her face, it was anyone's guess if she was angry or having fun. Suddenly, Serafal's voice was heard from the silence. So, you want to play, huh? Serafal said in a low tone. Suddenly, a large amount of water was produced in the air above the tea table. Then, a basin appeared in each corner of the room and on top of the tea table, for a total of 5. Finally, the water separated into 5 portions that would perfectly fill up all 5 basins. And before the other 3 could react, Serafal ran to the nearest basin and grabbed a couple handfuls of water and threw them at Venelana and Rhea. Eventually, the entire girls' night devolved into a water fight. The 4 women played and laughed like children for hours. Also, they were thankful for the many devil magics that would make cleaning up the mess more convenient. With the room restored to its state before the water fight started, the 4 women once again sat around the tea table. After throwing water at each other for over an hour, they were all exhausted and slumped in their chairs. All except Serafal, that is. She was jumping around excitedly, exclaiming how much fun that was. Rhea, your eldest daughter is like a perpetual motion machine. Venelana said between pants. Ha ha. Rhea laughed hollowly. She wasn't like this when she was younger. Thinking back to a time before the Devil Civil War, Venelana recalled her impression of a young Serafal. Now that I think about it, she was a lot like the current Sona, wasn't she? Venelana asked, then answered her own question. She was very serious, and very rarely smiled, if I remember correctly. That's right. Rhea said, affirming Venelana's recollections. It makes me wonder, have we been putting too much pressure on our daughters? Venelana and Graphia fell silent. Serafal on the other hand was off in her own world. I mean, look at how Serafal changed once she no longer had to live up to our expectations. Before Rhea could finish, Serafal hugged her from behind. You don't need to worry, Mom. Serafal said in her forever upbeat tone. If I didn't want to be the next family head, none of you were strong enough to stop me from running away. Rhea smiled wryly at her daughter's remark. Meanwhile, Venelana and Graphia were amazed that Serafal could keep up with their conversation while carrying on a conversation of her own with herself. And if Sona had ever said that she didn't want to be the next family head, no one is strong enough to make her, not with me here, anyway. Serafal said with a smile while tightening her hug. So, you don't need to worry, Mom. Both Sona and I have always wanted to make you and Dad proud. Hearing her daughter's comforting words, Rhea could feel the tears starting to blur her vision. Before she could start to cry, though, Venelana spoke. So, how did we even get to the point that we were having a water fight? Venelana asked with confusion marring her expression. Rhea and Graphia immediately deadpanned. Mother-in-law, are you serious? Or are you just playing dumb? Graphia asked with a solemn expression. Huh? What do you mean, Graphia? Venelana asked, the confusion in her expression increasing. I** that water fight started because you asked if James had not forgiven Rhea, since he has yet to ask her out on a date when he has gone on dates with the other girls that clearly like him. Rhea explained. So, why would that start the water fight? Venelana asked, her confusion growing even further. Lana, You do remember that Rias is engaged to the third son of the House of Phoenix, right? Ria asked exasperatedly. Before Venelana could respond, she continued. James also knew that. So, as to not put Rias in an awkward position socially and politically, he's kept any acts of intimacy to a minimum. That boy really is something. Now calm enough to understand the whole situation, Venelana smiled and spoke. That boy really is more than she deserves. After Venelana's sentence, the room fell into a comfortable silence. Until Venelana broke it. Wait. Venelana said with a serious expression. How did we all lose control to the point we started a water fight in the house? In response to Venelana's question, Ria and Grafia froze. They had not thought about it before Venelana asked, but now that they had stopped and thought about it seriously, they were certainly acting out of character. Eventually their eyes fell on the tea. Then, before they could jump to any conclusions, Serafal spoke. Oh, I spiked the tea with the strongest stuff in my collection. Serafal said with a big smile. What kind of girls' night doesn't have any alcohol? Venelana, Ria, and Grafia deadpanned. Get her. Venelana ordered, pointing a finger at Serafal. Before Serafal could process what was happening, Ria and Grafia had appeared on either side of her and held her tightly. Shortly after, Serafal was forced onto the ground and... Hey, what are you? Ha ha. Please, I beg. Ah ha ha ha. Stop. Ah ha 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 ha. Please, I can't breathe. Ha 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 ha. As punishment, Venelana, Ria, and Grafia tickled Serafal relentlessly until she was close to peeing herself. Meanwhile, in another room, the men were playing poker. Those women, they sure are noisy tonight. Ziaticus said while contemplating the decision to call or fold. Waving his hand dismissively, Dante responded to Ziaticus' offhanded remark. Don't worry about them, barging in on a gathering of women won't end well for you. Cassiel nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, Serzex was seated off in the corner, dead drunk, muttering to himself. Where are you, Riatan? Big brother misses you. Damn Siscon, the three other men in the room said simultaneously. Then Dante and Cassiel looked at Ziaticus skeptically. Don't look at me like that, I'm not a Siscon. Ziaticus said while puffing his chest in pride. I'm a doting father. Chapter 36, Transfer Student, Flora Nanadan. Human World, Japan, Koho. Another few weeks have passed, and Golden Week has passed. The first month of school has been quite uneventful. A few things of note did take place, though. First of all, Sona, James, Tsubaki, and the girl who scored fourth on the entrance exams, Kusaka Rhea, were all invited to join the student council. With the exception of James, the other three chose to join. Also, Rias tried to create her own club, but unfortunately, school rules stipulate that there must be at least 3 members for a club to be considered valid. For certain, if Rias had put out a recruitment notice for her new club, she would have had no problem gaining enough members. However, she intended to make this club the base for her peerage in the school. She considered asking James to join to fill the numbers, but with all the money James spent to create his own club, she knew the chances he would do so were nil. James of course started his own club as well. And of course, it was the MMA or Mixed Martial Arts Club. On the first day recruitment was announced, there were more than 30 students who applied. Though it was obvious many girls applied because of James' looks, while many boys applied because many girls were applying. In the end, James had to make it known that this club was a place for those with a serious passion for mixed martial arts. After James' school-wide declaration, the numbers dropped and only those who genuinely wanted to learn some form of mixed martial arts joined. One thing James made clear to all those who wished to join his club. Although there are amateur MMA circuits, there are no high school level competitions. In the end, 20 members other than James, who brought the total to 21, joined the club at a 4-to-6 ratio of boys to girls. Almost all the girls who joined did so because James explained that a lot of self-defense classes teach many of the same techniques. And many of the boys joined because they had experience in the past with being bullied and were ready for that to end. And then, there were those who joined simply because they wanted to participate in a fight within a controlled environment. Something else of note, ever since Sona and Tsubaki joined the student council, it has become rare to see them walking to school together with James. Although they both tend to leave earlier and come home later than your average student, they leave at different times. James tends to leave for and come back home from school later than Sona and Tsubaki. Which would make sense. The students are more willing to work up a sweat after school than right before it starts, even if there are shower facilities in the training hall. Today, after giving some instruction to the students who like to train in the morning, James entered his classroom and he noticed a restless atmosphere. Although he was unsure of what was happening, he knew the right people to ask. Yo, Rias, Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino. Good morning. James said as he made his way over to the group of girls, then he realized Kusaka Rhea was seated among them. Oh, sorry Kusaka, I didn't notice you there, good morning. The 5 girls greeted James in return, then James asked what was on his mind. Everyone seems kind of restless, what's going on? James asked while looking around the room at all the restless students. As perceptive as always, James. Sona said with a small smile. Nodding in agreement, Tsubaki answered James' question. Somehow it got out that our class would have a transfer student coming in today. Ah, I get it now. James said with a look of understanding. It's just like when a transfer student shows up in manga, right? Everyone is wondering if it will be a boy or girl. Everyone, except Kusaka, who was relatively unfamiliar with James, nodded at his analogy. Kusaka on the other hand spoke to James. I sometimes forget you're a foreigner, Alaverus-kun. Kusaka said in amazement. Your Japanese is so fluent, you and Gremory-san are really incredible. Before Rias could allow her pride to make her say something she shouldn't, Akino chimed in. Well, it would make sense that James is fluent. He's a world-famous mangaka, after all. Akino said, puffing her chest with pride. Skeptically, Kusaka looked at James and could not help but ask. And which manga did you draw? Before answering Kusaka's question, James glared at Akino for opening her big mouth. To which, Akino only stuck out her tongue, sadistic pleasure at James' plight swirling in her eyes. *sigh*, bleach and school rumble. James said in resignation. However, the skepticism in Kusaka's gaze increased rather than decreased. Noticing Kusaka's skepticism, Sona stepped in. I know it's hard to believe, Kusaka-san. Sona said as she placed her hand on Kusaka's shoulder, she then continued. James, Rias, and I have been friends for as long as we can remember, and both of us have watched and draw both of them. In response to Sona's statement, Rias nodded her head furiously. With Rias and Sona's confirmation, Kusaka's mind shut down for a few moments. When it rebooted, she drew in a deep breath. James could guess what was coming next. As a precaution, he spoke before Kusaka could shout or scream. Kusaka-san, please, I beg you. James implored with his hands clasped together. If you shout what you are about to, I'll never have another peaceful day at school. Seeing the fear in James' eyes, Kusaka slowly released the breath she had been gathering. She could understand what James meant. Instead of shouting, she leaned forward and asked James a favor. If you're really the author of those 2 manga, could you sign my copies? I'm a huge fan. Kusaka said with excitement. Scratching his head, James agreed. At that moment, Nikonomiya Shizuka opened the door and entered the classroom. Okay, everyone please be seated. It's time for class. Nikonomiya said cheerfully. Before we get started, though, I'll be introducing a transfer student. Nanadan-san, you can come in. Hearing that, the tension in the classroom rose. All the students were wondering if the new student would be a boy or a girl. And, they did not have to wait long to find out. When the door opened again, a beautiful, curvaceous, blue-eyed girl with long flaxen hair pulled back and pinned to keep her hair out of her face with side bangs styled into drills entered the room, and stood next to the teacher's lectern. Seeing the beautiful new addition to the class, the boys lost their minds. And although the girls were a bit disappointed that the new student was a girl, even they were a little captivated by her beauty. Seeing all the students' reactions, the new girl smiled cheerfully. But before the class could get out of hand, Nikonomiya spoke to restrain the students. Please hold any questions you may have until the break. Now, Nanadan-san, please introduce yourself. Nodding her head in understanding, the girl took a deep breath and then she began her introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Flora Nanadan, and I transferred here because my parents were relocated due to their jobs. Flora said with a radiant smile, as if changing schools did not affect her at all. I hope we're all able to get along. At the end of the introduction, the class applauded. Okay, that's good Nanadan-san. Nikonomiya said, also joining in the applause. How about telling the class something about yourself? Like the things you like. The boys' ears perked up at that, thinking they might be able to impress the new pretty girl. Well. Flora paused for a second to think. Then her eyes lit up as she thought of something. My 2 favorite things in the world are boys and martial arts. Hearing Flora's self-proclaimed favorite things in the world, the boys deflated immediately. Damn it. That bastard is going to get another one. One of the boys in class cursed, just loud enough for the class to hear. Why is life so unfair? Another boy lamented. Is life even worth living? A third boy cried out in frustration. This of course thoroughly confused Flora. At the same time, James hid his face in his palms because he knew the boys were talking about him. Even though he had not done anything. Seemingly not noticing the heavy atmosphere, Nikonomiya, in her cheerful tone, directed Flora to take a seat in the back row, next to Tsubaki. After Flora took her seat, the homeroom commenced. == break between classes == During the break, Flora was surrounded by her fellow students. Both boys and girls alike. They were asking her simple questions like, where she was from originally, what she liked to do in her spare time, and what her old school was like. After the barrage of questions ended, one of the girls asked, "Nanadan-san, what did you mean by you like boys and martial arts?" "Well, I meant what I said." Flora answered straightforwardly. "I really like spending time with boys." After saying her piece, she looked around with a predatory gaze. At the same time, the girls around James, mainly Rias, Sona, and Aquino had a bad feeling all of a sudden. "That girl is going to be trouble," Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. "There's gonna be another one that will fight over James' affection in the near future," Rias said with a huff. "Fufufu." Aquino giggled with a hand covering her mouth. This might be fun. Back at Flora's desk, the same girl from before asked her other question. "And what about martial arts?" "I've been trained in kickboxing and Brazilian jiu-jitsu since I was 5 years old." Flora responded casually. "She really will end up with him." One of the boys lamented again. "I heard everyone saying some stuff like that when I was giving my introduction," Flora said with confusion while cutely tilting her head. "What does everyone mean?" The same girl from before took it upon herself to answer Flora's question. "You see that boy over there, the handsome one with the caramel skin," the girl said as she pointed a finger at James. "Yeah, what about him?" Flora asked. She then licked her lips when she took a good look. "He certainly is handsome, but why are you pointing him out?" "Well." The girl paused momentarily for dramatic effect. Then she continued. "He's the captain of the mixed martial arts club." Hearing that, Flora's eyes lit up like she found a treasure. She then stood from her seat and parted the crowd, making her way to James' desk. While James was seated at his desk, he was surrounded by Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki. They were talking about the funny, little things that have gone on around the school. Nothing particularly serious, though. That's why, when Flora drew near, they noticed her approach immediately. Before anyone could speak, though, Flora placed her left hand on her hip, and pointed her right hand's index finger directly at James. "I want to join your club," Flora said excitedly with a smile. Returning the smile, James replied simply. "Okay, come to the MMA training hall after school, then you can fill out a club registration form." Seeing James' bright smile from receiving a new club member, Flora was dazed. As were many of the girls in class. Wait, you'll have to get a signed permission slip from a parent, too," James said as he remembered belatedly. "Them's the breaks when you sign up for combat sports, unfortunately." "That's fine," Flora said with excitement. "When I come to get the forms, it would be okay if I watch though, right?" "Sure, I don't see why not," James responded casually. "Okay, I'll see you after school," Flora said, then she turned and returned to her seat. Feeling threatened with Flora's upfront attitude, Rias decided to speak. "Since I'm not in a club, it's all right if I come and watch your club today, right, James?" Rias said nervously. "I'll be coming, too," Aquino said firmly. Sona looked like she wanted to join, too. But with her student council activities, that would be unlikely. "I can feel a headache coming," James thought to himself as the bell rang signaling the beginning of the next class. Chapter 37, a new member joined the MMA club. After school Human World, Japan, Koho. After classes ended for the day, James, Rias, and Aquino made their way to the MMA training hall. Following the trio was Flora Nanadan, the transfer student. Flora has been chattering constantly since the trio stood to leave the class. Asking James what martial arts he practices, asking the same about Rias and Aquino, and after finding out that Rias and Aquino do not practice martial arts, she asked why they were coming to the MMA club. In the beginning, the trio did not mind her curiosity. In fact, even now they did not mind. The issue is that she had not stopped at all. Even before either of them could fully answer one question, a second would already be on its way. "Is it me, or does she seem a little different from the way she was during the breaks?" Aquino asked James discreetly while Flora was questioning Rias intensely. Looking back, James coincidentally made eye contact with Rias. The pleading in her eyes, asking to be saved, made him turn his eyes away. James had no clue what to do. It was not like Flora had any bad intentions, she was simply curious. About everything. "I think she's just excited about the MMA club," James said, turning back to continue the conversation with Aquino. "I mean, she made it clear that she really loves martial arts. She also made it clear that she really loves boys." Aquino replied with narrowed eyes. "She did," James said with a nod. Expecting James to have more to say or to get flustered, Aquino was a bit disappointed with his calm reply. Even though she has developed feelings for James ever since he saved her, Aquino's sadism enjoys seeing him squirm in situations like these. Noticing what Aquino was aiming for, James looked her in the eyes and smirked. "I know you're a bit of an S, Aquino," James said after looking forward again. Then in a dominant tone he continued. "But if you keep testing me, I may end up putting you over my knee to punish you." Hearing James' words and tone, Aquino came to a stop and shuddered. She then began rubbing her thighs together in agitation. Seeing Aquino's reaction, James was thoroughly confused. What the hell, is she an S or an M? Also noticing her, Queen's state, Rias interrupted Flora's questions and walked over to Aquino's side. "Aquino, are you okay?" Rias asked with concern. "Should we go back to the dorm instead?" "No, I'll be fine, Rias," Aquino said as she regained her composure. At that moment Flora caught up. Seeing that Rias and Aquino were preoccupied, she began talking to James. "So, James, how did a first year like you become the captain of the MMA club?" Flora asked, curiosity overflowing from her gaze. "That's simple, I started the club," James replied. "Oh, really?" Flora asked in intrigue. After a few minutes of conversation, the group reached the MMA training hall. When they entered, Flora's mouth hung open in surprise. She did not expect to see such a well-equipped training space. James then led Flora to the captain's office to give her the necessary paperwork to fill out. At the same time, Rias and Aquino made their way to the spectator seats to observe the club's practice. Once they returned to the main training hall, the other members of the club began entering the hall as well. Seeing this, Flora was even more excited. "All right, if you get your parents' permission, you'll officially be a member of the MMA club, Nanadan," James said while observing the members of the club. He then pointed in Rias and Aquino's direction and continued. "You said you wanted to observe, right? You can have a seat with Riri and Aquino, over there." "Okay, I'll see you after the club time ends," Flora said with a smile, then she jogged over to where Rias and Aquino were sitting. After that, James left to get changed. When he came back from the locker room, he began instructing the girls who joined to learn some self-defense techniques. Around the time James entered the locker room, Flora arrived next to Rias and Aquino. "Hey, can I ask the two of you a question?" Flora asked with curiosity in her tone and expression. Rias and Aquino tensed for a moment as they remembered the onslaught of questions Flora fired at them on their way there. "Sure," Rias replied with a smile after regaining her composure. "Alaverus said he was the one who started this club, right?" Flora asked. Rias and Aquino nodded their heads in response. "Then, why was there a fully equipped MMA gym on campus if there was no MMA club before he got here?" Flora asked. She could not figure out the answer to this question no matter how much she thought about it. Hearing Flora's question, Rias and Aquino made eye contact briefly. Then Rias answered. "Well, that's because James had decided to come to this school long before," Rias said, beginning the explanation. When he found out that the school didn't have a hall where he could practice his mixed martial arts, he donated the building to the school. Flora's mouth fell open in surprise. Then she replied calmly when she got her shock under control. "His parents really must dote on him," Flora said with envy in her tone. Noticing the oddity in her tone, Rias and Aquino conversed through eye contact once again. Then Aquino replied to Flora's remark. "Although it's true James' parents dote on him," Aquino replied. "I think you're misunderstanding something." "Huh? What do you mean?" Flora asked in confusion. Rias said James donated this building, and she meant exactly what she said. Aquino replied. "With his own assets, James donated this building." Once again, Flora's mouth and eyes opened widely in surprise. "Wait, are you serious?" Flora asked, not believing what she had just heard. "How does a 15 or 16-year-old have that much money?" "Yup," Rias replied to Flora's first question. Aquino replied to her second question with, "He's a pretty famous mangaka. If you read manga, there's a good chance you've read his work." "You've got to be kidding me," Flora exclaimed, not knowing what to say. "He sounds like some kind of fantasy novel protagonist. This girl is pretty sharp." At that moment, all three girls thought they heard a voice. After looking around, though, they were unable to find anyone. "Did the two of you hear that?" Aquino asked while still looking around vigilantly. Rias and Flora nodded in response. A voice and the sound of something crashing down, Flora said with some apprehension. Trying to lighten the mood, the otaku, Rias, cracked a joke. "Maybe the crash was the sound of the fourth wall breaking. This one is even sharper." With that, the girls each decided to pretend like this never happened. Even if they told someone about it, no one would believe them. After that little episode, the girls observed the club activities. The way James instructed the self-defense drills, those doing weight training or hitting the heavy bags and speed bags, the spar between two of the club members that James refereed, and the match James had with a member who thought he was better suited as the club's captain. A match that James dominated. At the end of the club activities, James and the members returned to the locker rooms to shower and get dressed before going home. After everyone had finished showering, one by one they left the training hall. James was the last to leave. He locked the doors, and then accompanied Rias, Aquino, and Flora to the school gate. "So, you allow the members to challenge for the position of captain?" Flora asked as they exited the school grounds. "Yup." James replied simply. "Why?" Flora asked once again. "It pushes the members who want to be fighters to improve." James explained. "But what if you lose?" Flora asked. "It would ruin your reputation, wouldn't it?" Before answering, James said goodbye to Rias and Aquino as they separated to return to the dorms. After seeing them off, James turned back to Flora. "I don't mind walking you home since today is your first day at the school." James offered. "I think I'll take you up on that offer." Flora responded with a smile. She then proceeded to tell James where her house was located. James smiled awkwardly when he heard where her house was. "What's wrong?" Flora asked after seeing James' expression. "Well, my house is in that same neighborhood." James replied. "So, you must have been with the family I saw moving in the other day." "If I remember right, my mom went over to say hi a couple of days ago." "Your mom?" Flora asked in bewilderment. "Her name is Leona Alaverus," James said while walking in the direction of his neighborhood. "So, Miss Leona is your mother?" Flora said in realization. "That's why when she found out how much I like mixed martial arts, she said I'd probably end up in the same club as her son. I'm actually surprised she didn't pull out a picture and show it off when she said that." James said with a hollow laugh. Flora avoided making eye contact with James after hearing what he just said. James deadpanned and asked. "She couldn't find one, huh? How did you know?" Flora asked with her eyes wide open. "She has a thing for embarrassing me," James said with a wry smile. After another 15 minutes, James and Flora arrived outside of Flora's home. "Well, this is me," Flora said with a smile while pointing at her house. "All right, have a good night," James said with a wave, then turned back in the direction they came from. "I'll see you at school tomorrow." Before James walked too far away, Flora remembered there were two questions James never answered. "Hey!" Flora shouted to get James' attention. "You never told me what you would do if you lost a match for the captain's position in the club and your reputation was ruined." Without turning back, James replied confidently. "I'll answer your second question first," James said without a hint of doubt in his tone. "I'm honestly not worried about my reputation. As long as I can be proud of my actions, I don't care what others think about me. And as for your first question..." James paused. A few moments later, he raised his right fist in the air and spoke once more. "I can guarantee I will be the captain for the whole 3 years I'm attending Kuo Academy," James said, once again overflowing with confidence. As James walked away, in the direction of his own home, Flora stood outside her front door and watched until he was no longer visible. As she turned around to open the door to her house, she spoke to herself. "James Alaverus, he's so much more interesting than all the other boys," Flora said as she licked her lips. "But it looks like I'll have a bit of competition." As she said that, the images of 4 girls in her class crossed her mind. "Well, we'll see how things go," Flora said, as she opened the door to the house. Then in a cheerful tone, she shouted. "Mama, Daddy, I'm home. I met Miss Leona's son, James, today, too." Chapter 38, Unexpected Visitors. Human World, Japan, Kuo, Alaverus Estate. After dropping Flora off in front of her house, James returned home. Once he entered the house, he announced his presence. "I'm home," he shouted as he walked into the house after removing his shoes at the door. "What's for dinner?" "Welcome back, James." Upon hearing that voice, James braced himself with his arms spread. A moment later, James caught the light purple-haired blur that rushed into his arms. "Hey, Mizor," James said with a smile while patting Mizor's head. "How was your day?" Snuggling into James' arms, Mizor responded. "Everything was fine. No intruders from the north side." "That's good to hear," James said as he and Mizor made their way toward the living room. When they entered, James greeted everyone present. "Hey Mom." "Hey, Mocha." "What's good, Lancer?" "Oh, Sona and Tsubaki are here, too." As he greeted everyone, James hugged, patted, and fist-bumped Leona, Mocha, and See You Chillin, respectively. As he finished the rounds, James flopped down on the couch between Mocha and Sona. It would seem that was the spot Mizore occupied before she rushed off to greet James. Seeing as she had lost her seat, Mizore was at a loss for a moment. Then her eyes lit up. Shortly afterward, she flopped down on James' lap, with a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing Mizore's actions and her satisfied smile, Sona and Mocha were staring at her with jealousy in their gazes. Leona on the other hand had mischief in hers. While Siyu Chilin was engaged in conversation with Tsubaki. Though he could not help but send a gloating smile in James' direction. James of course paid Siyu Chilin no mind, outwardly. Though James was thinking of a way to make Siyu Chilin suffer without drawing attention to himself later. So, we met the daughter of the new neighbors at school today. James said as he looked at his mother. Oh, you should be nice to her. Leona said, ignoring James' glare. Flora is a sweet girl. Huh. Sona and Tsubaki exclaimed in unison. Are you saying that the new family that moved in are the Nanadon? Sona asked incredulously. Yeah, that's right. Leona said, then asked with confusion. Is there a problem? Well, she wanted to join James' club. Sona said while biting her lower lip. I thought she would. Leona replied nonchalantly. I don't know why you couldn't have told us about her when you went to meet the family. James said in a tone filled with complaints. Huh? What's the problem? Leona asked with confusion in her tone. In her introduction, she said her two favorite things in the world are boys and martial arts. Tsubaki said while adjusting her glasses. I would assume Sona, Miss Rias, and Akino are feeling quite a bit of pressure. Why? Siyu Chilin asked, not understanding the issue. Is she pretty? This question earned him a glare from Tsubaki before she looked away and refused to speak to him. Not understanding why Tsubaki was suddenly angry with him, Siyu Chilin looked around the room for help. Unfortunately, no one was interested in fixing his understanding of what he should and should not say around a girl who likes him. Very. Leona did, however, feel that it was okay to answer the question Siyu Chilin had asked. In fact, I'd say she's gorgeous. With that, even Mizore and Mocha started to feel the pressure. Mocha even took advantage of the situation and turned so she could hug James tightly. This of course gained her a couple of glares from Sona and Mocha. And, of course, this situation gained a chuckle from Leona. Meanwhile, James could only sigh. The reason you didn't tell us about Nanaden transferring to our school was just so you could see the situation devolve into something like this, right? James asked with his eyes narrowed. Ah. Leona replied with a huge smile on her face. That's right. Familiar with Leona's antics, everyone present, except Siyu Chilin who was still trying to figure out what he did to make Tsubaki angry, sighed. I don't even know why I expected something else. Sona said while massaging her temples. At that moment, a bat tapped on one of the living room's windows. Mocha then got up and opened the window. The bat without entering the house began screeching. At the same time, Mocha nodded her head in understanding. Once the bat was finished, it flew away from the window. Everyone remained silent while Mocha was conversing with the bat. Once she was done, James asked the question. What's the matter, Mocha? According to my bats, there's a group of fairly strong people coming toward the city from the east. Mocha reported. I just got home from school. James said as he picked up Mizore and stood from his seat. Placing Mizore in the spot he just rose from, James spoke again. Well, I'll go check who's coming. Be back soon. James then stepped away, leaving everyone else seated in the living room. Minutes later, James was on the eastern outskirts of Kuo, fully equipped. In the distance, he could see a number of humanoid silhouettes. Unfortunately, they were too far away for James to sense their auras. As they approached, James noticed that they were all yokai. When they drew close enough, James shouted. Please, I would ask you to halt. James raised his voice in a respectful tone. This is the town of Kuo, the territory currently under the administration of Lady Rias Gremory and Lady Sona Citri. I would ask that you state your reason for intruding without notice. As his words fell, James placed his right hand on the hilt of Okairu Sakura and flared his demonic energy to put pressure on the surroundings. Feeling the pressure James released, the group of yokai stopped at what they felt was a safe distance. After the group of visitors came to a stop, James lowered the pressure he was releasing. Noticing that, the most powerful of the yokai stepped forward to speak. Young man, I assure you we have come with no ill intentions. The leader of the yokai said. Please excuse me if I find that hard to believe. James said as he gestured at the group of yokai. 8 advanced level, high rank beings and an intermediate level, ultimate rank being. That's quite the lineup to bring into another's territory without notifying them beforehand. Wait, why is there a low rank with you as well? This is gonna be a pain in the ass, I can feel the headache these guys brought with them. James thought to himself after feeling that weak aura the leader was trying to hide with his own. This boy's senses are quite sharp. The leader thought to himself when James discovered the one whom these yokai were protecting. Before James could begin questioning them without restraint, the yokai leader opened his mouth. "Excuse me, before we continue, may I ask who you are?" the yokai leader asked. "My apologies." James apologized for his rudeness, then introduced himself. "I am James Alaverus. I have been assigned as the guardian of both Lady Gremory and Lady Citri." "And you are?" Bowing politely, the yokai leader also introduced himself. "You may refer to me simply as Karasuma. I have come to deliver a message penned by the leader of the Kyoto yokai, Yasakaheim, herself. As it addressed to the ladies Gremory and Citri, I would ask to meet them. If you would be willing to wait, I believe I could arrange a meeting for you within an hour," James said after giving the matter some consideration. "If you are fine with those arrangements, I would ask that you follow me." "Very well." The yokai leader nodded and agreed. Without hesitation, James flash stepped toward the southern edge of the town. Making sure not to leave the visual range of the yokai group, James repeatedly used the flash step to reach Dante's shop, Devil May Cry. He, of course, contacted Dante and Lady before he arrived. He needed them to be ready to receive the guests. After arriving at Devil May Cry and introducing the yokai to Dante and Lady, James left in the direction of the Kuo Academy girls' dormitory. Along the way, he called Rias. As he explained the situation to Rias, he could hear her and Aquino preparing for his arrival. When James arrived at the dorm, Rias and Aquino were already outside waiting. James then used a teleportation circle to bring them back to the Alaverus estate. When James, Rias, and Aquino arrived, James once again explained the situation, which prompted Sona and Tsubaki to rush across the street to their own home to prepare to meet the yokai visitors. Once they were ready, 47 minutes had passed since James left Devil May Cry. Which meant, James kept his word of having the yokai meet the administrators of the town within an hour. Moments later, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki were standing outside Devil May Cry with a teleportation circle fading around them. James then took the lead and made his way to the door. Looking back to make sure everyone was ready, James opened the door when he received confirmation from the four ladies. He then ushered them into the shop's lobby. Once Rias and Sona took their seats across from the yokai with Aquino and Tsubaki standing behind their respective kings, James took his place with Dante and Lady in their capacity as guards. "Good evening, gentlemen," Rias said, starting the conversation. "I am Rias Gremory, heiress of the House of Gremory. And I am Sona Citri, heiress to the House of Citri." Sona continued the introductions. "It is an honor," Karasuma said while bowing politely. "You may refer to me as Karasuma." Karasuma then unfastened a strap that wrapped around his chest and lowered the bundle on his back to the floor. He then proceeded to unwrap the bundle. What was revealed was a 10 or 11-year-old pretty, little, blonde girl with bright golden eyes, a pair of fox ears on top of her head, and 9 fluffy fox tails waving stiffly behind her. "And allow me to introduce Kunu, the daughter of Yasakaheim," Karasuma said after freeing Kunu from the bundle. Kunu, on the other hand, looked as if she was not aware of what was going on. All she did was curiously observe the people present in the room. "Oh shit!" James exclaimed internally. "The headache these guys brought with them is even worse than I thought it would be. I can only imagine the trouble that will follow them here. Sigh, but we can't let anything happen to the little girl, either." After introducing Kunu, Karasuma produced an envelope from his chest. He then lowered himself and held it out respectfully. James then stepped forward and accepted the envelope. After inspecting it for anything dangerous, he handed it to Sona. Sona then opened the envelope and removed its contents, which was a handwritten letter. She then unfolded the letter and read it. After reading the entire letter, she sighed deeply, then handed the letter to Rias. Receiving the letter, Rias also read it and sighed afterward. After a moment of tense silence, Rias and Sona spoke simultaneously. "Before we agree to anything, we'll have to report the situation to our superiors." Chapter 39, A New Resident at the Alaverus Estate. Human World, Japan, Kuo, Devil May Cry. An hour after receiving the letter from Karasuma, Rias and Sona returned from their discussion with the upper echelon of Devil Society. If judging their expressions, it would be clear that they are not happy with the higher-ups' decision. After taking their seats in front of Karasuma, the sleeping Kunu, and the other 8 yokai, Rias and Sona decided to not keep everyone waiting. "We, the devils of the Citri and Gremory houses, shall accept Lady Yasaka's request to protect Miss Kunu for the foreseeable future," Sona said solemnly. Hearing that, Karasuma exhaled a sigh of relief, then replied. "We, the yokai of Kyoto, would like to extend our deepest gratitude." James, on the other hand, felt there was trouble in store for him. Especially after seeing the look in Ria's eyes when she looked at him as she and Sona entered the room. Damn it. This is going to be more work for me, isn't it? James could not help thinking to himself. Unlike James, who was lamenting what was to come, Karasuma and his accompanying yokai were overjoyed. Lady Rias, Lady Sona, with our negotiations concluded, I am afraid we must take our leave. Karasuma said with a bow. We must prepare for the incoming threat. We shall leave young Miss Kunu in your capable hands. We understand, please be safe on your way back. Sona said politely. Rias only nodded in acknowledgement. Karasuma then woke Kunu from her slumber and tried to explain the situation to her. However, that was not going as well as he had hoped. Seeing the old yokai struggling, James sighed, then stepped forward and gently patted Kunu on her head. With a smile, he spoke with her in a gentle tone. Kunu, I know you want to go home. James said, beginning to coax the young girl. But your mommy asked us to keep you with us for a little while. She asked us to introduce some big sisters who would lay with you while her work is busy. Okay. Although she was unhappy that she would not be going home, the words big sisters and play interested Kunu enough that she relented, for the moment at least. James then lowered himself to match eyes with Kunu and introduced himself. It's nice to meet you, Kunu. I'm James. James Alaverus. James introduced himself with a great big smile. As if his smile was infectious, Kunu smiled nervously and introduced herself as well. It's nice to meet you too, Oni-san. Kunu said quietly. I'm Kunu. At the same time, with Dante and Lady as guards, Rias and Sona walked the group of yokai out of the shop and bid them goodbye. Once the yokai were no longer in sight, James, with Kunu in his arms, made his way out of the shop as well. Well, now that that's over and done with, ready to go home? James asked the girls he came here with. Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki nodded. Then, James looked over in Dante and Lady's direction and spoke. I left your pay on the reception desk. James said with a nod. The two of you did a good job. Shortly after, James and the girls disappeared from their spot with a teleportation magic circle. A moment later, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, and Kunu appeared in the Alaverus estate's living room. Hey everyone, we're back. James said cheerfully while still holding Kunu in his arms. Seeing Kunu, Leona shot to her feet and snatched her out of James' arms. Both James and Kunu blinked in surprise when they realized Kunu was in Leona's arms. There was no one in the room who was not surprised by the instantaneous speed Leona just displayed. And James was the first to snap back to his senses. Mom, it seems your flash step has improved. James said exasperatedly. Wait, Auntie Leona. Did you really just use the flash step to hug the cute little girl? Mizor asked unsurely. Huh? Did I just use the flash step? Leona asked in surprise. Collectively, everyone except for Kunu and Leona released a sigh when they heard Leona's reply. Deciding that his mother was killing the group's motivation to improve with her instincts, James strode toward her and Kunu. He then took Kunu from his mother's arms and looked her in the eyes. Kunu, let me introduce you to the big sisters like I promised, okay? James asked in a gentle tone. He then looked over in Siyu Chulin's direction and said in a much stricter tone. You should stay away from that big brother though. He's really unlucky and it might rub off on you if you get too close. Hearing what James said, Kunu, who was also looking at Siyu Chilin after James shifted his attention over to him, immediately turned away and grabbed onto James' shirt tightly. This caused Leona and the girls, especially Tsubaki, to giggle. At the same time, Siyu Chilin's jaw practically hit the floor in disbelief. James then introduced everyone. Kunu seemed happy to have so many new big sisters to play with. Before her excitement could get out of hand, James had to excuse himself with Rias and Sona. Kunu, me, big sister Rias, and big sister Sona have to finish a project for school. James said in a gentle tone. You don't mind playing with Auntie Leona and the other big sisters for a little while, do you? I promise I'll be back soon. Okay. James Onaizen. Kunu said with a smile. Come back soon. With that, James left Kunu with the other girls and his mother. While he, Rias and Sona made their way upstairs to James' art studio. As they reached the top of the stairs, James could hear Mizor asking Kunu if she liked manga. Hearing that, James smiled wryly. Who would have thought you would be so good with children, James? Sona said with a slight smile. Yeah, James will make a good daddy. Rias said in a teasing tone. However, as the words settled in, both Rias and Sona began to blush. Lucky for them, James chose not to respond. He has always liked children. That is the reason he chose shounen manga to reproduce in this life. Once the trio were all seated in James' studio, James brought up the main topic. I really didn't like the way you two were looking at me after you talked with the highborn fossils. James said in a helpless tone. So, what did they force on me this time? Well. Sona wanted to answer, but she had no idea where to start. In her place, Rias answered James' question bluntly. They made protecting Kunu your responsibility. Rias said while gritting her teeth. Meaning if anything were to happen to Kunu, all the responsibility would fall onto you and your peerage. You're kidding, right? James asked in total shock. But I probably was not even mentioned in the request from Lady Yasaka, right? That's not the end, though. Sona said somberly. What do you mean? James asked exasperatedly. Those old men from the Great King faction made it clear that in the event that you successfully protect Kunu. Sona began to answer but could not bring herself to finish. All the credit will go to you. James said in a cold and desolate tone. Hearing James' tone, Rias and Sona shivered involuntarily. So, even after getting promoted to high class, they still intend to treat me like a so-called worthless half-breed. James clenched his fists in frustration. Seeing James like that, neither Rias nor Sona knew what to do. Luckily, James took a deep breath and then reverted to normal after a few moments. James, are you okay? Sona asked softly. Don't worry Sona, I'll be fine. James replied with a slightly forced smile. So, will letting Kunu live here be a problem? Rias asked, still feeling a little guilty about how things ended up. Judging by the way Mom acted when we first showed up with Kunu, I don't think it will be a problem. James said with a smile. I'll just have to explain the situation to Mom later. After discussing the details of the assignment for a little longer, James asked a question he felt was especially important. Will there be a safe way for Kunu to contact Lady Yasaka when she's feeling homesick? Rias and Sona fell silent when they heard James' question. There should be. Sona said unsurely. But none of the higher-ups said anything. What about Surzex and Saratan? James asked incredulously. Their opinions were basically crowded out by the Great King faction. Rias said with frustration. Sai, I don't mean to talk down on your siblings, but when they act like this, they don't deserve the titles of Great Satan. James said disappointedly. Because of what James said, Rias and Sona lowered their heads. Realizing what he just let slip, James tried to fix his slip of the tongue. I'm sorry, I should have not said that. James said while scratching his head. I know Surzex Nisama and Saratan have a lot on their plates. Usually, Rias and Sona would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of their elder siblings. However, with what James is being put through in this matter with the yokai, they can understand his frustrations. Thinking it best to end the conversation here, James decided to go back down to everyone else and check on Kano. Anyway, let's see how everyone is doing downstairs. After saying that, James grabbed both Rias and Sona by the hand and led them back down to the living room. With James' proactive approach, Rias and Sona temporarily forgot the topic from before and happily followed James downstairs. Once the trio arrived in the living room, Kunu was the first to notice them. Without hesitation, she dashed at James and jumped into his arms with a smile. James Onizen, is it true you drew school rumble? Kunu asked excitedly. Yes, it's true, Kunu. James replied with a smile. Hearing that, Kunu clapped her hands excitedly and began telling James everything she likes about it. For 10 minutes, Kunu remained in James' arms and happily talked about the manga she likes the most. It looks like James is going to be a good father later down the road. Leona said with a grin. Aren't you girls lucky? Rias, Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Aquino all blushed at Leona's teasing. But they could not help stealing glances at James' interactions with Kunu. None of them able to escape having fantasies about the future. After Kunu calmed down and finished talking about the manga, James finally had the chance to ask a question. So, Kunu, are you having fun here? James asked with a gentle smile. In response, Kunu nodded her head furiously. That's good, I'm glad to hear it. James said then patted Kunu on the head before he continued. Well, since I already told you that your mommy is going to be very busy for a while, would you like to stay here, at my house? Remembering that it would be a while before she was able to see her mother, Kunu's eyes began to water. However, she was able to hold back her tears thanks to the hand patting her head and the kind smile on James' face. Eventually she nodded and hugged James. I want to stay here, so that mommy can do her work. Kunu said with a forced smile. Thank you Oniai-san for letting me stay. Still smiling gently, James said. Although there will be times I have to go to school, Mizor, Mocha, and my mom will be here to play with you. And on the weekends, I'll teach you how to draw manga too, okay? Hearing that James would teach her how to make a manga, Kunu's eyes lit up and her sadness was blown away. Promise? Kunu asked while holding out her hand and extending her pinky finger. Smiling at the adorable little fox girl in his arms, James also extended his pinky and wrapped it together with Kunu's and replied. I promise. Chapter 40, Let's Celebrate. 2.5 months have passed since Kunu came to live with James and his family. In that time, unfortunately, there have been no communications between the yokai in Kyoto and the Alaverus estate. This has, of course, left Kunu uneasy. However, Kunu is not the only one who has found herself uneasy about the situation. James, Rias, and Sona believe there is more going on than they are being told. Because of that, James was making plans to put into motion once summer break starts at school. That of course leads to perhaps the most anticipated time of year for students around the world. Summer vacation will begin at Kuo Academy at the end of the day after tomorrow. As for today, final exam scores will be posted. That morning, James, Rias, Sona, Akino, Tsubaki, Kusaka Raya, and Flora Nanadan have gathered around Raya's desk, as they often do, discussing the scores that will be posted later on today. Human World, Japan, Kuo Academy. So, which of you three will take first place this time? Flora asked with a bit of dejection in her tone. It was Sona at midterms, right? Over the 2.5 months since transferring, Flora had fully integrated into the group of the smartest students in the class and probably the entire year. Even if she is not as gifted academically. Yeah, it will probably be Sona again. James said with a nod. I wouldn't be surprised if I fell from second place this time, either. What do you mean? Rias asked with a tilt of her head. Well, I don't try nearly as hard as the rest of you. James said while looking out the window. Well, not when it comes to studying, anyway. Nodding her head in acknowledgement, Sona spoke in understanding. That's understandable, you have quite a bit on your plate as it is. Maybe if you weren't drawing 2 manga at the same time, you would have more time to study. Kusaka said, cutting into the conversation. Ever since Kusaka joined the student council, she has spent more and more time hanging out with James and his group of girls. During that time, Sona has focused on evaluating her personality and character. Eventually she determined that Kusaka would be a wonderful addition to her peerage. And shortly after final exams ended, Sona succeeded in convincing her to join her peerage as a bishop. A/N. While doing some research about Sona's peerage, I realized I made a mistake. Kusaka Raya is supposed to be a year younger than Rias, Sona, and the rest. But it's too late now and this is an AU. So, I can only apologize to the sticklers for timeline. Gaining a hint of mischief in his eyes, before allowing his expression to change to a troubled one, James exhaled a huge sigh before speaking. You're right, Raya. James began in a tired tone. I should probably put one of my books on hiatus. Hearing that, Raya shuddered. Or maybe both. James continued, looking like he had been carrying the weight of the entire world for far too long. That way I can focus. Before he could continue any further, Raya interrupted. James-kun, no, James-sama, you know I was just kidding. Raya said while waving her hands frantically. Let's not say something we'll both regret in the future, okay? At Raya's rather extreme reaction to the word hiatus, the group began laughing. While James let a teasing smile show. Seeing that, Raya finally realized what was going on. You tricked me. Raya shouted while pointing a finger at James. Yup, and your reaction was priceless. James said with a satisfied smile on his face. Hearing James admit it so boldly, Raya pouted, crossed her arms, and then looked away. After getting the laughter out of her system, Flora finally opened her mouth to ask a question. So, when are you guys gonna tell me the names of James' manga? Flora asked with a pout. I'm the only one who doesn't know, right? Without missing a beat, Akino replied with, because you talk too much. If we tell you, before lunch, everyone in the class will know. Rias continued from where Akino left off. And if that happens, James will get even more attention than he usually does. Sona followed up while adjusting her glasses. But if everyone knows, some of the hate might go away, too. Tsubaki said, playing the devil's advocate. So to speak. Once Tsubaki's words ended, Rias, Sona, and Akino leveled some pretty intimidating glares on the bespectacled beauty. Flora was left at a loss when she heard the reasoning behind why she was being left out of the loop. She then pouted and clung to James. With her arms around his neck and her body pressed tightly against his, she spoke in a coquettish tone. James, could you please tell me, Flora said while looking at James with upturned eyes. I won't tell anyone, I promise. At that moment, James' mind crashed. Hearing her sweet voice. Feeling her breath against his skin. Feeling her softness and curves pressed against his body. Seeing the look in her eyes. With all these things in combination, James' mind could not process all the stimulation at the same time. However, even though the software that is James' mind had crashed, the hardware that is James' body was still operating at its optimum. Shortly after James froze, Flora felt something hard pressing against her abdomen. After a moment of confusion, she realized what it was. With a light blush on her face and a seductive smile on her lips, she whispered in James' ear. If that's a problem, do you want me to help you with it? Hearing that, James snapped back to his senses. Embarrassed that he had completely lost control of himself at school, James turned away and quickly made his way to the classroom door. What just happened? Rhea asked innocently. And what did James Cohen stuff into his pants before he left? Hearing Rhea's innocent question, the rest of the girls blushed furiously. The girls who were interested in him were even worse. Everyone except Flora, that is. He probably needed to go to the bathroom. Flora said, then licked her lips and watched James retreat like a predator. Just as James left the room, Nikonomiya's voice could be heard. Alaverus Cohen, where are you going? The bell is gonna ring soon. Nikonomiya shouted after James. Sorry sensei, my stomach is killing me. I need to go to the bathroom. James shouted back, growing more embarrassed as he had to shout that in public. Lunch break . Halfway through the lunch break, while James and the girls were enjoying their lunches in the classroom, one of their classmates pulled the door open with some force, then addressed everyone in the classroom. The test scores have been posted on the main bulletin board. Hearing that, most of the students in the classroom stood immediately and made their way out of the classroom. James and the girls, however, calmly finished their lunches, then leisurely made their way to the main bulletin board to see how they did on the final exams. Around the bulletin board, the students were crowded together. The voices of multiple groups discussing their results could be heard. As James and the girls arrived, other students made way for them to see the board. Rather, they made room for the girls to see the board. James was allowed to pass simply because he was walking with them. At least that is what the boys who were jealous of his situation were telling themselves. Huh. A surprised exclamation could be heard from Flora when they approached the bulletin boards. What's wrong, Flora? Aquino asked in a teasing tone. Do you have to go to summer school or something? Flora did not respond to Aquino's joke. When the group noticed, they looked in her direction. On her face, they saw shock and excitement. Following her gaze, they saw 14, Flora Nanadan. Congratulations, Flora. Rhea was the first to recover and speak. Congrats, Flora. James said with a smile. I guess studying with the 6 smartest people in the grade paid off. Flora said with an excited smile. You shouldn't discount your own hard work. Sona said while adjusting her glasses in a way that caused them to gleam. After a round of congratulations for Flora, the atmosphere around the other 6 began to change, subtly. Their competitive spirits warped the atmosphere around them. At least that's what it felt like to all the onlookers. After letting the atmosphere build for a while, they all turned their attention to the top of the board at the same time. 1. James Alaverus. 2. Shitori Sona. 3. Shinra Tsubaki. 4. Rias Gremory. 5. Kusaka Rhea. 6. Haimjima Aquino. Once they looked over the scores, Sona and Rhea deflated a bit. That was to be expected, their ranks had dropped, after all. James and Rias, on the other hand, were full of smiles. With their ranks going up, they had achieved something. Lastly, Tsubaki and Aquino showed neither joy nor sorrow. As they had maintained the same ranking since the entrance exam, things were as they expected. Haha. This is the first time I've ever beaten you in something academically, Sona. James exclaimed loudly while laughing boisterously. I feel like I can do anything now. Even beat you in chess. At that moment, both James and Sona froze. Then, they both blushed. Damn, I forgot what beating her would mean. I do want to beat her though, for more than just that reason, though. James thought to himself as he calmed himself. Well, if that's the case, I look forward to your challenge. Sona said quietly with a soft smile while the blush remained on her face. Once again, Flora was confused. Tsubaki and Rhea were happy with the development as they knew how much Sona wanted James to beat her in a game of chess. Rias and Aquino were quite jealous, though, as they also knew what it meant for a man to win against Sona in a game of chess. Why does it seem like I'm always the only one out of the loop? Flora said as she looked at the expressions of her friends. Snapping out of his thoughts, James patted Flora on the head and apologized, before walking away from the board to return to class. Sorry, Flora. James said sincerely. The chance for you to know all our inside jokes and whatnot may be coming soon. As they all followed James back to the classroom, other than Flora, the other girls looked at James in surprise. Not giving the girls the chance to ask any questions that should not be asked, James changed the subject. Since the last day of the term is in 2 days, we should celebrate after school that day. James suggested as he looked at all the girls. What do you think? I'm in. Flora was the first to agree. Sounds good to me. Rias followed shortly after. Fufufu. Aquino laughed in her signature way before she replied. I also agree. Sona adjusted her glasses once again and asked. What do you have in mind, James? James rubbed his chin while considering an activity. After returning to the classroom, James' eyes lit up and he answered Sona's question. How about karaoke? James asked excitedly. Sounds good to me. Rias and Flora answered in unison. I'm okay with that. Sona also agreed. In a dark room with the lights dimmed. I would love to accompany you, James. Aquino said with a chuckle. Although James rolled his eyes at Aquino's innuendo, the girls, with Rias and Sona being the worst, blushed. Tsubaki was the first to come back to her senses. She adjusted her glasses to hide her embarrassment then answered. Well, if everyone else is going. Tsubaki said before she was interrupted by James. That's a good idea, Tsubaki. James said with a devious grin on his face. Why don't we get Mizore, Mocha, Kunu, and Lancer to come with us, too? Hearing the extra emphasis James put on Cu Chillin's nickname, Tsubaki turned red like a boiled lobster. Sona then asked Rhea. How about you, Rhea? I'll be there, too. Rhea said with a nod. Good. Now that that's decided, I'll let everyone know when we get back home tonight. James said excitedly. Chapter 41, We were off singing karaoke. Human World, Japan, Kuo, Alaverus Estate. After returning home from school the day the exam results were posted, James gave everyone an invitation to join him and the girls from class for karaoke on the last day of the term. Without hesitation, Mizore, Mocha, and Kunu cheered in excitement. Cu Chillin tried to act like he did not care either way, but it was clear that he was looking forward to spending time with Tsubaki. The only one in the house who was not happy would have to be Leona. Why am I the only one who's not invited to karaoke? Leona whined childishly. I like singing, too. Plus, I'm really good at it. Listening to his mother's complaints, James shuddered violently. It may be true that Leona likes to sing. But her claim to be good at it. That could not be any further from the truth. Leona is criminally tone deaf. There is just no better way to put it. James was not the only one to shudder either. Everyone present, even Kunu, had suffered due to Leona's love for musical expression. Luckily, James had already come up with an excuse. He had expected his mother to want to join them well in advance. But Mom. James said in the same tone he used to coax Kunu on the night she arrived. Wouldn't everyone feel uncomfortable if you were there? Leona began to frown immediately after hearing James' words. But before she could complain any further, James continued. I mean, think back to when you were our age. James said in that same coaxing tone. How would you have felt if someone's parent decided to come to one of the gatherings you were having with your friends? Hearing that, Leona pouted to show her discontent. Eventually she relented. But James was not finished with his machinations. Why don't you invite Auntie Vanillana, Auntie Rhea, Grafia, Saratan, Pop, and the other guys? I'm sure it would be nice to have an evening out with everyone. Wouldn't it? James suggested with a sincere smile. At the same time, Mizore, Cu Chillin, and Mocha were all thinking the same thing. He's what a Satan should be, isn't he? 2 days later Human World, Japan, Kuo Academy. After averting that crisis, the next 2 days flew by. After the last bell rang, James, Rias, Sona, Aquino, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Flora all made their way to the front gate. So, this is how we'll do this. James said, addressing the group. Everyone will head home first. Once we all get changed, we'll come pick up Rhea, Aquino, and Rhea. Then we'll walk to the karaoke bar. Sound good? At James' suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they separated, knowing they would be meeting again in about an hour. Also, although it was not previously mentioned, Rhea also lives in the student dormitory. That will change during summer break, though. The plan is to have Rhea move into Sona's estate. It was bought to house her peerage, in the first place. After 20 minutes, James, Sona, Tsubaki, and Flora arrived at their upscale neighborhood. After walking for a few more minutes, Flora separated from the other three to reach her own house. See you soon. Flora said, waving her hand as she walked toward her house. I'll see you in about half an hour. We'll be waiting. James said with a smile. He then turned to Sona and Tsubaki and continued. All right, let's get going, we need to change, too. Sona and Tsubaki simply nodded in response then headed into Sona's estate to change. James also entered his own home and made his way up to his bedroom to change out of his school uniform. As he walked through the house, he greeted his mother, who was also prepared to go out for the evening. Not so coincidentally, she would also be going out for karaoke with the family friends in the underworld. By the time he had arrived at his bedroom, James had also greeted Mizore, Cu Chillin, and Kunu. He had yet to see Mocha, though. Once he reached his bedroom door, he stopped wondering where she was anymore. James could feel Mocha's presence in his bedroom, though he did not know why she was there. Instead of puzzling over it, James decided to just open the door and ask. But when he saw what Mocha was doing, he was surprised, to say the least. In just her underwear, a matching set of white bra and panties with violet lace accents, Mocha was fast asleep in James' bed. From his spot in the doorway, James ran his eyes over her voluptuous figure. At the same time, James was wondering what she was doing in here. Not that he was complaining, though. Shortly after James entered his bedroom, Mocha's eyelashes began to flutter. James considered leaving the room and closing the door again before she woke up. But then he thought to himself. This is my room. Why should I leave? She's not even supposed to be in here. After a few seconds, Mocha woke up. After getting her bearings, she noticed James standing in the doorway. She then noticed the fire in his eyes. She was quite sure that was the flame of desire, and when she looked down it was verified. At the moment, James was pitching quite the tent in his uniform pants. However, once he realized she was awake, he spoke. Although I'm thankful for the gift, I really don't want to be the reason we're late. James said. In a serious tone. I mean, do you really want to hear Riri whining about having to wait? Mocha was planning to tease James a bit before getting dressed and watching James change clothes. Even she thought the plan was a bit bold. But once she heard James mention Rias whining, she shot up and put her clothes on. I'll wait for you downstairs. Mocha said as she rushed past James and went to sit with everyone else. James could only shake his head at her antics. He then, also, quickly changed out of his uniform into a loose white button-down shirt and blue denim shorts. After checking himself in the mirror, James made his way downstairs. Once he finished descending the stairs, a little missile with fox ears shot off in his direction. James effortlessly caught the adorable projectile and asked. Kunu, are you excited about going to karaoke? With a big smile on her face and her tails waving, Kunu nodded her head excitedly. Seeing how happy she was, James also smiled. Well, I'm glad to hear it. James said with heightened tension. We're gonna have all the fun we can tonight. Yeah. Kunu shouted while raising her hands as high as she could. After hearing Kunu's shout, Mizor, see you chillin', and Mocha made their way over to Kunu and James. Once they were all gathered, the kids bid Leona goodbye and left the house. Once outside, they did not have to wait long for Sona and Tsubaki to step outside. After the two groups joined together, they started walking to where they separated with Flora. Kunu, make sure to keep your ears and tails hidden. James reminded Kunu as he looked down at the little girl whose hand he was holding. Flushing in embarrassment, Kunu quickly hid her ears and tails. Not long after that, the group saw Flora waiting at their meeting place. You're here earlier than expected. Sona said when the group had just combined. I don't want to be the one to make Rias wait. Flora said with a wry smile. You know what she's like when she starts whining. Simultaneously, everyone, except Kunu, nodded their heads in agreement. Around 25 minutes later, the group arrived outside the girls' dormitory. Standing waiting for them were Rias, Aquino, and Rhea. Shortly after meeting up, they left for the karaoke bar. Walking next to James, Aquino whispered in his ear. I'm glad you were on time. Aquino said, making sure that Rias could not hear her. We had been standing out there for only 2 minutes. And she was complaining the entire time. Hearing that, James could feel a cold sweat forming on his back. James then decided to change the subject. They were going out to celebrate. He should have happy thoughts. Me, too. James replied with a smile before leaning down to whisper into her ear. But I gotta say, you really look nice today. Aquino was dressed in a maroon, knee-length dress with white sleeves and brown shoes. Hearing James' compliment, Aquino flushed slightly. But the smile of happiness could not be hidden. Once the other girls noticed Aquino's expression, they began asking her what happened. Aquino decided to keep James' compliment to herself. She did, however, cause the girls interested in him to cast suspicious looks in James' direction. Especially with the shy smile and all the stolen glances. After a 15-minute walk, the group made it to the karaoke bar. James paid for a room large enough to accommodate everyone present for the next 3 hours. He probably would have paid for longer if Kunu was not with them. They could not keep her out too late. Especially considering that they were supposed to be guarding her. After making payment, a member of the karaoke bar's staff led them to their room and took their orders for drinks and snacks. After that, everyone agreed that James would be the first to sing. James tried to decline at first, but due to everyone's insistence he picked up the microphone and chose a song. Although they asked James to sing first, most of the people in attendance were scared. After hearing Leona sing in the past, they were not sure if her talents could be inherited from generation to generation. See-You Chillin was even sporting a mocking smile. Even though he had never heard James singing before, he was almost certain that James was just as tone-deaf as his mother, if not more. In fact, it was his idea to let James sing first, just so he could see him embarrass himself. Unaware of what the others were thinking, James looked through the karaoke bar's song catalog, until he found the perfect song. One of his favorite ballads from the 90s. Once he chose the song, he took a deep breath and waited for the background music to start. Boys Two Men, on Bended Knee. By the time the song was over, the group was in shock. Even though Rias and Sona had heard him sing before, it had been more than 10 years since the last time. James wowed the crowd with his smooth tenor vocals that captured the emotions of the song. His performance caused the girls' eyes to sparkle from beginning to end. See-You Chillin, however, was not happy. He could admit that James was talented. But that is not what he wanted to see. Is there anything this guy can't do? See-You Chillin shouted in an agonized tone. See-You Chillin's shout pulled everyone out of their revelry. Then, they all bombarded James with compliments and encore requests. James agreed to sing more, but not until everyone else had a chance to sing first. After the girls calmed down, everyone queued up a song to sing, and then they had as much fun as they could for the next few hours. 2.5 hours later. As See-You Chillin finished the song he was singing, he passed the microphone to Mocha, who was sitting next to James. Instead of moving back to Tsubaki's side like he usually did after finishing his turn, See-You Chillin decided to sit next to James. James, outside I detect. See-You Chillin began to report. I know. James said nonchalantly. What do we do? See-You Chillin asked while glancing at Kunu. Nothing. James said while watching Mocha sing. If they don't move, neither do we. And what if they do? See-You Chillin asked, then he frowned as he felt that was a stupid question. Even still, James answered his question. We make them wish they hadn't. James said in a frigid tone. After singing for a half an hour longer, the group's time was up. Once they were reminded about the time and asked if they wished to extend it, they decided to leave. So, they walked to the entrance and stepped through the doors. TCH. Couldn't leave well enough alone, could they? James said disdainfully. He then began giving orders. Mizor, Lancer, Mocha. There are 4 high ranks in this isolation barrier. Put them down. Leave the ultimate rank to me. If he's dumb enough to move, that is. Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Tsubaki. Let us handle this. It's what we're here for in the first place. After giving those orders, James' tone softened as his attention turned to Kunu. Kunu, I need you to hold hands with Big Sister Rias and Big Sister Sona until we finish with these troublemakers, okay? James asked with a gentle smile. Kunu nodded her head in acknowledgement. She knew things were serious right now. She then walked over to Rias and Sona and grabbed their hands tightly. Before James took charge of the situation, everyone felt something was wrong. Even though they were in the town's downtown area, there were Northwest people on the street. Also, everything had an eerie purple tint to it. Although everyone was shocked, the only one who was scared was Flora. As the only one in the group unaware of the supernatural world, she did not know what to think or what was going on. Seeing Flora's confusion and fear, James thought to himself. I guess we'll be having that conversation sooner than I was expecting. Flora. James raised his voice to get Flora's attention. As he intended, he managed to grasp Flora's attention. Though it pained him to see the terror in her eyes. I'll explain everything to you later. James said sternly. But right now, I need you to stay with Aquino and Tsubaki until this is over, okay? Without responding to James' question, Flora simply moved between Aquino and Tsubaki and grabbed their hands. Seeing her actions, James nodded in approval. Then he addressed his peerage once again. Now that everyone is ready, take the enemies down. I want them alive, if possible, though. I've got a few questions. At the same time, Rhea was thinking to herself. I feel like James Kuan forgot about me. Chapter 42, Attack on the Street. Human World, Japan, Kuo. As the order to attack was given, James was actually the first to make a move. Unsheathing Okairu Sakura, he activated Senbon Sakura, and directed the petals to separate the 4 high-rank yokai into 3. With Mizor facing 1, See-You Chillin facing 2, and Mocha facing the last one. The first of the 3 to move was See-You Chillin. Once he saw James, Senbon Sakura, he dashed forward without hesitation. He immediately thrust his spear at the first enemy he saw. To his surprise, the straightforward thrust was easily deflected by a pair of kodachi. Taking a step back, See-You Chillin's expression changed to something much more savage. You're better than I thought you'd be. See-You Chillin said with a battle-hungry smile. He then licked his lips and asked. Is the other one as good as you? He's not quite as good as I am. The assassin with dog ears and a bushy tail replied. But you shouldn't underestimate him. You don't need to worry about that, Siyu Chulin said as he rested his spear over his shoulder. Just give me a second. Siyu Chulin then disappeared in a burst of speed. Shortly after, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard behind a building close to the dog-eared assassin's location. After about 15 seconds, the sounds of weapons could no longer be heard. A few seconds later, he could see one of his comrades being thrown in front of their protection target and her guardians. Well, he was pretty good like you said. Siyu Chulin said as he rounded a corner to arrive where he had been standing less than a minute ago. He fell a bit short compared to you, though. The dog-eared assassin gritted his teeth at the sight of his comrade's fate. I'll avenge you. The assassin said faintly. Take it easy, dude. Siyu Chulin said nonchalantly. Your buddy is still alive. We're gonna need answers, after all. The assassin decided there was no point in any further dialogue. So, he charged forward with the kodachi in his hands. Before he could enter his range, Siyu Chulin unleashed a barrage of thrusts at different locations from different angles. The assassin, using his pair of kodachi, skillfully deflected the majority of Siyu Chulin's thrusts. However, to his horror, he found that with time, the speed and frequency of the thrusts were increasing. Understanding that this could not go on, he caught the next thrust with his kodachi crossed and forced it to the ground before Siyu Chulin could withdraw the spear. Once the spear had been lowered, the assassin stepped on its shaft and began to run toward its wielder. Much like he had done in his very first spar with James, Siyu Chulin released his grip and kicked the butt end of the spear to make it stand straight up. However, the assassin was expecting him to release the spear in some capacity to get him off of it. As soon as the spear left Siyu Chulin's hands and while his foot was about to contact the spear shaft, the assassin jumped laterally and performed his most deadly technique. At the same time, Siyu Chulin's spear stood straight up thanks to the kick. Yet, because the assassin was no longer providing resistance, the spear tipped over away from Siyu Chulin. Oni Waban style, double kodachi, Kaiten Kenbu Rokurin. At that moment, the assassin closed the distance with Siyu Chulin and performed what seemed like 6 simultaneous slashes with his 2 kodachi. At the same time as the assassin started to move, Siyu Chulin dove forward to retrieve his spear. Siyu Chulin's quick movements most likely saved his life, as he managed to avoid the 2 strikes that were in the most vital areas. This, of course, left the assassin baffled. Using his opponent's lapse in concentration, Siyu Chulin picked up his weapon and thrust it forward. Gibalg. As he thrust the spear, Siyu Chulin infused his demonic energy to activate the curse on the weapon. As the assassin attempted to guard against the seemingly straightforward spear strike, the spearhead began to avoid his weapons as though it had a mind of its own. As it was impossible to avoid, the dog-eared assassin's life came to an end at that moment. Pant damn it. Siyu Chulin cursed, exhaustion beginning to set in. I forgot how draining the curse of Gibalg was. I haven't had to use it since I tested it when Master gave me the spear. At that moment, Siyu Chulin froze. If Master found out about my performance. As Siyu Chulin thought about it, he began to shudder. There's no way she would find out about this fight. She's back in the land of shadows, and there are only 2 people who can. When his thoughts reached this point, Siyu Chulin made eye contact with James. And he broke into a cold sweat when he saw the grin on James' face. A grin that grew wider when James saw the realization in his eyes. Damn. I'm fucked. Was the only thing that came to mind after seeing James' expression. At the same time Siyu Chulin was fighting with the dog-eared assassin, Mizore had just made it to a suitable range to do battle with her own opponent, a Tsuchigumo. The well-endowed 6-armed, 8-eyed woman was charging at Mizore with a kunai in each of her 6 hands. Realizing that close-quarter combat would be to her disadvantage, Mizore sent a volley of ice spikes at the Tsuchigumo woman. Using the kunai in her hands, the Tsuchigumo deflected most of the flying ice spikes, except for one that pierced her left thigh and one that grazed her lower right arm. It need not be said that her left leg was rendered immobile. The fact that surprised her was that a thin film of ice began to spread from where the spike grazed her. Usually, a wound like that would be ignored as it did not affect her combat ability. However, as the ice film spread, her arm began to grow sluggish. Not giving the Tsuchigumo woman the time to think over her situation, Mizore, using her ice to propel her forward, passed by her opponent's right leg and turned to strike it with a palm thrust covered in freezing energy. After immobilizing the Tsuchigumo woman's other leg, Mizore systematically attacked each joint in the 5 remaining mobile arms. And just for good measure, she froze the Tsuchigumo woman's lower jaw so she would be unable to bite off her tongue. Mizore's integration of tiger-style kenpo and her ice ability has improved greatly. James thought aloud as he watched Mizore's fight. I would have let her fight the first one Lancer took down if I knew she had improved so much. You spar with her almost every night, right? Rias asked confusedly. How are you unaware of how much she has improved? It's because she has trouble maintaining focus in a spar. James explained as his attention shifted to Mocha's fight. She exceeds my expectation by too much whenever she fights in a serious fight. Mocha's fight is not what James would call a fight. Her opponent, an Oni, seems to have no martial arts training at all. Using simple brute force with no techniques, Mocha picked him apart with ease. At this point, it looked like Mocha was just practicing her Muay Thai and wrestling takedowns on the poor guy. Mocha. Just end it already. James said with a chuckle. There's no need to torture the poor guy. If you say so. Mocha said, disappointed that her training dummy would be taken away. I had to put a stop to it, or that ultimate rank guy would have made a move against Mocha. James thought to himself. I can feel the anger radiating off him in waves. A few moments later, Mizor, Siyu Chulin and Mocha returned with their dead or immobilized opponents. The only one who sustained any injuries was Siyu Chulin, which was due to his carelessness. As soon as he returned, Tsubaki began checking his injuries with great concern. Once it was confirmed that his injuries were not life-threatening, James turned his sight to a cloaked figure that had appeared in front of the group. The aura this man was emitting indicated that he was in the intermediate level of the ultimate rank. So, now that little song and dance is over, will you retreat, or will you still attempt to complete your mission? James asked the cloaked figure in front of him. If I didn't need the money, I wouldn't have even taken this job, said the cloaked figure. At the cloaked figure's reply, James raised an eyebrow. Although the thought of an impoverished assassin was a novel one, the more surprising thing was that the assassin seemed to be female. Not that he was looking down on female assassins, but an impoverished female assassin was not something he expected to see in his lifetime. So, I should take that as a no then? James asked as he placed his hand on the hilt of Mangetsu no Shidada. Well, if I fail, I'll probably die regardless. The assassin replied. So, I might as well give it a try. Well, let's get it over with then. James said disinterestedly as the petals that made up James' other sword, Okairu Sakura, returned and floated around him. James pointed the sword in his hand in the assassin's direction, and with this gesture the petals around him rushed at her. Producing a kunai in each hand, the female assassin either dodged, parried, or blocked the incoming petals produced by Senbon Sakura. With acrobatic movements and superb bodily control, the assassin was slowly closing the distance with James' group. Whistle she's pretty good. James praised sincerely. Is now the time to be praising her? Rias asked incredulously. Well, I like to give credit where credit is due. James replied nonchalantly. Besides, I think it's about time to end this. Just as James' words fell, the assassin dropped several pellet-shaped objects. A moment later, all the objects released a large amount of smoke that engulfed the entire group. Shortly after, several clanging sounds were heard. By the time the smoke dispersed, James and the assassin were in their original places. That was a nifty little trick, James said with a smile. But if I had been careless and lost to it, I can't imagine what my master would have done to me, if she found out. Hearing that, Siyu Chulin began to shudder, then he groaned in pain as his shuddering agitated his wounds. So, like I said before, James said, his expression becoming more solemn. It's about time to end this. Dropping down into an Iaido stance, James soon vanished from his position with the flash step. When next he appeared, James was standing behind the female assassin, calmly sheathing his sword. Once the click from the handguard meeting the sheath was heard, the assassin's cloak fell from her body in two halves on either side of her. When the cloak was destroyed, what was revealed was a tall woman with long silver hair, dark gray eyes, and red-framed glasses with a beauty mark under her right eye and monkey ears on top of her head. Her busted body was wrapped in the top of a martial arts gi held closed by a red obi. She wore dark blue forearm sleeves and a matching scarf. On her lower body, she only wore a pair of black hot pants and boots. Another crossover, I think. But her species is wrong. Then again, I've never seen that series, so I could be wrong. James thought to himself as he looked over the assassin in front of him. At the same time, the assassin was amazed. To think his skill with the sword is so high. She thought to herself. Well, I'm not really into killing beautiful women, James said nonchalantly. But if you choose to continue, I'm even less into failing assignments. The girls in James' group all frowned at the compliment James gave to the assassin, but were sensible enough to not interfere, right now. Meanwhile, the assassin shivered when she saw the total disregard in James' eyes while he spoke to her. So, are you saying you won't kill me? The assassin asked with a blush on her face. Unsure as to why she was blushing, James responded. As long as you don't give me a reason to, James said in response, then his aura grew sharp as he continued. I assume you were hired to kidnap the adorable fox over there. If you insist on that, I'll put you down. Feeling the hostile aura, the assassin shivered once again, and then she lowered her head and spoke. I'll abandon this mission, the assassin said. With her head still lowered, she continued. Even if that means being hunted by those who want her capture. At least I'll survive their pursuit. But I'm certain opposing you will end with my death. As her words finished, a cloud of smoke covered her figure. Once the smoke dispersed, the assassin was nowhere to be seen. She gave up easier than expected. James said as he scratched his head. So, she's a beauty, huh? Rhea said with her arms crossed. Jealousy clear in her tone. Wasn't she? James asked with a tilt of his head. Or is my sense of beauty off? At James' reply, Rhea fell silent. She was unsure how to respond. The other girls who wanted to complain were left speechless as well. Well, it's getting late. It should be Kunu's bedtime soon. James said with a smile, then put on a more solemn expression when he continued. I have some things to explain to Flora as well. Chapter 43, a lot to think about. After the female assassin left, James made the decision to send everyone home. Contrary to that, in a huff Rhea ordered Aquino to teleport them back to the female dormitory. As Rhea was still currently living there as well, she was also teleported with them. With Rias, Aquino, and Rhea going home on their own, James decided to use a teleportation circle as well. Jealousy can really be an ugly emotion. Sona said shortly after Rias and the other two were teleported away. Although James agreed with what Sona said, he had more important things to worry about. Damn, I really wasn't ready to have this conversation with Flora yet, but it is what it is, I guess. Flora, like Rias and the other two, were going back to the neighborhood with a teleportation circle. James said, addressing the only one in the group unfamiliar with the supernatural side of the world. So, don't panic when you feel a floating sensation, okay? Still in disbelief at all the things she just witnessed, Flora nodded, more out of reflex than anything else. On another note, she now understood why there were things that she was left out of the loop about. Before she could sink any further into her thoughts, she noticed a magic circle similar to the one that surrounded Rias, Aquino, and Rhea. Once it began rising from the ground, she felt the weightlessness James warned her about a moment ago. And a moment later, she and the rest of the group were standing at the place in her neighborhood where she met up with them only a few hours ago. You girls go on ahead, I'll walk Flora home and explain some things to her. James said once the teleportation was complete. Okay, see you at home. Mizor said, waving her hand in James' direction. Come home soon, Oni-san. Kunu said while trying to keep her eyes open. James nodded at the girls then gestured to Flora. Are you ready? James asked. Once again, Flora simply nodded. With that, the two groups separated. While walking with Flora, James was trying to organize his thoughts. While getting his words in order, he glanced at Flora from the corner of his eye. She had a very uncertain look on her face while she walked in silence with her head lowered. Seeing her like this, he decided to just jump into the conversation and fly along by the seat of his pants. To address the elephant in the room. James said to begin the explanation as his steps came to a stop. Hearing James start to speak, Flora also stopped. As she had taken a few steps after James came to a stop, she also turned around to face him. Standing under a streetlight, the confusion and fear from the situation she had just faced was clearly visible. I guess the most important thing you should know about everyone we went out with earlier is none of us are human. James said somberly. With that, Flora's eyes opened wide, and her mouth hung open slightly. None of you? She asked. Nope. James replied. Like, at all? Flora asked again. Well. James stopped to think for a moment then continued. Technically, there is some human in there. I'm half human. Flora remained silent, then she face-palmed. After that she decided to move on. What about the little girl? Flora asked, desperation starting to appear on her face. Her name is Kunu, right? That's right. James replied with a nod. To answer your first question. No, she's not human, either. So, if none of you are human, then what are you? Flora asked. Well, let's see. James said, then paused to think for a moment before continuing. Like I said before, I'm a half-devil. Wait. Flora interrupted. Devil. I know the members of the club call you the devil during training, but that's not what I meant. Haha. James chuckled at Flora's interjection. Then went on to explain. I always felt the irony when they called me that. I always wondered how they would react if they found out the truth. I'm pretty sure they would be making the same face as you are. But I meant that in a more literal sense. Like, the devils you read about in biblical texts. With James' words, Flora stopped for a moment to feel her face with her hands. After checking what her facial expression was, she realized that it must have been quite the sight. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm a half-devil. James said, picking up right where he left off. Rias and Sona are devils. Devil nobility, actually. Aquino, Tsubaki, Mizor, Lancer, Mocha, and Rhea are reincarnated devils. That still makes them devils, though. Oh, since you've met her, my mom is a reincarnated devil, too. And finally, Kunu is a yokai, a nine-tailed fox, to be precise. You're serious, aren't you? Flora asked, still having trouble believing what James had to say. Dead serious. James said solemnly. Why are you living here among humans? Flora asked after a moment of thought. Well, that's a little more complicated. James said while stroking his chin. Whenever you do that, you look like an old man. Flora said subconsciously. Rolling his eyes at Flora's statement, James explained why the group was here. Let's see, Rias and Sona are here to govern the supernatural side of this town. They were sent here to gain experience in governing a territory, since they are both the heiresses to their noble houses. Aquino is a member of Rias' peerage, and Tsubaki and Rhea are part of Sona's peerage. Then there's me. I was assigned to guard the two princesses, then there's Mizor, Lancer, and Mocha. They're members of my peerage. And the adorable little fox has been entrusted to my care. As you saw tonight, there are some pretty nasty people after her for some political shit. Peerage? What does it mean that they are part of a peerage? Flora asked in confusion. To answer that question, James explained everything about the evil peace system, peerages, and the rating games. When his explanation came to an end, he gave Flora a little while to absorb the information. This is unbelievable. Flora said once she came out of her thoughts. For a normal human, I can imagine it would be. James said with a nod. I have another question. Flora said with curiosity. Go ahead. James said, gesturing to Flora to ask her question. Since you said most of them were reincarnated, what were they before? Flora asked. James took a moment to consider. Well, my mom was human, Mizor was a Yukiana, Lancer was a human, too, and Mocha was a vampire. It's not really my place to tell you about the others, though. I would have never guessed. Flora muttered to herself. Well, you never suspected they weren't even human. James said with a cheeky grin. Flora rolled her eyes, and then over the next half an hour she asked James everything she could think of about the supernatural side of the world. After she asked her final question, she froze. She then asked her last question in a nervous tone. Since you told me about this, does that mean you'll have to kill me? Flora asked fearfully. James froze upon hearing Flora's question. After rebooting for a moment, he broke into uproarious laughter. He spent close to 3 full minutes laughing. This, of course, left Flora shocked. That then turned to embarrassment. Eventually, James calmed down and spoke again. Pant oh, damn. Pant, that was hilarious. Pant, I think you've seen too many movies. Old movies. I'm not sure they say that in the newer ones. Now with a pout on her face, Flora was glaring at James. Are you done yet? Flora said impatiently. Yeah, I'm done. James said while waving his hand dismissively. By the way, your pouting face is pretty cute. Flora flushed at James' offhanded comment. Then she asked another question. So, why did you tell me all of this? Flora asked in order to change the subject. To be honest, I've been observing you ever since you joined the MMA club. James said, letting the smile drop from his expression. And my observations led me to believe that you would make an excellent addition to my peerage. What? Flora was flabbergasted. Truthfully, other than the fact that I love MMA, the other reason I started the club was to scout potential members of my peerage. James explained. Like I told you, a set of evil pieces has 15 pieces, right? I've only recruited enough members to use 6 pieces. Does that mean Mizor, Lancer? I used to think that was a weird nickname, and Mocha took up 2 pieces each or something. Flora asked another question in confusion. Oh, no, that's not it. James denied her speculation. I have 2 more members of my peerage you've never met. And one of them took up 2 pieces. I see. Well, I can give you a few days to think about your answer. James said. My answer to what? Flora asked with a tilt of her head. Whether you'll join my peerage or not. James replied. Then explained further. I can only give you a few days to consider, unfortunately. If you refuse, or if you take too long, I'll have to erase your memories of everything that happened tonight after we stepped into the isolation barrier. Huh? But, why? Flora asked a bit fearfully. Because normal humans aren't supposed to know about the supernatural. James explained patiently. That's a rule that all the supernatural beings try to follow. Once James finished, he started walking toward Flora's house again. And, of course, Flora followed. After walking in silence for a few minutes, they arrived at Flora's front door. When Flora had pushed the key into the lock, James turned around in preparation to return to his own house. "Hey, James," Flora said while unlocking the door. "One more thing before you go." Hearing that, James turned around to see what it was that Flora wanted to say. As soon as he was facing Flora again, he felt an impact against his chest. Immediately after, he felt a pair of thin, yet firm arms wrap around his neck. Next, he felt a pair of soft lips pressed against his own. And when he dropped his jaw in surprise, he felt a tongue dart into his mouth. Even though he was surprised, this was not James' first kiss. Even more than that, he hated to feel like he was being dominated. So, in response, James wrapped his arms around Flora's lower back and began to take control of the kiss, moving his tongue and forcing Flora's back into her mouth, while his gave pursuit. After using his tongue to explore every inch he could reach for approximately 4 minutes, James let Flora catch her breath. After she was able to catch her breath, Flora looked at James reproachfully. "Why are you so good at that?" Flora asked with discontent in her tone. "You act much gentler at school." "Well, I've got a lot of experience," James said with a far-off look in his eyes. Looking at his expression, "I'm not sure I should ask for details," Flora thought to herself. Snapping back to reality, James asked what was on his mind during the first 30 seconds or so of the kiss. "So, what was that for?" James asked. "That's simple," Flora replied with a smile. "Even if you have to erase my memory of tonight, I want you to remember tonight." After that, Flora turned around and opened the front door to her house. Without turning around, she asked one last question. "If you have to erase my memories, does that mean we'll stop being so close?" With a big smile that Flora could not see, James replied. "Of course not. Whether you know about the supernatural world or not, we'll still be friends." James then turned around and began his trip home. "Just friends?" Flora asked over her shoulder. "Who knows?" James replied without turning around. He then waved goodbye and continued. "Only time will tell." After walking for a few minutes, James could not help but say to himself, "So I don't forget tonight, huh?" Chapter 44, A New Member in the Family. Human World, Japan, Koho, Alaverus Estate. "Hey, Drake," James said, seemingly to no one as he did maintenance on his swords, Okairu Sakura and Mangetsu no Shitada. "What's up, partner?" replied Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, whose voice emanated from a green glow on the back of James' left hand. "Have any of your previous hosts ever manifested you as a subspecies?" James asked out of curiosity. No," Drake replied with certainty. "Why, what's up?" "I'm just thinking that, maybe I have," James replied, raising Mangetsu no Shitada after wiping it down with an oiled cloth. Raising the blade to eye level, James closely examined the edge for any chips. Not noticing any chips or hairline fractures on the blade's edge, James nodded in satisfaction, then sheathed the blade. Afterward, he picked up Okairu Sakura and unsheathed it to repeat the process. "Partner, I admit you're pretty special," Drake said with appreciation in his tone. After a brief pause, he continued. "Although the gauntlet has changed, to match your fighting style better, none of my abilities have changed." "Are you sure?" James asked in confusion. "Instead, let me ask you a question," Drake said without answering James' question. "What makes you think that you have developed a subspecies?" "Well, from what I know, the boosted gear is supposed to boost a wielder's power in all aspects every 10 seconds, right?" James asked to verify what he knew. "Yes, that's right," Drake replied. "That's what I thought. Now, I know I don't use you much. Something I apologize for, by the way," James said while nodding his head. He then continued. "So, when I do use you, it seems like only my offensive output is boosted. After noticing that, that's why I thought that I had manifested you as a subspecies." Drake was silent for a few moments. Realizing that Drake was looking back on all the times he used the boosted gear, James remained silent and continued wiping down his sword. Just as James had rubbed in the oil on the entire blade, Drake finally broke the comfortable silence. "Ha ha 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 ha." Drake laughed uproariously for a few moments. "What the hell is so funny?" James asked with a frown on his face as Drake's laughter began to die down. "Ha. I am sorry. Ha ha. But. Ha. The answer I came up with is hilarious," Drake said between intermittent laughs. "Oh, and what answer did you come up with?" James asked in annoyance. "Before I answer that," Drake said, finally getting his laughter completely in check. He then continued. When are the only times you ever summon me to fight? Without having to think about it at all, James answered. When I'm training with Master. Why? James asked with an expression of confusion. Well, partner. Drake said in a serious tone before continuing. Every time you let the accumulated boosts explode, that crazy woman would hit you even harder in spots that have more pain receptors. She would just make you feel that many times more pain to offset the boost in defense. James fell silent after hearing Drake's reply. With his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, James could not believe what he was hearing. Instead of having a subspecies of the boosted gear that is focused totally on offense, he had a sadistic master who just hit him harder in more painful places when his defense increased. Once he came to his senses, James could not help but roar out at the injustice. Are you fucking kidding me? James threw his head back, roaring to the sky. Once his roar ended, there was an eerie silence in the surroundings. Before it could settle in for too long, James heard an angry voice from downstairs. Watch your language, Leona shouted, her volume rivaling James' indignant roar. Or are you trying to corrupt little Kunu? Sorry, Mom. James shouted back. Sheathing Okairu Sakura, James leaned it against the wall next to his bed with Mangetsu no Shitada. He then flopped down in depression while thinking how cruel this cold world could be. After James returned from Flora's house the night they were attacked outside the karaoke bar, James and the gang decided to rest. Sona and Rias were in charge of reporting to the underworld. The following day, James and Siyu Chillin took a trip to the Land of Shadows. Surprisingly, James did not ruthlessly throw Siyu Chillin to the mama lion that is Scathatch by exposing the mistake he made when fighting the dog-eared assassin the night before. Well, to be more precise, he did not have to. So nervous that James would expose his shameful display, Siyu Chillin let it slip himself. That of course led to him losing the nights of his entire summer break to one of Scathatch's refresher courses. Perhaps in a bid to make James feel included, Scathatch decided to spar with James for 2 full days to assess his progress and beat any bad habits out of him as well. As James was thinking about the hell he had gone through for the last 2 days, the doorbell rang. Wondering who it could be, James sat up and began to exit his bedroom. Just after opening the bedroom door, he saw Kunu running toward him. Hey, Kunu. James said with a smile as he crouched down with his arms open. Who's at the door? Seeing that James had readied himself for a hug, Kunu smiled brightly then dove into his arms. Once she was securely in his grasp, James stood and carried Kunu toward the stairs. Flora Onizen is here to see you, Kunu said, wrapping her arms around James' neck. She said it was important. I guess she's here about that, huh? James said with an awkward smile. Thinking back to the night he told Flora about the supernatural world, James could not help but remember the passionate kiss they shared at the end of the evening. Until then, he knew he liked Flora. He did not, however, realize how much he liked her before that kiss, though. He really enjoyed her energetic personality and the drive she showed to improve in her martial arts and studies. But he thought it was just friendship, a form of admiration for someone who strove to be better. At the same time, he did know how Flora felt about him. She had made it painfully obvious. As much as she said she liked to be around boys, plural. The only boy she ever spent her time with, at school anyway, was James. She had even told him in no uncertain terms that he was her target. So, the kiss did not really surprise him. What actually surprised him was how passionately he had reacted. By now, James has had many kisses stolen from him. And the first from each girl generally resulted in him freezing up. Then before he could react, the kiss was over. This time though, he reacted instantaneously. Then he made sure to dominate the kiss. As if he was marking her as his own. Thinking about the differences in how he reacted to Flora and the other girls' kisses, James arrived in the living room while carrying Kunu. He then set Kunu down, who ran off to play with Mazor, and then made his way over to Flora. Hey Flora, how's it going? James asked with a casual smile. Great. Flora said with a bright smile before standing and hugging James. I've made my decision. James nodded his head, having expected that to be the reason for Flora's visit. He then looked into her eyes and waited for her to inform him of that decision. Judging from her attitude though, James thought he could guess what she decided to do as well. I want to join your peerage, Flora said as she broke the hug with James. I don't know what the future holds, but I know my martial prowess will improve by staying with you. And staying with you will make you open your heart to me more and more as time goes by. To Flora's declaration, James smiled wryly. At the same time, Leona had a mischievous smile on her face while Mazor and Mocha smiled bitterly. Damn. She's really going hard. Mazor thought to herself. Maybe you have to be that bold when dealing with James. Mocha thought, remembering how he had responded better to the confidence she showed when she stole that kiss after the sportswear shopping trip. I'll only ask this once. James said with a solemn tone. Are you sure? As sure as I'll ever be. Flora said with a smile. Honestly, if you had asked me to go back and think about it some more, I might be more hung up about not being human anymore. James chuckled at the overly honest response. Still, he knew what he had to do right now. Raising his right hand, palm up, 2 pawn pieces appeared floating just above his outstretched palm. Grabbing the floating pieces, James pressed them into Flora's chest. James then stepped back and waited for her physiological changes to finish. Once they were done, a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from her back, and she opened her eyes. How do you feel? James asked as he watched Flora check out the changes in her new form. I don't feel much different than before. Flora commented. Well, when you go outside, you'll feel a little drained. James explained, knowing how devils are not exactly compatible with the sun's rays. You'll get used to that soon, though. As you get stronger, the sun won't affect you as much. Before anyone else could speak any further, Leona stood and walked over to Flora with a serious expression. Once she was standing in front of the girl, she stopped and stared her in the eyes, maintaining that same serious expression the entire time. Seeing this, Mizor, Mocha, and Kunu stared apprehensively. After a few moments, even Flora started to feel nervous. As the time passed, James rolled his eyes at his mother's antics and spoke up. Mom, would you stop scaring Flora, please? James said exasperatedly. Huh? Flora exclaimed in confusion. In response to her son's words, Leona pouted. But as soon as the pout had appeared, it was replaced with a smile. Welcome to the Alaverus family, Flora. Leona said as she pulled Flora into a hug. Seeing the outcome of the stare down, Mizor, Mocha, and Kunu sighed in relief. At the same time, Mizor and Mocha had similar thoughts. Now, I see where James got his teasing personality from. If Leona could hear their thoughts, she would widen her mouth and eyes to a comical degree. Then she would protest strongly. As everyone who has known James since he was younger than 6 years old knows that he changed. And in doing so, he has changed a lot of the people around him and made them more mischievous. After that thought passed, Mizor and Mocha walked over and joined Leona in hugging Flora. Congratulations, Flora. Mocha exclaimed happily. Welcome to the family. Congrats, Flora. Mizor said excitedly. Now you'll be one of the sisters. James smiled happily as he watched the ladies have fun. He then sat down on one of the sofas next to Kunu, who wasted no time climbing onto his lap to watch the ladies talk animatedly. Once there was a lull in the conversation, Flora broke away from the group and made her way over to the sofa James was sitting on. Instead of sitting down next to him, Flora bowed her head and spoke. Thank you for accepting me into this family with everyone else. Mocha said sincerely with a happy smile. Seeing that James smiled along with her. Once Flora raised her head again, James finally spoke. Don't worry about it. James waved dismissively. With the same bright smile he usually has on his face, he continued, besides, I doubt you'll be thanking me for long. Huh? Flora said confusedly. What do you mean? With his smile widening, James answered Flora's question excitedly. Now that you've joined the team, it's time for the summer training camp arc. Oh, we can't forget the bikinis on the beach issue, either. As he spoke the last sentence, James ran his eyes over Mizor, Mocha, and Flora. Then with a bright smile, he spoke once again. Yup, I'm definitely looking forward to that last part. Chapter 45, The Official Channel. Human World, Japan, Kuo. Shortly after Flora joined James' peerage as his newest pawn, it was decided that the entire peerage would take Kunu with them and train in the underworld. Catching wind of James' plans, Sona and Rias decided they would also bring their peerages with them to train as well. Deciding she was not interested in staying in an empty house alone, Leona also decided to join them on their trip to the underworld. Dante was not happy with this decision, though. He wanted to complete a few more jobs in the time the rest of the peerage was away. James put an end to that with one simple sentence. You're on payroll, remember? Hearing that, Dante deflated instantly. With that, he and Lady joined the rest of the group at the Kuo subway station. As it turns out, the official passage to the underworld nearest to Kuo was underneath the platforms normal people used. As the group of 14 entered the subway station, Sona and Rias took the lead. Making their way to the elevators that lead to the lower platforms, Rias pulled a keycard from her pocket and pushed it into the call button panel. A moment later, the elevator doors slid open. Alright, this elevator will lead to the special platform with trains departing to the underworld. Rias said as she placed her left hand on her hip while gesturing toward the elevator with her right. The elevator is kind of small, so we'll have to divide into groups no bigger than 5. Groups of 5, huh? Flora said while looking at all those present. So, how are we going to group up? With that question, a lot of the girls present put on serious expressions. We can discard Rias and Sona from the battle of wits as they need to use their own keycards to open the elevator. Mocha thought to herself as she warily looked over the competition. Most likely, Siyu Chulin would ride in whatever group Tsubaki was in. And Tsubaki will probably ride with Sona. Mizore thought, also looking at the girls present as if they were enemies. Even though Rhea is close to James, she doesn't really seem like a threat right now. Aquino thought while smiling gracefully. She then turned her attention to Rias and thought. Rias will probably step in and make me ride with her. With an excuse like, my queen should be with me at all times. Ugh. James will probably ride with his mother and Kunu. That means there will only be 2 open spots in his group. Flora thought to herself, then widened her eyes in realization. After that, she overclocked her thought processor and came up with the perfect way to get into that group. Auntie Leona, I'll join your group. Flora said with a sweet smile. Also smiling sweetly, Leona replied to Flora's enthusiasm. Sure thing. Lady, why don't you ride with us, too? You joined James' peerage a while ago, but I haven't really had the time to talk to you. Lady glanced at Dante then nodded in agreement to Leona's proposal. Then that makes 5 for us. Leona said with a smile before walking into the elevator unceremoniously. James, Kunu, let's go. Shrugging his shoulders, James led Kunu by the hand and followed his mother into the elevator. Shortly after, Flora and Lady joined them. That sneaky little. Mizore thought as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. Mocha exclaimed internally. Can't underestimate that girl. With Rhea smiling smugly at her, Aquino could only sigh at the development. Before the doors closed, James looked at the rest of his peerage and ordered. Even though it won't be for long, protect the ladies of the Gremory and Citri house in my absence. Yeah, just go ahead. Siyu Chulin said, waving his hand dismissively. The faster you go, the faster the elevator comes back. The faster we're all back together. With that, James let the elevator doors close. Once they were closed, the 5 occupants felt the elevator begin to descend. However, the speed felt a little fast. A little frightened, Kunu tightened her grip on James' hand. Feeling this, James looked down and saw the fright in Kunu's eyes. Don't worry, Kunu. James said with a bright smile. Nothing will happen to you, I'm here to protect you, remember. Hearing that, Kunu looked up only to see James smiling at her. Seeing that infectious smile, Kunu smiled as well. Seeing James interact with Kunu, Leona, and Flora smiled happily. Even Lady, who normally kept a stoic expression on her face, cracked a small smile. Shortly after that, the elevator reached its destination. When the doors opened, the group made their way to where the official path to the underworld was located. And what did they see? Another underground subway platform. The only difference with the normal ones was that the trains were all marked with the Gremory and Citri insignias. I have to admit, I was expecting something that looked more, I don't know, supernatural. Flora said, disappointment in her tone. Yeah, I thought there would be a big Senkaman, like in Bleach. Kunu said with her ears and tails drooping in disappointment. Ha ha ha. James laughed after hearing the girls. You two have active imaginations, don't you? Hearing James' laughter, Flora and Kunu blushed in embarrassment. To change the subject, Flora spoke quickly. By the way, you still haven't told me what the names of the manga you drew are, James. Flora said. Huh. Lady looked shocked. You draw manga? A devil drawing manga, that's a weird thought. Not all devils are like the ones you hunt, lady. James said with a smile. In fact, you only hunt stray devils. Normally devils live harmoniously with humans. Well, they live among them without doing anything violent. James then turned his attention to Flora, but before he could respond to her question, an energetic little fox girl interjected excitedly. You didn't know, Flora Onizen. Kunu said smugly with her chest puffed out in pride. James Onizen made Bleach and School rumble. What? Lady and Flora exclaimed simultaneously. Even though she is not a huge manga fan, even Lady had heard of the popularity of Bleach. She was not sure about School Rumble, though. But with Bleach's popularity, she was sure that the other one could not be all that bad, either. Flora, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. She knew that James must have been the author of a pretty popular manga, especially after finding out that he funded the MMA hall at Ko Academy with his own money. But she never imagined that those two were his work. So, you're saying that the world's most popular manga, Bleach, is your work? Flora asked in disbelief. You're making a little mistake, Flora. Leona said with a mischievous smile. It's not just the world's most popular manga. Huh? Flora asked in confusion. What do you mean? Bleach is the most popular manga in all the realms. Leona said with pride. Hearing Leona's explanation, Flora took a second to remember what James told her about the realms and the pantheons. Not long after she recalled the information, she froze completely. The level of popularity was beyond her comprehension. Shortly after that, the elevator door opened again. Then, Sona, Tsubaki, Rhea, Siyu Chulin, and Mocha stepped out onto the platform. Quickly, they joined up with James' group and began chatting as they waited for the last group to make their way out of the elevator. A few minutes later, Rias, Aquino, Mizor, and Dante stepped onto the platform as well. Shortly after, the entire group made their way onto the train headed to the underworld, with Rias and Sona moving to the frontmost car. At least until the train passed the realm barrier. "What's wrong with Flora?" Aquino asked as she poked her in the cheek with a finger. "She just found out that I'm the author of Bleach and School Rumble." James replied nonchalantly. "Ah." Rhea said in realization. Flora.exe crashed, huh? Nodding in agreement, James responded to Rhea's quip. "That's right. Just like Rhea.exe when you found out." Rhea coughed lightly at James' quip, then she turned away and spoke in a small voice. "I don't know what you're talking about." After chatting and joking around a bit more, eventually that chatter died down and the group began to relax. About 40 minutes into the ride, Kunu had a question to ask. "James Onizen, what's the underworld like?" Hearing Kunu's question, all the first-time visitors to the underworld turned their attention to James. Instead of answering Kunu's question, James thought for a moment. After that he looked at Kunu and smiled with 3 fingers on his right hand raised. Curiously, Kunu turned her sights to James' right hand. Slowly, James lowered his fingers one by one. After he lowered the last of the 3 fingers, he gestured with the same hand to the window. When everyone's attention shifted to the view outside the window, they were met with a white flash. Proof that they had crossed the realm barrier into the underworld. Once the flash faded and their eyes adjusted to the new light intensity, what they saw was a landscape painted with green meadows, tall mountains, enormous lakes, and a purple sky. "Are you serious?" Lady asked in bewilderment. "The sky is purple." "Yup." Flora replied with a smile. "I don't know which one is prettier. The blue of the human world, or the purple of the underworld." As they chatted about the scenery, Tsubaki eventually explained some things about the underworld, after adjusting her glasses. The underworld has the same surface area as the Earth in the human world. Tsubaki began her explanation. The major difference is that there are no oceans in the underworld. There are some absolutely gigantic lakes, but all the water in the underworld is landlocked. "So, does that mean there are no beaches in the underworld?" Flora asked curiously while glancing at her luggage. As Flora was asking her question, Rias and Sona entered the car and Sona answered her question. "There are beaches in the underworld," Sona said as she adjusted her glasses. "These glasses girls do that a lot." James thought as he watched Sona adjust her glasses with a smile. Noticing James smiling at her, Sona flushed immediately. Rias on the other hand pouted and crossed her arms under her sizable breasts, unintentionally emphasizing them. Seeing that, Sona's blush transformed into a pout as well. She then coughed lightly to refocus on answering Flora's question. "Ahem. Like I was saying, there are beaches in the underworld." Sona continued her explanation. "The shores of the large lakes act as the beaches in the underworld. The biggest difference between the beaches of the underworld and the human world are that you don't see or hear the waves crashing into the shore." Although what Sona said was true, we'll be going back to the human world for the beach episode, James said with a smile. Blue skies and seas are a must when you make it to the beach episode, after all. Hearing James, most of the group rolled their eyes. At the same time, they would not turn down a trip to relax and play at the beach. "So, what kind of training will we be doing?" Rias asked. Not to rain on your parade, Riri," James said while scratching the back of his head. "But, as the king, that's your call, right? The Gremry peerage will be training jointly with the Alaverus peerage," Rias said proudly. James rubbed his forehead at Rias' words. Seeing James like that, Sona made her way to his side and patted him on the shoulder. "She's trying, James," Sona said, trying to calm James down. "I know," James said exasperatedly. "That's why I thought before speaking." Confused by James and Sona's conversation, Rias asked a question. Did I say something wrong?" Rias asked while tilting her head in a cute manner. "Rias, training a peerage is usually a private thing," Sona explained. "But our peerages always train together, right?" Rias asked. She then realized the problem. "That's after James invites us, though." James and Sona's eyes widened at Rias' words. Unbelievable, Rias had realized her mistake before someone pointed it out to her. "She's not just trying, she's getting better," James said in total disbelief. Oh my, is the underworld about to end? Sona said in mock terror. Asterisk sob, oh my little Rias is growing up. Aquino said while pretending to wipe tears from her eyes. They grow up so fast. Immediately understanding that she was being mocked, Rias pouted and turned her head away with a blush on her cheeks. I'm not talking to any of you anymore, Rias said with a huff. After that, everyone burst into laughter, except for Dante, who was fast asleep. The train ride lasted another hour with the group laughing and having fun together. When the train stopped, the group had arrived in the underworld's capital city, Lilith. Chapter 46, Triumphant Return. Underworld, Satan Territory, Capital City Lilith. Once the train arrived at its destination, the group of 14 disembarked. They were greeted by 2 of the 4 great Satans, Serzex Lucifer and Seraphol Leviathan, as well as a group of servants from both the Gremory and Citri houses. With the Gremory servants led by the head maid and Serzex's wife, Graphia Lucifuge. With Rias and Sona in the lead, the group approached those who had been awaiting their arrival. Once they drew near, the servants and guards bowed and saluted, respectively, then shouted their welcomes passionately. Welcome back, Lady Rias. Welcome back, Lady Sona. Although James, Leona, Rias, and Sona were expecting this, as this was not their first time seeing it. The rest of the group were taken aback. Kunu even clinging tightly to James in surprise. Dante on the other hand found it to be a pain. They act like it's been centuries, Dante said in annoyance. They've been gone, what? 7 months. Now I see why Pops betrayed. I think there was more to his betrayal than that, Dante. Mizor said, looking at Dante with concern. Mizor, you shouldn't pay attention to this pizza-loving idiot, Lady said as she rolled her eyes at Dante's stupid comment. Now. James said, interjecting in the Dante bashing that was surely about to start. Dante's not an idiot, he's just a dumbass that doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Shut the hell up, kid. Dante shouted after James joined in on insulting him. See, James said with a sigh. He then continued. He's telling the one who, not only, pays his salary but also owns his shop to, shut the hell up. A dumbass who doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. Dante then realized that all James said was true. Not the dumbass part, of course. But the fact he basically told his boss to shut up, well, not basically but literally. Not wanting to admit his mistake, Dante shrugged his shoulder and decided to just ignore what the others were saying. During this conversation, the atmosphere had become festive, with the servants and onlookers cheering and clapping their hands. The soldiers and guards raised their guns to the sky and offered a gun salute. There was even a band in the background playing an uplifting song. However, there was one person in this crowd of people that was either unable to or did not care to read the atmosphere. Sotan. Seraphol, who had grown tired of waiting for the group to walk near, threw herself at Sona and wrapped herself around her younger sister like a koala. What? What are you doing? Sona questioned in a fluster. With her cheeks red with embarrassment, she tried her best to separate herself from Seraphol while shouting. Elder sister, let go of me, this instant. But I missed you so much, Sotan. Seraphol said as she rubbed her face on Sona's chest. How come you didn't come to visit? Struggling with all her might, Sona was unable to remove herself from Seraphol's embrace. Looking around in desperation, she made eye contact with James. Seeing the desperation and embarrassment in Sona's eyes, James made his way over and placed a hand on Sona's shoulder. When Seraphol turned back to see who was interrupting her bonding time with Sona, Sona saw James with one of the saddest expressions she had ever seen. Jaquin. What's wrong? Seraphol immediately let go of Sona and pulled James into a hug, burying his head into her bosom. Did someone bully you? Tell me who and I'll freeze them into an ice cube. Although he was touched by the love and concern Seraphol showed him, James was scared out of his mind at the moment. Scared that someone would notice the developing erection from being pressed into Seraphol's rather sizable breasts. Also, scared that he would die of asphyxiation due to the same. As the feeling of death became more real, James was saved by Leona when she noticed James' flailing arms beginning to grow weaker as time went by. Sarah, are you trying to kill my baby? Leona said while hugging James defensively. You know it would be hard enough for grown men to resist if you put their faces between your breasts, let alone a hormonal teenager like James. Mom. What are you talking about? James shouted in embarrassment. Don't think I didn't notice the little problem you were having. Leona said playfully as she let go of James. Mom. James shouted, his embarrassment growing with Leona's public teasing. At the same time, Sona felt grateful that James had extricated her from the embarrassing situation. However, she felt sorry for James who was now being humiliated publicly after helping her. I have to think of a way to repay him. Sona thought to herself with determination. Trying to put an end to the spectacle in front of him, Surzex finally stepped forward. With Graphia a few steps behind him, he spoke to the group of mostly adolescents. "Welcome back to the underworld," Surzex said with a smile. "As I'm seeing some new faces, I suppose your stay in the human world has been fruitful, so far." Stepping forward in response to Surzek's greeting, Rias also smiled as she responded. "Before we discuss how things have gone during our time in the human world, allow me to introduce you to our guest, Kuna, the daughter of Yasaka, leader of the Kyoto yokai," Rias said as she presented Kuna before the crowd. By this time, Leona had released James, who made his way to stand next to Kuna as her guard. A role that his position dictated. Once she felt his presence beside her, Kuna looked up at James. Seeing his encouraging smile, she turned back to Surzex. With a polite bow, she introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Kunu said, then raised her head and continued. "I am Kunu. And I'd like to thank you for helping my mommy by looking after me." Shortly after making her self-introduction, Kunu's courage quickly waned. With a nervous expression, she hid behind James, only sticking her head out from his side to watch her surroundings. Seeing this, Surzex and even Graphia smiled at the cute little fox girl. James, on the other hand, patted Kunu on the head and spoke gently. "You did great, Kunu," James said in a gentle tone. Kunu smiled due to the patting and words of encouragement. Eventually, the festivities came to an end and the group left the station where the train stopped. They then broke into two groups. One consisting of Surzex, Leona, James and his peerage, and Rias and her peerage. The other consisting of Serafal, Sona, and her peerage. Before separating, however, they agreed to meet up at the Gremory estate to celebrate the kids' return. After separating, the groups each got into a convoy of carriages and headed to the Gremory and Citri territories, respectively. Once James' group made it into Gremory territory, James could not help asking, "Why did we take the carriages? We could have just teleported, right?" The truth is, Rias is quite popular in the territory. Surzex replied with a smile. "It raises the population's morale knowing that she is nearby. So, she's like a pop idol," Mizor said innocently. "The haughty Ojusama type," Mocha chimed in. "What do you mean by haughty Ojusama type?" Rias asked, clearly offended by the character assassination. At that point, the interior of the carriage fell silent. Everyone's eyes fell on Rias in blank amazement as they thought there may not be another person in the entirety of the Gremory territory who is this unaware of himself. "What? Why are all of you looking at me like that?" Rias asked in confusion. "I'm not a haughty Ojusama, right?" As Rias looked around at the people in the carriage, upon making eye contact, they would look away. When she got to James, he smiled brightly and simply replied, "Yes, you are." Thinking James a traitor, she looked to her staunchest supporter, Surzex, with pleading eyes. Seeing the look in Rias' eyes, Surzex began to answer. "Of course, you are." "Ugh. Graphia, what was that for?" As Surzex was about to answer Rias with the answer she wanted to hear. Basically, doting and coddling her as he has always done, Graphia elbowed him sharply to stop him. "Have you forgotten already?" Graphia said in a low tone. "You promised to stop treating her like this, for her own good." "But Riatan," Surzex replied, beginning to defend his actions. "No buts," Graphia said, cutting off his excuses. Eventually, Surzex slumped his shoulders in dejection. Graphia then proceeded to answer for Surzex. "Unfortunately, what Miss Mocha has said is true, Lady Rias," Graphia said gently. "That is, however, the fault of your father and elder brother. The rest of the family is looking forward to your growth now that the two of them have promised to act as proper role models." "What do you mean by that?" Surzex questioned indignantly. "I've always been a good role model." Once again, the carriage's interior fell into an awkward silence. This time, even Rias could not, in good conscience, take her brother's side. Seeing the blank looks on everyone's faces, Surzex did not even have the heart to try and defend himself any further. Was I really that bad? Surzex asked himself after hanging his head. Seeing Surzex so dejected, no one knew what to say. Finally, Graphia patted him on his shoulder. When Surzex raised his head, what he saw was Graphia with an uncharacteristically gentle smile on her lips. "You were, in fact, that bad," Graphia said without mercy. "And even after promising to do better, it seems you have no intention to do so. I'll have to take this up with Lady Vanillana, it would seem." Hearing that, Surzex shuddered. No matter how powerful he may be, he is still unable to even talk back when his mother is unhappy with him. Even though it has been centuries, his body still remembers the demonic power-charged spankings he received in his youth. "Please, don't tell Mother," Surzex begged as he held his wife's hands tightly. "I'll make every effort to do better." Seeing this, no one could believe that the strongest devil in history was begging his wife not to tell his mother about his wrongdoings. This surreal sight was quite incredible in its own right. More importantly, the carriage was quickly approaching the Gremory estate. Through the windows, the group was able to see another greeting like that in Satan territory, though on a much smaller scale. How many more times will we have to go through this song and dance? James asked disinterestedly. I mean, we should have seriously just teleported back to the estate. With as much popularity as you have, I'm surprised you're not more used to this. Siyu Chulin said sarcastically. Ah. That's adorable, little Siyu is trying to be witty. James said as if he was looking at a mentally ill patient. Damn it. What the hell are you talking about? Siyu Chulin asked indignantly. Lancer, you know he's a mangaka, right? Mocha asked with concern about Siyu Chulin's intelligence. What does that matter? Siyu Chulin asked. Most, if not all, of his fans have never seen him. Mocha said with her hand placed on her forehead. I really feel sorry for Tsubaki-ne. Mizore said with a similar posture. She's so smart and he's so, not. Hearing Mocha's explanation, Siyu Chulin froze momentarily. After which he looked away and spoke. Just leave me alone. That led to the carriage being filled with laughter. Eventually they made it to the Gremory estate, and just as they expected there was more cheering and gun saluting to welcome Rias back to the territory. Once they finally made it into the mansion and set down their luggage, the group waited for the Citri family to arrive. Once they did, the return celebration began. Chapter 47, Harems Are a Thing. After the celebration, James and his peerage were joined by Rias and her peerage as well as Sona and her peerage for training. Even though James did not like that Rias had assumed she would be training with James and his peerage, he was willing to help her get stronger. So, in the end James extended an invitation to both Sona and Rias. Also, Kaneko, Yuto, and Gaspar all joined in the training as well. For the next 3 weeks, James and his peerage would take charge of everyone else's training for the most part. The 4 newest members of the peerages, namely Dante, Lady, Rhea, and Flora, were first made to bring their demonic power control up to an acceptable level. On top of working on demonic power control, Rhea and Flora also decided to learn magic. Though, it was more of a necessity for Rhea than for Flora. Because Rhea was a bishop, the boost to her demonic energy and magic output were reason enough to learn a bit of magic. James also took charge of training Mizore, Mocha, Kaneko, Yuto, and Flora in melee combat. As he was able to fight proficiently in both armed and unarmed combat, this lineup made a lot of sense. On the other hand, Siyu Chulin trained Tsubaki. As for the ranged attackers, Rias, Sona, Aquino, and Rhea, all trained together. Then, there were some exceptions. Dante and Lady trained in a completely different way than the rest. As they were both inclined to using firearms, they spent more time on a firing range than on the training ground. One thing to take note of, though. Dante took Lady to see the gunsmith who created his pistols, Ebony and Ivory. This genius gunsmith created those 2 pistols with the function of converting demonic energy into ammunition. As Lady had her pistol and submachine gun replaced with similar guns, she was able to keep up better in supernatural combat. As Dante also used a sword, however, he would join the rest in sparring at melee range. Mocha and Gaspar also spent quite a bit of time training together. As they are both vampiric beings, they have many similar abilities. Even if Mochas are more potent. James also worked with Gaspar in controlling his sacred gear, Forbidden Baler View. As of now, Gaspar is very unlikely to lose control of his sacred gear, unless under extreme duress. He was, however, unable to do anything about Gaspar's previously unmentioned cross-dressing idiosyncrasy. It really is a shame too. Gaspar, an androgynous boy with platinum blonde hair styled into a bob cut, pinkish-violet eyes, and pointy ears. Gaspar looked more like an elf than a damper. Either way, with his preference for female clothes, he looked more like a beautiful girl than a pretty boy. Underworld, Gremory territory, Alaverus estate. I don't know what to draw this time. James said while spinning a pen between his fingers. Sitting next to him, Mizore, his usual assistant, was looking over the sketches James had been drawing over their 3-week stay in the underworld. How about this one? Mizore asked as she held a sketch of Maka Albar and Soul Evans aka Soul Eater. Soul Eater, huh? James said while stroking his chin. That may not be such a bad idea. James then began to draw Maka holding a scythe with an odd design. Afterward, he showed the new sketch to Mizore. Pointing his pen to the boy, Soul, in the first sketch and the scythe in Maka's hand in the second sketch, James began to explain. In this story, there will be people who can transform into weapons to fight alongside their partners. Oh, that sounds awesome. Mizore said as she clapped her hands in excitement. I only have one question. Sure, what can I do for ya? James replied nonchalantly. Why are their hands so big? Mocha asked while pointing at the two characters' hands. Not missing a beat, James was quick to respond. I dunno. James replied with a shrug of his shoulders. That's just what struck me when I was drawing them. As James did many things on a whim, Mizore simply nodded her head. Good thing she bought that, I was just drawing them from memory. James thought to himself while sweat dropping internally. So, is this the one, then? Mizore asked excitedly. Yup, our next work will be Soul Eater. James said with an equal level of excitement. Knock knock. Before they could get started, however, there was a knock on the studio door. Come in. James said calmly as he prepared his tools. When the door opened, Sona was standing behind it. Seeing Sona, James then immediately looked at his watch. Damn, it's that time already. James said in disbelief. I really took my sweet time deciding what to draw, I guess. After that realization, James began to clean up all the sketches scattered around the studio. Meanwhile, Mizore sat in place with a pout on her face. Although she was also looking forward to drawing a new manga, she was more disappointed that her alone time with James was over. As there are so many people living together, it is quite difficult to get James alone. What makes it even worse? Today is the last day before they leave for their beach episode, as James has taken to calling it. What am I thinking? Mizore thought to herself while shaking her head. We're about to go to the beach. Why should I be upset about anything? After cleaning up his tools and sketches, James turned to Mizore and spoke. You should take the rest of the day to rest. James said with a smile. You don't want to be exhausted on our trip to the beach, right? James then made his way out of the studio and walked to his bedroom, followed by Sona. Once they were in his room, they closed the door and sat opposite each other at a small table with a chessboard between them. As a matter of fact, James and Sona have played a game of chess daily since they arrived in the underworld. And Sona has won every game. Many times, Sona has seriously considered losing to James on purpose. However, her pride in the thought of how James would feel if he found out she had thrown a game kept her from doing so. As the game started, the two carefully measured each move and considered each of their consequences. As the game got to the mid-game, James sighed and began to speak. Sigh this is our 21st game in as many days. James said as he slowly switched his mindset to partake in a serious game of chess. Well, the games are getting much closer as the days go by. Sona said with a slight smile. I guess. James said as he slipped more and more into his zone. I really don't enjoy playing this game, I'd much rather be using this time to have a date with you. Hearing that statement, Sona placed the bishop piece in her hand on the wrong space and accidentally released it. After realizing that, both James and Sona opened their eyes wide. Eventually, James realized what he said. I didn't mean. Wait. I didn't mean what I said. James said rapidly. I didn't mean to say it, though. Not right now or out loud, anyway. Sona on the other hand was more in shock because of where the piece had ended up. With that move, unless James made a mistake on the same level as the one she just made, she would lose without a doubt. Realizing this, Sona had to try hard not to let a smile show on her face. Although part of her mind was royally pissed off knowing that she was most likely going to lose. The majority of her thoughts were elated that she would lose. Of course, what really brought her that elation was that it was James she would be losing to. Unaware of Sona's thoughts, James did not even consider allowing Sona to take her move back. The fact of the matter is that James thought it was on her for not being more careful. Even though he was not playing mind games intentionally, they are a part of most competitions. Like Sora and Shiro always said, the game usually starts way before the first move is ever made. James thought to himself. Or something like that. The game continued for another 35 minutes before. Checkmate. With that, James and Sona sat in silence for a few moments. James stared at the board in disbelief. Sona was frozen like James. Although her eyes were facing toward the chessboard, she definitely was not seeing it. In her mind she was thinking only one thing. He won. He really won. Sona thought to herself as she began to shake. Now we don't have to play around like we have been. Now, we can be a real couple. Kia. After finally making peace with the outcome of the game, Sona unleashed an ear-splitting scream. That scream knocked James out of his contemplations. Before he could react, though, Sona dove across the table and tackled James to the floor. With tears of joy flowing from her eyes, she laughed happily as she lay on James' chest. Ha ha. Yes. Sona shouted in ecstasy. Seeing Sona's reaction, James could not help but laugh as well. If you keep screaming and yelling like that, someone is gonna think we're in here doing more than just finishing a game of chess. James said in a joking tone. Shortly after, though, Leona violently pushed the door open and asked. Is my baby a real adult now? Leona shouted loud enough that everyone present in the house would be able to hear her. Shortly after, Mizore, Cu Chulin, Mocha, Flora, Tsubaki, Rhea, and Kunu arrived outside of James' bedroom. As they saw Sona laying on top of James with a smile on both their faces, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora were a bit envious. Everyone then realized that both were fully clothed. After that observation, everyone looked at Leona reproachfully. Feeling everyone's glares, Leona laughed hollowly. Ha ha ha. If you had heard the way Sona was screaming, too, you would have thought the same thing. Leona said with an embarrassed smile. Ha ha ha. James laughed loudly. I said that, like, seconds before Mom burst into the room. Hearing that, Sona blushed to the tips of her ears, then buried her face in James' chest. This, of course, caused some of the other girls to pout even harder. So, what happened to cause you to scream like that, Sona? Leona finally asked now that her fun was over. Congratulations, Sona. Tsubaki said before Sona could answer Leona's question. Tsubaki's interjection caused everyone to look at her in confusion. Seeing that her sight was focused on something, they traced her line of sight to see the chessboard. To be precise, a game with the black king in checkmate. Wait. You usually play the black pieces, right, Sona? Flora asked, not understanding why Tsubaki would congratulate Sona. Shouldn't you be congratulating James, instead? This is the first time he beat Sona, right? With Flora's question, everyone finally understood what happened. Congratulations, you too. Leona said with a smile. I wasn't sure this would ever happen. I know that James doesn't like chess all that much. I'm still confused, Flora said since no one answered her question. Hearing Flora's murmurs, Tsubaki decided to answer Flora's question. To explain, 2 years ago, Sona had an arranged marriage that she wanted no part of. Tsubaki began her explanation. In Devil Society, if one of the parties involved in an arranged marriage is against it, they can challenge their betrothed to a match of some kind. If they win, the engagement is nullified. If they lose, they are forced into marriage immediately. When Tsubaki paused, Flora nodded, showing that she understood the explanation so far. Sona of course challenged her former fiancé to a game of chess. And of course, she won. She did, however, make a mistake in the heat of the moment. She exclaimed that she would not marry anyone who couldn't beat her in a game of chess. Flora now understood why the congratulations were directed at Sona rather than James. As a matter of fact, no one in the room thought that James would ever defeat Sona in a game of chess. James included. I guess our trip to the beach will be an engagement celebration as well as a vacation, huh? Leona asked cheerfully. Is James Onizen gonna marry Sona Onizen? Kunu asked innocently with a happy smile. After hearing Kunu's question, Mizore, Mocha, and Flora wanted to smile. To be happy for the two, who were still laying together on the floor. Unfortunately, knowing the boy they liked was going to be engaged to another girl was a little more than they were ready to deal with at the moment. Damn, I thought I would be the first. Mizore said with a pout. Wait, what do you mean the first? Flora said with confusion. You didn't know? Mocha asked Flora. In most supernatural species, harems are a thing. Chapter 48, Vacationing in Martinique. Human world, Martinique, Saint-Anne village, Les Salinas beach. By the time the Alaverus, Gremery, and Citri families had set off on their trip to the beach, the entire underworld had been made aware that James Alaverus, a half-devil, had defeated Sona Citri in a game of chess. Needless to say, there were many unhappy pure-blooded devils. A lot of the sons of the pillar houses have already petitioned to have James and Sona separated. Even if they have yet to announce an engagement. With righteous excuses, these noble sons wish nothing more than to have James executed for tainting a noble. The fact of the matter is they are jealous that a half-devil was able to do something they were unable to with their superior bloodlines, or so they would like to think. On the other hand, Leona, Venelana, Rhea, Serafal, James, Rias, Sona, and their peerages were standing in the lobby of a beachside resort hotel on the island of Martinique. For the next week, they will be the only guests staying in this hotel. As this hotel is owned by the Gremery Group, it does not take much effort to book the entire hotel. This kinda feels like a waste of money. James said while scratching his head. I mean seriously, how much are the losses the Gremery Group is taking for this little week-long vacation? That's not something you need to worry about, James. Venelana said with a smile. Yes, what you need to worry about is how far the other girls will go now that you're engaged to Sona. Rhea said while laughing with a hand covering her mouth. Absolutely not. Serafal exclaimed before hugging Sona tightly. I won't let anyone have my Sotan if they aren't stronger than Sir Zexchan. Putting on a sad face, James asked, does that mean you don't like me anymore, Saratan? Serafal froze. She was completely unable to answer James' question. Using the break in her processing ability, James pulled Sona from her grasp and wrapped her in his arms. This action caused Sona to blush even harder than when Serafal was hugging her. It also caused Rias, Aquino, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora to glare at them strongly. Eventually, Serafal's brain rebooted. No, Jaquin. Of course, I like you. Serafal shouted in panic. I like you the most after Soten, right? Serafal finally noticed that something was missing. When she looked around, she finally noticed Sona was being hugged by James. Meanwhile, James was looking at her with a big smile on his face. The worst part of this whole situation was the fact that Sona was not struggling to escape from James. The exact opposite of her reaction when Serafal hugs her. The blow Serafal took from that image was more than she was ready for. With her head down and looking even smaller than usual, Serafal walked shakily to a corner. Once there, she crouched down and began drawing circles with her finger. Seeing her elder sister like this, Sona looked up at James. With her gaze, she was clearly asking James to do something to make Serafal feel better. Wanting to live up to Sona's expectations, James stopped to think for a moment. When he came up with a fix for this situation, James' eyes lit up. He then, instead of hugging Sona with both arms like he had been, opened one of his arms wide and spoke. Hey Saratan. James said loud enough that Serafal could not help but turn her head in his direction. When she looked up, Serafal saw James with one arm around Sona's waist and the other open wide in a welcoming way. I think you're looking at this the wrong way, Saratan. James said with a big smile on his face. Even when I marry Sona. Oh, he said when not if. Leona said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I wonder if that means greed is his main sin. Venelana added with a smile. Era, James is so domineering. Ria said with the same kind of mischievous smile as the other two mothers. I would have never guessed that was your type, Sona. With the interruption from the three mothers, Sona was now leaking steam from her ears while she was red down to her collarbones. At the same time, James was a little annoyed at being interrupted. Do you mind if I finish? James asked with a pointed stare. By all means, please, go ahead. Leona, Venelana, and Ria said in unison. Ahem, like I was saying. James cleared his throat before picking up where he left off. When I marry Sona, you won't be losing your little sister. Instead, you'll be getting a new little brother. Or am I not good enough for you, Saratan? Serafal's eyes opened wide. She had never thought about it like that. And to be honest, that is because she never considered the possibility of James defeating Sona in a game of chess. But now, it felt like her eyes were opened and the fog was cleared. Once she had accepted James' words as truth, she rushed toward James' open arm and hugged both James and Sona tighter than should be possible with her short arms. Ha ha ha. Serafal's joy was apparent as she laughed. She then spoke happily. Now Jaquin is my little brother. While Serafal was rejoicing in the fact that she would have a new sibling, Sona was a bit worried. James, will this be all right? Sona asked in a tone full of concern. Now she'll be just as crazy with you as she is with me. Don't worry about it. James said with a smile. What she does can't compare to my mom embarrassing me in public. Thinking back to when they first started their trip to the underworld, when Leona pointed out that James had an erection in public. Or to just yesterday when she shouted about James losing his virginity without any tangible proof, Sona could not help but agree with what James said. Meanwhile, Leona, Venelana, and Ria were looking at the trio with smiles. I don't know how many times I've said this, Leona, but that boy of yours is really something special. Venelana said. Rias needs to do something about her own engagement. Otherwise, she's gonna spend a lot of time pouting like now. In response to Venelana's words, Ria and Leona looked over to the rest of the group. More precisely the tall redhead whose expression was closer to scowling than pouting. I think we should break up this little intimate moment. Leona said with a giggle. We don't want any fights to happen on our vacation. Nodding to Leona's assessment, Ria spoke to the group of youngsters. Okay, we've got the whole place to ourselves. Go choose your rooms. From there, the group left the lobby to search through the hotel for their ideal room. James chose a suite on the top floor with a balcony facing the beach. The suite he chose had 3 bedrooms, an adjoined full bath for each bedroom, a living room, a bathroom adjoined to the living room, and a jacuzzi hot tub on the balcony. Overall, he was thrilled with his selection. When Rias found out James had a suite to himself, she had a rather bold thought. I can share that suite with James. Rias thought to herself with a satisfied grin on her lips. Before she could attempt to make that thought into reality, Venelana appeared from nowhere and scolded her. I know what you're thinking, and I'm disappointed in you, Rias. Venelana said with a reprimanding tone. And don't start pouting with me, young lady. Even if I didn't come to stop you from doing something shameful, James would never agree. He cares about your reputation. More than you do anyway. With that, Ria's master plan died before it could be implemented. She then chose the room closest to the hotel's restaurant whose window faced the beach. Likewise, everyone else chose rooms of their liking. After about an hour, the group was planning to gather in the hotel's lobby. Dressed in swimwear, the boys were waiting for the girls and women to arrive. "Why do women always take so long to get dressed?" Dante asked with annoyance in his tone. "I mean, seriously, they're just putting on bathing suits. Saying things like that is why you neither have a girlfriend, nor will you ever have a girlfriend," Lady said harshly as she made her way to the group of boys. Seeing her lean and athletic figure in a sporty, black two-piece swimsuit with white accents, Yuto and Siyu Chilin appreciated Lady's appearance briefly, then went back to simply waiting for the rest of the group to make their way downstairs. "Shut up, Lady," Dante shot back. "What would you know about having a significant other?" In response, Lady sighed in annoyance. James checked out Lady for a little longer than the other two had previously, then offered a compliment. "That suit looks good on you, Lady," James said with a thumbs up. "Thanks," Lady replied simply. She then looked at Dante and spoke again. "See, that's why James has so many girls interested in him. It wouldn't kill you to say something nice every once in a while. Last time I said something nice to you, you punched me in the face," Dante muttered. "If you can't figure out why, then this conversation no longer has any meaning," Lady said, then sighed exasperatedly. Leaning closer to Dante, James asked what he said that got him punched in the face. Not seeing anything wrong with what he said, Dante told him. "One day she was leaving the shop in a pair of tight jeans, and I told her, 'Those jeans make your ass look nice and big.' Then she turned around and punched me as hard as she could." Yup, she's absolutely right," James said. Hearing the boys' conversation, Lady nodded after hearing James agree with her. Shortly after that, Rhea came toward the group. Wearing a sky blue one-piece swimsuit with the majority of her back exposed and a white pareo tied in a way that covered her left leg, she looked to be in a good mood. "Don't take this as flirting, Rhea," James said to preface his next statement. "But you sure know how to pick a swimsuit." With a slight blush, Rhea smiled at James' compliment. That smile grew even wider when she saw Yuto looking over her body with appreciation. Even so, she responded to James politely. "Thank you for the compliment, James," Rhea said while looking over James. "You look nice, too." James, like the others, was wearing swimming trunks. The difference between the four boys was what they were wearing on their upper bodies. Dante was not wearing a shirt, completely topless with dark red swimming trunks with an inverted cross embroidered on each leg. Siyu Chilin was wearing a white t-shirt and navy blue swimming trunks with a white stripe along each hem. Yuto wore a plain, dark gray tank top with matching swimming trunks. And James was wearing an open, white, short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black swimming trunks with the kanji for 6 framed by the corners of a diamond embroidered on the left leg in white. The next to come down were Mizore and Mocha. Wearing a light blue bikini with purple accents that matched her eyes, Mizore was skipping slightly ahead of Mocha, who wore a white bikini with black straps tied behind her neck, back, and on her hips. James, do you like my swimsuit?" Mizore asked excitedly while waving her arms to get James' attention. In response, James smiled brightly and spoke. "Of course, I do," James replied. "You look great." "So do you, Mocha." As they neared James, Mizore and Mocha made eye contact briefly as they both noticed the desire in James' eyes. After that, the two girls stood on James' sides then wrapped their arms around his. James then found his arms pressed by some soft and tender flesh, as his arms were now squeezed between Mizore and Mocha's breasts. The next to arrive were Leona, wearing a simple black bikini, Vanillana, wearing a violet one-piece with a diamond cut out on her chest that showed a large amount of cleavage, Rhea, who was wearing a forest green bikini and a sarong dyed with the patterns of islands dotting a sea, and Kunu, who was wearing a cute two-toned one-piece swimsuit that was red below her waist and white above it. When Kunu saw James, she shot off in his direction like a bullet. Seeing that, James freed his arms and knelt to catch Kunu. Once Kunu was in his arms, he stood and spoke while booping her on the nose. "If I had to guess, I'd say you were excited about going to play on the beach," James said with a smile. "Aha," Kunu said with a strong nod. "I want to swim, and play volleyball, and do watermelon splitting, and build a sandcastle, and..." Kunu went on about all the things she wanted to do while the three mothers made their way behind her. When they reached the group, James said jokingly, "Huh? Whose older sisters are these?" James said while looking around for another group of guests, knowing full well the entire hotel was booked just for them. "Then again, you three look familiar." With a giggle, Leona swatted James on the arm. "That's enough, James. Being called young feels nice, though." "Yes, it really does," Vanillana said with a smile. "Agreed," Rhea said with a nod. As the group chatted and waited for the last 7 members, Cu Chilin's head suddenly turned. When everyone followed his line of sight, they saw Sona, Serafal, and Tsubaki approaching. To be more precise, Sona, wearing a black bikini with light blue accents and a citri insignia on the left cup of her top in the same color, was being chased by Serafal, who wore a frilly one-piece pink swimsuit with white accents that looked more like a magical girl uniform than a swimsuit and carrying a matching light blue swimsuit. Meanwhile, Tsubaki, wearing a yellow bikini with black accents, was following them calmly. "Come on, Sotan!" Serafal shouted while pursuing her little sister. "We would be matching." "Elder sister, there's no way I'm wearing that." Sona screamed as she ran away from Serafal. "James, please help me." "And mother, stop laughing and make your eldest daughter stop." "Haha, since you're old enough to find a fiancé, you're old enough to deal with your sister by yourself now," Ria said with a giggle. "I hate you, mother," Sona shouted uncharacteristically. Meanwhile, James was holding on to Serafal and whispering in her ear. As James spoke, Serafal's eyes brightened, and her smile widened. Once Sona realized that Serafal was no longer chasing her, she looked back and saw this sight. This, unfortunately, did not reassure her. Instead, a chill ran down her spine. She could only imagine the devious thoughts James was transmitting to Serafal with a smile. At the same time, Cu Chilin was stammering out compliments to a fiercely blushing Tsubaki for her choice of swimsuit. After them, Kaneko, wearing a plain, one-piece navy blue swimsuit, was dragging a struggling Gasper, who wore a pink and white female, two-piece swimsuit skirt, behind her. "Come on, Gaspy," Kaneko said while dragging Gasper behind her as she ran to join the group. "Do you want to be later than Rias?" "No, but this is embarrassing," Gasper said in reply as he tried to cover himself with his free arm. "He is a boy, right?" was the thought that the rest of the boys had when they saw Gasper. Once Kaneko drew near with Gasper in tow, she stopped in front of James, who began to pat her head shortly after. "Hey, kitty. You look cute in that swimsuit," James said with a smile, which made Kaneko blush slightly. He then turned his attention to Gasper. "Gasper, you're a boy. So, why are you wearing a female swimsuit?" The boys all nodded when they heard James' question. "Because it's cute," Gasper replied with a smile. As the women nodded at Gasper's response, James decided that he would just let it go. After another 10 minutes, Rias and Aquino finally made their way toward the group. Aquino, wearing a white bikini with violet accents, was yelling at Rias, who wore a similar white bikini with crimson-red accents instead of violet ones, while she walked leisurely and paid no attention to Aquino's complaints. "I can't believe you took so long to pick out a swimsuit," Aquino said, her voice raised in agitation. "We're only going to be here for a week, why did you bring 25 swimsuits?" "So I can look my very best no matter the situation," Ria said proudly while flicking her hair behind her back. As they neared, Ria stopped paying attention to Aquino altogether and spoke to James. "So, how do I look?" Ria said while striking a pose. "You look great," James said with a smile before walking over to Aquino and taking her hand. He then spun her around and continued to speak. "Aquino, you look amazing in that suit." Rias, at first, was ecstatic to hear James' praise. As he walked past her toward Aquino, her mood fell rapidly. Before she could begin to rage, this time understandably, Venelana wrapped her arms around her from behind. "Rias, dear, we had this conversation no longer than an hour ago," Venelana said soothingly. "You have to break your engagement with the Phoenix boy before James will show you the affection that you want." Rias gritted her teeth with the flames of determination burning brightly in her eyes. Unfortunately, she did not notice the glint in Venelana, James, and Aquino's eyes. James showing more attention to Aquino instead of Rias was a little play Venelana came up with to motivate Rias. Judging by her expression, it seems like the plan worked. The only downside was that Aquino would have to deal with Rias' jealousy for a while. Clap. As he clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, James glanced at Venelana with a smile. "He's never going to let that go, is he?" Venelana thought with a wry smile. Once he had everyone's attention, James raised his voice. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's go have some fun." Chapter 49, The Beach Episode. Human World, Martinique, Saint-Anne Village, Les Salinas Beach. A short walk from the hotel's rear exit, a beautiful beach with fine white sand and gently rolling waves could be seen. Further out, the blue ocean sparkled under the sun. On that picturesque scenery, the Alaverus, Gremory, Citri, and a cute little fox girl were going to have the times of their lives. On the beach volleyball court, there were 2 pairs of girls competing in an intense match, while 2 girls watched. One of them, a petite girl with large breasts and pigtails, cheered for one of the girls on the court. Looking to the left of the volleyball court and closer to the waves was a group of 3 women walking barefoot as the waves caressed their feet. To the right of the volleyball court, two petite girls. No, one petite girl and one petite cross-dressing boy have started building a sandcastle. Out in the water, three teenage boys were swimming, racing to be exact. Further to the left of the volleyball court, three teenage girls were walking along the shore collecting seashells. In line with the court, under a beach umbrella, a girl was relaxing with a book, while a young girl with fox ears and 9 fox tails drank a glass of juice and watched the last person on the beach. Meanwhile, the last person, James, was setting up beach umbrellas and chairs while everyone else was off having fun. After setting up 4 more umbrellas and placing a pair of chairs under 3 of them, James put down a couple beach towels under the center umbrella. At that moment, Kuna finished her juice and was about to run over to help Kaneko and Gasper with their sandcastle. "Stop right there, little fox," James said just as she started to run. "Did you put on sunscreen? If not, come here and I'll help you put some on." Reluctantly, Kuna walked over to James. Sitting next to him, Kuna could not help but continuously look back at the people having fun on the beach. "If you don't mind your skin turning all red and itchy, go ahead," James said with a grin. Kuna shook her head frantically. Just imagining getting sunburned made her wait obediently. As James rubbed the sunscreen onto Kuna's exposed skin, making sure to spread it evenly, Rhea lowered her book and smiled. "James, you're gonna make a good daddy one day," Rhea said with a sincere smile. "Ha ha." James laughed hollowly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. He then responded when he got his thoughts in order. "That's something that only time can tell. I just hope I can be as good a father as mine was to me." Seeing how serious James was about being a good father in the future, Rhea blushed a little, thinking about her future with kids. She blushed even harder when she saw Yudo as the father in her fantasy. Certain he knew what Rhea was imagining, James was about to speak. However, Kuna beat him to it. "James Onizen, when you marry Sono Nizan, are you gonna have a baby?" Kunu asked innocently. "Ha ha ha." James laughed boisterously. "Probably, but not until we are older. We're still in school, after all." Kunu nodded her head, even though she was not sure what being in school had to do with being a daddy. At the same time, James' loud laughter drew the attention of the girls on the volleyball court. Noticing James rubbing sunscreen onto Kunu, Sona and Akino exchanged glances, while sharing the same thought. "I wonder if he would help me if I asked." While Sona was embarrassed at the thought. She was even more embarrassed thinking about her sister's reaction if she were to ask James. It would be even worse if Serafal watched her have James apply the sunscreen, though. Akino, on the other hand, was not concerned about being embarrassed. She was hoping the request would embarrass James instead. What she was concerned about was the jealousy of her best friend. The tantrum Rias would throw would be epic, to say the least. Eventually, Akino decided Ria's tantrum in the future would be a problem for future Akino to deal with. "Lady Serafal, would you mind taking my place for a moment?" Akino asked politely. "I need to get a drink." Like hell she does. Sona thought with a cute pout on her face. Damn it. I wish I were more courageous. Unaware of Akino's true objective, Serafal answered cheerfully. "Sure, me and Riatan will dominate, just wait and see," Serafal said with a fist raised in the air. Sona opened her eyes wide at Akino's brilliance. With elder sister taking her place, she won't tolerate Rias throwing a tantrum while the game is still ongoing. Sona thought, praising Akino's wit the whole time. With Serafal's agreement, Akino jogged off the court and made her way toward the line of beach umbrellas. When she arrived, Kunu had just finished. Passing Akino on her way to play with Kaneko and Gasper, Kunu waved and greeted Akino. "Come build a sandcastle with me, Akino Nizan," Kunu said while running on the soft sand. "Sure, just give me a little time," Akino replied with a smile. Instead of asking James about the sunscreen immediately, she first took a bottle of water from the cooler they brought with them. Opening the bottle and taking a sip, Akino was continuously sneaking glances at James as he removed his shirt and stretched. Then, taking a look at the volleyball court and noticing the match was back in full swing, Akino decided now was the perfect time. "Hey, James," Akino said. Once James turned in her direction, she continued. "Would you mind? Come on, lay down here," James said while pointing at one of the spread-out beach towels. "Did you think I couldn't tell what you and Sona were thinking when you looked over here while I was helping Kunu with sunscreen?" He. Akino could only giggle awkwardly at being seen through. Although she had been seen through, Akino still felt no embarrassment about James rubbing sunscreen on her. As a matter of fact, she was looking forward to it. While licking her lips, Akino lay face down on the towel. She then turned her head toward James to see how he would react to the opportunity presented in front of him. To Akino's disappointment, James was unflustered. This caused her to pout a bit. At that moment, James spoke. Do you care about 10 lines? James asked casually. Thinking this would be the perfect way to fluster James, Aquino began to speak. I almost forgot about that. Aquino said as she began to raise her upper body. I'll take care of it. James said, interrupting Aquino while pushing her back down on the towel. Surprised by James' assertiveness, Aquino lay back down with shock on her face. Then, James reached down and untied the knots holding her top up. James then took the bottle of sunscreen and squeezed it onto his left palm. With a sufficient amount of sunscreen on his hand, James began to rub his hands together, warming the sunscreen in the process. This isn't what I was expecting. Why is he so damn calm? Aquino thought to herself frantically. I already told you there would be punishment if you kept testing me. James thought as he warmed the sunscreen. That's strike two. I'll just remind her who the alpha is in this relationship. James then placed his hands on Aquino's upper back and slid his hands from her shoulders to the small of her back. After transferring the majority of the sunscreen from his hands to her back, he began rubbing it in. Using firm pressure with the heel of his palm and thumbs, James worked the sunscreen into her skin. With the rest of his fingers, he gently caressed Aquino's soft skin to spread the sunscreen evenly across her back, while his fingertips would occasionally brush against her side boobs. OMG, what is he doing to me? Aquino thought as she felt pleasure from James' movements. MMNH. A stifled moan made its way to Aquino's mouth. Luckily, she was able to keep her mouth shut, keeping the moan from carrying to others on the beach. Unfortunately, there was still one person nearby who was able to hear with clarity. And that person, Rhea, was sitting stiffly with her face as red as Rhea's hair. On the other hand, she was unable to look away. As James slowly worked his hands up Aquino's back, her breathing became labored, and her moans were becoming less and less muffled. MMNGH. Ang. MMNHH. OMG. This feels amazing. Aquino thought while she tried to hold back her moans. But this is bad, too. I'm getting wet. Like, really wet. If this keeps up, there's gonna be a stain on my suit. At that moment, James finished rubbing the sunscreen into Aquino's neck and shoulders. And Aquino exhaled a sigh of relief. James then leaned down and whispered into Aquino's ear. I told you if you keep testing me, you're in for a punishment, remember? James asked in a sadistic tone. Or maybe, that's what you really want. Aquino shivered at James' sadistic whispers. At the same time, James tied the straps of her bikini top. Once he was done, he patted Aquino on the ass twice and spoke. All right Aquino, you're good to go. James said. At the same time, he squeezed Aquino's plump ass with a little force. Gasp *ung. James then stood and sprinted toward the ocean. With his speed, the trip took little more than the blink of an eye. Splash. Aquino smiled. She smiled brightly. Although James was quick, she was able to see the large bulge pressing against his swimming trunks. Licking her lips, Aquino stood up as well and chased James into the ocean. Meanwhile, Rhea was blushing furiously. She had just seen James massaging Aquino until she could no longer hold back her moans. It would be an understatement to say that she was a little excited. Maybe I should go for a swim to cool off, too. Rhea thought to herself. As James surfaced from his dive into the sea, he was impacted from behind by something soft. Or rather, some soft things. With the unexpected impact, James submerged once again. Before going back under, though, he reached back and grabbed what ran into him, bringing it underwater with him. A few moments later, James resurfaced again. This time, though, Aquino had her arms and legs wrapped around him like a koala. Also, somehow while they were underwater, James had moved her to the front of his body. On top of that, James also had his arms wrapped around Aquino's waist. You really are looking to be punished, aren't you? James asked with a smile. So, what if MMPH, Aquino began to answer but was interrupted. Interrupting Aquino's reply, James pressed his lips against hers. And since she was speaking and her mouth was open, James snaked his tongue into her mouth as well. Caressing Aquino's tongue with his own, James let his hand slide down her back until her thick ass was grasped tightly in his palms. He used her ass to pull her body tighter against his own. MMMNGH. With her breasts and nipples pressing against James' chest, Aquino could not help but moan into the kiss. At the same time, Aquino could feel James' erection rubbing against her pussy through her swimsuit. Aquino and James had, at this moment, completely forgotten their surroundings. So, they were both quite surprised when they heard a scream coming from the beach. What in the name of Satan are you two doing? Rhea screamed at the top of her lungs. With that, James and Aquino ended their especially passionate kiss. Looking around, they could see that their whole group had their attention on them. Either with shock, teasing, or anger in their eyes. In Kunu's case, her eyes had been covered by both Mazor and Mocha. How long have we been kissing? James thought to himself. Kunu was helping the kitten and Gasper build a sandcastle when I dove into the ocean, right? Looking around, James found an exquisitely built sandcastle close to the tittle-line. Damn, that's pretty sick. James praised the sandcastle in his mind. Eventually James made eye contact with Rias and spoke. I'm making out with one of my girlfriends, is there a problem? James asked nonchalantly. With James' words, Aquino smiled brightly and hugged James even tighter. Rias, on the other hand, was flabbergasted. She had no idea how she should respond. She did, however, remember what happened the last time she tried to dictate how he should interact with girls. Thinking back to the day James told the girls that he was not yet ready for any romantic relationships and the tantrum she threw at that time, Rias forcefully calmed herself and replied. There is. Rias then pointed to Kunu and continued. Are you trying to corrupt Kunu? Considering she found a rational way to stop them, James decided to put an end to the make-out session. All right, good point. James said with an awkward smile. We'll take it easy from now on. Rias nodded her head with a smug smile on her face as James put Aquino down. From that point on, James joined everyone to have fun. He built another, larger sandcastle with Kaneko, Gasper, and Kunu. He walked and talked with Leona, Vanillana, and Rhea. He relaxed under an umbrella with Rhea. He played in the water with Mizor, Mocha, and Flora. He even participated in a 5-on-5 game of beach volleyball with Dante, Lady, Yuto, and Serafal against Rias, Aquino, Sona, Tsubaki, and Cu Chulin. All in all, they had a great time until the sun started setting. Chapter 50, She Wants One of His Firsts, R18. Human World, Martinique, Saint-Anne Village, Les Salinas Beach. 3 days have passed since James and his group came to Martinique on vacation. Much like the first day, they spent quite a bit of time on the beach. Having been grilled by the other girls, namely Rias, Sona, Mizor, Mocha, and Flora, Aquino and Rhea told the rest about the massage James gave Aquino while rubbing on sunscreen for her. Since then, there has been a line of girls waiting to have sunscreen applied each day. Even still, Ria's mood has been worsening since then. It makes sense that is the case, as well. Because of her engagement, James has refused to lay his hands on her. Although Rias appreciates his consideration, it has been nothing short of torture to see the other girls getting more and more intimate with James as time goes by. After the parade of massages, things would generally calm down. There have yet to be any more public make-out sessions. Something to note, how for is that Tsubaki has started getting Cu Chulin to help her apply sunscreen as well. Other than that, James did demonstrate something that could be done if demonic energy control were raised to its limit. With Sona's assistance, James put on a display of surfing without a surfboard. Sona would stir up the water to create large waves while James was standing on top of the water. Once they were of sufficient size, James would ride the waves with his bare feet until they crashed into the shore. Surprisingly, Kaneko was the one who found the most enjoyment out of this way of surfing. Gasper on the other hand found it the least enjoyable. Mainly because Kaneko would drag him along while she surfed, regardless of if he were stably standing on the water or not. After a day of fun on the beach, which would end around the time the sun started to set, the group would convene in the hotel's restaurant. Employing 5 world-class chefs, the selection and taste of the available cuisine was spectacular. Able to choose from Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, or Salvadorian cuisine, there was something for almost everyone. After dinner ended, Kunu would usually be exhausted, which would lead to everyone returning to their rooms or playing some games in the hotel's game room. The plan would usually be to go back outside after dinner to launch some fireworks. However, no one could bring themselves to do so while the adorable little fox was not present. Tonight, however, Kunu was still full of energy after dinner. Excitedly, she pulled James and Leona by their hands to set up the fireworks. And seeing this, the rest of the group followed. After another hour of launching fireworks, Kunu finally ran out of energy, prompting everyone to return inside. Tonight, James decided to return to his bedroom. For 2 hours, he drew pages of Soul Eater. He would instruct Mizor on what he needed her to do with them later. Stretching after completing the last page he had planned to draw tonight, James set his drawing tools down. At that moment, the doorbell to his suite rang. Ring, ring. Huh? Why would someone come by this late? James asked himself as he made his way to the door. Just a second. Once James arrived at the door, he unlatched the door while looking through the peephole. What he saw was nothing. There was no one there. Thinking it might be Kunu, as she was the only one too short to be seen through the peephole, James opened the door while looking down. Yet, there was still no one there. Before he could react any further, however, he was pushed back into the room by a shadow that came from his right. Once he was back in the room, the figure of the shadow was revealed, though he could only see it from behind as it was currently closing and latching the door. With long black hair that flowed down to her calves with 2 strands that stood from the top of her head and curled backward, not to mention the most voluptuous of all the teenage girls on the trip, James quickly identified his intruder. "Aquino, what are you doing?" James asked excitedly. James was not so dense to misunderstand the implications of a girl barging into a boy's room this late at night. In response, Aquino turned around with a seductive smile. Stepping away from the door, James could see her attire. Aquino wore a sheer white baby doll with lace, violet panties. Mesmerized by the seductive sway of Aquino's hips as she made her way in his direction, James did not react again until Aquino's body was pressed against his with her arms wrapped around his neck. Standing on her tiptoes, she brought her lips to James' left ear and whispered, "I'm here to continue what we started that day in the ocean." Reacting instantly, James wrapped his own arms around Aquino's waist. Pulling her closer, he pressed his lips against her outstretched neck, trailing kisses up the right side of her neck until he reached her earlobe. Taking her earlobe between his lips, James nibbled on it gently, then ran his tongue along its curve. Shivering because of the gentle stimulation, Aquino gasped and could not help but ask, "MMMNH. Gasp, why are you so good at this? I guess I'm not the first, huh?" Aquino asked with a bit of dejection in her tone. "I thought I'd be able to get at least one of your firsts. Mizor took your first kiss, Mocha took your first date, and Lady Sona is your first fiancée." James chuckled a bit at Aquino's sad mumbling. He then let the hands that were placed on Aquino's lower back slip down to her plump ass, then squeezed it, causing Aquino to yelp in surprise. "Silly girl," James said as he pecked Aquino on her lips, then, with a slightly embarrassed smile, he confessed, "I've known something like this would happen sooner or later. So, I did some research. That way I wouldn't embarrass myself." Knowing the research James spoke of most likely referred to watching porn, as she had done a lot of the same in preparation for a night like this one. Aquino once again smiled seductively and spoke, "If that's the case, why don't you show me the results of your research?" Not waiting for Aquino to say another word, James pressed his lips against hers, then parted her lips with his tongue. At the same time, using the hands on her ass, James lifted her off the floor. With her feet off the floor, Aquino wrapped her legs around his waist as he walked her to the sofa in the suite's living room area. Once they arrived, James knelt and placed Aquino on the sofa, pressing her body into its back. With James on his knees in front of the sofa, his arms around Aquino's back while hers were around his neck, they continued kissing. James, caressing Aquino's tongue with his own, let his hands begin to roam. Ang. Aquino involuntarily released the kiss when she felt James' right hand begin kneading her left breast. At the same time, the fingertips of his left hand were sliding up and down her spine. When Aquino turned her head to not only moan but also to take a breath, James moved his lips to her right earlobe, gently suckling on it. MMMNH. MMMNGH. MMMNPH. James then began to kiss down the side of her neck and toward her shoulder. As he did, Aquino moaned softly with each kiss. When he reached the strap of her baby doll, James began to lower his kisses toward her chest. Sucking gently on her collarbone, then running his tongue along the edge of the baby doll's fabric until he reached her cleavage. Once he reached the center of her chest, James began sliding the strap down her right arm. As the strap lowered, more and more of Aquino's left breast was revealed. At the same time, James kissed and licked along the skin being revealed. Finally, Aquino's right nipple was revealed when the baby doll strap was lowered to her elbow. "I've been waiting for this for a long time," James and Aquino thought simultaneously. James wasted no time in putting his tongue on the tip of Aquino's right nipple. As he did, Aquino shuddered from the sensation. He began flicking his tongue up and down. As he did, her nipple began to stiffen. At the beginning, Aquino was moaning softly. However, as James increased the speed at which his tongue was flicking, the volume and intensity of her moans increased. Eventually, James lowered the strap on Aquino's left shoulder. As her left breast was fully exposed, James moved to her left nipple as well. Sucking the already erect nipple into his mouth, he rolled it with her tongue, drawing even louder and more intense moans. Then, he began pinching and rolling her right nipple with his left hand. At the same time, he started rubbing Aquino's left inner thigh with the fingertips of his right hand. Aquino had, by now, wrapped her arms around James' head while she shivered and squirmed with the pleasure James' touch was bringing to her body. Eventually, James' fingers reached the base of her thigh. James, as inexperienced as he was, did not continue to tease her. He quickly began to rub his fingers on Aquino's panty-clad pussy. This, of course, gained the largest reaction from Aquino thus far. Ayan. Aquino moaned loudly from the touch. Also, James felt the damp spot on her panties and became increasingly excited. Releasing her nipples from his mouth and hand, James also pulled his right hand from between Aquino's legs. Losing all the pleasurable sensations at the same time, Aquino looked at James confusedly. James did not leave her wondering for long. He quickly pulled the baby doll down her body. Aquino subconsciously assisted him in undressing her as she raised her butt off the sofa as he slid it past her sexy hips and thighs. Eventually, Aquino was left seated on the sofa wearing nothing but her panties. Taking a moment to look at the work of art that is Aquino's body, James could not help but say, "Gorgeous." Aquino, already flushed from the arousal, blushed even harder at James' praise. James then lowered his head and with a long stroke of his tongue, James licked Aquino's pussy over her panties. Ayahan. Aquino threw her head back as her back arched at the new sensation. Though she did not climax, she would swear that she was not far off. James, on the other hand, enjoyed the slightly tart taste of Aquino's vaginal juices. Wanting to taste them more, James continued licking the wet patch on Aquino's panties. Aquino moaned continuously. Her moans growing louder as time passed. Eventually, James came to a stop again. Looking Aquino in the eyes, James' eyes were asking the question, "Can I take them off?" In response, Aquino nodded, and James looped his thumbs under the sides of her panties. Pulling them down slowly, maintaining eye contact with Aquino the entire time, James stopped when her panties reached her knees. Instead of pulling the panties down further, James pulled Aquino by the waist so that her butt was on the edge of the sofa cushion. Huh. Aquino looked at James with confusion. In response, James smiled as he pushed Aquino's shoulders so she would slouch down on the sofa. Once her shoulders were against the back of the sofa, James, with her panties still around her knees, pushed Aquino's legs back and held them aloft. He then lowered his face to her pussy and licked it slowly and deliberately. Ayahan. As Aquino moaned from the pleasure James' tongue brought, James continued to lick her pussy. Slightly pushing the tip of his tongue between her pussy lips, then dragging it upward until it lightly brushed her clit, gradually speeding up as time went by. After 5 minutes, Aquino moaned louder than she had thus far, reaching her first climax. With her eyes rolling back, Aquino convulsed for about 30 seconds before regaining her senses. That pant was amazing. Aquino said while trying to catch her breath. Once her breath was stable, she licked her lips and continued. I hope that's not all for tonight. In response, James smirked, then raised his t-shirt over his head. Once his muscular torso was in view, although she had seen it many times over the years, Aquino gulped her saliva involuntarily. James then lowered the nylon shorts he was planning to sleep in. Now in just his boxers, James watched as Aquino's gaze moved from his chest to his abdomen, to the bulge that was making its presence known in his underwear. Once again, Aquino gulped her saliva involuntarily. Then, Aquino reached for James' boxers. Without hesitation, she pulled them down. In response to its newfound freedom, James' 9-inch, approximate 23 centimeters, dick stood at attention. And for a third time, Aquino swallowed her saliva involuntarily. After a moment, James inched closer to Aquino. As he did, he brought his dick closer to her pussy. In anticipation for what was about to happen, Aquino's vaginal fluids were leaking from her pussy. Eventually, James' dick contacted Aquino's pussy. Not rushing to penetrate, James took a few moments to lubricate his dick with Aquino's juices. As he rubbed the head of his dick against her pussy lips, Aquino shivered in anticipation. Eventually, she whined. James, stop teasing me. Aquino said coquettishly. I want you inside of me. Those words were enough. James stopped the teasing immediately. He lined up his dick with Aquino's opening. Once he was ready, he began to push inside slowly. Aquino sucked in a breath of air at the penetration. Although she had inserted a finger when masturbating before, her thin and delicate fingers could in no way be compared to the thickness of James' dick. As James pushed in further, Aquino closed her eyes and squirmed as her vaginal walls were stretching to accommodate James' size. Eventually, James felt an obstruction. Once his dick came to a stop, James looked Aquino in the face. This would be the last chance to stop, after all. Noticing that he had stopped, Aquino opened her eyes and made eye contact with James. Seeing the question in his eyes, Aquino took a deep breath, then nodded her head in response. James then also took a deep breath. Shortly after, he drew his waist back. Pausing for a moment, James then pushed forward with some strength. In the process, he broke Aquino's hymen in one go. Ayarg. MMPH. For the first time tonight, Aquino's scream signified something other than pleasure. At the same time, James grunted as Aquino's pussy clamped down on his dick like a vice grip. James, however, had not taken his eyes off Aquino's face since she gave him the green light. Seeing that there were tears flowing from her closed eyes, James reached up with his fingers and gently rubbed them away. Once Aquino opened her eyes, James leaned forward and stole a kiss. Gently, he sucked on and licked her lips. At the same time, he brought his hands to her breasts and began to massage them. Eventually, he could feel her vaginal walls relaxing. After a few more moments, James broke the kiss and placed his forehead against Aquino's. Once again without saying a word, James asked Aquino a question. And once again, Aquino replied with a nod. James then pulled his waist back slowly, until the head was the only part of his dick that was still inside of Aquino. He then began pushing it back in. Slowly stroking Aquino's pussy, James began to speed up gradually when Aquino's groans of pain turned into moans of pleasure. As the speed of his strokes increased, Aquino's moans increased in volume and intensity. "Oh, fuck!" Aquino cried excitedly. James. James. You're fucking amazing. Yes. Fuck yes. Harder. James. Fuck me harder. Due to the fact that devils have a faster recovery speed than humans, Aquino did not take long to begin enjoying herself. James' dick felt amazing sliding in and out of her dripping wet pussy. However, after 15 minutes, James was reaching his limit. Lucky for him, he had found a spot that made Aquino react especially passionately. With 6 out of every 10 strokes hitting it after he found that spot, James was able to bring Aquino to orgasm. "Oh, phew!" Aquino screamed as her back arched, her toes curled, and her fingers dug into the sofa cushions. As Aquino convulsed in pleasure, her pussy tightened as well. And that was the last straw for James. He also reached his orgasm seconds after Aquino. As he did, he quickly pulled out and shot his load all over her abdomen and breasts. He then slumped down on his knees and admired his work. "Goddamn, that was amazing," James said with a smile while looking at the blissful expression on Aquino's face.